Chapter 81. What do you want to do if you want to live? Soon, all the dozen people from the Yin family were pinned down. The village chief put down his rolled-up sleeves, and there was a blue mark on his cheek. He sneered. What kind of person dares to come to our Zhongjia village to make trouble? Don't you even ask me? When I was young, I never lost in a fight. His son Junlang ran over in a hurry at this time, and he didn't stop in time and bumped into the village chief. The village chief held his waist and gasped. Junlang quickly supported his father. Dad, are you okay? The village chief looked at his youngest son helplessly. He was fine in the fight, but his son almost got him hurt. The second master was supported by someone and walked in. When he was in the village, he was still very concerned. Zhang Quan's mother saw Zhang Luzhu, came over and took her hand, and asked, "Third sister, what's going on?" Other women also gathered around, and Zhang Luzhu said, "An Cheng's husband died, and the Yin family wanted to take her back and kill her." Zhang Zhuzhu really felt what was absurd. Zhang Quan's mother was shocked and said, "Why? The husband died, and she was a widow at home. Didn't An Cheng have 2 sons? Why did they kill her?" The village head's wife was also surprised. There are so many widows in the world. Don't widows have to live? Which woman wouldn't be scared after hearing this? They are all married women. Today, the Yin family dared to chase after her mother's family and kill Zhang Qingjie. Will they encounter the same thing in the future? A woman who has been widowed for more than 10 years was so scared that she cried and said, "Why do you want to kill someone? Did Qingjie do something?" The women also speculated whether Zhang Qingyang did something shameful, so the Yin family wanted to kill her. If so, it makes sense. Zhang Zuzu quickly said, "No, An Cheng didn't do anything." But her son also wanted to force her to death, saying that he could get a plaque rewarded by the court for the Yin family. Can killing people get a plaque? A group of women were talking about it, and they were all in fear. The Yin family was still unwilling to give up, and they struggled to say to Zhang Qingyang, "The fourth brother treated you well. Now that he is dead, can you let him go? You commit suicide, and change a plaque for the Yin family, and change a good reputation for your son. It will be more convenient for him to take the imperial examination and become an official in the future. Why do you have to live? Such a great benefit can be exchanged for a woman's life. Listen, this is such a good deal. If Zhang Qingjie was a person with an unsteady mind, she should have found a rope and hanged herself." Zhang Qingjie held the door frame and shouted loudly, "The fourth brother is the best person in the world who treats me. Before he died, he told me to live well and watch the children get married and start a family. He would wait for me in the underworld. He told me to find him when I was 70 or 80 years old. He didn't want to see me die early, and I would never die. Why should she let these people get what they want? She will never let them get what they want." The village head's wife led a few women up and said, "That's right. Sister Cheng, you can't die. We still have to live well. The Yin family won't tolerate you. You stay in Zhongjia village. Sister-in-law will take care of you in the future. They are all women. How can they see another woman being forced to death like this?" Sister Zhang Cheng burst into tears. She called sister-in-law, walked out of the door, threw herself on the village head's wife, and cried bitterly, "I really don't want to die. I'm so scared." What's more terrifying is that her own son actually wanted to force her to death. Her heart was chilled. If it weren't for her youngest son and daughter secretly letting her out, she would not have survived. "Mother! Mother! I don't want to hurt you either. They forced me to do it. It was the Yin family who forced me to do it." Yin Hai cried and said how the Yin family forced him. Sister Zhang Cheng was still looking forward to her son, so she turned around to look at him. At this time, the people holding him loosened their grip a little. In just a moment, Yin Hai suddenly stood up and rushed towards Sister Zhang Cheng. Li Fu was standing in front of his father Li Qi. Closer, he saw that Yin Hai was holding something in his hand, so he didn't care about anything else and went up to block the women. Afterwards, Li Fu's arm suddenly hurt, and the others hurriedly held Yin Hai down again. Zhou Xiyuan took out a bloody dagger from Yin Hai's hand and kicked Yin Hai hard. Seeing this, Zhang Qingjie's eyes went dark and she fainted on the spot. And the scene was in chaos again. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that Li Fu's arm was bleeding profusely and said in surprise, "Li Fu, your hand." Li Fu looked down and said, "Enduring the pain, it's okay. I'm fine." Zhang Zhuzhu was so anxious that she almost jumped up. "Don't worry. Go home and bandage the wound. What the hell? Why did you bring a dagger here? Do you want to kill people? Li Qi was so distressed to see his son injured that he quickly pushed Li Zhu and told him to go home first. Li Fu said, "It's just a skin injury. There is medicine at home. Don't worry." He looked back at Zhang Qingyang, who fainted. And the village head's wife said, "Good boy. Just go home and don't worry about what's going on here." Who could have thought that the son of his own family would murder his mother? What a cruel heart this is. Zhang Zuzhu urged Li Fu to go back. And Li Fu said, "Don't worry. It's just a flesh wound. I know what's going on." Zhang Zuzhu, what do you know? You didn't even see what he had in his hand. And you went up to block it. Fortunately, it was just a short dagger. And fortunately someone grabbed Yin Hai from behind. Otherwise it would not be as simple as a flesh wound. Those people in the Yin family planned to kill Zhang Qingjie today. If they couldn't force her to death, they would just kill her directly. Obviously, they have gone crazy. Li Fu was a little happy to see that she was worried about him. But he couldn't bear her to be so anxious. And said, "My fault. I won't be so reckless next time." It was a matter of a moment. Li Fu, of course, only wanted to save people. And didn't think too much about other things. He was injured while saving people. And Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything else. After returning to the Li family, Li Zhu went to coax Lin Winging first. If she saw such a scene, she would definitely be worried. Zhang Zuzhu helped him deal with the wound. Li Fu saw her serious expression and said, "Don't worry. There are wound medicines. Nothing will happen." Zhang Zuzhu, don't talk. Although the injury was not serious, how could Zhang Zuzhu not worry about him? She looked at the injury and couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. What kind of beast actually hurt you? Seeing her like this, Li Fu said, "You are usually the best at praising people. Today I saved people, which is also a merit. Why don't you say anything?" Zhang Zuzhu looked up at him and said, "San Lang, I am a very ordinary person. My selfishness is all about the people I am close to and like. You are very brave to save people, but I am very worried about you getting hurt." Li Fu's rescue is naturally worthy of praise. But Zhang Zuzhu likes him and feels sorry for him. She doesn't want to see Li Fu get hurt. There are so many people suffering in the world. And Zhang Zuzhu can only care about the people around her at the moment. Li Fu was moved when she heard this. No one is a saint. Who can be without selfishness? Li Fu smiled and said, "Then let me tell you what this new order is about." Zhang Zuzhu nodded, indicating that this was exactly what she wanted to ask. Chapter 82. Thousands of miles away. The new cabinet chief minister is named Fan Xiu, who was born in a poor family. He passed the imperial examination when he was less than 20 years old, and is less than 40 years old this year. The previous chief minister was disliked by the emperor because he stopped the emperor from raising taxes. He has now resigned and returned to his hometown. Most ministers in the court now hold an attitude of self-preservation and are unwilling to step forward. In this way, Fan Xiu, who is less than 40 years old, has become the cabinet chief minister. This person has made great achievements in the local government and is a well-known honest official who is very popular among the people. Zhang Zuzhu frowned after listening to Li Fu's general situation and said, "According to what you said, he is a good person?" Li Fu said, "The people under his rule think so." Zhang Zuzhu, "I'm sorry, I can't agree with that. If such a decree is issued, I don't know how many widows will be forced to death. Just look at Yin Hai, who wants to murder his own mother today. His decree is to be filled with women's lives. It's chilling to think about it." Li Fu thought of the scene just now and couldn't help frowning. It's reasonable to reward widows who raise children alone. But it's ridiculous to ask widows to die for their husbands. I don't know how many innocent women will die because of this. Li Fu continued, "It is said that this Prime Minister Fan's biological mother abandoned him and remarried. He suffered a lot in his childhood. I think he is dissatisfied with this." Zhang Zuzhu was speechless. She thought that the world was going to end. A cabinet chief minister, a senior official of the court, actually made such a decision without thinking. It was ridiculous. Li Fu said, "If this decree continues, more women will die innocently. I will write to the teacher." Zhang Zuzhu, "What are you going to do?" Li Fu said, "There are many widowed women in the world. The current queen mother is still a widow. This decree was issued casually, just because many people think that such a thing will not happen to them. It is a matter for ordinary women. Some people think that this is a means of controlling women. But if someone realizes the harm, the situation will be different. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if one day, women from royal families may also be forced to death by this decree, they will not sit idly by. Li Fu nodded. He had already made up his mind. Zhang Zhuzhu said nothing more. Li Fu went to see Lin Weining first, saying that his wound was not serious. Although Lin Weining felt distressed, her son's sacrifice to save others was also a heroic act, and praised, my son has really grown up, and he will become a great man in the future. You should take good care of your injuries, and eat more good food in the next 2 days. Li Fu said, Mother, I remember that you and the widowed Princess Anchuan are good friends. I want to send her a letter in your name. Lin Weining had heard Li Liju's story about the ins and outs of the matter. She knew that her son had a plan, and said, okay, whatever you have planned, just do it. Mother will do her best to help you. Li Fu thanked her mother and left. In the afternoon, the news that Yin Hai wanted to kill his mother spread. His reason was also very simple. Yin Hai had studied for more than 10 years, but his road to the imperial examination was not smooth. And he also had a premonition that he could only pass the examination as a Jiren at most. At this time, his father died and his mother became a widow. Then someone from the county magistrate came and said that as long as Zhang Qingjie died with her husband, the Yin family would have a plaque for a chaste woman. As the son of a chaste woman, the county magistrate could arrange a position for Yin Hai in the county government. How could the Yin family not be tempted? As for why the county magistrate did this, the local chaste woman was the county magistrate's political achievement. If the county magistrate reported this matter, he would be meritorious and his chances of promotion would be greater. To put it bluntly, if the superiors like something, the subordinates will like it even more. The decree issued by the cabinet is voluntary. But when it comes to the lower level, people are dead. Whether it is voluntary or not is still up to people to say. That's why today's incident happened. In the afternoon, people from the government office of Songyang County came to take away the people of the Yin family and send them back to the next county. Yao Yusen also came to Zhangjia village on the way, met Zhang Zhuzhu, and said, why do you say you gave birth to such a son? It's simply a sin. Zhang Zhuzhu said, isn't it? Sister? What about Yin Hai? I'll go see him. Yao Yusen said, aren't you afraid? Why do you want to see him? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't explain, and Yao Yusen didn't ask much, and took her there. The man had been tied up. More than a dozen people tied together and gagged. Yao Yusen asked the Yamen runners to bring Yin Hai here alone, and had his head covered. Zhang Zhuzhu walked up and looked at the man. Then she pulled Yin Hai's right hand, picked up a stone as big as 2 palms from the ground, and smashed it directly on Yin Hai's forearm. Yao Yusen was close and heard a snap. Although Yin Hai was gagged, he still made a sound of painful struggle and fell to the ground. Zhang Zhuzhu threw the stone on the ground. Yao Yusen pulled her hand over, wiped the dirt off her with a handkerchief, and said, why didn't you say it earlier? I would send someone to do such a small matter. It's not worth it for you to do it yourself. After she finished speaking, she asked the Yamen runners to take the man away. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I thought you thought I was cruel. Sister. Yao Yusen smiled and said, then you misunderstood me. Such a person shouldn't be beaten? Zhang Zhuzhu was not polite, and said, then please ask someone to break his other hand as well. If this hand dares to be used to hurt people, then forget it. Yao Yusen agreed without hesitation. The next day, Li Fu heard that Yin Hai fell on the way to the Yamen, broke both hands, and knocked out a front tooth. The situation was very miserable. Li Fu saw Zhang Zhuzhu and told her about it. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, it can be seen that the heaven has eyes. Such a wicked man who murdered his own mother was punished immediately. She said this without changing her expression or heartbeat. Very calm. If it were someone else, they would probably believe it. And Li Fu was not here to blame her. Zhuzhu is right. I have also avenged my great hatred. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and said yes. Yao Yusen came yesterday, so Li Fu could naturally guess how this happened. He knew what kind of temperament Zhang Zhuzhu had, and was a little surprised at first. But it was not a big deal. With her temperament, she would not suffer losses in the future, let alone be bullied. Besides, Zhang Zhuzhu did it for herself. Li Fu's injury was not serious. He took medicine in time. The weather was not too hot, and the wound was not inflamed. In addition, he ate and drank well every day, so the injury healed quickly, leaving only a shallow mark. Li Fu's article spread in the capital. The new decree turned a mother and son against each other, and the county magistrate forced a widow to death. The news soon spread throughout the capital. Li Fu was a famous young talent and a disciple of the great Confucian scholar of the time. He saw it with his own eyes and wrote it with his own hands. He bitterly pointed out the shortcomings of the law. His words were sharp and his momentum was beginning to emerge. Everyone realized that although Li Fu had left the capital, he was not lost among the crowd. He was still the talented young man who cared about the world. The cabinet chief Fan Xiu and his people were in a state of panic. The impeachment memorials against him piled up high. Princess Anxuan went to the queen mother and cried, saying that she might also be forced to death by the family of the prince consort. The queen mother and Princess Anxuan were not mother and daughter, but the queen mother was also a widow. They could both encounter that day. Under internal and external pressure, the new decree was no longer implemented, and innocent women were saved from being killed. When the news came back to Zhangjia village, it was almost November, and the weather had turned cold. Chapter 83 Sam Lang. Are you satisfied with what you got? When Li Fu received the letter, he was cooking in the kitchen. Yes, that was Li Fu, not Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu stood by and gave instructions, teaching him how to cook, how much of each thing to put, and how to put it. Li Fu has been learning for a while, and he plans to cook officially today. Li Zhu took the letter to him and said, "Oh, I want to try my Sanlang's cooking skills at noon today." Li Fu, yes. My second brother is very lucky. I want to eat 2 more bowls at noon. Li Zhu took a look and thought to himself that he didn't know if he could eat at noon today. Your letter. Mr. Song wrote to you. Li Fu's teacher's surname is Song. Li Fu was busy watching the soup in the pot and couldn't spare his hands. So he motioned Zhang Zhuzhu to take it. Zhang Zhuzhu took it. Li Zhu looked at them and left. Where to put it? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. The kitchen was the most dangerous place in the house. This piece of paper was too fragile to be put anywhere. Li Fu, you read the letter to me. Zhang Zhuzhu hesitated. I'm afraid it's not good. Mr. Song was Li Fu's teacher. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that it was not suitable for her to read the letter between them. Li Fu said, What's wrong with it? Zhang Zhuzhu replied, I'm afraid there is a secret written in it that I can't know. Li Fu said, Secrets can't be known to outsiders. Are you an outsider? Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at Li Fu. Don't take advantage of me here. Can I say my wife now? Li Fu really dares to think. He is not one now. Li Fu turned around, looked at the boiling soup in the pot, and said, Read it. I can't spare my hands now. In fact, this is not the reason Li Fu wanted to say. He just hopes that Zhang Zhuzhu can understand him more and participate more in his life. Li Fu doesn't like being close and distant. He always wants to be closer to her. Zhang Zhuzhu said, If I know any secrets, you can't blame me. As she said, she opened the letter. The letter was several pages thick. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at it and began to read. The greetings alone were half a page long, which showed that Li Fu was very much loved by Mr. Song. Then he talked about the article that Li Fu had sent. Zhang Zhuzhu was relieved to see that there was a good result. She didn't mention Zhang Qingjia's matter because she was powerless to do anything about it, and it was useless for her to say anything. Li Fu was different. He had a foundation and connections in the capital, and he could do it. Zhang Zhuzhu put down the letter, and Li Fu said, Why don't you read it? Are there any words you don't know? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Of course I want to praise you. You are a mastermind and a winner. You abolished such a cannibalistic regulation by just writing an article. Sam Lang, you saved women all over the world. You are really a hero. Zhang Zhuzhu was really happy. At least the Yin family had no reason to murder Zhang Qingyang again. She escaped and could continue to live well. Li Fu was also very happy to hear her praise. Officials in the court for a long time forgot to be cautious in their words and deeds, and forgot that their temporary preferences would cause terrible consequences to the common people. Li Fu did not want to see such a situation. He saw many unreasonable things in Zhangjia village and Songyang County, and saw scenes he had never seen before. Li Fu wanted to do something, but he was too weak now, and his wings were not yet full. He needed more time to do what he wanted to do. Anything else? Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to continue reading the letter. When Li Fu said this, she looked at him in confusion. Li Fu said, You only praise me for these few words? You don't usually praise people like this. Zhang Zhuzhu was born with a clever mouth. She would say more than these nice words. Li Fu wanted to hear more. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and walked towards Li Fu. Li Fu didn't understand and looked back at her. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly took Li Fu's free hand. And Li Fu was immediately like being cast a spell, and couldn't move. Her hand was not soft. And Li Fu's hand was already calloused. It was the first time for the two to hold hands together. Li Fu had never been close to a woman before. He had no idea what to do, and only felt a surge of heat on his face. He thought to himself that this reward was indeed much better than empty praise. And he liked it very much. Very good. Zhang Zhuzhu was calm and composed. And she gently lifted the back of Li Fu's hand. Li Fu followed her movements and sent her hand over. He didn't know what Zhang Zhuzhu was going to do, but just turned his head to look at her, with a slightly shy smile in his eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly lowered her head, and kissed the back of Li Fu's hand gently. And they separated immediately. A standard kiss on the hand. Then she looked up at Li Fu and said leisurely, Sanlang, are you satisfied with what you got? Sanlang was dumbfounded. Forgive Sanlang for not having seen the world. Li Fu suddenly came to his senses, and quickly pulled his hand back, and put it behind his back. He wanted to say something, but couldn't, so he had to turn back and stir the soup in the pot vigorously. He felt that his kissed hand was burned in the stove. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to laugh at her, when she suddenly heard a click. She looked, and it seemed that nothing was broken. Then Zhang Zhuzhu saw that the soup in the pot was rapidly reduced. And soon only the uncooked bones and vegetables were left in the pot. Then, Zhang Zhuzhu was also dumbfounded. The pot was leaking. And Li Fu poked a big hole in the iron pot with the spoon. Zhang Zhuzhu's laughter spread from the kitchen to the Li family. Li Fu also came back to her senses, and laughed at the pot with a hole. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed so hard that tears came out. And she hugged the pillar and clapped her hands. Li Fu looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Wenying saw them like this and asked, Why are you two laughing? The whole village can hear you two laughing. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and wiped her tears, and, Your son poked a hole in the pot at home. Ha ha ha. I can't do it anymore. I'll take it easy first. She ran to lean on Zhou Rui to avoid laughing. Li Zhu saw the pot with a hole and asked in shock. You have a really strong hand. He said he would taste his cooking skills at noon. But what was he trying? The pot had to be replaced with a new one. Li Fu thought to himself that you didn't know the cause and effect. His hand was suddenly deprived of its innocence. He was caught off guard. How could he not be shocked? Innocence. The innocence of his hand. Lin Wenying was also at a loss for words and said, Samlang, you made the pot leak while boiling the soup. Li Fu pondered for a moment and defended himself. This pot has been used for more than half a year. It's not very strong. The local blacksmith's craftsmanship is not very good. I will buy a new one this afternoon. Zhang Zhuzhu finally recovered and wiped away her tears with her hands on her chest. Zhou Rui asked quietly, Does it have anything to do with you? I think Sanlang seems to be scared. Zhang Zhuzhu said, What does it have to do with me? I didn't do anything. It was just a kiss on the back of his hand. Look how scared he was. Is that a big deal? The pot was leaking. Zhang Zhuzhu will never forget this day. Zhou Rui thought that it was not certain. These two people had been flirting with each other these days. Anyone who saw them would think that they were not innocent. Who knows? They might have done something secretly, which ruined the pot. Although the pot was leaking, they still had to eat. Fortunately, there were other pots at home, but they were a little small and not good for stewing soup, so they had to fry the meat. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to leave, and Li Fu said, This pot was not broken by me alone. Zhang Zhuzhu, I am innocent. Hearing the word innocent, Li Fu's hand trembled. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know what she was thinking, and smiled and left. Chapter 84 You lost the innocence of one hand. For 2 consecutive days, Li Fu felt that Zhang Zhuzhu's smile was full of ridicule towards him. Li Fu couldn't help it and said, You were the first to offend me. If Zhang Zhuzhu hadn't suddenly kissed his hand, would he have poked the pot leak? It would have been fine if she didn't reflect on it. But she actually laughed at him. Is this reasonable? Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Yes. Yes. I was wrong. There was only a leak in the kitchen. But you lost the innocence of one hand. Li Fu's mind was hit by her. And he was so angry. Zhang Zhuzhu was afraid that he would really be angry. So she hurriedly said, Okay. Okay. I won't tease you. I usually kiss my mother, and my sister on the face to coax them. Now I just kissed the back of your hand. And you are making a fuss like this. What will I do in the future? Li Fu choked on the tea and started coughing. Zhang Juju hurriedly said, "Be careful. This is too frightening." Li Fu closed his eyes. Fortunately, he was used to being embarrassed in front of Zhang Juju. So he didn't care. He said, "Juju, you are really good at coaxing people." "Zhang Juju, are you happy? I see that you are not very happy." Li Fu looked at her. "If you only coax me, I will be happy." The roles of the two of them seemed to be completely reversed. In ordinary men and women, women are weaker and need to be coaxed. But in their case, Zhang Juju is the one coaxing, and Li Fu is the one being coaxed. And Li Fu seemed to gradually adapt to this relationship. His emotions were now controlled by the little girl in front of him, which was really amazing. Zhang Juju, such a weak girl, could actually control him. Zhang Juju said, "I'm afraid I can't promise you this." She had to coax her parents, sisters and brothers all day long for the sake of family harmony. Li Fu looked unhappy. And Zhang Juju said, "Can I just kiss you?" "Okay." Li Fu, "Okay." Zhang Juju could control Li Fu. And in turn, Li Fu could achieve her goals through some words and emotions. It was impossible for Zhang Juju not to coax others. This was her innate ability. And she was praised by everyone. But she could still kiss herself. This should be called retreating to advance. Zhang Juju didn't have so many thoughts as Li Fu. She just wanted to have fun. "You haven't finished reading the letter that the teacher wrote to me," Li Fu said. "Zhang Juju, you didn't read it yourself. Why do you want me to read it?" Li Fu had of course finished reading it, and had already written a reply. "The following is what happened in the capital after I wrote the letter. You have to read it, and see the scheming and tactics of those people," Li Fu said. Zhang Juju didn't refuse, and picked up the letter to continue reading. Li Fu also explained it to her seriously. The capital is a prosperous and wealthy place. The more such a place is, the more dangerous it is, and the more unpredictable people are. Li Fu felt that sooner or later Zhang Juju would have to face that environment with him. By then, the characters in the letter might have changed. But the situation would be similar. Zhang Juju is smart enough. She just lacks some experience. Li Fu does not want her to be a flower clinging to him. She will be a tree standing side by side with him. "Why do you think my plan can succeed?" Li Fu asked. This unreasonable regulation was abolished. Of course, not because those high-ranking officials in Beijing had a change of heart. Zhang Juju put down the letter and said, "Benefits." This answer hit the nail on the head. Zhang Juju said, "This Prime Minister Fan's methods are a bit fierce. I think it has caused dissatisfaction from all parties. Sanlang has become their pawn with an article." Li Fu nodded. "If it can succeed, it doesn't matter if I am a pawn." Li Fu didn't mind being used. Only when she was valuable could she be used. If she was useless, she would only be abandoned and forgotten. Zhang Juju said, "The eldest princess of Chang'an is a royal relative. Why is she willing to stand out?" Li Fu said, "When the princess was young, she was married to the He family, a big family in Beijing. The couple didn't get along. They had a dispute while on a boat, and fell off the boat. After being rescued, the husband got sick and died soon after. The He family had disliked her for many years. She is not the sister of His Majesty, nor the daughter of the Queen Mother. If this rule continues, the He family will settle accounts with her one day. The royal family is noble. But many big families in Beijing are not afraid of the court. Especially now that the emperor doesn't care about anything at all. And killing a princess is nothing." Zhang Juju nodded. "Does the Queen Mother also have a grudge against Prime Minister Fan?" "Prime Minister Fan killed a nephew of the Queen Mother's family," Li Fu explained. "Then Prime Minister Fan is still very courageous," Zhang Juju thought. "But he made the widow die, which is a problem. In this world, it is difficult for women to survive without support. It is really inhumane to prevent widows from remarrying." Li Fu, "His courage can't save the capital. There must be a turmoil in the capital. Just within this year. Zhang Juju, no matter what, we are the ones who suffer. I just hope that this disaster will pass quickly, and there will be a good emperor to make the world peaceful. She doesn't care who sits on the throne. She only cares about when taxes can be reduced. If there can be a peaceful and prosperous era, it will be even better." Li Fu nodded. "Yes. Prosperity and decline are the suffering of the people. Prosperity is better than decline." Zhang Juju said, We women suffer even more. Men can at least be complete people, but women can only be considered half a person. This world is simply a torture for women. Li Fu had to admit this fact. This is a world that he cannot change. Zhang Zhuju took a sip of tea. Okay. Let's not talk about this. If I talk about it, I will be unhappy again. Let's talk about something happy. Li Fu gently put the hand that was kissed on the back of Zhang Zhuju's hand. Anyway, this hand is no longer innocent. So just let it go. Zhang Zhuju glanced at him, did not move, and continued to read the letter. Sister Zhang Cheng soon learned the news. After knowing that the Yin family would not benefit from her death, Sister Zhang Cheng finally put her mind at ease and struggled to get up from the bed. Basking in the warm sun in the early winter in the yard, she finally survived. The next day, she took her 2 children to the Li family. Li Fu saved her, and she should have come to thank him early. But the fear of death kept haunting her, so she only asked her brother and sister-in-law to come. Now, she can come in person. Sister Zhang Cheng's second son and daughter are both in their teens. When they entered the door, they were pressed to the ground by Sister Zhang Cheng. Zhou Ri hurriedly helped them up, and Lin Weining also said, "Don't be so polite. Sit down and talk." Zhang Qingjie then stood up and said, "I know. It is thanks to the blessing of the Li family that I am alive today. If I die, the Yin family will not benefit, and I can still live." Lin Weining said, "That regulation is something that harms people." Lin Weining did not see the situation when Zhang Qingjie was arrested that day, but she could imagine how terrible it was. An innocent woman was forced to die by a dozen men and her own son. It was Zhang Qingjie that day, and in the future, it could be any woman. No matter what your background is, as long as you are a woman, you may be persecuted. Lin Weining also felt a chill. She asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Chapter 85 Zhangjiakan version of Office Romance. Sister Zhang Cheng had a smile on her thin face and a light in her eyes. She said, "I still have to go back to Yan's house. That's the home my husband left for me. I want to go back and guard it." She never thought of leaving that place. No one dared to murder her this time. Sister Zhang Cheng wanted to spend the rest of her life in her home. Lin Weining advised, "Then you have to be careful. Those people hate you and may want to murder you." Today was their first meeting. Lin Weining hoped that she would live well. Sister Zhang Cheng smiled. "My husband left me a family business, but they don't know about it. I plan to take my brother and sister-in-law there and ask some people to take care of them. None of them want to harm me. I want to send them off alive." She cherishes her life very much. Lin Weining was amused by her words. "Yes. That's it. Live well." Zhang Qingjie also laughed, and the two talked for a long time before she said goodbye with her child. Everyone soon knew that Uncle Ba's family was going to the next county, and their friends came to see them off. Wu Guinyang pushed Zhang Dachuan. "Let's go see them off too." Zhang Dachuan smiled and said, "Don't you want to see them?" Wu Guinyang snorted, "I don't. Qingjie is so nice. I went to visit her a long time ago, and brought eggs and food made by Sanner." As a middle-aged woman, Wu Guinyang was also happy to see Zhang Qingjie escape death. Why should women like them die? There is no such reason. The next day, everyone went to see them off, and Zhang Zhuju also went. Looking at the people who came to see them off, Zhang Qingjie couldn't help crying. If it weren't for the protection of the villagers that day, she would have died. The village chief's waist was finally healed, and the village chief's wife said to Zhang Qingjie, "If you don't live a stable life over there, you can go to Songyan County. We have a great justice in Songyan County, and no one dares to harm people." Zhang Qingjie responded one by one and thanked all the sisters-in-law. Wu Guinyang and Zhang Zhuju also stood in the crowd. Zhang Zhuju squeezed forward, took out a silk flower, and pinned it on Zhang Qingjie's temples. Sister Zhang Cheng didn't expect a little girl to give her a flower. Aunt 8 said, "This is the third daughter of your elder brother Chun's family." Zhang Zhuju said, "Well, my name is Zhuju. Aunt Cheng, you look beautiful with this flower, sitting with your sister, like two sisters." Sister Zhang Cheng's eyes were red. She knew how haggard and ugly she was now. She touched Zhang Zhuju's hair and smiled. "Zhuju is really sweet. Unlike your father, who couldn't speak when he was a child and always suffered losses." Zhang Zhuju said, "Yes, now I am the one who stands out in our family." Sister Zhang Cheng looked at Wu Guinyang and said, "I think she is like my sister-in-law." She is beautiful and can speak. You can tell at a glance that she is blessed. Wu Guinyang also came over at this time and said with a smile, Sister, you will also have good fortune in the future. Sister Zhang Chung said, We are all blessed. And we must live well. She lost her husband and was disheartened. This time she escaped death again. She will definitely live a better life in the future. She also hopes that the women in Zhongjia village can live safely and smoothly. When she returns home, she will go to the temple to burn incense and pray for everyone. The women talked together for a long time. And the uncle urged several times. And the farewell was over. Zhang Juju returned home in a good mood. And Zhang Yining got up and leaned on Zhang Juju's arms and yawned. The weather is getting colder and colder. And you can still get up to see people off. Zhang Juju hugged her. I thought that after sending her away today, I may never see her again in my life. Zhang Yining said, Fortunately, that broken thing is finally not counted. Otherwise I would not dare to get married. Zhang Juju smiled. Find you a healthy one. Zhang Yining thought for a while. Yes. He must be tall and strong. The two sisters talked in the room. And Zhang Yining imagined her future husband again. Outside, Wu Guinyang said to Zhang Dachuan, Your daughter is really sweet, and even gives people flowers. Zhang Dachuan listened to the whole story and smiled. The third child is good at talking. But she is soft-hearted. Wu Guinyang, am I praising her to you? Zhang Dachuan, aren't you praising her? Going to comfort people, and giving them flowers generously. This child is quite kind. Wu Guinyang said again. Chung Jier also said that you were the dumbest when you were young. You couldn't talk to people. And you always suffered losses. It seems that not only you remember her, but she also remembers you. Zhang Dachuan tasted something this time, and recalled the sweet words Zhang Luzhu used to coax people, and said, Yes, I am not smart, but thanks to marrying you, you don't despise me. Wu Guinyang was speechless immediately. She glanced at Zhang Dachuan, got up and left again. But this time she didn't knock on the door. Zhang Dachuan wondered if she was happy or unhappy. Alas, it wasn't like this before. Zhang Juzu didn't pay attention when cooking that day, and the hot oil splashed on her cheek, leaving a red mark, which was a bit painful. Li Fu naturally saw it. So that afternoon, the two of them talked about this matter. Zhang Zuju was not worried at all. This injury was really nothing. It would heal in a few days. Being young is an advantage. It recovers faster. But Li Fu couldn't bear to see her like this. In fact, Li Fu wanted to have a serious talk with Zhang Juju for a long time. He had been holding back for a long time. But he estimated that Zhang Juju would be unhappy if he said some things. But now they have held hands. And this relationship is different from the past. Li Fu decided to have a good talk with Zhang Juju today. Seeing him like this, Zhang Zuju knew that Li Fu had something to say. She picked up a pen and paper, wrote the date, and then said, I will record our meeting in the future. Meeting? Li Fu was puzzled. Zhang Juzu, it's business. I see you are so serious. I guess you have something to tell me. I will record the key points. And then we will discuss whether it is feasible. Li Fu's statement is good. And he agreed, okay. Zhang Juju moved to the opposite side of the table seriously. And the two sat apart. She said, Let's start. The memory of the dead office animal meeting began to attack Zhang Juju. But today she was facing her lover Li Fu. A man and a woman meeting in the office alone. Can't think about it. Can't think about it. Zhang Juju shook out the waste in her head. Li Fu saw that she was strange, but did not ask, and said, Today I want to talk about your injury. Zhang Juju, on the face? It's okay. Who doesn't get hurt when working? When it comes to making money, one has to suffer mentally or physically. Zhang Zuzu was paid to do the work, and she didn't care about getting hurt. Li Fu thought for a while and said, If you only cook at home, the possibility of getting hurt will be lower. Zhang Juju heard this. You want to fire me? Li Fu hurriedly tried to explain. But Zhang Juju shook her head. You don't have the power to do this. I was invited by my aunt, and my aunt paid me to do the work. You can't talk to me about this. Li Fu heard this and said tactfully, Don't you feel tired? Juzu? On the first day they met, Zhang Juju cried while working because she got up too early. It was quite miserable. They had no relationship before. But now it's different. Li Fu naturally felt sorry for her. Zhang Zuju said, It's hard. So Li Fu said, Then you can stop doing these jobs. Zhang Juzu, you want me to quit? Chapter 86, I belong only to myself. Anything related to the word work is hard work. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And pie in the sky will not fall. Anyway, work is hard. Zhang Zhuzhu certainly felt that it was very hard. She was exhausted every day at work in her previous life. Li Fu said, the word resignation is very interesting. This is still a new word. He found that after Zhang Zhuzhu learned to read and write, she always created some strange and reasonable words. Zhang Zhuzhu, this word is interesting. But if you ask me to resign, it will be meaningless. Li Fu was afraid that she would be angry. So he said, can you explain it to me? In fact, he wanted to say, don't work anymore. I have money. I'll give it all to you. Li Fu still had some private money, and he could afford to support Zhang Zhuzhu. But he couldn't talk to Zhang Zhuzhu like this, because there were many things that he thought were reasonable. But Zhang Zhuzhu would be unhappy. Zhang Zhuzhu was afraid of working hard, which showed that this was important to her. From this, he could not say that he would give her money, but not let her work. Zhang Zhuzhu was also very calm, of course. Li Fu took the pen and paper from her hand, motioning Zhang Zhuzhu to come and write it down. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I have to be paid for working at your house. You know that my expenses are a bit high, right? Because she often makes this and that food. It is inevitable that she will fail when she makes it, which results in consumption. Li Fu nodded, well, I know. The snacks you make are delicious. He also praised her casually, which is a good quality that Li Fu learned from Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu really laughed. Ah, thank you for the compliment. I think it's good too. Both of them laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly became serious again and said, this is to meet my material needs. Do you understand? Li Fu wrote the words material needs on the paper. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, on the other hand, it is to prove myself. Take you for example. Why do you study? You want to be an official in the future. And you want to make the world better. You want to be a wise and capable official who will be remembered in history. Then you will have proved your own value. Zhang Zhuzhu said that Li Fu was much simpler. Li Fu said that what she said was right. And she really wanted to do these things. Zhang Zhuzhu said, as a woman, I cannot be an official. My contribution is also more in my family. But my parents and everyone else do not recognize my value to the family. They think it is natural for me to work at home. No matter how much or how well I work. It is natural, regardless of the past and present. This principle is the same. Women seem to be born to live for the family and live quietly. Few people can see their hard work and dedication. Li Fu said, if you do well, people will see it naturally. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. They will only say that I am virtuous. I don't like this word. I don't need such a reputation. I hope that what I do will be exchanged for what I want. Li Fu looked at her. Besides money, what else do you want? Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Of course she wants freedom. But this is impossible. She has no freedom and almost no power to choose. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you can't give me what I want. So let's not talk about this sad thing. Li Fu refused and asked, do you want the moon in the sky? Whatever Zhang Zhuzhu wanted. Li Fu felt that even if he couldn't give it to her now, he would be able to give it to her in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. I will be unhappy if you tell me. Li Fu had no choice but to stop asking, then continue with the previous things. I work to make money. Just like you study to become an official. Zhang Zhuzhu said. I just said that you are not happy because you are an official. But because you can do more things after becoming an official, I work. In addition to making money, but also to prove that I don't need to rely on others to survive. I only belong to myself. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at his expression, and knew that he probably didn't understand her. This is not surprising. Because women must belong to a certain place. Either the family where she was born or the family where she married. Even nuns are under the control of gods and Buddhas. Women cannot exist independently. But Zhang Zhuzhu said that she belongs to herself. Which is simply heresy. It is normal for Li Fu not to understand. In his opinion, Zhang Zhuzhu seems to want to draw a clear line with everything around her, including Li Fu himself. So Li Fu always said that Zhang Zhuzhu is a kite. He always said that he wanted to catch her kite string. Now he found that although Zhang Zhuzhu is a kite, she has no string at all. Li Fu felt that he could never catch her. How could a person catch a kite with a broken string? This feeling is really disturbing. But Zhang Zhuzhu received such an education. She was born free. and work is a way for her to seek freedom and satisfy herself. As for value, she can't talk about it now. She can only satisfy herself now. Zhang Juju looked at Li Fu like this and smiled. What do you want me to do? You won't listen to me even if I tell you. Li Fu said. Zhang Wuzu, you say it. We are in a meeting. If you have any opinions, say it out and let me hear it. Although she may not refer to it. Li Fu said, it's nothing. I just want you to stop doing things in my house and only do your own family. If you are short of money, I have it here. Zhang Juzu was not surprised when he said that, because this kind of thinking is too common. Many men think this way. Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, San Lang, you are wrong. You are letting me get something for nothing. Li Fu, what's mine is yours. Zhang Juju shook her head. If you eat someone's food, you will be soft-hearted. If you take someone's food, you will be short-handed. If I take yours, I will be inferior to you in front of you. This is the truth. But Li Fu feels that he is not an outsider. No. It will be like this. I am like this. Zhang Juju said. I used to not speak loudly at home. But now I dare to quarrel with my father. If he scolds me, saying that I eat his food and drink his food, and tells me to get out, I will dare to carry my bag and take my money to live outside. Money and work are Zhang Juju's only confidence. Especially the money is earned by her labor. No one can take it away. Her happiness in the past few months also comes from this. Li Fu nodded. Okay. You win. Zhang Juju really convinced him again. Although he had a hunch. Zhang Zuzu said, it's not that I won. We are sitting here today not to quarrel, but to promote mutual understanding. Li Fu smiled and said, then how do you understand me? Zhang Juju looked at him. If you give me a gift, I will accept it. Li Fu thought to himself that she didn't even intend to accept the gift. So this is considered a concession. Li Fu was really shocked. Zhang Juju said, then let me ask you a question. Is your money really your money? Chapter 87, I really have nothing to give you. Li Fu didn't seem to understand Zhang Juju's question. Zhang Juju reminded, you can think about it. Is there anything in your family that truly belongs to you? Is Li Fu's money really his money? Li Fu, I would like to hear more about it. Zhang Juju said, your appearance is given by your parents. And your money also comes from the gifts of your elders. Your appearance cannot be returned. But money can be taken away. Do you understand what I mean? Li Fu is essentially just a young man who relies on his family to live. And he has not yet completed all his studies. Zhang Juju refused to accept his property for this reason. If you transfer those properties to me, I can certainly accept them. But I will have to consider more than just you. Why didn't brotherly and sister-in-law dare to say anything at home before? Didn't I tell them at that time? Zhang Zuzu leaned on the table, supporting her chin with one hand, looking at Li Fu innocently. Li Fu wanted to give her something, which was good. But Zhang Juju only wanted something that belonged to Li Fu completely. If Li Fu had it, Li Fu was completely stunned. Because what Zhang Luju said was really right. He couldn't help but defend himself. It was okay in the capital before. But here, I have done a lot for my family. Li Fu did all the heavy work at home. And this cannot be denied. Zhang Zuju smiled and said, don't I work at home? I start working as soon as I open my eyes every day. There is no pay for domestic labor, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. Li Fu is no exception. Zhang Luju talked about it, but he didn't quite understand it. But at this moment, when he was in the same situation as Zhang Luju, he understood everything. Zhang Zuju drank a sip of tea and laughed non-stop. Zhang Zuju said, did you notice that we are actually the same? I am better than you. Li Fu was really convinced this time. In addition to working at home, he spent the rest of his time reading. He even had less to do than Zhang Juju. He was completely out of confidence at this moment, and could no longer say the word give money. Zhang Juju looked at him seriously. If you really get everything that belongs to you with your own ability in the future, and you are willing to give it to me at that time, I will be even happier. Li Fu felt frustrated. Yes. Wait a moment. Li Fu said. Zhang Juju nodded and looked at the young man gently. Now I have also gained a lot from you. You don't have to rush. Zhang Juju said. What did you get? Li Fu thought about it. And he really couldn't think of it. It seemed that he took more advantage of Zhang Juju, eating and drinking from her. Zhang Juju said, you are willing to sit here and listen to me, not refute me, and even understand me. This is very rare for me. It is easy to get a lot of money, but it is hard to find a confidant. You are my confidant. What Li Fu provides to Zhang Zhuzhu is actually emotional value and spiritual satisfaction. Zhang Zhuzhu can confide in him without any defense. Zhang Zhuzhu can also appreciate his young and handsome appearance. Talk to him. Say some interesting things. And listen to him praise her. This is enough for Zhang Zhuzhu. She didn't want much. From the beginning, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't think about money. Maybe she will think about it in the future. But it's not the time yet. Now Zhang Zhuzhu is temporarily away from loneliness. She just wants to be happy. Li Fu also looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. And after a while he said, I really don't know what to say. I can give you too little now. Thinking about what he said before. He gave her money. Which was really shameful. Where did he have any money? It was all Li's. Not his. If he really gave it to Zhuzhu, it might bring her trouble. Zhang Zhuzhu regarded him as a confidant. And Li Fu felt very guilty for a while. He really shouldn't have been so shameless. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Resigning or something. Li Fu's idea was not acceptable. Even if it was Li Fu, he couldn't destroy her rice bowl. Li Fu sighed. I know I was wrong. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You are not wrong. You are a man. You can take some of your family's property. But you are right, that you should be grateful. Li Fu said. After he said that, Zhang Zhuzhu knew that the purpose of today's meeting had been achieved. We should cultivate ourselves, manage our families, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Now is the time for both of us to cultivate ourselves. And we don't want to think about anything else. Zhang Zhuzhu said. So the two of them ended the meeting peacefully and smoothly. Li Fu filled a whole paper with notes, and prepared to work hard. Zhang Zhuzhu was also in a good mood. The problem was solved without quarreling. And the communication between the two of them was also smooth. Which was good. Zhang Zhuzhu took his record and said after reading it, Good. Let's solve problems this way in the future. Let's not quarrel. Li Fu agreed. In a quarrel, one party wants to win over the other. But they are not the east wind and the west wind. They are close people. Quarrel will only hurt feelings. Zhang Zhuzhu said again, You are really good and willing to communicate with me. Some men are very stubborn and rigid. And they want to force women to obey. You are different from them. I like you very much. This is another compliment. She said this sincerely. Beautiful feelings are short-lived. She and Li Fu don't know if there will be a tomorrow. If Li Fu is stubborn, they will definitely quarrel endlessly. And Zhang Zhuzhu will definitely give up. Li Fu was very happy to receive the praise. And hurriedly said, You are also very good. Very smart. And you can point out things that I can't see through myself. Then both of us are very good. Zhang Zhuzhu concluded. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. They actually boasted about themselves here. If others heard it, they would probably laugh to death. After laughing, the two sat down to drink tea together. They talked for a long time and their mouths were dry. Li Fu drank a cup of tea and then said, I heard from the teacher that several ministers in the cabinet also sat together to discuss matters like this. Which is very similar to you and me. The two of them were also sitting in the study, discussing something seriously. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Then you can just practice it in advance. I hope you can get what you want before you are 40. By Zhuzhu's good words. Li Fu looked at her. What do you want to do then? Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't know. I haven't thought about things that far ahead. Li Fu took the opportunity to hint. You can think about it. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to think and didn't answer. Li Fu didn't ask further. He couldn't push people too hard. He still had to relax and tighten in moderation. Does your injury still hurt? Li Fu asked again. Zhang Zhuzhu frowned. It hurts a little. It will take a few days to heal. I will be careful next time. There was a red mark on her cheek. Like rouge. Li Fu knew that the wound would gradually turn brown. The skin would harden. And then fall off. And a new skin would grow. Li Fu had also experienced it. He hoped that his opportunity would come faster. He didn't want to make empty promises. In the evening, Zhou Ri was walking her child outside and saw Zhang Zhuzhu. She smiled and said, Third miss. Do you know what day the 10th day is? Zhang Zhuzhu. Then I'll ask my second sister-in-law for advice. Chapter 88 Red beans grow in the south. The two geese raised by Zhang Zhuzhu are growing fast. And she plans to name them. Li Fu wants to make some suggestions and practice in advance, so that she will have experience when naming her children in the future. Zhang Baobao feels that he has made great progress and has his own ideas. Zhang Yining said, people raise dogs and give them names. Why do you have to give names to geese? How can we eat during the Chinese New Year after giving them names? Zhang Zhuzhu politely rejected Li Fu and Zhang Baobao and said, they already have names. One is called parallel, and the other is called quantum. Li Fu felt that his naming skills were not high. But Zhang Zhuzhu's name was even more outrageous. Zhang Xiaobao also frowned. What do you mean? Third sister. I don't understand. Zhang Zhuzhu looked mysterious. She thought to herself, of course you don't understand. Parallel universe and quantum mechanics are the two words that hold the secret of why she came to this world. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up a stick and drew two parallel lines on the ground, explaining, look at these two lines. No matter which direction they extend from, they will not intersect. This is called parallel. As for the parallel universe, I won't explain it. Li Fu, then what about quantum? Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while. Suppose the stick in my hand can be divided into 100 pieces. These 100 pieces are the smallest and cannot be divided anymore. Each piece is called a quantum. This is a concept in physics. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't study this. She just followed the crowd and understood a little bit. Li Fu really didn't understand. And Zhang Baobao was even more confused. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything more about this, saying, okay. Anyway, you know my geese are called parallel and quantum. The two geese ran to Zhang Zhuzhu's legs and rubbed against her. Very happy. Zhang Yining thought. It seems that these two geese with names can't be eaten. Zhang Baobao was still squatting on the ground looking at the two parallel lines. And Zhang Zhuzhu drew two more lines on this piece of land. If the two lines are not parallel, they must intersect. Xiaobao frowned. No way. They can't be neither parallel nor intersecting. No, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Xiaobao picked up a stick and drew on the ground. The child spent the whole afternoon drawing and found that what Zhang Zhuzhu said was right. But he was not convinced. At dinner, he said, third sister, if I draw a line from Wangjia village and another line from Songnong County, will the two lines still be the same? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't expect him to be entangled in this, and said, yes, as long as they are on a plane. That is, on the ground. The two straight lines can only have two relationships. Why? Xiaobao leaned on her and sighed. Zhang Zhuzhu touched his head. There is no reason for this. This is a legal principle. It is correct. No need to prove it. Zhang Zhuzhu dipped her finger in water and drew a triangle on the table, saying, all triangles, their three angles put together, are equal. When Zhang Baobao heard this, he frowned again and ran to draw a triangle. The next day, Zhang Baobao slept so hard that he almost didn't get up. He dreamed of lines and triangles. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know this. She had other things to do. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Lin Weiying called Zhang Zhuzhu over and told her, tomorrow is Sanlang's birthday. Just like before. Make him eat what he likes. Before, someone in the Li family had a birthday, and Lin Weiying always told her the same thing. Zhang Zhuzhu said, okay. Don't worry, Aunt. Lin Weiying nodded. Thank you for your hard work. What month were you born? Zhang Zhuzhu said, I was born on the 2nd day of the first lunar month. Lin Weiying was surprised. Your month is common. Yuan Gur was also born in the first lunar month, on the 21st day of the first lunar month. You were born on the 2nd day of the first lunar month, which is not common. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, yes, my father said I can choose the time, and the family eats well during the new year. My mother gave birth to me at that time and raised me to be plump and white. Wu Guinyang and Zhang Dachuan talked about the childhood of several children in the family in Beijing. Zhang Zhuzhu was moved when she heard it, because the real Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know where her soul went when she was 6 years old. The two chatted for a while, ordered a few dishes, and Zhang Zhuzhu left. Lin Weiying thought, I forgot to ask when Zhang Zhuzhu was born. Li Fu saw her and asked, did my mother look for you? Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. She looked for me to talk about your birthday. Li Fu had wanted to talk about this matter for a long time, and said, then what do you think of my birthday? Zhang Zhuzhu said, yes. Auntie will give me extra money tomorrow. Li Fu immediately stopped thinking about all those messes and said, I will do it tomorrow. You just watch. Cooking a table of food is hard work. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, it's not right to let you, the birthday boy, do the work. Li Fu said, "You are so young. Just celebrating your birthday." "What birthday, boy?" Zhang Zuzhu smiled and left. At night, Li Fu was reading in the study, and a piece of paper fell out of the page, with "Tonight at midnight" written on it. You can tell who wrote it at a glance. Li Fu looked at the paper and immediately lost interest in reading. I don't know what Juju wants him to do. He looked at the back of his hand that was kissed, wondering if he would lose his innocence today. If that's the case, it's not bad. Li Fusheng waited until midnight and got up to find Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu was guarding the oven. There was something good baked inside, and her arm was almost broken from exhaustion. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, there will definitely be no next time. What's the point of celebrating a birthday? Just give him a bowl of cold water. She took the baked cake base out of the oven. It was not baked very well, only 4 or 5 inches in size, and there was no cream or fruit. Zhang Zhuzhu tidied up the edges and spread the red bean paste prepared in advance on the cake base. But it was not spread very neatly. Seeing that the time was almost right, Zhang Zhuzhu walked out with a red bean cake. Perhaps lovers really have telepathy. When Zhang Zhuzhu opened the door, she happened to see Li Fu. Li Fu held a lantern in her hand and said with a smile, "Zhuzhu." Zhang Zhuzhu handed him the cake and said, "Happy birthday, Sam Lang. I guarantee that you are the first person in the world to eat this snack." Li Fu said, "It is really my honor." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Okay. Go back quickly. It's so cold." Li Fu, "You won't eat with me?" Li Fu looked very expectant. Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's a bit cold." She thought about it and didn't refuse. The two of them shared a small cake in the early winter night. To be honest, it was a bit silly. Li Fu was extremely happy in his heart. The sweetness of the red bean cake was about to wrap him up. He said, "My Juju is really clever and ingenious. Unparalleled in the world." Zhang Juju was a little better when she saw him happy. She stayed up late at night and baked a cake for Li Fu because she was in love. If she dared to say no, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, Li Fu was sensible and said, "I am really happy today. Thank you, Juju. I accept your thanks." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Go back." Li Fu stood at the door and took out a piece of jade. The quality was very good. He said, "When I was 12 years old, I won this prize at a poetry contest in Prince Gong's mansion. I have kept it and wanted to divide it into 2 pieces. After thinking carefully, I decided to entrust it to you." Li Fu had wanted to give Zhang Zhuzhu some things for a long time, but he was always cautious. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to be exposed, and he didn't want to arouse suspicion. This piece of jade was obtained by his own ability. Zhang Zhuzhu took it and he said, "Find someone to split this jade into 2 pieces. Then I will understand what you mean." Zhang Zhuzhu took it from him and said, "If," she wanted to say, "What if there is no such day?" "It will happen. Don't tell me." Li Fu interrupted her anxiously. "Anyway, it's given to you." Without waiting for Zhang Zhuzhu to say anything else, Li Fu hurried away with the lantern. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that this piece of jade was hot, but she still accepted it. Who doesn't expect a better result? Chapter 89 Pride. Li Fu really kept his promise and prepared a lunch for himself. Zhang Zhuzhu was also there, and really let Li Fu do it all. So the whole family had to go hungry until the evening. Li Fu said, "Too much. I'm afraid we can't finish it." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It was my eldest brother who went shopping today. He always does this. Not to mention today is your birthday. You are the youngest son of the Li family. The apple of my eye." Li Fu got goosebumps after hearing this. What apple of my eye? How old am I? Now it's you honor. Jiao and Tao. And the baby in my eldest sister-in-law's belly? They are more important. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "They are important. Sanlang is also important." Li Fu heard her words and laughed. "It's good that you think I'm important." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Of course. I don't think you're important." "Who would think you're important?" The two of them were talking back and forth. And if others heard them, they would probably shout that it was boring. But it was interesting to the two of them. Li Yuan ran to the kitchen with one sister in each hand. The 3 children knew that today was Li Fu's birthday and were ready to have a good meal. Zhang Zhuzhu saw them rushing to the kitchen and hurriedly stopped them and said, "My dears, have you forgotten what your aunt said last time?" Li Yuan hurriedly stopped and grabbed the 2 sisters in time, saying, "I remember that children are not allowed to enter the kitchen." Jiao and Tao said in unison, "Danger." Zhang Zhuzhu then asked, where is it dangerous? Hot water, fire, and oil. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, yes. Is there anything else? And a knife. Cut your hand. Zhang Zhuzhu walked out, touched everyone's head, took the cooked food she bought, fed them some, and then sent the children away. Li Fu saw that she was very good at coaxing the children, and said, you call them babies. Zhang Zhuzhu looked back at Li Fu. Is Sanlang India's? Li Fu hurriedly said no. This was too greasy. He couldn't bear it. At noon, the meal was ready, and Li Fu was so tired that he leaned against the pillar and didn't want to move. He sighed, what birthday? Just eat a bowl of noodles. He is a man, but he feels tired. It shows how hard Zhang Zhuzhu works. Zhang Zhuzhu is better than him. She feels different when she gets paid for work. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, our Sanlang has worked hard. Let's go eat. Li Fu looked at her. It's a pity that you can't come with me. What are you going to do to split the jade in two? Zhang Zhuzhu said, you just gave it to me last night. I haven't even warmed it up yet. Good guy. She is really worried. Li Fu sighed. Everyone else in my family is in pairs, but I am 1 year older. I feel so anxious. How can I not be anxious? Zhang Zhuzhu was about to go out with 2 food boxes in her hands. Tell me when you're ready. Today, they cooked a lot, and the 2 families often shared what they had. So the Zhang family also had a share of lunch. Li Fu thought of the soft and hot red bean cake last night, and her eyes fell on Zhang Zhuzhu's lips again. Wait. Li Fu called her. Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and said, what's wrong? Is there anything else? A good boy is also nagging. Li Fu felt embarrassed, but he was only concerned with eating last night and forgot the important things. He hesitated for a while and raised his innocent hand, expecting and shy, like a young girl who was embarrassed to get on the sedan chair. He just raised his hand and said nothing. At this moment, Zhang Zhuzhu really thought he was very interesting and a little arrogant. Zhang Zhuzhu was very generous. She motioned Li Fu to get closer, then lowered her head and kissed the back of his hand. She smiled at Li Fu and said, okay, let's go eat. Li Fu didn't say anything this time. After Zhang Zhuzhu left the door, he lowered his head and quickly kissed the back of his hand that had just been kissed. Then he leaned against the pillar, blushed for a long time, and then called his family to serve the dishes. The weather was getting colder day by day, and every household bought charcoal and stockpiled firewood. The Zhang family was no exception. Zhang Dachuan was counting the accounts and said, alas, I heard that in some places in the south, the 4 seasons are like spring, and there is no need to burn charcoal all year round. And it is not cold. The grain there can be harvested twice a year, and the people there must be full and have money in their pockets. Wu Guinyang said, let's not talk about this. You should settle the bill first. You have to deliver the charcoal to your parents. I think you should call your eldest son-in-law this year and let him go with you to deliver it, so as to avoid the same thing as last year. Last year, when Zhang Dachuan went to deliver charcoal, the old lady held Zhang Dachuan and cried for a while. Zhang Dachuan was not prepared and was pushed by her. He fell to the ground and twisted his foot. It took half a month to recover. Zhang Dachuan was also worried about this. He slapped the table and said, this is good. I will ask someone to tell them that Jean Jean has not been back for a while. Aren't sons-in-law used at this time? The next day, Lu Bin and Zhang Jean Jean came back. When Wu Guinyang saw Zhang Jean Jean, she said, what did you eat? Your face is round. Zhang Jean Jean said, I didn't eat much. It's cold, so I should put on some weight. Daoang, my face is rounder? Lu Bin glanced at his wife and laughed. It's okay. My wife is always pretty. Wu Guinyang almost rolled her eyes in front of her son-in-law. She said, you are together all day, so you can't tell. Daoang, you should protect your father-in-law. Don't come in. Just stay outside and deliver the charcoal. Wu Guinyang sent Zhang Dachuan and Lu Bin away, and called Zhang Zhuzhu over, saying, pick up some eggs and go invite your 4th master over. Zhang Zhuzhu, Mom, are you feeling uncomfortable? Wu Guinyang said, go ahead. Zhang Zhuzhu saw her carefully helping Zhang Jinjin sit down. Zhang Jinjin's face became rounder, and she had a plan in her mind. Her elder sister is probably pregnant, but Wu Guinyang didn't know for sure, so she still had to ask the 4th master to come. After a while, The fourth master came, and Wu Guiyang smiled and said, "Please take a look at Jean Jean. I don't trust others." The fourth master always loved the younger generation. And he smiled and took Zhang Jinjin's pulse. Zhang Jinjin still looked silly. She hadn't gotten pregnant for several months. And she had been anxious before. Fortunately, Lu Bin loved her and didn't want her to take those medicines. The Zhang family also protected her. So she had confidence and gradually stopped worrying. She could get along well with her sister-in-law. And her mood naturally improved. She had a good appetite recently. And often got up to eat at night when she was hungry. The couple had no experience and didn't think about it. Zhang Jinjin's heart pounded. And she held Wu Guiyang's hand tightly with her other hand. With tears in her eyes. The fourth master took back his hand. "Girl, you will have a little tiger next year." Zhang Jinjin heard this, and threw herself into Wu Guiyang's arms. The mother and daughter hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Zhang Zhuzhu heard it, and was also very happy for Zhang Jinjin. She said, "Fourth master, please have a cup of hot tea." "Thank you very much." The fourth master held a teacup and said, "Why are you polite? Your mother suffered a lot when she raised your eldest sister. Fortunately, your father is blessed. So you can have you guys." Wu Guiyang wiped her tears. "I had no money at that time. And you boiled medicine for me, and sent it to me. You are a great benefactor of our family." The fourth master said, "Don't mention Jean Jean. Even Dachuan grew up under my care. So it's too formal to say that." As they were talking in the room, Lu Bin and Zhang Dachuan returned safely. When Lu Bin came in, he saw his wife and mother-in-law crying. And the fourth master was still there. He was so scared that his face turned pale. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Who's sick?" He was scared. Jean Jean had indeed gained weight recently. But Lu Bin didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that there was something wrong? I should have taken her to see a doctor earlier. Chapter 90 Persuade to Quit. Zhang Dachuan let out a sigh of relief. "Isn't this a good thing? Why are you two crying?" "I was scared." After Zhang Dachuan finished speaking, he smiled with wrinkles on his face. "Grandchildren, granddaughters, whether they are boys or girls, are good. He is jealous of other people's children." Lu Bin wiped the cold sweat from his head and walked to Zhang Jinjin excitedly with his hands and feet. His eyes were red again. He was about to say something. But suddenly he gasped, "Ouch!" Everyone turned around to look at him. And Zhang Jinjin said, "I am afraid I am dreaming." So she pinched Lu Bin. And it hurt. So it can be seen that this is not a dream. This is real. Lu Bin originally had tears in his eyes. And when he was pinched hard, tears flowed out. He endured the pain and said, "I am so happy. I am crying with joy. I am crying with joy." Wu Guiyang looked at Zhang Jinjin helplessly. After sending the fourth master away, Wu Guiyang said to Zhang Jinjin, "Why are you becoming more and more arrogant?" Zhang Jinjin raised her neck and said, "I'm pregnant." She was carrying the first grandchild of the Lu family in her belly. No matter whether it was a boy or a girl, she would have a firm foothold from now on. Zhang Jinjin was so happy. Wu Guiyang touched her belly. "Yes. As a woman, we can only be proud of this time. After giving birth to a child, you will be old and ugly, and men will no longer have you in their eyes. Children are still the most reliable." Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't say that in her heart. As a woman, you still have to find a way to be proud for a lifetime. What about the next few decades? How long will it take to be pregnant? But it was useless for her to say it. Wu Guiyang frowned again. "You have no experience. And your mother-in-law. How could she not see that you were pregnant?" "Zhang Jinjin, don't mention it. My brother-in-law. He was beaten last time and still didn't stop. And he was secretly dating the cousin from my aunt's family. Making a mess. My mother-in-law is all about my brother-in-law. How can she take care of me? It's true that every family has its own problems. Zhang Jinjin is also worried. If she becomes a sister-in-law with that cousin, will the Lu family still have peace?" Wu Guiyang frowned. "I can't just ignore you. Look at how big you are. If she looks at you a few more times, she should know that you are pregnant." Wu Guiyang was really angry. Her daughter was pregnant with Lu's child. But her mother-in-law didn't notice it. It was a waste that she was pregnant with 3 children. When you are pregnant, you need to rest well. Fortunately, her daughter and the child are fine. Otherwise Wu Guiyang will definitely go to Lu's house to settle accounts with the unreliable in-laws. Zhang Jinjin didn't want her to be angry. So she said, "It's okay. I'm fine. Don't worry. I didn't even notice that you were pregnant. I don't know how I wronged you. Zhang Jingjin wanted to say something. But when she heard this, her eyes were red. Wu Guiyang hugged her into her arms again, feeling distressed. This was her first child. So how could Wu Guiyang not feel distressed? Wu Guiyang patted her back and said gently, "Then you stay at home for a few more days. The weather is cold, and you can't go on the road twice a day. Ask your son-in-law to go back first, and pick you up in a few days. Ask your sister to make you some delicious food. You can rest at home, and don't have to do anything." Zhang Jingjin cried and nodded. Lu Bin naturally agreed. So Zhang Jingjin stayed again. Zhang Yining went to visit relatives. When she came back and knew that Zhang Jingjin was pregnant, she was so happy that she wanted to jump up and said, "That's great. I will be the second aunt in the future. Big sister, wait for me. I just went to learn how to make clothes from Luya. I will make 2 pieces first, and make a few pieces for my nephew and niece." Wu Guiyang wanted to say something, but Zhang Jingjin hurriedly said, "Okay, make it nicer, and I'll put it on the child when the time comes, so I don't have to do needlework myself." Wu Guiyang wanted to say that Zhang Yinyan's craftsmanship was not good, but then she came to her senses and thought that it was a good thing for the sisters to be harmonious. So she said, "Do you know how big it should be? I'll draw a size for you." Zhang Yin nodded, and she couldn't wait to finish the needlework. Wu Guiyang looked at Zhang Zhuzhu again. "Sen." Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly said, "I don't know how to do it. I can't do it." Wu Guiyang, you should learn needlework too. Ask your sister-in-law from the Li family to teach you more. It's the 15th day of the new year, and you're not a child anymore. Zhang Zhuzhu heard this, and quickly found an excuse to run away. When the weather got cold, there was less to do. Zhang Jingjin stayed at her parents' home. In the morning, she went to talk to Zhao Ping, and Zhang Zhuzhu was ordered to take care of her. Zhao Ping's belly was already very big, and Zhang Zhuzhu was shocked every time she saw it. Zhao Ping was talking about the hardships of her pregnancy, and asked the new pregnant woman Zhang Jingjin to be prepared, because her ordeal had just begun. Zhang Zhuzhu almost never cared about this aspect. She only knew that giving birth was very painful. Very painful. And there was also the possibility of dystocia, postpartum depression, and stretch marks, which were all superficial things. At that time, the maternal mortality rate was considered low, and cesarean section was still possible. People were more concerned about whether the newborn was healthy. As for the parturient, which woman didn't come at that time, getting an epidural injection might be considered hypocritical. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to them talking while searching for things about pregnancy and childbirth in her memory. Zhao Ping said, "The third girl is very good at cooking. I haven't gained much weight these days. You should also control your diet and don't eat too much. Otherwise the baby will be difficult to give birth, and you will definitely suffer." She looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and leaned close to Zhang Jingjin's ear. She didn't know what she said, and Zhang Jingjin's face changed color. "It will tear apart," Zhang Jingjin said in horror. Zhao Ping nodded. "Well, there are some other things." Zhang Zhuzhu's face turned green when she heard it. Zhao Ping continued to talk. Zhang Jingjin was not much better. She touched her belly worriedly. Zhao Ping said, "These things can be avoided if you are more careful. When the child is born, when you hold him in your arms, when he can speak and call you mother, all your hard work will be worth it." Zhang Jingjin thought of that scene and laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu ran outside. Li Fu knew she was coming and waited in the yard outside. Seeing her face, Li Fu said, "Are you not feeling well? You were fine yesterday, but you are sick today?" Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. "I was scared." "Scared?" Li Fu smiled. "What scared you?" Zhang Zhuzhu was so brave that she dared to ask for the name of a ghost. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "My elder sister is pregnant." "Yes, I heard about it. It's really a happy event," Li Fu said. "When a woman gives birth to a child in her husband's family, her life will be much better than before." This is what Li Fu heard from his mother. He also thought about sending something to the newborn. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. "I was just scared by this matter. I just heard my elder sister-in-law talk about giving birth. This is really a dangerous thing, with a life-threatening situation. As a man, Li Fu knew nothing about this. I heard from my mother that she has written a letter to the capital, and will ask them to send an experienced woman over when the time comes," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Li Fu, said nothing, and left directly. Although it was fun to be in love, having a child was very discouraging. She wanted to go back and relax. And Li Fu's handsome face could not comfort her. Li Fu knew that she was not happy, so he didn't want to chase her directly. Who knew that Zhang Juju avoided him for 2 consecutive days? How could Li Fu tolerate this? Chapter 91. What kind of carpe diem is this? Li Fu bolted the study door and looked at Zhang Juju, who was still trying to escape. Seeing that she couldn't leave, Zhang Juju simply pulled a chair and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea. Li Fu said, "We just agreed last time that we wouldn't quarrel. Why are you ignoring me again?" Zhang Juju said, "You know, I was scared when they talked about having children." Li Fu knew this. Of course. And he said, "You won't be scared if you don't see me." Zhang Juju shook her head. "I can't think of these things for the time being if I don't see you." Li Fu didn't know whether he should be happy or not. At least Zhang Juju could still think of their child when she saw him. Some problems cannot be solved. Zhang Juju knew this long ago. She said, "I am better now. I won't hide from you anymore. Don't be unhappy." Li Fu looked at her. Zhang Juju was probably not better. She just temporarily pushed the problem away. Li Fu knew her. But Li Fu didn't have any good solution. Li Fu could do everything he could to comfort Zhang Juju's fear of marriage. But he couldn't comfort her about pregnancy and childbirth. He was a man. No matter what, he couldn't replace the hardship that Zhang Juju had to endure. Li Fu shook his head. "I'm not unhappy. But I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days, and I don't know how to comfort you." He said that all women in the world are like this. His mother, Zhang Juju's mother, they all gave birth to several children and are still alive and well. Then it would be too cruel. He cannot so easily erase the suffering of mothers in giving birth to children. People have always believed that it is natural for women to suffer in childbirth. But Zhang Juju said, "It has always been like this." Is it right? Li Fu has no power, let alone say such things, because this suffering will never fall on him. Zhang Juju said, "This is not a problem that you and I can solve. This is a problem of science and technology." Zhang Juju drank a sip of tea. "It is said that you have medicine in Beijing that prevents women from getting pregnant. Isn't that what's written in novels? Take a dose of medicine, and you'll be cured once and for all. And you'll never get pregnant again. And you'll be healthy." Li Fu didn't know where she heard that from, and said, "Those are all poisons, and they'll kill you if you take them. So don't let your imagination run wild." Zhang Juju sighed with regret. It seems all fake. The two looked at each other. This problem is really unsolvable. To say that they don't want to have children is too unrealistic. If they form a family, they must be looking forward to having a child. Fear is fear. Who doesn't want a harmonious and happy family? Zhang Juju found it funny to see that Li Fu was more worried than herself. In fact, whether they can succeed is another matter. It is too early to worry about this matter now. However, Zhang Juju was quite satisfied with Li Fu's attitude. At least, he did not say some self-righteous words to advise her. He was able to do this, which was already a pass in Zhang Juju's eyes. Okay, let's not talk about these annoying things. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can, Zhang Juju said. There are always things in life that are difficult or even impossible to solve. If you are worried when you encounter them, you will not be able to live like this. Li Fu had no choice but to do this and said, "Take paper and pen. Let me see how your handwriting is. This is another 2 days of waste. If you fish for 3 days, and dry the net for 2 days like you, when will you be able to write well?" Zhang Juju took the paper and pen and said in silence, "I'm talking about enjoying life while we can. How can writing count as happiness? Who can be happy with this?" Li Fu disagreed with this. How can writing not count? If you write well, you will naturally feel good. Zhang Juju thought that the top students certainly can't understand the pain of the poor students. If the top students are happy, they can do 2 more papers. Li Fu, what did you say? Zhang Juju, I said you are great. Can I write? Li Fu used to persuade her, saying what are the benefits of writing. But now he won't say that. He just looks at Zhang Juju and asks her to finish writing. And then, he will be thankful. This is probably the same feeling as modern parents helping their children with homework. The distance between him and Zhang Juju was invisibly shortened. In the afternoon, Zhang Jingjin woke up from a nap and pulled Zhang Juju to ask, "Have you reconciled with Sanlang next door?" Zhang Juju, what reconciliation? We didn't quarrel. They would have a meeting to discuss things. Zhang Jingjin said, "You have been avoiding him these 2 days. He looked at you eagerly, and I saw it all." Zhang Juju said, "I encountered a problem that cannot be solved." She didn't want to tell Zhang Jingjin that she was scared when she heard them talking about having children. Because Zhang Juju would not get comfort from her sisters. They would say that this was a natural thing, and women were destined to suffer from having children. Zhang Zuzu didn't like such words. Zhang Jingjin touched her sister's hair and said, "I see you two are very close. But he is from the capital after all. And he might leave one day. Juzu, I know you have your own ideas. So you should be more alert." Zhang Zuzu nodded. "Well, I will be careful. When have you ever seen me suffer a loss?" Zhang Jingjin thought about it and agreed. But the affairs between men and women are different after all. In this kind of thing, men will never suffer a loss. But if you can marry him, it will be really different in the future. Zhang Jingjin said again. Li Fushan looks like that. And he has a good family background. Who wouldn't want such a man? Zhang Zuzu smiled helplessly and said, "Sister, you are talking too far ahead. How old am I? You are not young anymore." Zhang Jingjin said, "Girls from other families should get married at 14 or 15. But in our family, we can stay longer. Look around the village. Are there any girls of your age who are not engaged?" "That's true. Zhang Juju has no friends of the same age in the village." At this moment, Zhang Juju felt that the time-traveling god still loved her. At least, he didn't let her get married at 14. 18 is really good. Now that I am pregnant, it's your second sister's turn. You have to find a good one for her. Zhang Jingjin touched her belly and couldn't help but act like an elder sister, caring about her brothers and sisters at home. Zhang Zuzu persuaded her, "Sister, you came back to your parents' home to take care of your baby, not to worry about these things." Zhang Jingjin smiled very gently. "Alas, I can't help it." Zhang Jingjin was really not used to being idle every day. Zhang Zuzu took her hand. "Sister, you are pregnant. This child will be my nephew in the future. I don't call you aunt for nothing. I should take care of you." Zhang Juju realized that she might be a little anxious. Most women nowadays work hard. And Zhang Jingjin is even more so. She is still a married woman. Now she stays in her parents' home, doing nothing, and eating and drinking well. I am afraid that she will be uneasy. So she will worry about so many things. Zhang Jingjin didn't say anything. Zhang Juju hugged her and patted her back. "You should take a rest, elder sister." Zhang Jingjin's heart softened. Zhang Juju was always so good at comforting people. She didn't know what to say. When the little nephew is born, I, as his aunt, will prepare a generous gift for him, Zhang Zuzu said. Zhang Jingjin leaned on her sister's arms, feeling more at ease than ever before. Although her husband is good, her sisters and relatives are equally important. 2 days later, her elder brother-in-law came to pick her up. But he looked unhappy. "I'm afraid something happened to the Lu family again." Chapter 92. Being a sister is not bad. Something is indeed going on in the Lu family. Lu He and his cousin are pregnant. Lu Bin only told Zhang Jingjin, who was shocked. "It took me more than half a year to get pregnant. Is that cousin the biological daughter of the Bodhisattva of childbirth? She is pregnant now? Is there any justice in this world?" Zhang Jingjin was so angry that she didn't know what to say. "Lu Bin, my wife. These two must get married after such a mess. You have such a sister-in-law. And I have such a sister-in-law. Our family can't get away from these relatives. I don't know how much trouble we will have in the future." The couple looked at each other and sighed. The two of them were honest people who just wanted to live a peaceful life and give birth to the child. But why couldn't they have peace? Lu Bin was worried and had a headache. Zhang Jingjin slapped the table. "Look at you. You are so useless. Others are not afraid of being embarrassed. So what are you afraid of?" Lu Bin hurriedly pulled her hand, fearing that she would hurt it. "Just slap me." "Why are you slapping the table?" Lu Bin held her hand in his own. The two of them were talking loudly in the room. And Wu Guinyang knocked on the door outside. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't quarrel." The young couple. Why can't they talk about anything in a quiet way? Why are they quarreling? Jingjin is still pregnant. Lu Bin hurriedly said, "No. We didn't quarrel." Zhang Jingjin drank a sip of water. "Mom, I'm fine." Wu Guinyang was relieved and said to Zhang Jingjin, "You are pregnant. You should be calm." Zhang Jingjin smiled helplessly. "I'm not made of paper. How can I be so scary? After lunch, the couple was going back. Zhang Juju knew about Luha and the cousin and was shocked. I remember the girl was less than 15 years old. Zhang Jinjin, not yet. A little younger than you. Look at her. Getting pregnant is like playing. Zhang Juju said, they will definitely get married. You won't suffer when the time comes. Zhang Jinjin, I'm not afraid. I was brought into the house by 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. And I also brought a dowry with me. What am I afraid of? Zhang Juju felt relieved when she heard her confident words. She patted her arm and said, that's it. Don't let anyone bully you. No. Zhang Jinjin touched her belly and said, I'm going to be a mother. No one can bully me. She is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by others. Juju is powerful. And she is also a good sister. If I don't have an idea, you can think of a way for me. Zhang Jinjin said. Zhang Juju nodded. Sometimes people have to be tough. Otherwise they will not live happily. 2 days after Zhang Jinjin went back, Luha married the cousin named Chen. There was no wedding banquet. He just made an excuse that Chen's mother was sick. The 2 families were relatives, so they married to bring good luck. However, neighbors know what is going on, but they just don't say it out loud. Zhang Jinjin has a sister-in-law, so the Zhang family is naturally worried. So after discussion, they decided to send Zhang Juju to investigate the situation. Finally, why is it Zhang Juju? Because this family together is not her opponent. Wu Guiyang ordered, we raised your sister so big and gave her to those dowries, not to let her suffer grievances. If your sister is not good at standing up, you stand up. Zhang Juju agreed, thinking, good guy. Am I going to participate in the house fight? So I have to show my skills. Wu Guiyang gave instructions for a long time. And Zhang Yinyin also wanted to go. Wu Guiyang said, Sanar has a county official's sister as a friend, so he is not afraid of being at a disadvantage if he goes. Besides, if you all go, it will be too big a scene. Zhang Yinyin had to give up with regret. Zhang Juju had just entered the city gate when someone was waiting for her. This person was naturally Li Fu. Yesterday Li Fu knew that Zhang Juju was going out today, so he said that he had something to do with County Magistrate Yao at night. Stayed in the county government office for 1 night, and worked for County Magistrate Yao for free all night. It was worth it to be able to travel around Songyang County with 2 people. I have to go to my sister first. Why don't you wait in the county government office? Zhang Juju said with a smile. Li Fu replied, I can't wait. He still wanted to go out with Zhang Juju, but it was a pity that it was not in the right place. Zhang Juju laughed, and Li Fu said, I have to go and pray to the Buddha later. Zhang Juju, what do you want? Li Fu, please ask the Bodhisattva to grant me a good will, so that I can have a legitimate identity as soon as possible and show myself in front of people. Zhang Juju rolled her eyes at him. What's the point of asking the Bodhisattva? She kept saying this every other day, making Zhang Juju feel like an irresponsible scumbag. Li Fu reached out and held Zhang Juju's cold hand. I want to ask the female Bodhisattva in front of me. Zhang Juju also held Li Fu's hand tightly. I'm not a Bodhisattva. I'm a female demon who eats people. Li Fu was amused by her words and recalled the first time they met. I know that I have delicate skin and tender flesh, but I don't know if I can fit the taste of the demon queen. Zhang Juju couldn't stop laughing when she heard this. Li Fu held her hand and walked forward. They separated only when they reached the alley of Lu's house. Li Fu was a little worried. Be careful. It's not easy for him to go to Lu's house, so Zhang Juju can only go alone. It's okay, Zhang Juju said. My elder sister is not a person who will suffer losses. Zhang Jinjin was walking in the yard, waiting for Zhang Juju to come over. Her family was so worried about her. Zhang Jinjin was really touched, and didn't want to disappoint her family. Zhang Juju brought a lot of things over, and Zhang Jinjin wanted to take them. But Lu Doubted took them first and said, Don't take them, sister-in-law. I'll take them. Zhang Jinjin took her to meet the elders and said, There's no need to worry so much. I'm fine. Zhang Juju said, Mother had a dream and couldn't sleep well at night, so she asked me to come and see you so that you could feel relieved. Zhang Jinjin's eyes were red when she heard this. It also proved that the saying is that parents in the world are pitiful. When Lu's mother saw Zhang Juju, she also smiled and said, Good child. You have worked hard. Zhang Juju said, It's okay. and has to take care of my eldest sister. So it's hard. While they were talking, Lui's wife, Chun, also came over. Zhang Jingjin has lost some weight these days, but Chen has become plump. After Lu Dao to put the things in, he came in and snorted when he saw Chen, and ran to sit next to Zhang Jingjin. Lu's mother pointed at Chen and said, "This is my other daughter-in-law." Zhang Juju called her sister-in-law politely. Chen deliberately stood beside Lu's mother with her belly sticking out. Sister-in-law is so lucky. People from her parents' home come every now and then, as if they are worried that you, mother-in-law, can't take good care of her. Lu's mother was embarrassed and turned back to glare at Chen. This opening was to sow discord, and she did it in front of others, which shows that she is usually restless. Zhang Jingjin laughed. "What are you talking about? Sister-in-law? The daughter of a decent family like us is always worried about by her parents. Last time, my mother-in-law sprained her ankle, and my aunt took her home to take care of her for 7 or 8 days without saying a word. What's more, I am pregnant now." The words at the end don't matter. The words "a decent family" at the beginning made Chen blush. Everyone present knew how she got in. Zhang Jingjin didn't want to talk about it, but Chen dared to act like a demon in front of her sister. So don't blame her for being rude. Zhang Zuzu said. Second sister-in-law just got in, so I think there are some things she doesn't understand. When she gets pregnant, her family will definitely treat her with care. Zhang Jingjin almost laughed out loud. Lu's mother looked at Zhang Juju's sincere face, and thought that Zhang Jingjin was really honest, and didn't even tell her sister. Chen glared at Zhang Zuzu fiercely, and turned away. Zhang Zuzu covered her chest, and was about to cry. "Aunt, did I say something wrong?" Chapter 93, I think. After returning to her room, Zhang Jingjin took her sister's hand, and said with a smile, "Fortunately, your reputation has not spread outside. Otherwise no one would believe that you would be scared and cry." Zhang Juju said, "What reputation do I have?" "I have a good reputation." Just now, when Zhang Juju was in that state, Lu's mother coaxed her a few words in a gentle voice, saying that Chen was ignorant and so on. And Zhang Zuzu wiped her tears to show her understanding. "Okay, you also saw it." At most she said a few sour words. "She can't do anything to me," Zhang Jingjin said. "Zhang Zuzu, you are pregnant. You have to keep a good mood. I think your mother-in-law is soft-hearted. Staying together all day. If she is provoked, will you be in a good mood? Flies buzzing around people would make people feel annoyed, let alone a living person who can make trouble." Zhang Jingjin, you are right. But it is impossible to drive people out of the house. Zhang Juju said, "After I leave, you go and apologize to your mother-in-law, saying that I said that because I didn't know the inside story. Then you go on to say that you are worried that she is too busy to take care of 2 pregnant women, and you want me to take care of you." Zhang Jingjin, you come to take care of me? How can an unmarried sister take care of a pregnant sister? It would be ridiculous if it gets out. Zhang Juju said, "I haven't finished talking yet. Your parents-in-law will definitely not agree. Find a time to ask your brother-in-law to tell your father-in-law that Lu He and his wife are staying here, and the rumors are affecting the family business. Send them back to their hometown. When the child is older, come back and keep the child's birth a secret. It's all for the good of the Lu family and the child." Zhang Zuzu knew that Lu's father was a decisive person, and Lu Bin's words would work. Zhang Jingjin thought for a while and said, "You are right. If Chen's child was born before me, I would not be able to bear it. It would be fine if she gave birth to a daughter. But if it was a son, it would definitely be the eldest grandson of the Lu family." The 2 sisters talked for a while, and Zhang Juju did not stay for long and left. Lu's mother said to Zhang Jingjin, "She also said that she would keep your sister for dinner." Zhang Jingjin said, "She came today just to visit me, and she had to go to the county government to play with her sister." Lu's mother said no more after hearing this. Zhang Jingjin told her mother-in-law what the 2 had discussed. Lu's mother did not agree with it. "I am not old. How can I ask your family to take care of you?" Zhang Jingjin supported her. "I'm afraid you've worked too hard. You haven't looked good these days. Let's stew the chicken and give you a boost." When Lu's mother heard this, she was very happy. "Why should I give you a boost? You're pregnant, so you should take a boost." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking in harmony. After listening to Zhang Jingjin's suggestion, Lu Bin hesitated a little. It didn't seem right to send his younger brothers and sisters back to their hometown. Zhang Jingjin said, when Chen's child is born before me. If it's a boy, he will be the eldest grandson in the family. What will happen to our 2 children? When Lu Bin thought about his own children, he didn't hesitate. As parents, we always think about our children. Lu's father had been displeased with his youngest son recently, and Chen's mother had been trying to get her son into Lu's shop to work, and had come to make trouble twice. Lu's father was so angry, and with the matter of Lu Daodu, he was in a very bad mood. Lu Bin took this opportunity to tell his father. The next day, Lu's father asked the second son and his wife to pack up their things and hire someone to go back to their hometown. Lu didn't even have a chance to speak. Lu's mother wanted to stop them, but Lu's father asked her to go with Lu He and his wife. Lu's father valued the family business so much that no one could disturb him from doing business. Not even his own son. As for Chen's unborn child, he still valued Zhang Jingjin's more. If it weren't for his stupid son's insistence on marrying Chen, Lu's father would have let Chen give birth to a child outside, and then bring her back home, saying that Zhang Jingjin gave birth to twins, and that he didn't want that daughter-in-law. Zhang Jingjin sent away the trouble, and felt refreshed and relaxed. People you don't like should be sent away as far as possible. It's really unpleasant to see them under your nose all day long. This is the Lu family's business. Zhang Juju left the Lu family's door at this moment, and quickly found Li Fu. Li Fu never felt that waiting was such a long thing. But when he saw Zhang Juju at this moment, he felt that his wait was worth it. Zhang Juju said, "I've been waiting for a long time." Li Fu smiled. Soon. Soon. It's time for lunch. Zhang Juju, are you going to the county government office? She also wanted to talk to Yao Yusen. Li Fu took her hand and said, "Why go to the county government office? Let's go eat. It's just the 2 of them. They can do whatever they want without being seen or gossiped." Li Fu didn't want outsiders to disturb them. Zhang Juju thought, this should be their first date. How can you fall in love without dating? So the 2 of them went to the restaurant and prepared to have lunch first. Li Fu said, "This restaurant is said to be the best in Songyang County, but I don't know if it's true or not." Zhang Juju was only concerned with listening to the storyteller downstairs, and casually said, "It's okay as long as I'm full. I'm not picky about food. Whether it tastes good or not is another matter. But it's really lively." Seeing that she was happy, Li Fu stopped disturbing her, and just held her hand. Unfortunately, the storyteller's story was really boring. Zhang Juju listened for a while, and then looked out the window. People were coming and going outside, and Zhang Juju looked at it, with a rare peace in her heart. Li Fu suddenly said, "What are you looking at?" Zhang Juju, "I'm looking at that snack shop." Li Fu looked outside, stood up, and touched her hair. "Wait for me here." Zhang Juju smiled at him, and then Li Fu went out. Zhang Juju watched Li Fu leave, watched him buy some snacks, and hurried back. In this short distance, he attracted a lot of people's attention. There was no way. It was not his fault that he was good-looking. Li Fu put the snacks in front of Zhang Juju. "Try it. I picked the ones that are not too sweet." Zhang Juju often makes sweet snacks, but she doesn't like to eat too sweet. She picked a piece from it, broke it open, and ate it slowly. Li Fu sat down next to her. "How is it?" Zhang Juju heard him talking, and stuffed the remaining half into Li Fu's mouth. Li Fu ate this half of the snack, then drank a sip of tea, and said seriously, "It's not as delicious as Juju's." Zhang Juju laughed and said, "The shop has been open for a few years. How can it not be delicious?" Li Fu, "I think so." Zhang Juju was amused by his 3 words, thinking that this is the beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Li Fu probably thinks that everything about her is good and everything is right. In fact, she thinks the same about Li Fu. She is happy when she sees him, and can't help laughing, even if she does nothing. This mood is really subtle and interesting. I don't know how long this non-objective mood can last. Zhang Juju said. Then what do you think is wrong with me? Chapter 94 Daily Dating of Lovers. Hearing her question, Li Fu began to think. As Zhang Juju said, their attitude towards each other is very subjective and not worth referring to. Li Fu said, smart and cute. There is nothing wrong with it. Zhang Juju was about to laugh, but Li Fu suddenly said, you still need to be more diligent in calligraphy. Zhang Juju rolled her eyes at him. So there was no need to say this. Li Fu sighed. He also wanted to praise Juju, but he really couldn't praise her for her calligraphy. If he really praised her, he would be sorry for his teachers, Li Fu said. But compared with the past, you have made some progress. After all, you are a beginner. It is still feasible to praise from a different angle. Zhang Zuzu said, Okay. Okay. We finally went out secretly? Let's not talk about these things. Why did you go out secretly? Didn't we go out openly? Li Fu disagreed with the word secretly. Zhang Zuzu, okay. Okay. We went out openly. Li Fu thought to himself that he now understood why some people like to pray to gods and Buddhas. Because some things are beyond human power. We can only ask gods and Buddhas for mercy. The road to persuading Zhang Zuzu is really a long way to go. As the two talked, the dishes had been served one after another, and it lived up to its reputation outside. And the two of them ate happily. Li Fu always picked food for Zhang Zuzu, wanting to take care of her. So Zhang Zuzu accepted his care without hesitation. After dinner, Zhang Zuzu asked, What are we going to do later? To the temple. Li Fu said, There is a 100-year-old tree in the temple. Let's go and tie a red rope. Li Fu had already inquired about it. And the tree was also called the Linli tree. Li Fu was looking forward to getting married with Zhang Zuzu as soon as possible. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, How come you believe this? Li Fu, I'd rather believe it. Zhang Zuzu nodded when she heard it. She thought to herself that Li Fu didn't seem to feel safe at all with her, and even believed in such supernatural things. It was her fault. The two went to the temple. Zhang Zuzu held his hand and said, I should be the one who is anxious. With your background and bright future, I should be the one who finds a way to catch you. Li Fu heard this and said, Don't mention your background. It's something I was born with, not something I earned by my own ability. You and I are the same. As for my future, although I am full of confidence, I can't say for sure where it will be. Maybe I won't have a future until I'm 50 or 60. Li Fu still couldn't see his future clearly, and he was not sure how far he could go. Zhang Zuzu, being able to reincarnate is also a skill. You will definitely have a future. Don't underestimate yourself. Li Fu turned around and looked at Zhang Zuzu seriously. Then how do you plan to catch me? Zhang Zuzu shook her head. I don't know. This is not a lie. Zhang Zuzu can coax people and say nice things. But it is useless to really catch someone. And I think that those who want to leave will always leave. Those who want to stay don't need me to try every means to catch them. They will come back to me one day, Zhang Zuzu said. When Li Fu heard this, he thought that he really didn't need Zhang Zuzu to catch him. He is here. I know you are uneasy. Zhang Zuzu simply got straight to the point. Actually, I am the same. Apart from all external factors, people's hearts are fickle. One day, love may turn into disgust. Li Fu felt that Zhang Zuzu was like a kite without a string. Zhang Zuzu also felt that Li Fu would not belong to her. It's just that she would not think carefully about the things that made her feel uneasy. Now that they are together, she just wants to try her best to keep more beautiful and sincere feelings. In this way, there will be no regrets when she looks back in the future. Li Fu was quite surprised to hear Zhang Zuzu say this, and said, I always feel that I am controlled by you. So Zuzu would also feel uneasy. Li Fu really rarely feels the word uneasy from Zhang Zuzu. She is always confident. Zhang Zuzu, of course. You are so good. Good things fall into anyone's hands, and they will be afraid of losing them. Li Fu pondered for a moment and said, Then this is my fault. I'm not saying this to blame you, said Zhang Zuzu. I just want to say that we are the same, and we have to face these things together. You can't chase what happened yesterday, and you can't predict what will happen tomorrow. You have to focus on today. Li Fu is always uneasy, which is not a good thing for their relationship. It is an unnecessary consumption. Happiness should be simpler. Juju is right. I'm too cautious, said Li Fu. If we do well today, we can have tomorrow. Right? Zhang Zuzu nodded, yes. If they have the opportunity to face the future together, they will not miss it. The two stood under this lily tree and tied the red rope carefully. Li Fu's heart settled down. What made him calm was not the bodhisattva in the temple, but the one next to him. Li Fu held Zhang Zuzu's hand, and the two left the temple together again. Zhang Zuzu wanted to go to Shuyu Temple, but was rejected by Li Fu. Li Fu said, I remember when we came to visit the temple fair. You left the temple alone and came to Shuyu Temple here. Do you remember? This happened a few months ago. And Zhang Zuzu recalled it. Fortunately, they saved Yao Yusen that day, and Zhang Juju's memory was still deep, so she remembered it. Li Fu said, "You probably went to ask people how to become a nun that day, right?" Zhang Juju was vague about the incident at the time, but Li Fu had a very good memory, and thought it through later. Zhang Juju, hey, it was so long ago. You remember it clearly. Li Fu, of course I remember it. He then wondered why a young girl like Zhang Juju would be interested in a nunnery, now that they knew each other well. Li Fu knew what Zhang Juju was afraid of, and understood why she asked. If she became a nun, the fear of marriage would no longer exist. This was a very good choice for Zhang Juju. So, it's better to stay away from Shuyu Temple, just in case Zhang Juju's idea revives. So at Li Fu's strong request, Zhang Juju did not go to Shuyu Temple today. In the winter, there was no fun place in Songyang County, so the two held hands and strolled along the way. Occasionally, if there was a shop they wanted to go into on the road, they would go in and take a look. It was really boring to say, but when lovers were together, these things were secondary. The important thing was that they had a mutual understanding. The sun was setting, and Li Fu felt reluctant to leave. Zhang Juju smiled and said, "There is a long way to go." The two held hands, walked through the streets and alleys, and went to the county government. Chapter 95, Who is the most beautiful? Yao Yusen's face was full of resentment. She stood there and glanced back at Zhang Juju. "Oh, some people. It's hard for them to still think of me as their sister. It's not easy. It's really not easy." Zhang Juju came over with a smile and put her arm around her shoulders. "Please forgive me, sister. There is a clinging person around me who can't leave for a moment. I can't get away. Alas, there is nothing I can do." Yao Yusen turned her head and leaned in her arms, saying softly, "It's also my fault. I don't have the ability to keep you. I am still close to you. As long as you think of me twice occasionally, I will be content." Zhang Juju took her hand and put it on her chest. "Sister, what you said is true. I can forget anyone, but I can't forget you. Listen to my heart. How fast it beats." The two of them exchanged a few words, then looked at each other and laughed. Li Fu stood in the corridor, and the expression on her face was really hard to describe. Two girls. Two serious girls. Why can't they talk properly? It's really outrageous to have to act like this. County Magistrate Yao laughed and said to Li Fu, "My dear brother, you are blessed. This third girl is an excellent cook and interesting talker. It must be a lot of laughter to be with her." Li Fu thought that this blessing is for you. Forget it. I'd better keep this blessing for myself. Juzu. In public. Talk to Miss Yao properly, Li Fu reminded, before Zhang Juju said anything. Yao Yusen took her hand and looked back at Li Fu. "Don't interfere in our girls' affairs." After that, she took Zhang Juju and ran away. Zhang Juju turned around and waved at Li Fu, and then ran after Yao Yusen. When they got to the house, Yao Yusen asked, "Tell me, what did you two do?" Zhang Juju said honestly, "I went to eat, and then tied red strings in the temple. I didn't do anything else. I just wandered around." Yao Yusen didn't believe it. "You only did two things in such a long time. Why didn't you come to play with me earlier? What's the point of you two getting together and doing nothing?" Although she had a childhood sweetheart who didn't work out, Yao Yusen had never been alone with him like this before. She didn't understand what the point was for two grown people to look at each other and not do anything serious. Zhang Luzu took a sip of water. "I can't say what the point is, but I'm very happy anyway." Yao Yusen thought, "What's so good about this? This is stupid enough." But she didn't want to discourage her sister so much. So she said, "Then you stay for another day. Anyway, there's nothing to do in winter. I'll send someone to tell your family." Zhang Zuzu didn't refuse, and the two sisters talked for a long time in the room. When they came out to the outer courtyard, Li Fu couldn't help asking, "What do you want to say? Why are you talking for so long?" Zhang Juju said, "Sister Yao also asked me, saying that she didn't understand what the point of us getting together for an afternoon and wandering around was. Li Fu, tell her to find a husband as soon as possible, and she will know. Finding a husband will keep Yao Yusen busy, and she won't always stare at Juju. And the two of them will say those weird sour words." Zhang Juju pushed him with her arm. "Is it so easy to find a husband? Who is as lucky as me? I met a good husband like you in the village." When Li Fu heard this, he immediately calmed down. "Sweet words," he said. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Is there anything I said that is false? Aren't you a good husband?" Li Fu didn't mean that. He was saying that Zhang Zhuzhu was good at making people laugh. He said helplessly, "Okay. Okay. You are right." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed again. "Praise yourself." Li Fu also felt that this was like boasting that he was a good husband. But he didn't mean that. Seeing him like this, Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Okay. You are good. We are so good. So you are not allowed to brag. You should brag as much as you can." Li Fu couldn't help laughing this time, and pinched Zhang Zhuzhu's face. Yao Yusen saw it from a distance and said to her brother, "Look, aren't there two fools over there?" County Magistrate Yao, "What are you talking about? They are lovers who finally get married. Unlike us too. One is studying hard. The other is betraying others. How miserable it is." In the evening, Zhang Zhuzhu cooked. Li Fu helped. And they had a lively meal. The next morning, Li Fu was dragged to help County Magistrate Yao again. Yao Yusen welcomed several girls of the same age, all of whom were girls from local wealthy families. The couple of the Yao family were both people who abided by their duties. They were afraid of causing trouble for their son, so they rarely dealt with those families. So Yao Yusen, the younger sister, took on the responsibility of socializing and often played with these girls. But she liked Zhang Zhuzhu, who was sweet and cute. More. Yao Yusen said, "There are some of them who want to marry my brother." Zhang Zhuzhu, "What do you think?" "Sister?" Yao Yusen shook her head. "My brother likes well-educated and well-mannered girls, who can recite poems and compose essays with him." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "That's not easy. It's good enough for a girl to learn to read, and it's even harder to recite poems and compose essays." Yao Yusen, "Otherwise, I say he can dream of finding one. Even the girls I know who are pampered by the rich families have not read many books, and are not as good as me." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, "Isn't that what it should be like? When a girl reads books and understands the truth, she will be too smart, and men can't control her." Several girls saw that there was another person next to Yao Yusen, and they looked at each other, and finally determined that no one knew this girl. There were two girls who wanted to marry County Magistrate Yao, and they immediately became alert, thinking they had met a rival. Yao Yusen took Zhang Zhuzhu's hand and said to them with a smile, "This is my sister, surnamed Zhang, and her name is Zhuzhu." Zhang Zhuzhu greeted them and saw what the two girls meant, saying, "Ladies, I have never been to school, so please don't blame me if I say anything wrong." Hearing this, the two girls immediately laughed. They naturally knew that County Magistrate Yao liked girls who could read and write. And Zhang Zhuzhu's words showed that she was just a sister. "I think Zhuzhu is younger than us, so she should call us sister." Yao Yusen is also a person with a good temper. People who can associate with her have good character and temperament. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled when she heard it, and gently called her sister, praising her beauty, the color matching of her clothes, and the rouge she applied to make her look good. In short, after a few words, several girls held her hands and liked her very much. There was only one girl named Xue Chui, who was a little cold and seemed not used to such a scene. She just listened and didn't say anything. But she was the most beautiful among these girls. So Zhang Zhuzhu always went to see her, and she had to smile at Zhang Zhuzhu. Near noon, everyone dispersed, and the two saw them off and talked at the door. Yao Yusen said, "Sister, you are worthy of it. Today's scene couldn't be more harmonious. Not even a quarrel." Zhang Zhuzhu was proud. "It's just a little skill that's not worth mentioning." Yao Yusen pinched her face again. "Why do you always look at Xue Chui? Do you think she is more beautiful?" Zhang Zhuzhu raised her neck. "Sister, what you said? Of course, I think Sanlang is the best looking. Coincidentally, Sanlang who passed by. Today is also a good day." Chapter 96: The Annoying Festival. The Zhang family was very happy because Zhang Jingjin's problem was solved smoothly. Wu Guiyang praised Zhuzhu. "You are still the smartest in our family." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded proudly, thinking that, after all, it was her elder sister and brother-in-law who had the idea. It was their own business. They were not stupid and naturally knew what was best. The leisurely days passed quickly, and it was the end of the year in a blink of an eye. And it was time to get busy again. The children were very happy about the new year. They had new clothes and delicious food. If the adults were happy, they could give them a few copper coins. But Zhang Zhuzhu was not happy. Food and drink did not fall from the sky, and clothes would not become clean by themselves. Those were all jobs that needed women to do. Zhang Dachuan sat in the yard and said, "Alas, this year has passed again. This year is very different. He married his eldest daughter, and she is pregnant. He also made a new friend. It's all good. There is a big pot on the stove. Wu Guiyang is frying food. Zhang Zhuzhu is working beside her." She said, "What's so good about this year? This is clearly used to torture women." Zhang Zhuzhu was so tired that tears fell. Wu Guiyang said, "What nonsense. You will be 15 after the new year. And you are old enough to get married. What's the big deal about this job? When you were young, didn't I do all this work alone? You are not a child anymore. You complain when you do a little more work. Why is the new year a torture? You have food and drink. And you have new clothes to wear. Before I married your father, I didn't even buy a piece of cloth." Wu Guiyang really felt that her daughters didn't know what was good for them. Life is good enough now. But they still dare to complain. They are not allowed to eat coarse food. But they dare to be picky. Zhang Zhuzhu almost couldn't help but quarrel with her on the spot when she heard her say that. She took a few deep breaths and told herself not to quarrel with her mother during the new year. There would be no good results if she quarreled. Zhang Zhuzhu covered her chest, calmed down for a while, and poked her head out of the kitchen. Dad, go kill 2 chickens. Wu Guiyang said, "You can go by yourself. Why do you assign your father to do it? It's not appropriate to ask a man to do such a job." Zhang Zhuzhu ignored her mother and looked at Zhang Dachuan pitifully. "Dad, I'm so tired. Please go and kill the chickens. Please." Zhang Dachuan stood up and said, "You only say this when you assign me to work." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled at him. "Thank you, Dad. You've worked hard." Zhang Dachuan had to go. And Wu Guiyang sighed. Zhang Zhuzhu said again, Xiaobao, are you up? Go feed the chickens." Xiaobao was more obedient and said, "Do you want to feed the pigs?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "No. Xiao Zhang the butcher will kill the pigs soon. I haven't fed the pigs since yesterday." Wu Guiyang looked at Zhang Zhuzhu with dissatisfaction. "You are assigning your brother again." Zhang Zhuzhu ignored her. Her mother always loved her husband and son. Seeing Zhang Zhuzhu assigning them to work so casually, it would be strange if she was happy. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered to Zhang Yin next to her, "If you love men, you will be unlucky for 3 lifetimes." Zhang Yin agreed very much. "That's right. They should also work. My waist is almost broken these 2 days. I'll massage you in the evening," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhang Yin leaned her head on her shoulder. The 2 sisters were indeed tired. It was all because of this new year. Wu Guiyang, what nonsense are you whispering about? The 2 sisters stood up and continued to work without saying anything. Because it was the end of the year. There were more people slaughtering pigs. When the butcher Xiao Zhang came, it was almost noon. Zhang Dachuan called the neighbors to help. When everyone saw the 2 pigs of the Zhang family, they all praised them. "Your pigs are well raised and strong. And they are clean and have no smell at all." Zhang Zhuzhu thought, how could they not be strong and clean? In order to raise pigs and eat better meat during the new year. She had seen the sunrise of Zongjia village many times. The pigs she was responsible for raising were definitely the best in the whole Zongjia village. If she said she was second, no one would dare to claim first. The brothers of the Li family also came. They had never seen such a scene before. So they came to join in the fun. Li Fu stood behind Zhang Zhuzhu with his hands behind his back, sighing, "There are so many people coming and going in my family. And my hands are almost broken from writing couplets." Not only Li Fu had to write, but even the eldest brother of the Li family was forced to pick up the pen again to write couplets and the word Fu. Because the 4 of them wrote well. Even people from several surrounding villages, even those from Sanan County, came to them to write. Li Fu wanted to talk to Zhang Zhuzhu, but didn't have the chance. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "So, what's the point of celebrating the new year? I hate celebrating the new year the most." Li Fu agreed. In addition to writing couplets, he also cooked for his family because Zhang Zhuzhu was too busy these days and had no time to go to the Li family to cook. If he hadn't come to Zongjia village, he wouldn't have known that celebrating the new year was such a hard thing. In the past, he only needed to go to the banquet. Even if there was something he didn't like at the banquet, he just had to endure it for a while. Unlike now, he falls asleep every night. The pig was tied up, and the knife of the butcher Xiao Zhang was shining. "Zhang Zhuzhu, you go hide. Li Fu, you get out of the way." The 2 said the same thing at the same time. and then looked at each other and laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu was of course not afraid of this. She raised pigs just to eat meat, without any other feelings. Li Fu also felt that he was not afraid. Zhang Zhuzhu reminded, "It will be bloody in a while. You should hide." Li Fu stood straight. "It's just killing a pig." "I'm not afraid." Zhang Zhuzhu gently reminded, "It's okay to be afraid. It's human nature to be afraid." His two brothers watched for a while, and now they all hid in the kitchen. Li Fu answered firmly, "I'm not afraid. He is a man. How can he show his timid side in front of the girl he likes? Li Fu will never do that." Zhang Zhuzhu saw that he insisted so she didn't say anything more. She understood that young people are all thin-skinned, especially Li Fu. Zhang Zhuzhu knew that he cared a lot about his often non-existent dignity, and if it really didn't work, she would let him hide behind her for a while. The scene of slaughtering the New Year pig is naturally a white knife in and a red knife out. Zhang Zhuzhu was also afraid a few years ago, but now she is used to it. When the red knife came out, Zhang Zhuzhu was called to carry hot water. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Li Fu, and this man's face had indeed begun to turn pale. He didn't know it yet, and said calmly, "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to ask Li Fu to look in the mirror. Nothing. She left now, just in time to save Li Fu's face. Zhang Zhuzhu walked a distance and suddenly heard something wrong, and turned her head to see. She saw that the rope that had been tied to the pig had broken somehow, and the pig, which had not yet died, ran around the yard like crazy. Zhang Zhuzhu was shocked. "Get out of the way." Chapter 97. Life is short. Li Fu was surrounded by several men and carried back to the Li family. Li Fu closed his eyes, and despair once again in his heart. He did not faint, but he wished he had fainted. Why? Why couldn't he pick up his dignity in front of Zhuzhu for once? Why? Li Fu felt extremely painful in his heart. He really didn't understand. Zhang Dachuan stomped his feet with guilt and said, "Alas! It's all my fault. I wanted to show you the excitement. This. What kind of thing is this?" He hurt the child. Alas! Zhang Dachuan really regretted it. Xiao Zhang the butcher also felt sorry for his ancestors' craftsmanship and said, "It's my fault. It's my fault. I took a nap and didn't expect the knife to slip out of my hand and cut the rope." He got up too early today and was really tired. The pig was cut and the rope was broken, so it went crazy. Li Fu was also unlucky. The pig rushed straight towards him. His legs were weak and he didn't react, so he was knocked down by the injured pig. "Poor thing," said an aunt. "A white and tender child. You see, he is bleeding. That's not his blood." The child fainted from fear. "He's not hurt. That's good. After all, he is a scholar, weak and frail." Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Li Fu felt more and more painful. In the afternoon, Li Fu was still leaning on the bed. He didn't hurt any bones, but he did bump and bruise, which saved him from the hard work of writing couplets. Zhang Zhuzhu slipped into the house carrying the stewed meat and whispered, "How is it? Does it still hurt?" Li Fu felt bitter. "Nothing. Just lie down for 2 days, and it will be fine." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Come and taste the bones and meat of your enemy." Li Fu felt ashamed to face Zhang Zhuzhu, but he still had to eat the meat. He took a bone to chew, and Zhang Zhuzhu sat beside him, looking at him with gentle and smiling eyes. Li Fu simply gave up. "Laugh if you want to. Did you think he couldn't see it?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed out loud. "Sorry. San Lang, ha ha ha." It wasn't that Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to mock Li Fu. It was just that the scene in the morning was too funny, and it had spread all over Zhangjia village. When people mention Li Fu today, they will say, "Is it the little scholar who was knocked over by the pig?" If nothing unexpected happens, this incident will become a topic of conversation after dinner. Li Fu really regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He could have just gone to the kitchen and looked from a distance. Why did he have to get in front and show his so-called bravery? This matter was completely unnecessary and caused such tragic consequences. It was simply a case of losing the rice while stealing the chicken, losing the wife and the army. This year, don't put any blessing characters or window decorations on his door. Just write the word miserable. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and wiped her tears. After a while, she recovered and said, "It's okay. It's not a big deal. After the new year, everyone has their own things to do, and soon no one will remember it." Li Fu finished gnawing on a piece of bone and then went to get another one, saying, "Oh, it's better this way." How could such a shameful thing happen to him? Zhang Juju continued to comfort him, saying, "Life is short, and it will pass quickly." Li Fu thought to himself, "Is there anyone who can comfort others like you?" "Just kidding. Just kidding," Zhang Juju said. "The heart, liver, spleen and lungs of the pig are still in the pot. Eat 2 more bowls in the evening, just as revenge." Li Fu sighed. "I didn't expect that my first revenge in this life would be like this." "Zhang Juju, this is your unique experience. When you are successful and famous, 100 years later, this story will definitely be written by the historian and passed down through the ages." Li Fu glared at Zhang Juju. "What do you call this? Can this be called immortal? This is simply a joke to death." A famous official of a generation, wandering in the countryside when he was young, was knocked over by a domestic pig. Is this reasonable? If this is recorded, he will be able to crawl out of the coffin after his death. Seeing that he was really anxious, Zhang Zuju stopped teasing him, took his hand, and coaxed him in a gentle voice. Li Fu was indeed comforted a little. After a while, Li Fu said, "You have been laughing at me all day long. I am afraid that when you think of our youth in the future, it will all be a joke." He wanted to show his bravery, but unfortunately it always backfired. "Zhang Juju, there's nothing wrong with this. I'll be happy when I think of you." Li Fu thought that in the past, it was King Yu of Zhou who set fire to the beacon towers to amuse the princes to make Bao Si laugh. Today, it was Li Sanlang who was pushed over by a pig to make Zhang Luju laugh. Forget it. Forget it. It's worth it. Zhang Juju said, "You should take good care of your injuries and eat more at night." Li Fu thought that he should not be able to turn over, and he would never force himself in front of Zhang Juju again. After 2 more busy days, on the morning of New Year's Eve, heavy snow fell from the sky. Zhang Juju finally got some free time today, standing in the yard, watching the heavy snow falling all over the sky, and the ground was covered with white. Zhang Zuzu opened the door and walked out. 2 geese chased her, leaving 3 sets of footprints on the ground. It was foggy and unclear in the distance, and Zhang Juju's mood became hazy. Homesickness is always particularly strong during festivals. She walked in the village for a while, and a carriage passed through the hazy snow and drove on the road in the village. "Girl, is this Zhangjiao village?" The young man driving the carriage saw Zhang Ouzhu and asked her. Zhang Zuzu didn't know this person, so she didn't answer. "Is there a family with the surname Li who came here this year?" the young man asked again. Seeing that Zhang Ouzhu didn't speak, the young man was a little anxious. The curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted, and an old man said, "Don't misunderstand. Little girl, my surname is Song, and I am a relative of the Li family." Zhang Juju was very surprised. "Are you Li Sanlang's teacher?" Mr. Song nodded. "Yes. It's me." Zhang Juju bowed to him and said, "My family and the Li family are neighbors. I will lead the way for you too." Zhang Juju led 2 geese and led the way beside. The young man driving the cart said, "How do you know that my grandfather is Li Sanlang's teacher?" Zhang Juju, "I heard him say so." "Why did he tell you these things?" Song Lingyan was very puzzled. Li Fu was not a person who liked to tell others about his affairs. How did this little girl know about him? Zhang Zuju said, "You can ask him." Mr. Song knew it well. His student was young after all. He sent him letters in recent months, and his words revealed some meaning. "Drive the car. Don't talk," Mr. Song said to his grandson. Song Lingyan had to retract his curious gaze. After sending the grandparents to the door of the Li family, Li Fu had already gotten up. He was shocked to see his teacher and friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The Li family didn't expect to welcome Mr. Song before New Year's Eve. To what extent was the political situation turbulent that such a great scholar left the capital? Li Fu also had many doubts in his heart. Mr. Song saw his student whom he hadn't seen for several months and patted him on the shoulder. "Sanlang, you should go." Chapter 98. A teacher is lazy if he does not teach strictly. Because a distinguished guest was coming, Zhang Juju cooked at Li's house in the afternoon. The men of the Li family talked with Mr. Song and his grandson in the study until the afternoon. Zhang Zuzu worked for a while, and Li Fu came over. Zhang Juju looked back at him and found that he looked serious, different from the past. Zhang Juju's heart sank, but she did not show it on her face, and smiled at him. "Are you going to cook a meal for your teacher yourself?" Li Fu saw her smile. But he could not be as happy as before and have fun with her. Li Fu said, I am leaving here. Zhang Zhuzhu paused when she heard this. And she should have guessed it. After a while, she asked, Where are you going? Li Fu walked over, stirred the soup in the pot, and said, Something has happened in the capital. The teacher brought the emperor's secret edict. I'm going to take the edict to the Gongwang mansion in the northwest. Zhang Zhuzhu heard Li Fu talk about Gongwang. He is the younger brother of the current emperor. This prince has led troops for many years, and only came back once on the emperor's 50th birthday. The jade stone that Li Fu gave to Zhang Zhuzhu was one from the banquet at Gongwang mansion that time. Zhang Zhuzhu actually didn't understand. Didn't the emperor have his own son? He issued an edict asking people to find Gongwang. Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Can Gongwang be a saint? Li Fu saw her expression and knew her doubts. She said, The concubine that your majesty loves the most was pregnant before. But she gave birth to a dead baby before the full term. She suspected that someone in the palace was plotting against her and her offspring. So she poisoned 2 concubines and the adult princes they gave birth to. The prince was frightened and refused to come out of the East Palace, claiming to be sick. As for the other 3 princes who could accomplish something, 2 were in their fiefdoms, and 1 asked to become a monk. Zhang Zhuzhu's expression was hard to describe. Li Fu continued, When the teacher left Beijing, His Majesty was seriously ill, and it was the imperial concubine who was in control of the government. Zhang Zhuzhu was shocked. What about the court officials? The imperial concubine won over the eunuchs and confronted the court officials. Li Fu replied, The nobles also had different choices. The position of prime minister was not established in this dynasty in order to avoid the concentration of power in a certain court official. In order to further decentralize power, the eunuchs got some power. When the emperor was strong, he could control them. Now, it is obvious that the court has lost control. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I understand that this disaster is not impossible to quell. But someone wants to fish in troubled waters. Li Fu nodded. That was right. The imperial concubine was just one person. How could one person have the ability to cause chaos in the capital? In the final analysis, many people just watched this chaos happen so that they could get the benefits they wanted from it. In the future, they can still blame the imperial concubine, a woman, and they will still be innocent. How many people will really take the lives of the people of the world seriously? At present, it seems that they have not appeared yet. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. Don't let the world be in chaos. These days are hard enough. Li Fu said, I just hope someone can turn the tide. Zhang Zhuzhu also hoped so. She asked, What does the edict say? Li Fu shook his head. I don't know. The teacher only told me to send it to Prince Gong's mansion. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu. Sanling. Life is important. We should pretend not to know what we shouldn't know. What exactly is written in this edict? Only those who see it can tell at that time. Li Fu said seriously, I know. How can I joke with my own life? This edict is simply a hot potato. But for Li Fu, it is also a rare opportunity. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. Li Fu is so smart. There are some things that she doesn't need to remind. The meal is ready. Zhang Zhuzhu is ready to go back. Li Fu held her hand. Zhuzhu, help me serve the dishes. Zhang Zhuzhu did not refuse. And the 2 went to the study together. Mr. Song and his grandson were here. Li Fu put the food on the table and said, Sir, Song Qi, it's time to eat. Mr. Song looked at Zhang Zhuzhu, and Zhang Zhuzhu bowed to him. Then Zhang Zhuzhu saw Mr. Song pick up a stack of paper from the table and said, Samling, this is words? He probably thought. This is something that crawled out of chicken feet. Zhang Zhuzhu, I wrote it. The handwriting was bad. But Zhang Zhuzhu never thought it was a big deal. Sometimes she was quite happy when Li Fu was angry. But at this moment, Zhang Zhuzhu sincerely regretted it. She looked at Li Fu. Why don't you put it away? Why put it on the table and let the old man see it? Isn't she afraid of being embarrassed? Li Fu felt a subtle satisfaction in her heart and said, If you look at it often, you won't be angry to death when you write next time. Zhang Zhuzhu resisted and didn't roll her eyes on the spot. Please forgive me. I just learned to read this year. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Mr. Song. It's a pity that there is no good teacher to teach you. And it pollutes your eyes. She couldn't bear this grievance alone. Absolutely not. The old man looked at Li Fu. If the teaching is not strict, the teacher is lazy. You are right. Li Fu's satisfaction was not enough. and it disappeared immediately. Li Fu thought, don't I want to be strict? She would be unhappy if he spoke to her a little louder. And she would lose her temper at him, and act like a spoiled child. What can Li Fu do? Li Fu is not her opponent at all. Now it's his fault. Where is justice? Where is justice? Song Lingyan couldn't help laughing. To be honest, Song Lingyan had never seen Li Fu suffer such a big loss. Not to mention that the one who made him suffer was a woman. Zhang Juju's mood eased a little and said, old man, you eat first. I won't disturb you. After that, she glared at Li Fu and left. When Zhang Juju walked away, Song Lingyan came over and put his arm around Li Fu's shoulders. Sam Ling, how come we haven't seen each other for a long time? Being controlled by such a little girl. After all, he was a person who came from the capital. How could he be so incompetent? As expected, Li San studied so much that he became a fool. Li Fu replied, you naturally don't understand. He was just a poor bachelor. And Li Fu had nothing to say to him. Song Lingyan, I really don't understand. Shouldn't women obey men in everything? Look at that little girl. She dragged Li Fu into the water as soon as she opened her mouth. Song Lingyan didn't want to understand too much. When eating, Song Lingyan shut up. He thought that he couldn't eat good food in this place. And Li Fu must have suffered a lot. He was wrong. Mr. Song also ate dry food all the way. And now he finally had a hot meal. And he couldn't help saying, I think no one is perfect. And a pair of skillful hands can only do one thing. The handwriting is really not good. But the food is really delicious. Li Fu said, yes. That's the only shortcoming. Mr. Song and his grandson looked at each other. Mr. Song thought, Li Fu used to be calm, taciturn, and a little arrogant. But now, this change is a bit too big. Only this shortcoming. Listen to what you call it. Is that just 1 point? Is that really 1 point? Song Lingyan thought, has Sanlang been bewitched? Chapter 99 Our Geese. In the evening, the snow finally subsided a little. Zhang Juju and Zhang Baobao were sweeping snow in the yard, when they suddenly heard a scream at the door. Xiaobao was closer to the door, ran over and pushed it open, shouting, third sister. Third sister. Your goose is biting people again. Zhang Juzu threw away the broom and ran out. Who is it? Do you want to catch my goose? It was almost the new year. And Zhang Juju's 2 geese, Pingxi and Quantum, were always being watched by some people. But these 2 geese were strong and had bitten several people. Pingxi flapped its wings and was biting Song Lingyan's butt ferociously. And Quantum was also staring at him. Song Lingyan's face was pale, and he desperately pulled his pants waist, struggling weakly under the siege of the geese. And he was about to fall to the ground. When Song Lingyan saw Zhang Juju, he didn't care about the embarrassment and shouted, help! Help! Zhang Juju saw this and ran over, picked up the 2 girls in one hand. Effortlessly, Song Lingyan couldn't stand steadily and sat in the snow, gasping in pain. Zhang Baobao hurried over to help him. Zhang Juju said, are you okay? Song Lingyan wiped the sweat from his head. Do you think I'm okay? The 2 girls were held by Zhang Juju. And they didn't stop. Song Lingyan hurriedly stepped back and looked at the weak girl in front of him in horror. At least that's what he thought before. Li Fu also came out at this time and said, are you kidding, parallelism and quantum? Song Lingyan usually loves to tease cats and dogs. Not stable at all. Song Lingyan was still in shock, and felt very wrong when questioned like this. What is parallel? What is this new word? Zhang Xiaobao said, my third sister's geese have names. Parallel means that 2 straight lines are either parallel or intersecting in the same plane. Quantum means quantum. Song Lingyan was confused and said, why should geese have names? Aren't they food? I have never seen geese named. He just saw 2 big geese playing in the snow, and wanted to come over to join in the fun and watch for fun. Who knew that he would suffer this disaster? Li Fu pushed him in and said, you are the one who keeps watch over the door. Go change your clothes first. His clothes on his buttocks were bitten, and it was too indecent to stand outside wearing them. Song Lingyan took another look at the 2 geese, covered his buttocks, and ran away quickly. I have seen many dogs guarding the house, but this is the first time I have seen someone raising geese. Li Fu looked at his embarrassed figure and thought, very good. Song Lingyan can't get decent in front of his Juju. Zhang Zuzu put the geese down, and the 2 geese were circling around her legs, looking obedient. Why don't you go and take a look? I think he seems to be scared, Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu, he is not injured. Look at what he is doing. He reached out and touched the geese's heads and said, he should not scare our geese. Goose. It sounds like son. Although Li Fu wanted to reject such a goose at first, he has accepted it recently. Zhang Zhuzhu could not see that he was taking advantage. What are goose? This is my goose? Mine. Li Fu chuckled. Neither of them spoke again. Just standing at the door. Zhang Baobao thought they were weird. So he ran back to continue sweeping the snow. After a while, Song Lingyan came out after changing his clothes. And Mr. Song also came out. His grandson was bitten by a big goose. And Mr. Song also wanted to see it. Li Fu hurried to support him to prevent him from falling on the slippery snow. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly picked up the goose again. Young people are fine if they are bitten. But old people can't stand it. Old Mr. Song saw her carrying 2 geese and couldn't help laughing. Song Lingyan said, Grandfather, you are still laughing. I am bitten red everywhere. Li Fu, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? He said this, and then looked at Song Lingyan's buttocks. Song Lingyan's face turned red, thinking that this Li Laos and was really getting more and more cruel. The door was so lively, and the Li and Zhang families came out soon. Zhang Dachuan heard that Zhang Zhuzhu's geese bit someone again, and the one bit was a guest of the Li family. He felt very sorry and said, Lao San, how many people have your 2 geese bitten? Zhang Zhuzhu, didn't they bite away 2 thieves? And her geese are very well behaved and won't bite familiar people. Zhang Dachuan took a look at the 2 geese and took the initiative to say to Song Lingyan, young man, wait, I'll get 2 big geese and stew them for you to eat immediately to replenish your body. Song Lingyan was embarrassed and said, no. No. You are too polite. Zhang Dachuan waved his hand, it doesn't matter. San Lang was knocked over by a pig the other day. He ate the pork and he was fine the next day. You eat the big goose today and he will be fine tomorrow. Li Fu was called out unexpectedly. Song Lingyan pulled Li Fu. What do you mean by being knocked over by a pig? Li Fu said coldly, nothing. You heard wrong. How could Li Zhu miss the opportunity to laugh at his brother? He pulled Song Lingyan over and said, come on. Qilong, I'll tell you about this. Li Fu hurriedly went up to cover his second brother's mouth. And a few people quarreled. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Li Fu was defeated. Song Lingyan still knew what happened, and laughed so hard that he fell in the snow and couldn't get up. Li Fu thought to himself that your pants were bitten by the goose and fell off. And you still have the nerve to laugh at others. Zhang Zhuzhu turned her head, looked at Li Fu with a smile, and said, it's okay. You have succeeded in revenge. He can't do that. Parallel and quantum. Her good goose. No one can stew her goose. Li Fu felt a little relieved after hearing this. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled another fist-sized snowball and rolled it to Li Fu's feet, signaling him to take revenge in person. The 2 of them were very tacit. Li Fu picked up the snowball, strode over, and stuffed the snowball into Song Lingyan's neck. Song Lingyan jumped up on the spot and pointed at Li Fu. You! How could you do this? This man used to be quite honest. How could he become like this after living in this village for more than half a year? How could you do something dirty to him? Song Lingyan also rolled a big snowball and threw it at Li Fu. The 2 sides immediately fought. The war quickly spread everywhere. Zhang Zhuzhu and Zhang Baobao were the first to be involved, followed by Zhang Yining, Li Zhu and Zhou Rui, and the 3 children of the Li family. Zhao Ping was pregnant and couldn't move, and Li Pu also made a few snowballs. The elders on both sides watched with smiles on their faces. Lin Weining suddenly grabbed a ball of snow and threw it at Li Qi. She had been worried about her young son today and was not in a good mood. After throwing the ball of snow, Lin Weining said, I have wanted to hit you for a long time. Li Qi quickly begged for mercy and confessed his guilt. Wu Guinyang said, I played like this when I was a child. Zhang Dachuan, it was always others who hit me. Wu Guinyang stuffed a ball of snow into her husband's hand. Zhang Dachuan looked around and threw it at Zhang Zhuzhu. The couple laughed secretly. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know who threw her at all. The fight was in full swing. She automatically joined Li Fu's side. So she looked around and saw enemies everywhere. A group of people had a good snowball fight. In the chaos, Zhang Zhuzhu heard Li Fu say to her, do you still remember the night of my birthday? Chapter 100. Don't make me wait too long. The 2 families had dinner together in the evening. New Year's Eve should have been a reunion and a lively occasion. After dinner, the drunken ones and the sleepy ones were all staggering. Only 2 people were still sober. There was no moon tonight, but the snow reflected white light. When Zhang Zhuzu came out, Li Fu was waiting for her with a lantern. The two looked at each other, and Li Fu said, "Is it cold?" Zhang Zhuzu shook her head. "It's not cold when it snows. It's even colder when the snow melts." Li Fu said, "I'm leaving tomorrow." Zhang Zhuzu, "Yeah, I know." After saying these words, the two fell silent again, stepped on the snow on the ground, and walked slowly forward. Li Fu had a lot to say, but didn't know where to start. "Li Fu, Zhuzu." Zhang Zhuzu turned around and smiled at him. "Shh! Don't disturb the night." Zhang Zhuzu didn't want to say useless words. The time they had left was so short. She just wanted to walk with him quietly like this. The joy of life is always short. Zhang Zhuzu understood this truth. She and Li Fu already had many beautiful memories. If today's New Year's Eve snow scene is the last time, Zhang Zhuzu hopes that this is also beautiful. Li Fu really stopped talking. He walked beside Zhang Zhuzu, temporarily put away those thoughts, and looked at the snow scene in the middle of the night. Li Fu knew that Zhang Zhuzu was calm and composed, and he did not want her to cry when they parted. He just thought that Zhang Zhuzu's heart was still in winter, sealed by the heavy snow. During this period, she only went to spring for a short time. Before summer, the ice and snow had not melted. As they were about to part, Li Fu did not know when he would return. What if Zhang Zhuzu stayed in winter forever? What if she walked with others until the day when the ice and snow melted? This was not the result Li Fu wanted. "Can you promise me one thing?" Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzu looked at Li Fu. "You have to think it over. If you ask me for something, I will ask you twice as much." "Li Fu, I promise I can do it." "Then I will ask you." Zhang Zhuzu nodded and motioned him to say, "I will tell my parents and relatives about you and me tomorrow." Seeing that Zhang Zhuzu was about to jump up, Li Fu said quickly, "Of course it's impossible. We haven't reached that stage yet." "I know." Zhang Zhuzu glared at him, and her courage was really growing. Li Fu laughed. "Can I wait for you? If you want to respond to me one day, just write to me. No matter when." This was said in a very euphemistic way. He didn't even ask Zhang Zhuzu to wait for him, but said that he was waiting for Zhang Zhuzu. The relationship between the two of them was completely the opposite of what the world required. In Li Fu's case, he has completely reserved his place beside Zhang Zhuzu. Maybe this is Li Fu's excuse to retreat, but how many people in the world can say such words? Zhang Zhuzu looked at him. "Only one. I don't care about others. But you? Li Fu, if you want to marry me, you can't have anyone else by your side. I don't want anyone who has been touched by others. For a happy life and good health." Li Fu smiled, "Of course. Only you." Over the years, he has only been interested in Zhang Zhuzu, a woman, and no other. And there will be no more in the future. Li Fu understands the truth. People can't be greedy. There is only one bright moon forever. If you want other things, the bright moon will return to her sky and never bow to the world again. There are very few things you can grasp in life. At this moment, Li Fu felt that he had gotten enough. Zhang Zhuzu said, "If you have thought it through clearly and want to make a promise to me here, then I am willing to agree." Li Fu's heart beat more and more happily. To be honest, he was worried that Zhang Zhuzu would not agree and said that once you leave, our relationship will be over. "Li Fu, I have thought it through clearly." He thought it through clearly. Zhang Zhuzu said, "Okay. Then I promise you." Li Fu breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you should think it through earlier. I will wait for your good news." Zhang Zhuzu smiled and said, "Then I am afraid you will have to wait a little longer. I am timid. You know?" Li Fu is not afraid of waiting, but is afraid that he will not get the result he wants. "I know." Li Fu held her hand. "I am afraid that I will not even have the chance to wait." Zhang Zhuzu, "No. There is no one else like you in the world. She is just a little smart. That is, Li Fu. And they have this time by chance. Except for Li Fu, no one else will regard her. Zhang Zhuzu. As important, no one will respect Zhang Zhuzu like Li Fu, and ask for her opinion on everything. It is very rare to have a Li Fu in this world. If people can never change, Zhang Zhuzu will agree to him at this moment. But Zhang Zhuzu can't be sure. Li Fu is about to go to the northwest, where he will see a wider world and have a new life. Everything is uncertain. Now, every word of Li Fu is true. and his emotions are also sincere and moving. But after leaving here, Li Fu may soon forget Zhang Zhuzhu, and will regard tonight's words as the stupidity and ignorance of his youth. After getting drunk, he will treat this as a joke, tell the people who drink with him, and then laugh it off. After all, human hearts are fickle and unpredictable, especially the love between men and women, which is the most uncertain, but the most firm, the least long-lasting, and the longest-lasting emotion in the world. Li Fu said, "You are just a pearl covered in dust, and I was lucky to find you. If others see you, they will feel the same as me." The two of them were in the same mood. Zhang Zhuzhu's uneasiness was also Li Fu's uneasiness. Li Fu's worry was also Zhang Zhuzhu's worry. The two looked at each other and laughed. The two held hands tightly and walked back. When they arrived at the door of Zhang's house, Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I won't cry when you leave tomorrow. Li Fu, you will cry secretly." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. Li Fu suddenly took Zhang Zhuzhu's hand, then lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand, just like Zhang Zhuzhu did it. And they separated at the first touch. After doing this, Li Fu's face was red. He had his own rules to abide by. This was the limit of what he could do. No more. "Zhuzhu, don't make me wait too long," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Sanlang was so gentle and cute. She thought, "I'll do my best." Li Fu really wanted to take her away with him. But no. He had no status. He couldn't even see the light. "I'm going to miss your birthday," Li Fu regretted. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. This was not a big deal. She didn't care about it. She said, "Go. I'll watch you go back." Li Fu didn't refuse. Some fears were not easy to disappear. Zhang Zhuzhu watched Li Fu enter the door, watched him close the door, and then locked the door herself and went back to the room to rest. The next morning, Li Fu and Song Lingyuan were leaving. Chapter 101. Men are very good at forgetting. Zhou Siyuan also left with Li Fu. Zhou's parents were reluctant to let go of their youngest son Zhou Siyuan, but his grandfather felt that his grandson's future was more important. Zhou Siyuan was also restless and had long wanted to leave home. So the two people who left became three. A group of people said goodbye at the entrance of the village. Li Fu had heard her parents' explanation many times, and was still listening carefully. Parents worry when their children travel thousands of miles away. Not to mention that Li Fu's future was uncertain. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on her second sister and wrapped herself tightly with a scarf, so that her face could not be seen. Zhang Yining said, "Why don't you cry?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Why should I cry? Good men have ambitions in all directions, and I am very happy." Zhang Yining thought it was really strange. Usually she was so cute that she cried. She would work with tears even if she got up early and felt sleepy. But she didn't cry today. Zhang Zhuzhu had just finished speaking when she met Li Fu's eyes. As expected, she was smiling at Li Fu. The two were looking at each other. Zhou Siyuan suddenly ran over. "Zhu. Third miss. I'm leaving." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Then I wish you a bright future." Zhou Siyuan was not happy to hear this. But he had been studying for more than half a year, and knew what he should and shouldn't say. After holding it in for a long time, Zhou Siyuan said, "Wait for me to come back." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't answer. Li Fu came over and dragged Zhou Siyuan. "Let's go." Is it Zhou Siyuan's turn to speak here? Song Lingyuan looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and thought, isn't this girl famous for being fierce in Zhongjia village? Why are all the eyes on her? What's wrong with her? Does she deserve a beating? The three young people left Zhongjia village. Lin Weining waited until her son left before leaning on her husband and crying loudly. Li Qi persuaded, Okay. Don't cry. Li Qi's eyes turned red as he spoke. Li Fu was their youngest son. They had never been separated since they grew up. How could parents not be sad? Old Mr. Song shook his head watching from the side. This couple really lived up to the saying that if they are not from the same family, they will not enter the same door. Zhang Dachuan also led his family and prepared to go back. Zhou Siyuan's family suddenly came forward and blocked the road. A middle-aged woman looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and looked him up and down. Wu Guinyang blocked her little daughter. What are you doing? The woman said, I heard that your third son is a fierce girl. We Zhou family want daughters-in-law who are gentle and easy to raise. Look in the mirror. Your girl is like a stick. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Now her Zhou Siyuan is still following Li Sanlang to pursue his career. He will definitely have a great future. He must marry a daughter-in-law who is similar to Li's second daughter-in-law. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang came to see someone off. But they were said this. They were immediately furious. Wu Guiyang said, "Pa, my daughter is getting married, and she has a piece of land as a dowry. I want to find someone of equal status. We don't like families like your Zhou family. The Zhou family is okay in Dongping village. But Zhang Dachuan is the richest and has the most land in these villages. What does the Zhou family count for?" Zhang Luozhu rolled her eyes. "Don't talk nonsense here," Zhang Dachuan said. "Who are you? It's your turn to point fingers at my third child. Go back and look in the mirror. What's wrong with his daughter? His daughter is fine." Lin Weining saw the quarrel here, wiped his tears, and said to Zhou Siyuan's grandparents, "The Zhou family is not in Zhongjia village. You still have to be here. How can you allow people to slander the girls of Zhongjia village?" Zhou Siyuan's grandfather was actually dissatisfied with Zhang Zhuzhu. When such an incident happened, Zhou Siyuan was beaten and gossiped for a long time. It was all Zhang Zhuzhu's fault. At such a young age, she was so naughty that she made Zhou Siyuan learn bad things. Now she is being taught a lesson. It is also Zhang Zhuzhu who deserves it. Zhou Siyuan's grandfather came out to smooth things over and said, Dachuan's wife, please forgive me. Your sister is also worried about her son. You also have sons. Please forgive me." Zhang Dachuan said, "Her son is a human being. But my daughter is not a human being. You don't bully people like you. His Zhuzhu is much better than that bastard boy in the Zhou family." Zhang Dachuan also remembered the original incident clearly. Lin Weining's eyes swept over Zhou's family and others, and said, "Even if Zhou Siyuan has any future, you are still a burden to him, and will ruin his future." Zhou's mother was suddenly accused like this, and was very unhappy. "What are you talking about? I am doing this for my son's good? This little girl from the Zhang family is a vixen." Lin Weining ignored her. She touched Zhang Zhuzhu's head. "Good child. Go back. It's New Year's Day. Don't argue with some confused people." At that time, Zhou Siyuan and Li Fu had a fight, and Zhou Siyuan involved Zhang Zhuzhu. Lin Weining knew that Zhang Zhuzhu was innocent, but she was too angry at that time, so she scolded Zhang Zhuzhu as well. But time will tell. She is not unreasonable. At that time, Zhang Zhuzhu saved her reputation with her ability. Lin Weining would not watch such a smart girl being humiliated. She said to the people watching the excitement, "Zhuzhu is a girl from our Zhongjia village. Everyone knows what kind of person she is. Besides, this child has been with me for most of the past 6 months. She is like a half-daughter to me. I will not tolerate some people talking nonsense and humiliating her character." These words immediately stunned the people present. So Zhang Zhuzhu did not need to go up and fight with others. "Zhang Zhuzhu, thank you, Aunt." Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang also hurriedly thanked her. Lin Weining just smiled and said, "A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Thank you for taking care of me for the past few months." Li Qi also came over and said, "Today is the first day of the new year, and it is a new beginning. I am afraid I will have to trouble you in the future." Zhang Dachuan laughed and said, "No trouble. No trouble. Zhang Dachuan's popularity in the village is not very good. Except for Zhang the butcher. He will talk about his money when talking to other people. But Li Qi will not do that. Zhang Dachuan likes this friend very much. If there is anything he doesn't understand, Li Qi will give him advice. The two get along very well." After everyone dispersed, Li Qi whispered to Lin Weining, "What do you mean by protecting the child just now?" "You know, they usually pretended not to know." Lin Weining said, "When it comes to being ruthless and heartless, men are the best in the world." Li Qi hurriedly said, "How can you say that? Why did you generalize?" "I'm telling the truth," Lin Weining said. "Sanlang is gone. And from now on, the world is vast, and he will probably forget about what happened here soon." It's not that Lin Weining disrespected her son. She just told the truth. Men are very easy to forget some things. Especially young men. Such as their vows of love. If Li Fu can make a name for himself in the Northwest, he will be fully focused on his career in the future, and will not be able to accommodate anything else. Lin Weining just felt sorry for the girl. Li Qi somewhat agreed with Lin Weining's idea. After they got married and had a child, their feelings gradually deepened, and they became each other's support. Li Fu never mentioned this matter to them from beginning to end. Li Qi sighed, and gave the third girl more dowry in the future. It can only be said that they really didn't know anything about these two people. Chapter 102 Zhang Zhuzhu's new idea. Zhang Zhuzhu's life seemed to be the same as before. But it was different. She rested during the new year. And besides visiting relatives, she just lay at home, not wanting to do anything, looking lazy. Zhang Yinian said, Zhuzhu, why don't you go out and play with me? In previous years, they would go out to play with the sisters in the village. But Zhang Zhuzhu just lay at home this year. No. If I go, I will have to listen to you discuss whether someone in which village is good-looking or not, handsome or not. I am too lazy to listen, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhang Yinian said, let's talk about it. You don't want to talk. Just listen. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to listen either. She was upset, seeing that she was not getting up at all. Zhang Yinian had to give up, and went out by herself. Zhang Zhuzhu was not able to lie down for the 5th day of the new year either. Mr. Song was old, and had to rest for a while before he could continue his journey. He was still staying at Li's house. He saw that Zhang Zhuzhu's handwriting was not as good as Yuan's in the study. He felt uncomfortable, as if he had been scratched by a cat's claws. So he grabbed Zhang Zhuzhu, and wanted to teach her how to write. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself, I sent away the young master. Why is there an old master here? The young one can tease and tease at will. How dare she do this to the old master? But Mr. Song meant well. So Zhang Zhuzhu had to leave her warm bed, and come to the cold study to practice calligraphy. Mr. Song stared at her, and wrote a few words. Then he felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. Child, your hand position is wrong. Zhang Zhuzhu's hand trembled. It was over. After a few days of indulgence, all her little problems came out. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly adjusted it. And Mr. Song saw it. And it was better. Wrist force. Horizontal and vertical. Don't tremble. Look up. You've dug into the paper. Mr. Song saw Zhang Zhuzhu write a sheet. And then he said, I don't think Sanlang has the talent to be a teacher. Zhang Zhuzhu coughed. In fact, it's not that she didn't have it, but her habit was too difficult to correct. And she was too lazy to change it. Zhang Zhuzhu, isn't it? You have experience. But so what? Li Fu doesn't need to take the blame. Mr. Song's long-lost desire to win was aroused. So Zhang Zhuzhu began her hard life. Half a month later, Li Qi saw Zhang Zhuzhu's handwriting and praised, not bad. Not bad. You have improved. The old ones are still the best. Zhang Zhuzhu touched her hair, hoping that they could live longer on her head. Mr. Song said proudly, there is no student in this world that I can't teach. Li Qi laughed, and then said, I heard that His Majesty intended to let you teach His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Mr. Song's face suddenly fell, and he said, alas, I think that the prince may have congenital deficiencies. The prince is really too stupid. Even if the gods in heaven are asked to teach him, he can't teach him. No one dared to say it in the capital before. But now Mr. Song dares to say it. Li Qi also said, I also think that the prince is nearly 30 years old. But he still has the mind of a teenager. I am afraid he does have deficiencies. It's a pity that the late queen only has this son. He is the best chess piece in Lu's hand. Zhang Zhuzhu sat with the 3 children, and unconsciously went to listen to them talking. Mr. Song suddenly asked, Girl Zhu, you have also heard me say many things. Who do you think can suppress who? Zhang Zhuzhu said, who cares? It's better to burn them all in one fire. And quickly find some decent people to take care of the court affairs, and reduce the taxes this year. Zhang Zhuzhu finally understood that the people in the capital were full of tricks. And those with power were all thinking about how to pull themselves into their arms. Not raising taxes was a favor. Zhang Zhuzhu just wanted them to be destroyed quickly, and bring in some reliable ones. Li Qi smiled and said, childish talk. Those noble families have been lingering in the capital for many years. And they are deeply rooted. How can a fire burn them all? Besides, if these noble families are burned, new ones will continue to appear. This has been the case in every dynasty. And they can't be burned out. What can we do? Zhang Zhuzhu said. No matter how wise the emperor is or how capable the ministers are, they can only save the world temporarily. There is no long-lasting peace and prosperity. If burning them can save the world temporarily, it is worth it. At least in this way, people can still see a little hope. Zhang Zhuzhu is not interested in their struggle for power. This is an institutional problem and cannot be eliminated. She just wants a stable life and a little peace while she is alive. Mr. Song sighed. Fan Xiao is a talented person with some ability. But he is too paranoid. When I left, he was fighting with the Queen Mother. I don't know if he can get away. Zhang Zhuzhu was not very happy when she heard this name. After the new year, the snow gradually melted and the weather gradually became warmer. Before the end of the first month of the year, Zhang Zhuzhu made a major decision. Li Qi spit out a mouthful of tea. Creation. Entrepreneurship? Others, including Mr. Song, looked at her in shock. Zhang Zhuzhu said, creation of my career. What's wrong? Her parents were relatively calm. Perhaps because they didn't know what their daughter was going to do. This word is not used in this way. Lin Weiying gave several examples to show that the word entrepreneurship is generally used in the founding of the country by the founding emperor. Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly said, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I have no intention of usurping the throne. And I don't have the ability to do so. I just plan to go out and make some money. Blame her for not studying enough. Which scares people. Zhang Dachuan said, the family is not short of money. Why do you make money? Zhang Luzhu took out a pile of plans she wrote. It's not just about making money. It's mainly about career. Career. Wu Guanyan couldn't agree more. You are a girl. What can you do? You should stay at home and find a husband. Have a child. And live your life like your elder sister. Why mess around? Zhang Zhuzhu knew they would disagree. This doesn't matter. Zhang Zhuzhu said, but my second sister hasn't married yet. Let's talk about it after she gets married. Wu Guanyan, that's not what I mean. No one should be a girl like you. Zhang Zhuzhu, then I will be the first one. The chosen girl must eventually embark on the road to wealth. There is no way. Staying at home every day. Financially unable to be independent. Personality cannot be free. Boyfriend also left. Can't have a happy love. In this case, life is too boring. Failure in love. Success in work. This is a good opportunity. Mr. Song endured and read the plan composed of Zhang Zhuzhu's eye-catching words. She wrote it very detailed. With clear planning and purpose. There is no way. Workers can't make work plans. But if they don't write well, they will be scolded by their superiors. Mr. Song said, this is well written. If it works, it will be your ability. Zhang Zhuzhu said, of course. It will work. I will work with County Magistrate Yao's sister. And at least I can walk sideways in Songnong County. She also has a backer. So she is not afraid of being eaten alive. Li Qi and Lin Weiying also leaned over to take a look. Lin Weiying said, look. It seems to be better than the memorial you wrote. Li Qi. This is not the same as the memorial. Memorials must be written in a refined style. Zhang Zhuzhu's project book is all plain language. Mr. Song said, if the court officials all submit their memorials in this standard, things will be much simpler. Writing a memorial in a flowery way cannot solve the problem. It is better to write it in plain language with reason and evidence. Although Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guanyan disagreed, Zhang Zhuzhu still successfully started her career. Chapter 103. She could have robbed the money. A group of women were sitting in the acacia tower. And it was very lively. The Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens passed by and couldn't bear to see the fish spirit and Xie Sheng, the lovers, die. So she gave them a piece of acacia cake. She told the two that if one of them ate it alone, he could become an immortal. If they shared it, they could only live for 50 years, leaving the acacia cake behind. The Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens left. The carp spirit and Xie Sheng had their first argument. They both hoped that the other would become an immortal. The storyteller paused for a moment and continued. At this time, the two saw the plague rampant and couldn't bear to see the lives of the people suffer. So they put the acacia cake into the river. The river water became a life-saving medicine. And both the man and the demon died. All the women in the audience couldn't help but shed tears for the generous and kind lovers. The storyteller changed the subject. At the moment they were about to die, the Nine Heavens mysterious lady appeared again. They saved the lives of thousands of people and had great merits. As a result, they both became immortals and lived together. Lovers finally got married and never had to separate again. The women took out silver and money to reward the storyteller, and then ate the cakes that were served. Yao Yusen wiped her tears and said, it's really touching. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless. Sister, I made up this story to sell our things. It's okay for others to cry. But why are you crying too? Yao Yusen, I just cried. What's wrong with that? She was crying because of the love story between the fish spirit and Xie Sheng. Xue Chui laughed and said, she can't get married. She just envies Xie Sheng. Yao Yusen glared at Xue Chui. And Xue Chui put her arm around Zhang Zhuzhu's shoulders and laughed. 3 years later, Zhang Zhuzhu's career has achieved initial success. The story of the fish spirit and Xie Shen above was written by her personally, mainly for marketing and publicity. A piece of acacia cake can save lives, prolong life, and verify love. Who wouldn't want to try it after hearing it? From this story, we can see Zhang Zhuzhu's painstaking efforts. As for what acacia cake is, it is actually the cake that Li Fu ate on the night of her birthday with red bean paste. If you say it's delicious, it's definitely delicious. But if you want to sell it well, you can't just rely on the deliciousness. You also need to make up stories for marketing. Zhang Zhuzhu's partners. Yao Yusen is the first one, and Xue Chui is the second one. Yao Yusen, needless to say, the two of them have a good relationship. Xue Chui was added later. This girl didn't want to marry County Magistrate Yao at all. Once, she saw Zhang Luzhu and Yao Yusen discussing how to expand the scale. She joined in. Today, new pastries are out, and I'm here to invite these women to taste them. And by the way, tell the sadistic love story of the fish spirit and Xie Shen again. And every time, I can earn a new wave of tears. Zhang Zhuzhu flipped through the account book and said, I really have to thank this girl. Since she shared a piece of pastry with her new husband on the wedding night, the income in the past 2 months has increased sharply. And there are more reservations. Such behavior is simply worthy of being called a bodhisattva. Yao Yusen, today's new snacks were delivered early in the morning. Xue Chui said, the wives and old ladies of several wealthy families in the local area have also tasted our new pastries. They will definitely sell well. You have been tired for many days. Go back and rest. Most of the things in Xiangsala are taken care of by Zhang Zhuzhu. Every time new pastries are put on, she has to work hard for half a month without touching the ground. Living here, she doesn't even go home. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. How can making money not be tiring? Her project is a high-end route. Pastries are not pastries, but a luxury. Zhang Zhuzhu roughly appropriated the marketing model of luxury goods that she had seen in her previous life. Today is a new product launch conference. The women invited are also girls and young women from wealthy families in the local area. Zhang Zhuzhu made a lot of money, but she was really tired. She had to take the trouble to maintain the personal relationship with her financial sponsors, and it was not easy to coax them to willingly take out the money in their pockets. Even with the help of Yao Yusen, the county magistrate's sister, and Xue Chui, who had connections, Zhang Zhuzhu was exhausted. She felt that she didn't grow taller this year because of lack of sleep. When she returned to the house she rented, Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly said, Tell me, why do I work so hard to make money? Yao Yusen said, For economic independence and freedom? This is what Zhang Zhuzhu said when she ambitiously pulled her into the group. Yao Yusen was deeply moved by these words and joined in. Now Zhang Zhuzhu actually doubted it. Zhang Zhuzhu was embarrassed to say that she was making empty promises to Yao Yusen at that time, and said, But I was too busy and didn't have time to spend the money I earned. She hadn't been back to Zhongjia village for almost a month. When she went back, she would definitely be scolded by her mother again. Yao Yusen, who made you so smart? Xue Chui and I. Both of us are helping you. Zhang Zhuzhu always has new ideas. For example, snack boxes can be customized, and each girl can order a different box, inlaid with gold, silver, pearls and gems. Everything. Of course, this costs money. During festivals, there will be limited snacks, which will be paired with various exquisite tableware, gold and silver jewelry, and can also be sold at high prices. There are many other ideas, too numerous to mention. Yao Yusen truly understood what a profiteer is from Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu could have robbed you of your money directly, but she still gave you a few snacks. But it is not entirely true that she is a profiteer. Zhang Zhuzhu has such a relationship with County Magistrate Yao. She never evades taxes, but only complains that the commercial taxes are too heavy. Zhang Zhuzhu also gives money to help some poor people. And she also helps poor students who can't afford to go to school, without asking for anything in return. She also regularly allocates money to the local orphanage and sends clothes and food there. So Xiangxi Building has a very good reputation. With such a large expenditure, there is still a lot of surplus, which shows that Xiangxi Tower is really profitable. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed, I am greedy. When I don't have money, I want to have more money. And when I have money, I want something else. Unfortunately, she can't get rid of this business. She still wants the money. Yao Yusen pushed her, Are you thinking about that person? Zhang Zhuzhu. What's the use of thinking? 3 years ago, Li Fu left Zhangjia village and went to the northwest. A few months later, the emperor died, and chaos broke out everywhere. The capital was fighting for the throne. In the end, the imperial concubine and the eunuchs were killed, and the prince was proved to be a fool. Then the queen mother supported a little prince, who was less than 10 years old, to take the throne. With the support of the prime minister Fan Xiu, he temporarily sat on the throne. But the political situation was also shaky, and it might be in complete chaos any day. Li Fu was in the northwest, and would send letters back every few months. And some of them were sent to Zhang Zhuzhu alone. However, since last winter, foreign tribes had invaded the border, and the war had not stopped until the beginning of this spring, and no more letters were sent back from there. Zhang Zhuzhu was very worried. Wars are fought with human lives, and she was very worried that Li Fu would be the one to be fought. Regardless of whether Li Fu still had feelings for her now, Zhang Zhuzhu hoped that Li Fu could live well. After all, it was first love. A beautiful first love. The next day, Zhang Zhuzhu packed her things and prepared to return to Zhangjia village. She had to be mentally prepared before she could face the roar at home. Chapter 104. Don't do this next time. As soon as Zhang Zhuzhu stepped into the door, 2 big geese rushed towards her fiercely. Zhang Zhuzhu skillfully picked up one in each hand and threw her geese away. Who is back? Why don't I know them? Wu Guinyang was cooking and asked Zhang Zhuzhu when she saw her. Don't you recognize me? I am your Zhuzhu. Your beloved. Zhang Zhuzhu ran over and put the big and small bags in front of Wu Guinyang, then took the kitchen knife from her hand and started cooking. What beloved? You have the nerve to say that? Wu Guinyang snorted. You still know that I am your mother. Which unmarried girl has been away from home for a month? You don't know how much gossip there is. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't answer her. Just said, why are you cooking today? Zhang Yining got married last year, and Zhang Zhuzhu was rarely at home. So she invited someone to come home to cook and do the work. Wu Guinyang said, I want to do it. Isn't it okay? Zhang Zhuzhu looked back at her. Wu Guinyang said again, the woman you invited has been doing dirty things these days, and was caught by your father. When your father asked her, she cried and said that her son was sick and had no money to treat him. I don't know if it's true or not. So we sent her away. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to speak. Wu Guinyang said again, our family is not short of that money. If her son is really sick, then your father and I will be sinning. Seeing her like this, Zhang Zhuzhu held her hand and said, don't think so. Mother, our family is not short of money. If her son is really sick, just ask you and my father. Wouldn't you help? Her family is short of money, but her son may not be sick. Wu Guinyang felt relieved after hearing this. It's not that Wu Guinyang and Zhang Dachuan are so kind. It's just that Zhang Zhuzhu has made a lot of money in the past 2 years. When the couple saw her methods, they always felt that she was cheating. They always wanted to do good deeds for her, so that Zhang Zhuzhu would not suffer retribution one day. Zhang Dachuan looked the same as he did 3 years ago. He came back from Li's house just before dinner. He was soft-hearted and rarely said words to teach Zhang Zhuzhu a lesson. At lunch, Zhang Zhuzhu was pulled in by Xiaobao to watch him do math problems. Zhang Zhuzhu was overwhelmed and said, I've taught you everything I know. Ancestor, don't let me see this stuff. Zhang Baobao said, I don't believe it. Third sister, think about it. What else can you do? He actually couldn't understand Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu seemed to dislike math very much, but she knew more than what was in the books. Zhang Zhuzhu, I really don't know how to do it. I'll ask someone to find you a few more books. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Baobao could only sigh with regret. He liked counting more than reading. But apart from Zhang Zhuzhu, no one else could teach him, so he could only read books. Zhang Zhuzhu touched his head. I have asked someone to find out where there are people who are good at this. I will ask them to come and teach you. Thank you. Third sister. Baobao Zhang smiled happily. Zhang Zhuzhu rested at home for a night, and was pulled out of bed early the next morning. She tried to open her eyes, and saw that it was Zhang Yining. Zhang Zhuzhu said dimly, Why are you back again? Although her second sister is married, she always goes to her parents' home, and brings her second brother-in-law with her. Zhang Yining, why can't I come back? Someone bullied me and your brother-in-law. We plan to stay at home and not leave. Zhang Juju wiped her face. Who dares to bully you? Zhang Yining had a woman's bun, 3 hairpins on her head, pearl earrings on her ears, a silver bracelet on one hand, and a slightly thinner gold bracelet on the other hand. She looked very rich. The robbers met her, and made a living for 2 years. Zhang Yining said, "My mother-in-law and the clan leader's wife always come to me, and want to include my land in the clan property. My mother-in-law said that if I don't agree, she will divorce me. My second brother-in-law's surname is Duan, and his name is Duan Zhe. He is a scholar with a good reputation and good knowledge. But when he went to the state capital to take the exam, he broke his leg. He was not treated in time, and his leg was a little lame, which ruined his future. When the matchmaker was talking about marriage 2 years ago, he mentioned many families. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang planned to marry Zhang Yining to the second uncle of the Wu family. But Zhang Yining heard that Duan Zhe was educated and good-looking, so she insisted on marrying Duan Zhe. The Duan family was a dangerous place. The Duan family was a big family. They offered a scholar a few years ago and tasted the benefits. Now the whole family wanted to offer a second one. Duan Zhe was the most promising one, but his leg was broken. The effort spent by the Duan family on him must be squeezed out of him. Duan Zhe's biological mother died early, and one of his sisters from the same mother had married far away. The 3 younger brothers were all born to his stepmother. No matter how you look at it, Duan Zhe is not a good choice. The family tried to persuade him, but it didn't work. Zhang Yining insisted on marrying him. As for the second brother-in-law, he looks cold and indifferent, and doesn't like to talk. When the two are together, Zhang Yining always feels that she is the one who is pushing him. But Zhang Yining doesn't think so. She thinks it's good this way. Zhang Juju, where is the second brother-in-law? What did he say? Zhang Yining raised her chin. Your second brother-in-law came to our house with me. It can be seen that Duan Zhe is still on her side, and has no intention of taking away Zhang Yining's dowry. Zhang Yining pushed her. Get up quickly and make some pancakes. Your brother-in-law and I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Juzu was speechless. Can't you do it yourself? Zhang Yining stretched out her hand. I won't go. I haven't cooked for a long time. She married into the Duan family, but she had someone to serve her, so she didn't have to wash and cook by herself. As for the mother-in-law, she was just a mean stepmother. Zhang Yining fought with her at home and never served her. Zhang Juju said, you know how much money I can make in a month with my skills, and you assign me to cook. Zhang Yining, then I am also your sister, and there is a hierarchy between the old and the young. What's wrong with you cooking a meal for your sister and brother-in-law? Zhang Juju, since you married your second brother-in-law, you have become more and more eloquent. Zhang Yining smiled proudly. Your brother-in-law taught me all this. I know a lot more words now. Seeing that she was about to talk about the story of the couple again, Zhang Zuzu hurried to cook. She didn't want to be unaware of their affairs. Duan Zhe was talking to Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang. After all, he was educated and was polite to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It was a pity that his leg was broken. Zhang Dachuan didn't like this second son-in-law very much. Lu Bin came to Zhang's house to work every year. He did a lot and did a good job, which was worthy of the land he gave to his eldest daughter as a dowry. Duan Zhe couldn't work at all. Every time Zhang Dachuan thought of the land, his heart was bleeding, so he was not enthusiastic. Wu Guinyang, on the other hand, liked her son-in-law more and more. In fact, Duan Zhe lost his biological mother and was tortured by his stepmother after breaking his leg. This life experience made Wu Guinyang feel very sorry for him. Zhang Yining ran in at this time and said to Duan Zhe, wait a minute. Sanner will cook quickly, and it will be ready in a while. Duan Zhe said, it will be noon soon. We will have lunch in a while. Why bother Sanner to cook? Zhang Yining, she cooks deliciously. Don't you like her pancakes too? Duan Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt a little embarrassed. He had come to his parents-in-law's house to take refuge because of troubles at home, and he had to trouble Sanner to cook for him. Is this reasonable? Duan Zhe saw Zhang Yining was still proud, and he envied her in his heart. Once he broke his leg, his biological father didn't take him seriously, not to mention his stepmother and brother, and the clan forced him to write articles for others several times. Zhang Yining was a married daughter, and she could still be so flamboyant after returning to her parents' home, which showed that the relationship between the sisters was really good. Don't do this next time, Duan Zhe said, holding her hand. Chapter 105 The Opportunity is Coming. Zhang Juju was very skillful, and quickly baked the pancake and brought it over. Duanzhe hurriedly stood up and thanked him. Thank you for your trouble. Third sister. Zhang Juju said, brother-in-law. You're welcome. What do you want to eat for lunch? Duanzhe said, anything is fine. Zhang Yining, your brother-in-law likes sweet food. You can stew duck with wine and make a sweet soup with more sugar. She suddenly stopped and turned to Duanzhe and said, why are you pulling my clothes? My material is precious. Don't tear it. Duanzhe could only laugh a few times and said in front of the Zhang family, there is dirt on my clothes. Zhang Yining hurried to check the clothes. Duanzhe wiped the sweat from his head. Alas, every time he came to Yu's house, he always had to face such a scene. It had been almost a year, but Duanzhe still couldn't get used to it. After dinner, Zhang Zuju asked about the Duan family. Duanzhe looked serious and said, I have been supported by the Duan family for many years. I owe the Duan family. This is what I should pay back. They want to touch your sister's dowry. But this is impossible. Duanzhe's attitude was very firm. He continued, I didn't want to bother my family, but Yining seemed to be pregnant. I was worried that I would have a conflict with my stepmother and hurt her and the child, which would not be worth it. Duanzhe was inseparable from the Duan family. He was supported by the clan. But Zhang Yining's dowry belonged to her. How could they have the face to put Zhang Yining's dowry into the clan? Moreover, Zhang Yining's dowry not only included a piece of land, but also a dowry from Zhang Zuju, which was a sum of money, enough for the couple to live a life of ease. Zhang Yining touched her belly and smiled shyly. My stepmother-in-law wanted to divorce me because I was not pregnant after 1 year of marriage. Humph. She is dreaming. Duanzhe was a little embarrassed after saying this, but it can be seen that he was really happy and looking forward to the baby in Zhang Yining's belly. Wu Guinyang put her hands together and chanted Amitabha a few times. And Zhang Dachuan's face looked better. Okay. Okay. Your elder sister gave birth to a boy. You should also do better. Zhang Yining said, I want to have a daughter. Duanzhe also laughed. Both men and women are good. When he got married, he actually had a self-destructive attitude, thinking that it didn't matter who he married. Anyway, his stepmother would not let him have an easy life. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yining didn't mind his poor legs and feet, and he could read and write. The couple got along with each other, and their relationship gradually became close. When his stepmother and those people in the clan were making trouble, some people laughed at him for being a cripple. Zhang Yining dared to go up and pull those women's hair and slap them. Outsiders thought she was a bit fierce, but Duanzhe was really protected by her. Now that they have a child, Duanzhe is even more hopeful. Zhang Yining looked at Zhang Juju. I want to give birth to a smart one like you. Then your brother-in-law and I will be waiting to enjoy the happiness. Zhang Juju was also quite happy. My niece looks like my aunt. That's good. Zhang Yining laughed very happily. Zhang Juju was completely relieved. If a woman didn't live well after marriage, she wouldn't laugh like this. The couple went back to the house to rest. Zhang Yining took out an old doll and said, let our daughter play with this when she is born. Duanzhe said, you have always treasured it, so you are willing to give it away. Zhang Yining said, Juju had just made money at that time. I just took a second look at it, and she bought it for me without saying a word. There is no better doll in the world. Duanzhe heard this, and asked carefully about the cause and effect. Zhang Yining explained the origin of the doll. After a while, Duanzhe said, the third sister doesn't look like the third sister, but like the elder sister. It seems so. She is very caring. Zhang Yining said, don't worry if you live at home. My sister also lived at home after she got pregnant. She is not afraid of gossip. Duanzhe was still a little worried. Zhang Yining then told Duanzhe about how Zhang Juju came to teach the gossiping woman a lesson. Duanzhe was speechless for a while after hearing it. Wu Guinyang pushed Zhang Dachuan. Well, you see, Duan's son-in-law is also on the side of our Yining. Yining is pregnant again, and she is a scholar with a reputation. Don't be so sullen. Everyone said that Zhang Yining was marrying a scholar, which was not false. Zhang Dachuan said, who is sullen? Who else could it be? It's you. Wu Guinyang said, you didn't treat son-in-law Duan well. If he's unhappy, it's Yining who will bear the consequences. Zhang Dachuan, why should he be unhappy? His family's mess can be avoided for a while, but not forever. We have to find a way out. Wu Guiyang was also worried. She looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. Do you have any good ideas? Zhang Zhuzhu, no. I think you don't have to worry. My second brother-in-law is not a soft persimmon. Except for his lame leg. There is really nothing wrong with him. After a while, Zhang Zhuzhu went to the Li family to deliver something. Zhou Ri agreed with her and said, Your second brother and I are leaving. Zhang Zhuzhu was surprised. Where are you going? Zhou Ri said, There is news from the northwest that the war is almost over and Prince Gong is going to return to the court. Now that people are needed everywhere. My family has found an official position for me. Zhang Zhuzhu understood the reason after hearing this. Now that Prince Gong has won the battle, the next step is the struggle in the court. No one is sure who will win in the end. So everyone might as well get involved. It will be easy to say who wins at that time. Where is Tao Ao? Are you going to take her with you? Zhang Guzu asked. Zhou Ri shook her head, no. She is still young. The journey is long, and it is not safe on the road. And I will trouble you to take care of her more. Zhou Ri and Li Zhu have not had any children in the past few years. And they still only have Tao Ao as their daughter. Zhao Ping had indeed given birth to a son before. And now he is almost 3 years old. Just the right age to run around. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Don't worry. I will take you there any day you leave. Zhou Ri said that they would leave tomorrow. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that perhaps the Li family would soon leave here. Nearly 4 years. Long or short. Zhang Zhuzhu went to chat with Lin Weining and Zhao Ping for a while. And teased a few children before going back. The next day, Li Zhu and Zhou Ri left. Tao Ao was held by Zhang Zhuzhu, sobbing softly, which was really pitiful. Zhao, as the elder sister, also cried, and Zhao Ping's youngest son pouted and started crying. Several children cried so hard that it seemed like the wall was flooded. Yuan Gur was the oldest, but he was reluctant to see his uncle and aunt leave, and his eyes were also red. Lin Weining sent his son and daughter-in-law away, sighing, I don't know when I can see you again. Li Qi soon. Not too long. Last time San Lang left. You said the same thing? Lin Weining said. Li Qi smiled awkwardly. Last time I was just trying to fool you. This time it's for real. The political situation was about to change. And the Li family's opportunity had come. Once Li Zhu left, no one was in charge of the remaining students. Li Qi remembered Zhang Dachuan's second son-in-law. So he called Duanzhe over. Duanzhe also taught the children in the Duan family. But those children did not respect him. Fortunately, the children in the Li family school were not like that. So Duanzhe stayed. Chapter 106 Young Man. You are not as good as my white moonlight. Zhang Zhuzhu stayed at home for 2 days. Then went to Songyang County and started to get busy. Zhang Jinjin called her home that day. Sent her son and husband out. And said, Zhuzhu, you are also 18 years old. And you should also consider your marriage. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to speak. And Zhang Jinjin said, It has been 3 years. I heard that Li Jirelang has left Zhangjia village. Which shows that he is going to turn over. It's not that I, as a sister, look down on you. But you should also consider your own future. Zhang Zhuzhu, my future is good. I have money. Zhang Jinjin took her hand and persuaded her, knowing that you are rich. Having money is one thing. But what about men? You like Ninggur so much. Don't you want to have one yourself? Zhang Zhuzhu, I really don't want to. When Zhang Jinjin gave birth, she was there the whole time. Zhang Jinjin was fine. But she fainted from shock. Giving birth is not that scary. Zhang Jinjin looked at her face, and regretted letting Zhang Zhuzhu be there at the time. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about men first. I have something good to tell you. Please listen to it first. We will talk about it later. I won't hurt you. Zhang Jinjin said. She was so kind and gentle. And she was her own sister. Zhang Zhuzhu naturally couldn't refuse. So she motioned to her to speak. Zhang Jinjin said, Do you know the Bai family? I know. It's a big family in Songyang County. I don't know any of them. Zhang Luzhu said. The girls, aunts, and wives of these families are her breadwinners. The Bai family is in the timber business and is very rich. But the family is not prosperous. There is no female family member in 2 generations. And the head of the family has long passed away. There is only one elderly lady who celebrated her 60th birthday 2 months ago and ordered the most expensive 6-layer cake. Zhang Zhuzhu felt sorry more than once. The money of the Bai family is not easy to make. There is a man in his family who met you by chance. Knowing that you can make money, he asked your brother-in-law and found out that he is interested in you. Zhang Jingjin said. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to it, and had already thought of perfunctory words in her heart, saying, forget it. The eldest son's wife died within 2 years of marriage. The second son should be interested in me. The second son is already 22 or 23 years old, and has not married yet. Who knows what the problem is? So forget it. Nowadays, men generally have no problems, and are engaged at the age of 17 or 18. Zhang Jingjin frowned. If there is any problem, I have inquired about it. He is not reckless. Zhang Jingjin knew her sister's temper. If the second son of the Bai family had a concubine on the left and a concubine on the right, Zhang Jingjin would not tell her sister about him. Zhang Zhuzhu drank a sip of tea and said slowly, how can a man tolerate it? He is either thinking about someone in his heart or has some physical deficiencies. Zhang Jingjin choked on the tea and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing you can listen to. Zhang Zhuzhu said innocently, what else? Nowadays, it is very common and reasonable for men to have fun. The Bai family can still do business. So drinking must be very common. Could the second son of the Bai family be Lu Xiaohui? Zhang Zhuzhu doesn't believe that he is innocent. Zhang Jingjin thought about it for a while, and thought that this was the reason, and said, what you said makes sense. How could they not have something with such a big family? I'm afraid they are hiding it from me, so that I can't find out. Forget it. Sister doesn't want to force you. Zhang Jingjin is just worried about her sister's marriage. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I'm at this age, and it's meaningless to look for someone in a hurry. I might as well wait. At worst, I can find someone younger than me. Zhang Jingjin laughed and said, nonsense. She is younger than you. You are really shameless. Zhang Zhuzhu, money makes the world go round. I have money. Can't I find a handsome young man? Zhang Jingjin really didn't know what to do with her. Zhang Zhuzhu ran out and took her eldest nephew to play. Lu Bin came in and said, how is it? Have you told your sister? Zhang Jingjin, if they are not happy, you can tell Bai's second son that we are from a small family and can't afford to marry. Lu Bin had expected this and said, that's right. The third sister is not someone who can bear grievances. In my opinion, you have to find a gentle and obedient man for the third sister. Zhang Jingjin laughed and said, she also has to know how to farm. Otherwise my father will not be satisfied. After that, the couple laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu has her own ideas. She is the one who decides her own affairs. There is no elder in their family who will kill her if her child is disobedient. On this day of the temple fair, Zhang Zhuzhu went to the temple to burn incense. Her mother asked her to bring back a few amulets to ward off evil spirits for Zhang Yining and the baby in her belly. After burning incense and taking the amulets, Zhang Zhuzhu prepared to go back. But before leaving the temple, a young man stood in front of Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu took a look and knew what was going on. So she stopped. Bai Jinghe bowed and said, third miss, I am sorry for offending you. Zhang Zhuzhu took a look at the young man. He was indeed good-looking, with regular features. Her sister was right, but his height was not good. He was only half a head taller than Zhang Zhuzhu, who had not grown in a year. Zhang Zhuzhu returned the greeting. It's okay. What can I do for you? She said this, but she was thinking, young man, you are not good enough. My white moonlightly is much better than you. You can't even compare with my white moonlight. Grandmother's birthday party. Xiangsala's cakes are really excellent, which makes the old lady very happy. Bai Jinghe said. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and replied, you are too polite. It is an honor for Xiangsala to open a business and satisfy you. Bai Jinghe said, I heard that Xiangsala will send new cakes to customers every time it comes out. The Bai family has no female relatives of the right age, so they missed this good thing. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. It was not given away for free. It was sent in order according to the amount of consumption. Zhang Zhuzhu still maintained a decent smile. We are only entertaining female guests. Bai Jinghe was indeed very interested in Zhang Zhuzhu. Not in her appearance, but in her way of making money. At that time, the cake that Bai Jinghe ordered for his old lady was simply sky-high. But that thing also earned enough face for the Bai family. And many people said that the two brothers of the Bai family were filial. Later, Bai Jinghe asked about the business of Xiangsala, and soon found out about Zhang Zhuzhu. The way this young girl made money really opened his eyes. Bai Jinghe looked regretful. That's a pity. Zhang Zhuzhu continued to smile, and didn't say much. Bai Jinghe knew that Zhang Zhuzhu was not easy to control. So he didn't continue to talk. He just wanted to leave a good impression in front of her today, so that it would be more convenient to meet again later. Zhang Zhuzhu returned to the rented house. Before she could rest, Yao Yusen came in hurriedly and said, Zhuzhu, someone has taken our jobs. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately jumped up. What? Chapter 107. How can this be tolerated? Zhang Zhuzhu's business is doing well, and she has been the only one in the past 2 years. Naturally, some people want to get a piece of the pie. This is not surprising. But this group of people is unreasonable. They claim that their boss has worked in Xiangsela and knows all the secret recipes of Xiangsela. Their boss felt that Xiangsela sold worthless things at high prices, which was very unscrupulous. Their boss couldn't stand it, so he went out to work alone. You can learn, but you have to step on others. This is too bullying. How can this be tolerated? After listening to Yao Yusen's explanation of the cause and effect, Zhang Zhuzhu immediately sent a message to her partners, such as jewelry stores, porcelain stores, and carpentry stores, to stabilize them first, so that these people would not run to the newly opened Fian Pavilion. Cooperation. Yao Yusen and Xue Chui also passed on the message to people they knew well. Zhang Zhuzhu drank a sip of tea, took the paper and pen, and wrote 3 words neatly on the paper. Yao Yusen leaned over and read it out, pair of geese. Yao Yusen said, What do you mean? Zhang Zhuzhu slapped the pen on the table and said, Aren't we going to compete? Xiangsela is flattering them by competing with them. We will open a new shop and use the same banner as them. Zhang Zhuzhu will never allow anyone to write on her head blatantly. Yao Yusen also understood the reason and clapped her hands and praised, Good idea. I will choose an outstanding person to do this job now. Fian Pavilion made a big fuss about their origins and accused Xiangxi Tower of being a profiteer, which resonated with many people. Xiangxi Tower really made too much money, and any businessman would be jealous. Zhang Zhuzhu was not in a hurry at all. On the same day that Fian Pavilion opened, a sign with the word Shuang Shuang Yin was hung opposite Fian Pavilion. The female shopkeeper here claimed that she was from Xiangxi Tower, because in Xiangxi Tower, whether it was making snacks or managing affairs, they were all women, and men were almost never allowed to enter. The shopkeeper of Fian Pavilion opposite was a man, and he must be a liar. The shopkeeper of Fian Pavilion was immediately suspected, and could only say that his wife had worked in Xiangxi Tower before. In short, Xiangxi Tower did not say a word, and Fian Pavilion and Shuangxuangyan started fighting. This day, Zhang Zhuzhu went to a certain family to celebrate the birthday of the lady of the family. Many female relatives came over and asked her what she thought about the outside world. Zhang Zhuzhu naturally knew what she was talking about, but pretended to be confused. What happened outside? I have been busy recently and have not heard about it. The female relatives were surprised when they saw this. They both said they went out from Xiangxi Tower. Why don't you give an explanation? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, As for this matter, I have tasted the snacks of these 2 families. Don't tell me. They are both good. The Shuangxuangyan ones are slightly better, but the shape is not delicate. If you think the Xiangxi Tower ones are too expensive, you can go and try them. The women immediately said, Miss San is really generous. She is telling us about other people's things here. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. Good is good. Bad is bad. Even if I don't say it, everyone will know it. Eat whatever you like. It doesn't matter. As long as you are happy. You are alive. The women did taste the cakes of these 2 families in private. They are indeed okay. They can't be said to be bad. But these 2 families don't have customized exquisite packaging, let alone limited gifts. These women don't lack that little money. If they sell it cheaply, they may not be interested. Good quality and low price are not what they pursue. With their wealth, if the things in their hands are cheap, it will be embarrassing for their family. What they want is a decent appearance. Zhang Zhuzhu grasped this point and was able to keep her business going. She was not just selling cakes. However, the newly opened Shuangxuangyan handed in a satisfactory bill at the end of the month. This inevitably squeezed out the business of other shops in Songyang County. Zhang Zhuzhu asked the female shopkeeper to contact several old-fashioned pastry shops in Songyang County and exchange what they had with them, so as not to ruin other people's jobs. Yao Yusen didn't quite understand her approach. Zhang Zhuzhu said, How can the money in Songyang County be made by our family? It doesn't make sense. What about the skills you taught? Yao Yusen said that the secret recipes of each family were all hidden. Zhang Juju said, we always have new skills. And the old ones must be spread. Anyway, Xiangxila's reputation has been stabilized. And she doesn't rely on skills to win. Yao Yusen wanted to say something. But after looking at the account book, she gave up. The two chatted for a while. And Zhang Zuzhu asked, has the transfer order for County Magistrate Yao not come down yet? The County Magistrate's term was originally 3 years. And County Magistrate Yao's term ended last year. But the court was in a mess. And no one cared about small places. So County Magistrate Yao has not moved yet. Yao Yusen shook her head, no. No one cares about the memorial submitted. I think it's good for my brother to be the county magistrate here for a lifetime. I will protect you. And the two of us can walk sideways. Okay. I'm very willing to do this. Zhang Luzhu said. This was just a joke. Yao Yusen certainly hoped that her brother could be promoted as soon as possible. But the court didn't care. And they had no choice. Everyone thought that Xianxi Tower had finally met its match. But a stepping stone came. It was silent in just over a month. And they didn't see the excitement they imagined. But Zhang Zuzhu was busy for a long time. And only now she remembered the amulet she had asked for. And hurried home with it. Zhang Yining and his wife were still at Zhang's house. On the day Zhang Zuzhu went back, Zhang Jinjin and Lu Bin and their wife also took their children home. Wu Guiyang held her eldest grandson in her arms and kissed him very much. Zhang Dachuan also smiled and praised his grandson from head to toe. The couple had no time to pay attention to Zhang Luzhu. Zhang Yining was not very happy at her mother's house this month. She was fine with food and drink. But she vomited a lot. She vomited everything she ate and lost weight. Zhang Yining was very puzzled. I remember that my elder sister was fine at that time. Why is it so serious when it comes to me? Zhang Jinjin said, why don't you take some medicine? It's not good to vomit like this all the time. When she heard the word medicine, Zhang Yining ran out immediately and vomited violently outside again. Duanzhe chased her out with a teapot and teacup. And rinsed her mouth after she vomited. After a while, Zhang Zuzhu heard Zhang Yining crying. When will this day end? I can't stand it anymore. Duanzhe could only hug her and pat her back to comfort her. There was really no other way. Zhang Jinjin was also worried and said, I don't know when your second sister will get better. Does she want to eat anything? Zhang Zuzhu, well, I'll make her some vegetarian dishes to see if she can eat them. Fortunately, Zhang Yining's morning sickness stopped after half a month. And she started to feel hungry again. She was so hungry that she got up in the middle of the night to find something to eat. She couldn't sleep without eating. In short, it was hard enough. Chapter 108 Recently. I have been in love affairs. When Zhang Zuzhu returned home that day, she saw that her second uncle's family was all there. No wonder Zhang Yining and Duanzhe and his wife were not there. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan looked embarrassed. The second aunt stood up first, took Zhang Zuzhu's hand, and said, Zuzhu, I haven't seen you since the Chinese New Year. I miss you so much. Zhang Zuzhu thought that it was only 2 months after the Chinese New Year. Why did she miss you? Before, Zhang Yining didn't marry her second cousin, which made her uncle and aunt angry. The two families almost stopped communicating. Wu Guiyang said, Sanner, your uncle and aunt came here today because they have something to say. Zhang Zuzhu said, my father, and you are the ones who make the decisions about family matters. Everyone thought that Zhang Zuzhu was a cook in the county government office, and didn't know that she was doing business outside, so as to avoid complications. Wu Guiyang laughed. Zhang Dachuan also looked at her, and the second aunt said simply, Zuzhu, your fourth cousin is now at the age of marriage. And you are not young either. A woman is 3 years older than him. And she is rich. You two should just get married. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at her 15-year-old fourth cousin and cursed in her heart. He was still a child. Zhang Zuzhu still remembered the scene of her fourth cousin jumping around without pants. The two of them getting married? This is close relatives. Zhang Zuzhu firmly disagreed with the matter between Zhang Yining and her cousin. Close relatives marrying without 5 degrees of mourning. In Zhang Zuzhu's view, this is no different from incest. The fourth cousin scratched his head and looked at Zhang Zuzhu embarrassedly. Zhang Zuzhu quickly pulled her hand back, took a big step back, and said, Second uncle? Second aunt? I work as a cook in the county government, earning half a tael of silver a month. The fourth cousin is only 15 years old. I don't think he can support the family. You are trying to take advantage of me." She deliberately made her words a little harsh, wanting them to give up. The fourth cousin was called Wu Ming. Hearing this, he suddenly became sad and said, "Cousin, I am still young now, but I have learned the craft. I definitely don't want you to support me." Zhang Zuzhu glanced at her cousin. "That won't work. I look at you just like I look at Xiao Bao. You are no different from my own brother. I won't marry you. Go wash your face and wake up. I still remember the way you fought with your neighbors at the door without wearing pants." Wu Ming was even more sad when he heard this. "Cousin, I have grown up." Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself, "You kid, you will only be 15 years old after June. If it were in modern times, she would have been in jail." Zhang Zuzhu quickly shook her head and said loudly, "No, absolutely not. Second uncle, second aunt, father, mother, please quickly persuade fourth cousin. How can a sister marry her own brother? Isn't this going to kill me?" Zhang Zuzhu turned around and walked out. "I'll go to Li's house for a while." Wu Ming wanted to chase her, but Zhang Zuzhu's 2 geese were fluttering in the yard. Wu Ming quickly retreated. These 2 geese were very fierce. Zhao Ping and Lin Weining were playing with a few children at the door, when they saw her running out like she was chased by a dog. Zhao Ping said, "Aren't their relatives coming to your house? Why don't you entertain them?" Zhang Zuzhu's face was full of indescribable words, and she said, "No need for me to entertain them. They will leave in a while." Lin Weining said, "Why do you look frightened?" Zhang Zuzhu couldn't say that my cousin, who was less than 15 years old, actually wanted to marry me, so she could only sigh and said, "Aunt, sister-in-law, I will hide in your house for a while." Lin Weining didn't ask any more questions. "It's just right. You go to the study and write a letter to Mr. Song. He always misses your handwriting." Zhang Zuzhu had a headache again, but she had to write the letter, so she hurried to write it. "Zhang family," Zhang Dachuan said, "you can see that the third child in our family has his own plans, and we too don't keep our promises. Let's forget about this matter." The second uncle was very puzzled and said, "Marriage is a big deal. It's up to you as parents to decide. Guinyang, you are the mother of the third girl. We are siblings, born of the same mother. We are close relatives. What's wrong with that?" The second aunt also said, "That's right. Your Zuzhu is not young anymore. If Minger didn't agree, I wouldn't be happy." Wu Ming pulled his mother and said, "Mom, if my cousin doesn't want to, forget it." The second aunt remembered that Zhang Zuzhu said she could earn half $1 a month, which is 6 taels of silver a year, enough for the whole family. The second aunt wiped her face and said, "How can you forget it? You really like your cousin. Your cousin now treats you as her own brother. She just can't let it go for a while. How can she find someone more suitable than you? Can you bear to let your cousin marry someone else and suffer grievances?" Wu Ming suddenly became resolute. He really liked Zhang Zuzhu, and would definitely work hard to make his cousin live a good life. Zhang Zuzhu, who was writing a letter, made several mistakes in a row. She finished writing the letter and dried it before putting it away. She called Tao Tao and Zhaoer to come over. "Go to my house and see if my relatives are still here?" The sisters came back soon after they left. Tao Tao said yes. They said they would stay for lunch. Zhaoer also said that big brother said he would find a way to make you aunt soft-hearted. Zhang Zuzhu almost vomited blood and murmured, "Is it because of my peach blossom recently? What are you doing?" The 2 sisters played with her for a while, and then went out and asked Lin Weining, "Grandma, what does it mean to be born with peach blossoms?" Lin Weining, "Who is born with peach blossoms?" Aunt Zuzhu said so. Tao Tao told her everything. Lin Weining and Zhao Ping knew why Zhang Zuzhu was hiding here. Zhao Ping smiled and said, "Zuzhu is smart and beautiful, so naturally someone likes her." Lin Weining glanced at the study, feeling a little complicated. She was worried that Zhang Zuzhu was still thinking about her youngest son Li Fu. The Li family would always leave here, and Li Fu also had his own future. She had said before that men would not remember the so-called vows of love, and if marriage could bring a bright future, most men would be willing. Anyway, Lin Weining has never seen any infatuated people. Especially the smarter people are. The more they know how to use various conditions to gain benefits for themselves. Her son hasn't sent a letter for half a year. Maybe. Alas, I'm afraid Juju will be let down. If she can marry a good family and live a stable life in the future, Lin Weining is willing to give her more dowry. Zhang Juju stayed at Li's house until the afternoon, and her uncle's family didn't leave. It's not a good idea to hide all the time. Zhang Juju still has to go back to find a way to solve it. Lin Weining saw her and asked, "Are your uncle's family here to propose marriage to you?" Zhang Juju nodded, "Yes. Aunt, please think of a way for me. I'm so worried." Lin Weining said, "If the child is sincere, you may consider it." After saying this, Lin Weining felt that it was inappropriate, as if she was trying to break up the couple. But she didn't mean that. Zhang Juju didn't think so. She thought that she asked the wrong person. Nowadays, many cousins will become close relatives, and everyone thinks it is normal. Zhang Juju really couldn't accept this. She said a few words casually and ran away again. Chapter 109, There is a good man in the mansion. If you can't afford to offend him, you can afford to avoid him. Zhang Juju didn't go home and quietly returned to Songyang County. The remaining mess can only be cleaned up by her parents. Not long after Zhang Juju left, her second uncle's family also left very unhappy. Wu Guinyang said, "I think Ming'er is good. He is young and obedient. Juju can marry him and be the master of the family." Zhang Dachuan, it's useless for you to tell me. Your daughter must be willing. Zhang Juju is no longer the Zhang Zuzu of the past. She earns so much money and supports the family and her sisters and brothers. Zhang Dachuan can't persuade her. Wu Guinyang, but I think what my second brother said is right. Marriage is a big matter, and parents decide. Zhang Dachuan laughed. Okay. You don't know what Juju is like. If you dare to force her, go by yourself. I don't dare. Zhang Dachuan has a clear understanding of himself. He can't beat Zhang Luju. Wu Guinyang sighed. Fathers and mothers beat and scold their children whenever they want. Look at us. How can we be parents? She couldn't appoint any child. Zhang Dachuan waved his hand at her. Guinyang, you can learn anything else, but you can't learn my mother's style. Zhang Dachuan had a deep shadow on his biological mother, Mrs. Zhang. When he heard Wu Guinyang say this, he couldn't stand it. Wu Guinyang said, "No, I don't have it." Zhang Dachuan, look at who gave you the gold bracelet on your wrist before you speak. She still wants to say that her parents ordered her to marry Juju. Stop dreaming. Life is pretty good now. Zhang Dachuan doesn't want to make the family chaotic. Besides, don't they have relatives in the Zhang family who want to marry Juju? Of course there are. Zhang Dachuan thought that their conditions were not good and rejected them all. It was only because the Wu family had a big face that a child under 15 years old said that he liked his Juju and wanted to come and ask for her hand in marriage. Apart from the money Juju earned herself, the Wu family was just thinking about the land that Juju brought as a dowry. How much betrothal gifts can the Wu family offer? They just want to get something for nothing. Humph. Dream on. Not to mention Juju's disapproval. Zhang Dachuan can't agree either. In March, there were suddenly many more refugees outside Songyang County. County Magistrate Yao was so busy that he got sick. Zhang Juju went to visit him and cooked a meal for him. County Magistrate Yao reluctantly added some blood and said, "These people are all from Dong'o Prefecture. There was a disaster there last year, and the court didn't care. So many people became bandits and chaos broke out, forcing ordinary people who dared not do evil to flee everywhere. Our Songyang County was implicated." Yao Yusen said distressfully, "Brother, you can't ignore your own health. If you get sick, what will happen to me and my parents? You don't even have a bloodline." Yao County Magistrate looked at his sister speechlessly. What blood relationship? I'm just too tired. I'm not terminally ill. I still have blood. Sister Yusen is also worried about you. Zhang Zuzu said, "I hope there won't be any riots in Songyang County." Yao County Magistrate, it's okay now. If there are more people, I'm afraid there will be riots. Songyang County is considered wealthy. Temples, Taoist temples, some wealthy merchants, and big families are also helping. But this is not a solution. Zhang Juju, do you have any ideas? Yao County Magistrate? Yao County Magistrate said, "I plan to organize them to build bridges and roads. In short, we can't let people be idle. When people are idle, it is easy to cause riots. I can't let my business in Songyang County for many years be ruined." Zhang Juju returned to Zhongjia village half a month later and found that some people were living in the old house at the entrance of the village. Zhang Dachuan explained, "These are all refugees." The village chief felt sorry for them, and said they were all poor people. So he asked them to stay there. Zhang Juju heard this and said, "Then you should be careful. Our family is rich, so we must be on guard against others." Zhang Dachuan, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. There are so many young and strong men in our village." Zhang Zuju nodded. And Zhang Dachuan pulled her aside and whispered, "Your mother is still angry. When you see her, say more good things." Zhang Juju sighed. "I look at Wu Ming like a sister looking at her brother. He is just like Xiaobao." Zhang Dachuan, I know. Your mother just can't get over it for a while. If you can find a better one, your mother will be relieved." Zhang Juju, "It's not that easy to find. It was fine in the past. But now I'm so rich. If I don't know, it's fine. If I know, how can I not be greedy? If I find someone unreliable, he will kill me and take away all my money. What will I do then?" Zhang Dachuan thinks this makes sense. But it's not right not to get married. Are you still thinking about Li Sanlang? You were close to him at that time. Don't forget him after all these years. Zhang Dachuan suspects that Zhang Zuju still has this thought. "I have made it clear. The Li family will definitely go back to the capital." Zhang Dachuan said earnestly, "That's the capital. There are all kinds of good girls. Let's be honest, and not try to get rich. Let's live a good life." Zhang Juju nodded. "I know. Li Fu's last letter came last autumn. At that time, he urged Zhang Zuju to split the jade into two. It's hard to say what the situation is now. But Zhang Juju is not completely single now. If Li Fu changes his mind, Zhang Juju will not blame him. If he remains the same, it will be better. Before they meet again, or before they express their feelings to each other again, Zhang Zuju does not plan to do anything." Although Li Fu said she would wait for her answer, Zhang Luzu was not sure. After all, it had been too long. The two of them had been together for less than 10 months. And they had been apart for more than 3 years. The chaos in Dong'o Prefecture was quickly quelled. It was said that Prince Gong was returning to the court and passed by Dong'o Prefecture, where he killed a lot of people, which was considered to appease the suffering people. Songnong County was finally peaceful. Zhang Juju was chatting with the women in Xiangxi Tower that day. She made a batch of things to give to the women. "I heard that Xiangxi Tower paid a lot of money for this disaster. And the third lady also gave us things, which was really generous." The women laughed. Zhang Juju said, "You are my parents who provide me with food and clothing. It is better to say that you sisters paid the money than that I paid the money. How can we not benefit from doing good deeds?" Everyone laughed when they heard this. At this time, the maid came to her and said that someone was looking for her outside. Xue Chui and Yao Yusen were here. So Zhang Zuzu went out. She asked the maid, "Who is coming?" The maid shook her head. "It's 2 women, who look very rich." Zhang Juju immediately quickened her pace. If they are rich, of course she can meet them. She will not refuse money. There were 2 women sitting in front. One was in her 30s and looked very calm. The other was younger, about 27 or 28 years old, and looked really rich. The young woman saw Zhang Zuzu and smiled. "There is a good man in my house. Are you interested?" Zhang Juzu, "Is this a matchmaker?" Chapter 110 Recognize the thief as your father? Zhang Juju thought that the Bodhisattva might have misunderstood her request when she prayed for a peace charm last time. She has been very lucky in love recently. People want to match her up one after another. Zhang Zuju kept smiling. She was always like this in front of others. The young woman continued, "I heard that the third girl is a kind-hearted girl. She is a rare good girl. It's just that she has never had a good marriage. Isn't it a pity?" Zhang Zuju listened and did not answer. She just said, "Take a taste of this snack." The young woman took a bite and smiled. "I heard that your snack can prolong life and make lovers united?" Zhang Zuzu thought, "What's the point of asking this? This is just false advertising." She just relied on the fact that there is no advertising law now. Otherwise she doesn't know how much fine she would have to pay. Zhang Juju remained calm. "A smile makes you 10 years younger. Eating this cake will make you happy and naturally live longer." The young woman suppressed her laughter. Zhang Juju continued, "As for whether it can make lovers feel the same, they must first prove that they are lovers of each other?" The young woman nodded, "Yes. If they are lovers, they will naturally feel the same. But there are almost no lovers, like the fish spirit, and Xiesheng in the world. The reason why the story is touching is because it is about the love that someone wants but cannot get. Maybe you and my nephew can be lovers. The young woman said again. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled shyly. You are beautiful. So your nephew is not bad either. Since you want to be a matchmaker, let me say a few words. The woman motioned for her to speak. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, I am still unmarried. But I have 2 sons, who are almost 3 years old. They are at the age of being lively and active. I am afraid that my 2 sons have some ideas about their future father. After she finished speaking, the calm old woman showed surprise for the first time. The young woman was shocked. You have 2 sons? At this time, there was a sudden sound behind the screen. And Zhang Zhuzhu immediately said, What's wrong? Don't disturb the guests. The maid responded quietly. And Zhang Zhuzhu apologized to the 2 people in front of her. Sorry to bother you too. After she finished speaking, she ordered another maid. Send 2 pearl hairpins. It's just a small apology, not a sign of respect, Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile. The young woman didn't care about this little thing at all, and asked again, Are your 2 sons around? Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head. They are too old to be annoying. And they are at home, being taken care of by my parents. The 2 people were obviously from other places, maybe passing by, or maybe visiting relatives. So Zhang Zhuzhu dared to say so. The young woman was very puzzled. Your figure doesn't look like you have given birth. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. This goose is not that son. There was some movement behind the screen again. Zhang Ozu frowned. What happened today? Which maid was so clumsy? She didn't want to do it anymore. The young woman hurriedly called her. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you have 2 sons. You are smart and beautiful. My nephew won't care. Zhang Zhuzhu, then your nephew is really broad-minded. The woman smiled and said, That's right. Zhang Zhuzhu simply said, I'm afraid it still won't work. Why? The woman looked at her with a smile. Do you have a lover? Zhang Zhuzhu said, It's not because of this. The young woman looked at her puzzled. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Your nephew has to line up. Many young men in Songyang County have feelings for me. Your nephew has to line up outside the city gate from the gate of our Xiangxi building. If your nephew really wants to, he has to compete for the position. This is true. Zhang Zhuzhu is only 18 years old. But she has made a lot of money. Bai Jinghe likes her. Does he like her? Not necessarily. He just likes her because she has the ability to make money. If she marries into the Bai family, she can help manage the Bai family's business. By the way, this Xiangxi building can also be named Bai. Who can't figure this out? Xuechui's elder brother is almost 30 years old. Last year, he remarried and tried to get Zhang Zhuzhu, but was beaten up by Xuechui. It's not so easy to get the number plate that Zhang Zhuzhu loves. The young woman burst into laughter, and the older woman also smiled. Who is the first one in line? The young woman laughed and asked. My nephew might be able to cut in line. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, It's hard to tell you. There was another movement behind the screen, and this time Zhang Zhuzhu didn't hesitate and walked over directly. Then, Zhang Zhuzhu saw 3 men. Zhang Zhuzhu widened her eyes and shouted, How did you get in? Then she suddenly fell silent again, and saw the young man who was pressed on the chair and covered his mouth. And her eyes widened. Ah, this person. It turned out to be this person. Zhang Zhuzhu held onto the screen next to her, and finally stood firm. She was stunned. The handsome middle-aged uncle stood up first, and then dragged the boy of 14 or 15 years old next to him away, looking at the 2 with a smile. Sanlang, do you know that you are going to be a father? Sanlang stood up and replied, It's still uncertain whether I can become a father through competition. Zhang Zhuzhu finally came back to her senses from the huge shock. Li Fu, you are back. He is not the same as he was 3 years ago. If I don't come back, won't the geese recognize the thief as their father? He strode over and hugged Zhang Zhuzhu directly into his arms, hugging her tightly. Zhang Zhuzhu also hugged Li Fu tightly, leaning in his arms, and her hands and feet became weak for a while. Her mind was empty, and she suddenly raised her hand and pinched Li Fu's arm, pinching it hard and hard. Li Fu groaned in pain. Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Let me see if I'm dreaming. It shouldn't be a dream. She thought that she might never see Li Fu again, and Li Fu would go back to Beijing directly, and not come here. She also thought about what she would look like when she and Li Fu met again. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Fortunately, she had dressed up today. It's not a dream. I'm back. Li Fu's eyes were also a little red. He also felt like he was dreaming today. Zhang Juju got up from his arms and looked up at Li Fu's face. It seems that the wind and sand in the northwest are really strong. And this face is rough. Li Fu. Juju is still the same as before. It seems that we still need to find a way to save this face. Zhang Juju, no. I've grown taller. Li Fu touched her head. Yeah. That's right. They both seemed to have a lot to say. But no one knew where to start. Maybe they didn't need to say anything. Just hugging each other like this and looking at each other was enough. You've grown taller too. Zhang Juju said to Li Fu. Li Fu nodded. Yeah. A few inches. Zhang Juju felt like a fool. And Li Fu felt the same way. Their reunion was not as grand as imagined, but more like a meeting of fools. Zhang Juju gently wiped away her tears, calmed down a lot, and turned to look at the people who came with Li Fu. Who are these people? Chapter 111. That depends on what Li Fu thinks. Li Fu leaned close to Zhang Juju's ear and whispered, This is His Royal Highness Prince Gong, Princess Gong, and Concubine Gong, the Crown Prince. Zhang Juju grabbed Li Fu's hand, feeling very complicated. Didn't you go back to Beijing? How could such a person come to Songyang County? Zhang Juju looked at the two princesses. What a guy. Not rushing back to Beijing to seize power, but running here to tease her? The concubine Gong was leaning on the princess's shoulder, smiling and saying, I was thinking about seeing you lovers hugging each other and crying. Why aren't you crying? They are a pair of biological sisters. Surnamed Pan. Princess Gong is 4 or 5 years older than Prince Gong. And the couple is harmonious, but they have never had children. A few years later, Prince Gong married his wife's younger sister, Xiao Pan, and soon gave birth to Prince Gong's son. The two sisters were very harmonious. Li Fu blocked Zhang Juju behind her. My queen. Please stop joking. Princess Gong also patted her sister's hand. And the concubine said, My lord. I just want to watch the fun. By the way, what's the matter with the sun? Prince Gong also showed a curious look. And Prince Gong was the same. If you really have a son, then I will tell my cousin and let her give up. Zhang Juju thought to herself. Wow. This family is too gossipy. Zhang Juju said, Li Fu. Shouldn't you go back to pay respects to your parents and brothers first? Li Fu bowed. I haven't seen my parents and brothers for a long time. Please allow me to go home first. Although this family is gossipy, they can't stop the son from seeing his parents. Prince Gong said, Okay. I have to bother your parents. Prince Gong's wife said, I met your mother once a few years ago and got along well with her. Little Pan smiled and said, It's a pity that I didn't go back to the capital that time. Lin Weining gave birth to 3 sons, 2 of whom were very outstanding and had a good reputation in the capital. Everyone wanted to ask her how she taught her sons. Zhang Juju explained to the maid and went back with him. Little Pan pulled Zhang Juju. What's the matter with your 2 sons? Zhang Juju smiled. You will know in a while. If I say that I have 2 geese on the spot, it will be too embarrassing. Seeing that she refused to say anything, Xiao Pen had to give up. She looked Zhang Juju up and down, thinking that this girl was not necessarily very beautiful, but she had grasped the son-in-law that their Pan family had set their eyes on. At present, apart from her ability to make money, she could not see anything else. You just heard from my son that our Pan family has a niece who has set her eyes on San Lang. If San Lang marries her, he will be a royal relative. San Xiao. What do you think about this? Xiao Pan asked. Zhang Juju kept smiling. It depends on what Li Fu thinks. This is a peach blossom caused by Li Fu. And it is a great peach blossom. Li Fu has to find a way to solve it himself. What can Zhang Juju do? Being calm and composed is also an advantage. Xiao Pan wanted to say something else, but Princess Gong looked at her sister, and Xiao Pan smiled. And then she stopped talking. Zhang Juju looked at the 2 princesses, and thought of Li Fu, and her mood became much heavier. Li Fu must have paid a price that ordinary people could not imagine during this trip to the northwest. Li Fu's return home caused a lot of excitement in Zhongjia village. Li Qi and Lin Weining saw their son whom they had not seen for 3 years, and hugged him, and were reluctant to let go. Li Qi choked and couldn't speak, and Lin Weining cried out of breath. Her son must have suffered a lot in a place where she couldn't see. Li Fu also had tears in his eyes, and knelt in front of his parents. He really survived this time. And now seeing his parents, he was really moved. There were many people coming, and going to the Li family to watch the fun. And there were also nearby neighbors, who sent gifts to congratulate them on their family reunion. After a lot of trouble, the Li family finally calmed down. Zhang Zhuzhu's family also returned to the Zhang family. Zhang Dachuan said, "I didn't expect this child to come back." The second brother-in-law Duanzhe also heard a little about the Li family. Zhang Yinian said, "Zhuzhu, why did you come back with him?" Everyone in the Zhang family looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. Li Fu went home. "So why did Zhang Zhuzhu come back with him?" Zhang Zhuzhu held her forehead with a look that was hard to describe, and said, "It's not important." She didn't plan to tell the Zhang family in detail. The identity of that family was not something she could say. Zhang Zhuzhu had a headache. Wu Guiyang frowned. "Your second uncle asked someone to bring me a message. Now that Li Fu is back, this matter can't be done." Zhang Yinian said first, "Mother, why are you still thinking about the second uncle's family? The second aunt has such a mean temper. How can you bear to let the third son marry her as a daughter-in-law?" Zhang Yinian has seen it before. At that time, the second aunt thought that she would marry her son, and she was very picky and difficult to serve. Seeing that they were about to quarrel, the second brother-in-law quickly persuaded them, and the mother and daughter stopped quarreling. Zhang Guzu drank a sip of water, and Xiaobao rushed in from outside. Third sister, your goose is biting people again." This scene seemed familiar. Zhang Luzhu guessed who was being teased. She ran out quickly, and saw her geese chasing the Prince of Gong. Fortunately, the Prince of Gong had a high level of martial arts, and was fighting with 2 geese. He had not yet lost. Zhang Zhuzhu rushed over, and picked up the geese in each hand. The Prince of Gong said, "What are you doing?" "I was just about to catch them, and stew them for later." Zhang Baobao said, "These are my sister's geese. How dare you eat them?" The Prince of Gong had a strange look on his face when he heard this. "Is this your son?" Zhang Zhuzhu corrected, "Geese." The Prince of Gong glanced at Zhang Zhuzhu and ran away laughing. After a while, Xiao Pan was pulled out by her son, followed by Princess Gong and Lin Winging. Zhang Zhuzhu held her geese and thought, "It's over. Can these geese be saved today?" Xiao Pan looked at Zhang Zhuzhu's geese in shock and said for a while, "How dare you lie to me? I thought she really had a son. These are her geese." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "How can you say that? These are my geese. Maybe I have an accent." "You heard it wrong." Xiao Pan was so angry that she laughed. "This girl is really capable. She dares to make up anything." Princess Gong laughed from behind. "Okay. You have seen other people's geese. It's time to give up." Lin Waining was puzzled and said, "This is the one the third lady hired to watch the door. He is a bit fierce. Did he scare the 2 ladies?" Princess Gong said, "No problem. Her sister is almost 30 years old. Her son is so old. But she still has such a temperament. The prince is also indulgent. It is really inappropriate to interfere with the relationship between a pair of children." Li Fu talked with her father and brother for most of the day, and did not come out of the study until late at night. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed open the gate and smiled at the visitor. Chapter 112. It is better to take pity on the person in front of you. Before Li Fu opened her mouth, Zhang Zhuzhu asked, "Where have you been for the past 6 months?" Li Fu had already thought of an excuse. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Don't try to fool me. Prince Gong and the 2 princesses treat you like their nephews. You must have made indelible contributions in the Northwest. How could Li Fu win the favor of those people? He paid for it with his life." Li Fu didn't expect that she guessed it right, and smiled helplessly. "Zhuzhu really knows a lot about me." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him, and Li Fu pulled his collar down a little, revealing a hideous wound only an inch away from his throat. "You know what I want, and I should pay the price for it." He said he wanted to save the world, but it was just empty talk. To achieve it, he had to pay the price of blood and sweat. Li Fu would never regret it. Zhang Zhuzhu saw his wound and could imagine what he had been through. "Are you afraid?" Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Li Fu said, "I'm afraid that I can't come back to see my parents, brothers and sisters-in-law. And I'm also afraid that I can't come back to see you. Fortunately, it's all over. The achievements he has accumulated are enough for Prince Gong to see him." Li Fu felt very comforted. He didn't expect Zhang Zhuzhu to guess what he did without him saying anything. This is not just smart. It can be summarized in 2 words. But also enough care. In the days when she had no news, Zhang Zhuzhu must have been tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. "Are you afraid?" Li Fu asked. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Afraid? afraid that Li Fu would not be able to come back, afraid that he would leave his life in the Northwest. I'm sorry. I made you worry. Li Fu apologized. Zhang Zuzhu shook her head. If Li Fu lost his life on the way to realizing his ideal, Zhang Zuzhu would be sad for him. She didn't need Li Fu's apology. Originally, I was going back to Beijing, but His Royal Highness Prince Gong was assassinated several times along the way and was injured. So I turned to Songyang County. Li Fu explained why he came back. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Then, what do the two princesses mean? Li Fu smiled awkwardly. I think you guessed it. Li Fu's achievements were really amazing. Not only Prince Gong saw it, but the two princesses also saw it, and they wanted to marry the girl from the Pan family to him. Li Fu naturally couldn't agree, because he had a sweetheart. Prince Gong didn't mean to force him, but little Pan was not very happy, thinking that it was a noble lady from a high family in the capital who outdid their girl from the Pan family. But it turned out to be a country girl. As soon as she came to Songyang County, she made a fuss about meeting Zhang Zuzhu, and today's incident happened. Zhang Zuzhu was a little speechless. Li Fu said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Zhang Zuzhu didn't care about this, and said, I hope you come back safely. There had been no news for more than half a year. Although Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything, she didn't know how worried she was about him. It's good that you're back. Zhang Zuzhu said it again. Li Fu held her hand. It's okay. We will never be separated again. Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything. Li Fu looked at her. You haven't thought it through yet? It's been 3 years. He has thought about how to report to his parents. Zhang Zuzhu, I haven't thought about it much. She didn't expect Li Fu to come back to him. After all, she just said that Pan wanted to marry her daughter to him, which shows that he really wants to ascend to heaven on the spot. Li Fu said, then you don't have to think about it. Just wait. Li Fu finally understood. If she was asked to think, she could think about it until her next life. Li Fu didn't want to wait any longer. Zhang Zuzhu, why are you still domineering? Didn't you say that people's hearts are fickle? Li Fu said. He used to be gentle and considerate, but he has been tempered in the past 3 years. So it's reasonable for him to be domineering. Zhang Zuzhu, is that what I mean? Is that how people's hearts are fickle? Li Fu, then what do you think? Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything. Li Fu's attitude was very clear. If he continued to be coy, Zhang Zuzhu would look down on him. People can't always be calm, rational and sober, especially when it comes to feelings. It depends on impulse. If she stays calm forever, Zhang Zuzhu will stay single forever. Li Fu remembered what she said during the day, and the people who wanted to marry her lined up at the city gate, and she felt anxious. Finally, Zhang Zuzhu said, whatever you think. I think the same way. Li Fu's heart finally settled down, and he hugged Zhang Zuzhu again. The geese finally have a legitimate father, Li Fu said. At this moment, he wanted to tell everyone, from now on, I am a legitimate geese. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, yes. I am not a single geese anymore. The two leaned against each other, and heard each other's intense heartbeats. After a while, Li Fu suddenly asked, did you really agree to me just now? Zhang Zuzhu looked at him in confusion. Li Fu murmured, you agreed too quickly. I haven't said a word yet. You know, in the past, when they talked about this matter, Zhang Zuzhu always had a long list of reasons to make Li Fu think that she was right not to agree. But today, they only said a few words, and Zhang Zuzhu actually agreed. Li Fu couldn't believe it. Zhang Zuzhu, what's there to say? You said you wanted to marry me, and I said yes. Isn't that the end? There was no reason to agree to this matter, but there were a lot of reasons not to agree. Li Fu still couldn't believe it. Aren't you afraid that I will be different from before? Zhang Zuzhu, I'm not as pretty as before. She used to have some frail temperament, but now it's gone. Li Fu, it's not about appearance. Isn't she afraid? In their marriage, Zhang Zuzhu must have to bear a lot of things, even more than Li Fu herself. Li Fu remembered every difficulty she mentioned. It's not that Zhang Zuzhu is not afraid, but it's not her character to shrink back. She said she wanted to start a business, so she wrote a plan, worked non-stop, and made achievements. Now that she promised Li Fu, she has promised, and there is no reason to shirk. I'm not blind, nor stupid. As soon as Li Fu stood in front of her, Zhang Zuzhu knew that he had not changed. A person who does not change for 3 months is rare in the world. For 3 years. More than 1,000 days and nights. He has not changed. If such a person is not worth catching, then there is no one worth catching in the world. When the flowers are in bloom, you must pick them immediately. Don't wait until there are no flowers to pick. The mountains and rivers are all in vain. And the falling flowers in the wind and rain make spring even more sad. It is better to pity the person in front of you. I believe you, Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu, you will still be afraid. Her fear was something Li Fu could not dispel, so he could only try his best to comfort her. And Zhang Zuzu also chose to face what she feared. And it was Li Fu who gave her courage. Zhang Zuzu put her hand on his fatal wound. You are willing to pay the price for what you want. And so am I. Li Fu deserves her. Zhang Zuzu continued, if one day you are not worth it, then you know what I will do. If Li Fu is no longer worth it, Zhang Zuzu will choose to leave without hesitation. I know. I know. You will never be disappointed with me. Li Fu promised. Zhang Zuzu also promised. I will also work hard and not let you down. Both of them have to work hard to manage this relationship. Li Fu seemed to be walking on clouds. I didn't expect it. He really didn't expect Zhang Zuzu to agree so quickly. He had thought of many excuses and many promises, but he didn't use any of them. Zhang Zuzu smiled at him sweetly. Sadlang is like a fool. Li Fu, I already am. Both of them laughed. Chapter 113 Status. The two fools went back to rest late at night. It was almost noon the next day when Zhang Zuzu got up and started coughing. She used to be very healthy, but since she started making money, her health has been getting worse day by day. She caught a cold last night because of the cold wind. Li Fu had been waiting for her for a long time. There were some things that he still had to confirm with Zhang Zuzu during the day. Otherwise, he would not be at ease. But when he heard Zhang Zuzu coughing, he became worried. You didn't get sick before. How come you are sick? In the past, when they met in the middle of the night in winter, Zhang Zuzu would be full of energy the next day. Zhang Zuzu sighed and said, Oh, running that shop is too busy. I have to write all day and sort out all kinds of relationships. I am often busy until midnight. Sometimes I can't even have a hot meal. My health is not as good as before. After all, the physical work I did before is more of a physical exercise. Li Fu frowned. How can this be? You don't take care of yourself. Zhang Zuzu glanced at him and put her hand under her neck. Don't talk about me. Let's not talk about each other. That was where Li Fu was injured. Li Fu was desperate enough for what he wanted to do. Li Fu was indeed speechless. We should all correct it in the future, Li Fu suggested. Zhang Zuzu, what you said makes sense. But it's a little difficult to do it. Staying up late or even all night is a common thing for people who work. And it's not something that can be changed just by saying so. Li Fu changed his words again. Then you should try your best to correct it. Zhang Zuzu nodded. I'm better. I can get rid of these things when people are trained. But you? I'm afraid you will have to work hard for the rest of your life. Li Fu's things can only be done by himself. Li Fu smiled and said, Juju is enough to accompany me. The two didn't say a few words. And Zhang Zuzu started coughing again. Li Fu poured her a cup of tea and waited for him to recover before he was ready to tell her his purpose. Zhang Zuzu smiled and pushed a box over, motioning Li Fu to open it. Li Fu thought it was a gift from her, so he opened it directly. And then, he was speechless. In the box was a pair of jade pendants tied with red ropes. Zhang Zuzu said, Forgive me for taking the initiative. Both of the jade pendants were carved with geese. Li Fu didn't know what to say for a moment. When he gave the jade to Zhang Zuzu, he said that he hoped that one day the jade could be divided. It's not called taking the initiative, Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzu smiled. I was talking about the goose. The craftsman in the jade shop said that this jade is very valuable, and he has never seen it carved into a goose. She still remembers how heartbroken the craftsman was at that time. Such a good jade. It is worthwhile to make a decoration or carve something else. Why do you have to carve an ordinary goose? This is simply a waste of natural resources. Li Fu didn't care about this at all, and said, I think it's good. What's wrong with carving our goose? Their geese dare to bite people's butts. Very brave. He asked, When did you separate? Zhang Zuzu said, I don't want to tell you. Li Fu also had doubts. He thought that maybe when he returned to Zhangjia village, Zhang Zuzu had someone else by her side, and she might not want to wait for him too long. The long separation was really exhausting. He looked at the two jade pendants and thought that maybe in the middle of the night, when they were both asleep, Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were thousands of miles apart. But they were missing each other at the same time. It's a wonderful thing. Li Fu said, okay. Then you have to keep this secret. I will treat it as the first day after I left. And you went to separate the jade. You wish. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu laughed. And he was willing to think so. Zhang Zhuzhu said, is there anything else you want to ask me? No. Li Fu said that he didn't need to ask anything. He had already got the answer he wanted. Do you have anything to ask me? Li Fu asked her. Zhang Zhuzhu, I have said what I should say a long time ago. I know you have a good memory. If a person is intentional, he will remember everything. If you are unintentional, you can say it thousands of times. But the other party will turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. Li Fu took one of the jades and said, then I will go and tell my parents. This was said very carefully. Li Fu was really worried that Zhang Zhuzhu would suddenly stand up and say that you were dreaming last night, and I didn't say anything. Zhang Zhuzhu, go ahead. Whether he could successfully convince his parents was not something Zhang Zhuzhu could worry about. Li Fu was very confident. He invited his parents and brother and sister-in-law to the main hall and told him about this matter seriously. Lin Weining and Li Qi listened to him very seriously. Li Qi asked, Li Fu, have you really thought it through? Lin Weining also said, marriage is a lifelong matter. The wife you choose will spend the rest of your life with you and advance and retreat together. Are you sure that the person you choose can bear such a heavy burden? Li Fu's journey has begun. If Zhang Zhuzhu and he become husband and wife, they will be on the same road. Li Qi suddenly lost everything. Lin Weining resolutely left the capital with her husband. Li's two daughters-in-law, Zhao Ping and Zhou Rui, also stood by their husbands. There are many couples in this world who flee when disaster strikes. But the Li family did not. This is also the most important and basic requirement of Lin Weining for his daughter-in-law. And the same is true for his son. If you can't even trust your bedmate, you can't live on. Li Fu, I thought it through. And she can do it too. Li Qi said, if that's the case, why did you delay it until now? You could have settled it 3 years ago. The two children were very close at that time. When Li Fu was about to leave, shouldn't she have settled the matter first? Li Fu said, I had nothing at that time. And the promises I made were all castles in the air, and could not be counted. It's different now. Li Fu is now living on his own ability. This answer really surprised the couple. Lin Weining and her husband looked at each other. In simple terms, she is now strong, and is not afraid of their disagreement. Lin Weining drank a sip of tea. I talked to the eldest lady. And Pan is interested in marrying her daughter to you. If you marry Pan, many things will be easy for you. On the contrary, you will have to work harder. This is the truth. Lin Weining's words make sense. People have different moods at different times. Today, love is as deep as the sea. If you choose this path, you may regret it in the future because your career will be difficult. Regret will lead to anger. Li Fu, I know. If I wanted to take that path, I would have taken it long ago and would not have survived until today. He never thought of taking shortcuts. Mr. Song taught him that taking shortcuts will pay a price sooner or later, even if it was not Zhuzhu. He never thought of using marriage to exchange for anything. Seeing that he was so determined, the couple didn't say anything. Li Qi said, okay, do it as you like. Li Fu bowed and said, I will write a letter to the teacher and ask him to be a matchmaker. It is really good news for everyone to celebrate. He is finally a person with a legitimate status. Chapter 114 Win-Win. The Zhang family had a guest in the afternoon. Coincidentally, it was to propose marriage. Zhang Zhuzhu called Xiaobao and asked him to call Li Fu. Zhang Baobao said, I know. I said someone is trying to steal my boyfriend. Zhang Wuzhu, smart. Go ahead. When Li Fu came, the matchmaker was bragging about the Bai family's Erlang. He said that Zhang Zhuzhu would be the head of the family if she got married, and she would inherit the Bai family's wealth if she gave birth to a son. In short, it was a lively scene. Li Fu's face turned green when he heard it. He walked in directly, interrupted the matchmaker, and then greeted Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang, saying, Uncle, Aunt, Zhuzhu should go to practice calligraphy today. I'll call her over. In the past, they always went there secretly, but today was different. Li Fu came to call people in front of the parents. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang also got the okay from their daughter. So there was nothing to stop them now. To be honest, there was no way that the parents-in-law would not like a son-in-law like Li Fu. Zhang Yining laughed on the side. Zhang Luzhu stood up, took a purse in her hand, stuffed it into the matchmaker's hand, and said, "Please make a trip. But this thing won't work." The matchmaker took the purse, glanced at Li Fu, and immediately knew what was going on. She smiled and said, "Fate is also divided into early and late. And I, an old woman, understand it all. Look at this young man. Apart from other things, his appearance is more outstanding than the second son of the Bai family. And his stature is also good. No wonder the third daughter of the Zhang family fell in love with the second son of the Bai family." Zhang Zhuzhu politely sent the matchmaker away, then looked at Li Fu and said, "Go right." After Li Fu left, Mr. Song stayed for 3 or 4 months. Zhang Zhuzhu followed him, and had already learned to write well. So there was no need for Li Fu to teach her. But they are like this now. It's just fun. Li Fu realized that he seemed a little too impulsive, and came over in a hurry. He had to say to Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang and his wife, "I'm making a fool of myself." Zhang Dachuan pretended to be serious and coughed. "After all, well, you still have to be more cautious. It will take a while to trouble Mr. Song to be a matchmaker." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Dad, we are all family. There is nothing to be shy about. Let him go to water the fields tomorrow. There is less rain this year, and the village has been diverting water to irrigate the land these days. It will soon be their turn." Wu Guiyang was about to say how this could be possible, but Zhang Dachuan said, "Okay. This is good. Things on the land are always important. He likes his son-in-law to farm. Even Li Fu has to farm." Li Fu naturally agreed. "Isn't it just farming? A small matter." Wu Guiyang pushed Zhang Dachuan. "He is doing big things. How can he appoint people like this?" Zhang Dachuan hummed in his heart. What can he not appoint? Giving birth to a daughter, raising her for 18 years with great effort, raising her like a flower. And she is also very capable. And just marrying her off like this. Can't he assign a son-in-law properly? He was going to assign. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu went to the study. Zhang Zhuzhu took out a pen and paper, and neatly wrote a work plan for the next month. Li Fu looked at her handwriting. How did the teacher teach you? Why did the teacher teach her, and she learned it quickly? How is she worse than the teacher? Zhang Zhuzhu, if I don't write well, he will be angry. The old man is old. How can I make him angry? Li Fu laughed when she heard it. You are bullying me. Right? Zhang Zhuzhu looked up, looked at the person standing behind her, and said, Is it not allowed? She was going to bully him legally and reasonably. Li Fu, yes. Yes. He allowed Zhang Zhuzhu to bully him. Li Fu leaned over, held Zhang Zhuzhu's right hand holding the pen, and said, Your handwriting still has room for improvement. Just copying is not enough. I need to teach you step by step. After that, the two put their hands together and wrote 4 words on the paper, 100 years of happiness. Zhang Zhuzhu was writing, and at the same time she was surprised. It seemed that these 3 years were not in vain. He even learned this trick. How could Zhang Zhuzhu admit defeat? She said, Write another one, flowers and full moon, flying with wings together, and having a son soon. Li Fu's hand trembled, and a stain of ink spread on the paper. Be reserved. You scared me, Li Fu said bluntly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You are taking advantage of me. Li Fu leaned close to her ear and whispered, It's good to have a baby early. Zhuzhu, do you know how to have one? This time it was Zhang Zhuzhu's turn to tremble. Listen. Listen. What kind of words are these? Not polite at all. Seeing this, Li Fu smiled triumphantly. He is no longer the Li Fu of the past. And now it's time for him to have the upper hand. As the saying goes, things change over time. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself that this kid really didn't learn to be a good person outside. He used to be honest, but a kiss on his hand could break the pot. Now he has really grown up and dares to tease her. Zhang Zhuzhu threw the pen away, turned around, and kissed Li Fu directly on the mouth, blocking this bad mouth. Even though Li Fu felt that she was no longer the same as she was in the past, she was still a little stupid at this time. Zhang Zhuzhu put her hands around Li Fu's neck. One of them sat, the other stood, one looked up, and the other leaned over. This posture was not comfortable. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up with the help of Li Fu. Li Fu took advantage of the situation to hug her waist, hugged her, and put her on the desk. In the afternoon of late spring, in the study room where people should read and write. The paper and pen fell to the ground. A young man and woman were inseparable. After a long time, Zhang Juju sighed. Why did Sanlang bully me like this? I'm going to get angry. Li Fu panted slightly and pinched her cheek a few times. I still want to ask you for my innocence. And you dare to complain first. Who is bullying me? I just said a few words. How could she want to win me? If she can't win by talking, she will try another one. How can anyone like to win as much as she does? Zhang Juzu, what should I do? You are not innocent. Seeing her so proud, Li Fu thought it was hard to say who was not innocent. He was often confused by Juju's thoughts and actions. For example, now, in the eyes of more people, it should be Li Fu, the man who got the advantage. Zhang Juju would never think so. In her opinion, she was the one who got the advantage. Other women would never have such thoughts. Li Fu wanted to see how shy she would be, but she didn't. Zhang Juju would only think of ways to make him feel shy. Li Fu thought he had already developed a thick skin, but she didn't. He comforted himself that he had taken advantage. And so did Zhang Juju. This should be called win-win. This was also a word Zhang Juju made up. When she wrote to Li Fu, she said that she wanted to achieve this goal in her business. This word is very suitable here. Li Fu sighed, forget it. This innocence will be yours sooner or later. Zhang Juju pushed him away and calmly picked up the paper and pen. Come here. Serve the pen and ink, Zhang Juju said. Li Fu felt that she was really like a maid who was molested. Chapter 115 Assassin. Zhang Juju came out of the study, followed by Li Fu, and the two ran outside again. The two princesses saw from a distance, and Xiao Pan said, it seems that we are not destined to be in-laws. Lin Weining smiled. Young people will always make mistakes, and he has to bear the consequences. She said this, but she didn't think Li Fu was being stupid. On the contrary, Li Fu's feelings have never changed, and Lin Weining thinks this is not bad. Her son did not let Zhang Juju down for his future, which can be regarded as her good parenting. She is a mother, and also a woman. Moreover, Zhang Juju is a smart girl. She can make Li Fu miss her even after 3 years of not seeing her. This is her ability. Since they chose each other, Lin Weining would not say anything. This was originally a matter of mutual consent. Just like Li Fu was determined to marry Zhao Ping. Although Lin Weining was unhappy, he did not refuse. As long as they could afford the price, it would be fine. Princess Gong said, let the children decide for themselves. Lin Weining said, you are right. I just failed your kindness. Little Pan sighed, I really like your Sanlang. But it's a pity that we can't be relatives. Lin Weining smiled, thank you for your kindness. The Pan family is not a family in the capital. This time when they return to Beijing, they will definitely experience ups and downs. A smart person like Li Fu can add icing on the cake for the Pan family. But she didn't want to. And she couldn't be forced. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu ran out. And Li Qi saw them and called them. Why are you running? You are so old. Don't you know how to be steady? Prince Gong also stood next to Li Qi. And Zhang Juju couldn't help but look at him twice more. Prince Gong was really sharp. He said, little girl, what are you looking at me for? Zhang Juju lowered her head quickly. Li Fu was speechless for a moment, blocked the person behind him, and said, she thinks you look good. It must be said that Li Fu knows Zhang Juju. Li Qi was about to say something offensive to Prince Gong. But Prince Gong perked up. Good vision. Good vision. Although I am a little older now, I really look very good. Li Qi had to swallow his words. Prince Gong was not bragging. He really looked very good. He was still tall and strong in middle age. You can imagine how charming he was when he was young. Several people listened to Prince Gong bragging for a while before they dispersed. Zhang Juju said, this prince. Li Fu shook his head. Don't think he is ridiculous. Last year, when the Hu people invaded the border, he personally cut off the enemy's head in the first battle. At that time, Li Fu witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and knew how brave Prince Gong was. Zhang Juju thought to herself that he was indeed a fierce man. Then he came to recuperate? Zhang Juju was surprised. Shouldn't you go back to Beijing? Li Fu, he was assassinated. But he was not injured. There were too many assassins along the way. So he came to Songyang County to hide for a while. I'm afraid the people in the capital will be very happy to hear that he was injured. Prince Gong won the battle, and won the hearts of the people. The most important thing is that he has the emperor's will at his hand. No one knows the content of the will, which means that the content of the will is determined by Prince Gong himself. He can say that the emperor passed the throne to him before his death. The people in the capital are probably scared to death. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. Then I will go to Songyang County tomorrow to arrange my things. She had never left Songyang County before. And this time, she was leaving with Li Fu. Li Fu said, "Are you willing to leave here?" Many people find it hard to leave their hometown. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't care, saying, "My parents will definitely go with me. And so will Xiaobao. But my two sisters and brother-in-law, I'm afraid I won't see them for a long time. The Lu family's roots are in Songyang County. And Zhang Yining is pregnant, so they can't leave." Li Fu said, "Wait until they settle down. And take them over." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. It rained in the evening, and Zhang Zhuzhu was tired until midnight. So she prepared to make herself some food and go to bed after eating. Suddenly there was a noise outside, and Zhang Zhuzhu got up with her clothes on, thinking that someone's family might have had an accident. 2 elderly people died in the village this year, and both died in the middle of the night. She held an umbrella and a lantern and walked outside. The noise outside was getting louder and louder, and Zhang Zhuzhu felt something was wrong. She seemed to hear the sound of iron hitting each other, very loud. Then she heard a scream. Zhang Zhuzhu took back her hand that was about to push the door open, and there was no sound after that. The next morning, Li Fu came to Li's house early. Zhang Zhuzhu was too sleepy to open her eyes, and she heard Li Fu say, "More than a dozen thieves entered the village last night." Zhang Zhuzhu opened her eyes wide, thinking that Prince Gong's whereabouts had been exposed. Those people last night were assassins. Fortunately, she was not curious to see. Then Li Fu said, "Those thieves are vagrant bandits hired by Zhang Daqiu. They conspired to rob your family's money." Zhang Zhuzhu. What? Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang were both stunned, while Zhang Yining and Duan Zhe were shocked. Zhang Zhuzhu, not assassins? No. Li Fu was also very helpless. Last night, this group of people entered the village and walked towards this side. The guards of my distinguished guest thought they were assassins. The two sides quickly fought, but found out that they were a mob. They were all knocked down in a few moves. After being arrested and tried, they were thieves from Dongou Prefecture. For some reason, Zhang Daqiu knew them. The two sides decided to rob money. As a result, they didn't expect that Prince Gong came here to recover from his injuries, and brought a group of guards with superb martial arts, and just ran into the muzzle of the gun. I guess there is no such unlucky bandit. Zhang Dachuan came back to his senses from the huge shock. Well, I have to thank the guards of your distinguished guest for saving our family's lives. Wu Guiyang's face was pale, and she also put her hands together and chanted Amitabha. Li Fu said, "Uncle and aunt, don't be polite. It's just a little effort." This was not a big deal. But the thief had colluded with Zhang Daqiu, which was a big deal for the Zhang family. Zhang Dachuan frowned tightly and said, "I have also sent money and things to them on time in the past few years. How could he do this?" Zhang Dachuan has always given his parents money to support them as agreed. And what he gave is not too little. Zhang Dachuan is simply a beast. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he covered his chest and could not speak. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Dad, this can't be treated as if it didn't happen." Zhang Yining also said loudly, "That's right. It's too bullying. There are more than a dozen thieves. He wants to kill our whole family." Duan Zhe suggested, "Father-in-law, why don't we report it to the police? Now there are witnesses and evidence. If we report it to the police, he can't get away." Zhang Dachuan lowered his head, as if he didn't hear it, and didn't say anything. Zhang Dachuan felt that he was also a cruel person. After he became rich, the first thing he did was to divide the family. But he didn't expect that his brother was more cruel than him. How could their biological brothers have come to this point? Zhang Dachuan sighed deeply. The whole family was waiting for him to make a decision. Chapter 116, Do Your Best. After all, it was a matter of life and death. And Zhang Dachuan couldn't stand it. If he reports to the police, how many years will he be in prison? Zhang Dachuan asked. Li Fu replied, "I think he will be exiled. Murdering his brother and joining forces with bandits, no matter which one, is a serious crime. Not to mention the sum of them. But after all, no one was killed. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped." Zhang Dachuan sighed. "If he is exiled, I'm afraid my parents can't bear it. The old couple are old, and they regard Zhang Deqiu as their lifeblood. If Zhang Deqiu is exiled, the couple will probably be in chaos. But it's impossible for Zhang Dachuan to swallow this breath. Yesterday, his whole family was sleeping. If those thieves were allowed to come in, I'm afraid no one would be left alive. By then, all the family property he had accumulated would probably fall into Zhang Deqiu's hands. This was too cruel. Zhang Dachuan felt scared just thinking about it. Zhang Dachuan said, "Do my two nephews and my brother's wife know about this?" Li Fu said, "They are not at home." Zhang Deqiu's wife took the youngest son back to her parents' home, and the eldest son went back to the eldest daughter-in-law's parents' home. Only Zhang's parents and Zhang Deqiu were at home. Zhang Deqiu is now under guard, and the old couple still don't know anything. Zhang Dachuan said, "Report to the police, and exile him if necessary." Wu Guinyang said, "Then what about my parents? If they quarrel, there will be gossip. Let's go to Songyang County and buy a house. At worst, we won't come back." Zhang Dachuan said, "If they want to quarrel, they can quarrel. If they get sick, I will find a doctor for them." Zhang Dachuan has figured it out now. He and Wu Guinyang are old and can't work anymore. Zhang Juju is also going to get married. Zhang Baobao is not suitable for working in the fields. They might as well not stay in the village and live in Songyang County. They won't be afraid of gossip anymore. Zhang Zuju has advised him for the past 2 years. But Zhang Dachuan couldn't give up the work in the fields. Today, he finally figured it out. "Master, I will listen to you," Wu Guinyang said. Zhang Dachuan gave in, and Li Fu stood up. "Just wait for the news." Zhang Dachuan nodded and leaned back on the chair with his eyes closed. After Li Fu left, Zhang Dachuan said he was a little tired and went back to the room to lie down. Wu Guinyang accompanied him. After a while, Zhang Dachuan sighed and said with red eyes, "Alas! What is this? How can he be so cruel? We are his brother and sister-in-law. Although we have separated, I have given him money. I also helped Daoan get married 2 years ago. No matter how much trouble he caused me, I will not pursue it for the sake of my parents." Zhang Dachuan became more and more angry. The second and third children are 2 girls. The second child is pregnant. The son-in-law has bad legs and feet. And Xiaobao is even younger. If those people break in, no one in our family will be left alive. How can he be so cruel? Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Wu Guinyang also sighed. "We have done everything we can, and we are not afraid of being embarrassed if we tell others about it." Zhang Dachuan really couldn't understand how he could be so cruel. "I don't want to see him again in my life. Let him die outside," Zhang Dachuan said. Wu Guinyang held her husband's hand. They had done enough for the couple. It was Zhang Deqiu who was greedy. They couldn't be blamed. Zhang Juju went to the kitchen to make lunch and made a separate portion for Li Fu. However, Li Fu went to work, so Zhang Juju sent the food to the study and came back. When Li Fu came back from work, he heard his nephew say that there was food for him in the study. But when he went to the study, there was nothing. Zhang Juju knew that Li Fu was back and wanted to ask him how things were going. Li Fu said, "Juju, I haven't eaten yet." Zhang Juju, "I put it in the study for you." Li Fu, "I didn't see it when I came back. There are so many people in your family. I guess someone took it away." Zhang Juju stood up. "I'll make you some more." Li Fu thought that this was the case, and the two went to the kitchen together. "I want to see who is so bold to steal food from me." Li Fu was very unhappy. Fortunately, there were a lot of ingredients in the kitchen. So Zhang Juju cooked a bowl of noodles and said, "Eat first, and talk after you are full." The two sat in the kitchen eating noodles. And Prince Gong suddenly ran over and asked, "Eating noodles? Is there any more? I am hungry too." He came over, and Zhang Juju said, "Take Li Fu's lunch. She made duck stew with wine at noon." And the smell of Prince Gong was still there. Joey laughed, scratched his head, glanced at Li Fu, and said nothing. Li Fu was speechless. "Prince, don't you have any food to eat?" Joey said. "It's not just me who ate. My father ate it too." Joey brought up the big mountain of his father. And what else could Zhang Juju and Li Fu say? They could only swallow their anger. "Li Fu, what kind of people are these father and son?" That was the lunch Juju made for him. And they took it away without asking. Joey said, "The guards in my house saved the lives of the third lady's family. but they just ate a few pieces of meat. Li Fu is too stingy. The dish was placed in the study, and he smelled the fragrance when he passed by. Anyone who smells such a fragrance will be unable to resist. Li Fu said, the rampant bandits are the fault of the court. The prince will shoulder the responsibility of the people of the world in the future. He should save the people from the water and fire. Dongzhou Prefecture's suppression of bandits is said to be foolproof. But bandits have fled to Songyang County. The prince should go back and reflect on it. Zhou Yi was speechless. It seems that he is really in the wrong. Okay. I'll ask someone to investigate it again. Don't make a fuss here, Zhou Yi said, and glanced at Zhang Zhuzhu. Bring me a bowl of noodles too. He saw that Li Fu's noodles seemed delicious. A teenager never had a full stomach. Li Fu finished his noodles in a few bites, stood up and said, Your Highness is not full. I will make you a bowl of noodles. Zhou Yi worried, Can you cook? Only the cooks in the army are men. And there are no men cooking in ordinary families. Zhou Yi said, Don't fool me. Li Fu, don't worry. After Li Fu said that, he lit the fire again, cooked a bowl of noodles for Zhou Yi, and brought it over. Zhou Yi said, Why do I feel that it is not as delicious as your bowl? Li Fu, my 2-year-old nephew also thinks that the food in other people's bowls is more fragrant every day. Zhou Yi was speechless. Li Fu asked him to eat noodles, and left with Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu was busy these days, and had no time to cook for him. So it was someone else's turn. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, You are not afraid of offending people. Li Fu said, What's the matter? You are not a hired cook. You can only cook for me in the future. You don't have to cook every day. Once every 10 days, or half a month is enough. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, Okay. I will go back and stew a pot of duck later. The prince is right. After all, it is related to the lives of our family. It is not a trivial matter. I will help you in the afternoon. Li Fu said. Chapter 117, This is my family affair. Zhang Daqiu has been sent to the county government office in Songyang County. There are witnesses and evidence. He can't run away. The old couple of the Zhang family were also frightened, and have come to the Zhang family. The old lady cried bitterly, and the old man's face was also very ugly. Zhang Dachuan said with a stern face, It's useless for you to find me. He is a thief who came from Dongzhou Prefecture. He came with a knife to kill people. If it weren't for our family's good luck, Zhang Daqiu would have calculated the money by now. He still had the face to come to him to cry. Zhang Dachuan felt that he was the one who should cry. The old lady said then you are fine. Aren't you still alive? Don't pursue your brother. He won't dare to do it in the future. Zhang Dachuan knew that they couldn't say anything nice. But he was still furious when he heard them say that. What do you mean they are still alive? Is that human language? They are lucky to be alive. Think it over before you speak. Zhang Zhuzhu came back at this time and said, Second uncle can't be saved. You two are not young anymore, and need to be supported. Second aunt, and her 2 sons may not be able to accommodate you. You only have my father to rely on. If you make him unhappy, think about the consequences. The old man glared at Zhang Zhuzhu when he heard what she said. If you dare not listen to me, I will go out and make a scene and say that your family is unfilial. Zhang Dachuan, you guys can make a scene. I'm ready to move to Songyang County. At worst, I won't go back to Zhangjia village. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Not only that, I'm going to marry to the capital. And our family can go to the capital. You can make a scene no matter how you want. We can't see it. The old lady and the old man looked at Zhang Zhuzhu in shock. This girl can marry to the capital? The old lady laughed at her and said, You are going to be a concubine for the son of the Li family. Who is she? This girl Zhang Zhuzhu. Dare to dream. She must be a concubine. Wu Guinyan said, Mother, don't talk nonsense. Our Zhuzhu is legitimate. Don't talk nonsense here. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know what hatred they had, and why they had to make such a fuss. She said, Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm going to the capital. My cousins have lost their father, and they may still rely on me. Please speak politely. The old couple are not completely fools. Now that their son is hopeless, they are still thinking about their grandson. After Zhang Zhuzhu said this, they didn't dare to speak. Zhang Dachuan also became tough. Yes. You are safe and sound. And I can still take care of those 2 boys. If you want to make trouble, then go ahead. After sending the 2 people away, the Zhang family finally calmed down. Zhang Dachuan looked at the trembling figures of the two people, and he didn't feel relieved in his heart. He said, brothers and other families all work together to live in harmony. Why don't I have this blessing? His younger brother wanted him to die early, and even hired someone to kill his family. I want to repair our ancestral tomb. Don't let the spirit go out. Let the second son be reincarnated into the Zhang family. Zhang Dachuan said. Alas. Wu Guinyang also sighed. It's also because my belly is not good. If I had given birth to a son first, maybe it wouldn't be like this. When she was pregnant, the old lady still took care of her, and didn't let her do heavy work at home. Later, when she saw that she gave birth to a daughter, she didn't care. Zhang Dachuan, what kind of talk is this? If you give birth to a daughter, you can't be a human being. Don't say nonsense in front of the child. Zhang Yining touched her belly. That's right. They are evil people. Even if you give birth to a fairy, they will let the second uncle eat the fairy meat. What's wrong with us girls? Whether a person is born male or female is determined by heaven. How can they be blamed? Duanzhe saw that she was unhappy, and quickly pulled her hand and said, Yes, I think daughters are good. Wu Guinyang's original intention was to comfort Zhang Dachuan and blame her for the fact that he was not liked by his parents. But it was really offensive to say this. Zhang Zuzu heard it and said, Mom, I will cook in the evening. You come to help me. Wu Guinyang heard it, and hurriedly left with Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu stewed several ducks in the evening, and most of them were sent to the next door. Zhou Yi shared a plate with his father at noon, which was not enough to eat, and he was very happy at this moment. He said to Li Fu, I didn't expect you to be so kind to women. Before in the palace, Li Fu would take a detour when he saw his cousins, and would never look at them straight in the eye. I thought Li Fu was unromantic, but it turned out that he had a lover, and was devoted to only one person. Such people are really rare. You treat this third girl too well. Joey sighed. You can't even let someone cook a bowl of noodles for me. Isn't marrying a wife meant to serve you? Of course Li Fu couldn't let her go. It was fine in the past. If they didn't do the housework, no one would do it. But now it's different. The family has hired people to do the work. Juju cooked for him. That was their business. She didn't have to cook for others and suffer that. Li Fu said, You've already eaten. I didn't want to cook. I've been busy for half the afternoon. What else is there to say? Zhou, I just cooked one meal. And you're so unhappy. I think you'll be a henpecked man in the future. I'm afraid she'll be the one who makes the decisions in your family. Not you. After he said this, he thought Li Fu would definitely refute it. Which man can tolerate a woman suppressing him? Li Fu said, That's right. She will be the one who makes the decisions in the future. Zhou, you dare to admit it. Isn't he afraid of being embarrassed? Li Fu naturally doesn't think so. They are going to be husband and wife, and there is nothing to argue about. He is willing to listen to her. Zhou, if it gets out, you will be laughed at. Li Fu is very frank. Who dares to laugh? This is my family affair. If Li Fu hadn't met Zhang Zhuzhu, he might be like some men. But Li Fu is calm by nature, and the person he wants to marry is Zhang Zhuzhu. If he can't respect and love Zhang Zhuzhu, then there is no chance for them to be together. Zhou really can't understand Li Fu, and Li Fu doesn't want to explain too much to this prince. Anyway, it doesn't make sense. He just needs to stick to his own way. Prince Gong wanted to stay for a few more days to spend his last peaceful days here. But a group of bandits came last night. If this matter spreads out and someone associates it with him, it will not be peaceful. So he plans to return to Beijing. Prince Gong put his hands behind his back and said to the princess, I am afraid that there will be no peace when I return to Beijing this time. I will trouble the princess to help me. Princess Gong said, Don't worry. She certainly knew the ambition of her man. If it can be accomplished, it doesn't matter if she bears some infamy. After all, everything will be nothing after death. When you are alive, you should try your best to grasp the power you can grasp. Zhang Zhuzhu learned that Li Fu was going to leave early, thought about it, and prepared to go with him. Chapter 118 New Life. They had just reunited for a few days, and now they were separated. Neither of them could bear it. But Li Fu didn't really want her to go with him. Zhang Zuzu was puzzled. And Li Fu said, After leaving Songnong County, we have to go separately. Prince Gong, from the fact that he chose to publicize his injury after being assassinated, can be seen that he cherishes his life. So when returning to Beijing from Songnong County, Prince Gong also prepared to split his troops into multiple groups, and would go separately from his son Zhou Yifu to avoid any danger. And the father and son would be killed together. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's really cautious. No wonder people who do big things take their lives very seriously. Li Fu, yes. If you go with me, you may be in danger. The people sent from the capital are not quiet either. If they are caught up, there will be a fight. Although the possibility is not very high, it is indeed dangerous. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it should be okay. I think the guards of Prince Gong's mansion are very powerful. Be careful at that time. Li Fu, just in case. Li Fu didn't want to separate from Zhang Zhuzhu. They had been separated for a long time. The two discussed and decided to go together. Zhang Zhuzhu said, my father has been unhappy these 2 days. I said I would find a way to make him happy. But I have to leave first. Zhang Dachuan was quite depressed. Li Fu said, you and I will go ahead. When uncle and aunt go there, we will arrange everything. When the time comes, we will take them to visit the capital. They will be happy. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and prepared to go back and tell her family about this matter. She still had to say goodbye to her elder sister and nephew. Zhang Zhuzhu went out and saw Prince Gong talking to the neighbors. Everyone was still very curious about the relatives of the Li family. Alas, the grain tax is really too high. It will not be increased this year. If it is increased, our family will not be able to fill their stomachs. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and sighed. Others also talked about it. It has been several years, and my son has not been able to marry a wife. No wonder some people become bandits. They are all forced. Don't talk nonsense. The Zhang family was almost killed. Is that human talk? I'm not going to be a murderer. I can find a mountain to farm. I don't have to pay taxes. I can eat enough when the time comes. Don't you think so? Everyone is distressed when talking about the messy taxes of the court. Zhang Zhuzhu passed by and heard Prince Gong say, don't worry. My relatives are in the court. We don't have to pay so much this year. Everyone can eat enough and don't have to go to the mountains. Is it true? Is what you said accurate? The villagers' eyes lit up. Who doesn't look forward to this day? Prince Gong smiled and said, it's true. My relative is a high-ranking official. He said that Prince Gong is going back to Beijing. He will make the decision when the time comes. Several villagers praised Prince Gong from head to toe, saying that he was good at fighting and loved the people like his own children, etc. Prince Gong himself echoed beside him, yes. When Prince Gong returns to Beijing, everyone will have a good life. In a few years, there will be a peaceful and prosperous era. The villagers smiled and said they would burn incense for Prince Gong and ask him to return to Beijing as soon as possible. Prince Gong stood beside him with his hands behind his back, looking very happy. Zhang Zhuzhu thought it was amazing. A prince came to promote his own reputation in person. It was really eye-opening. Zhang Zhuzhu left in a hurry and was going to leave the next day. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang were both worried to death. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll go to the capital to explore the way first. Zhang Zhuzhu was really curious about places outside Songyang County. And she was not afraid with Li Fu around. She was going to start her new life with Li Fu. She used to be more afraid, but now she is looking forward to it more. Zhang Yining said worriedly, I am pregnant. I am afraid I won't be able to see you get married. She pulled Zhang Zhuzhu, really reluctant to let her go. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged her and comforted her. It's okay. We will meet again. Zhang Yining was still a little sad, and tears came down. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, brother-in-law, comfort my sister quickly. She is crying. Duanzhe suddenly felt embarrassed, and Zhang Yining pushed Zhang Zhuzhu. I am not crying. She was happy for Zhuzhu. The next morning, Zhang Zhuzhu said goodbye to her family at home. Zhang Jingjin saw her and said, Erling of the Bai family even asked someone to ask me about you. You are leaving now. Zhang Zhuzhu said. The matchmaker was invited after the two families agreed. Who asked him to invite it without saying anything? I just met him once. He was too presumptuous. Li Fu was always very cautious in front of her. He always respected her and asked for her opinion on everything. She didn't want to tell the elders. Li Fu had waited for 3 years. Bai Jinghe asked the matchmaker to propose marriage without saying a word. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't like this. Zhang Jingjin said, Yes. You like to listen to your words. Zhang Wuzhu, yes. I can't let others be my master. Zhang Jinjin heard this and reminded, "That's what I said. But you can't be too domineering. You know, as women, we should be gentler." Zhang Zuzu, "Don't worry. I naturally have my own methods." As the two talked, Ningguo jumped out of Zhang Dachuan's arms and ran to Zhang Luzhu. "Aunt, when will you come back?" His father often went out. Sometimes for 10 days. Sometimes for half a month. Ningguo was still young and didn't know that Zhang Luzhu was going to a far place. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged him in her arms. "Maybe not coming back." Ningguo's eyes immediately turned red. Zhang Zhuzhu said hurriedly, "You can come to see your aunt." Ningguo had 2 bags of tears in his eyes, and kissed Zhang Zhuzhu on the face, and said nothing. Zhang Zhuzhu was immediately very soft-hearted, and she was very reluctant to let him go even though she hugged him. After packing up her things, Zhang Zuzu went out. As soon as she left, Wu Guiyang started crying. She said that all her daughters had to go out, and she would cry every time one of them went out. Zhang Zuzu wanted to say something, but Zhang Dachuan waved his hand. "Go. Buy a small house in the capital first, and then your mother, and your brother will go there." His daughter was capable, better than the sons of ordinary families. Zhang Dachuan didn't know how he gave birth to such a daughter. Maybe Guanyin Bodhisattva sent the child to the wrong family. Zhang Zuzu nodded in response, and Zhang Baobao also whispered sister. He claimed to be a man and didn't want to cry at this time. Zhang Zhuzu touched his head. "I'll find a book for you when the time comes." Zhang Baobao nodded. His eyes were red. Li Fu was holding up several nephews and nieces in turn, and Lin Weining instructed, "Take good care of the girls, and be careful yourself." Li Fu said, "Don't worry, Mother. I will go ahead and make arrangements for the family." Their family was forced to leave the capital, and now they are finally going back. I don't know how many old friends there are in the capital. Anyway, the emperor and the imperial concubine have already left. Li Qi said, "Be careful. Don't make too much noise. And don't pay attention to what those people in the family ask you to do." Li Fu put down the little nephew in her arms. "Don't worry, Father. I know what to do." Without saying anything more, Zhang Zhuzu took the carriage, and Li Fu rode the horse, and the two left Zhangjia village. Li Fu looked at her. "Are you scared?" Zhang Zuzu, "Not bad." She was very happy to be heading for a new life. Chapter 119. Have a good trip. Traveling is really a tormenting thing, especially under the current conditions. Zhang Zhuzu sat in the carriage for 2 days, and felt uncomfortable all over, thinking that she would have to do this for more than 20 days. She was going to be sick. We arrived at the post station that day. Zhang Zhuzu fell on the bed, and didn't want to get up. Li Fu brought the food up, and the two of them ate in the room. "There are really many guards in Prince Gong's mansion," Zhang Zhuzu said while listening to the noise outside. When Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu left Sanan County, there were 50 or 60 more guards around them, all of them young and strong, who surrounded the carriage tightly, making a lot of noise. When others saw it, they had to guess who the people in the carriage were. Li Fu said, "A lot." On the day when His Royal Highness Gong was assassinated, he died before the assassin's knife was even pulled out. "Very cautious," Zhang Zhuzu said. "I thought those people would use more sophisticated means when they fought. It turns out that their means was to send assassins to kill people. What clever means can there be?" Li Fu said. "When I was still in the Northwest Prince's palace, someone poisoned the wine that Gongwang drank on his birthday banquet. If there was poison in the wine, any normal person would smell that the wine was wrong. To kill people with poison now, a large amount is needed, and the smell of the poison itself is also very pungent." Zhang Zhuzu, "Is there no colorless and odorless poison? Poisons like that are only found in storybooks. I've never seen them," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzu thought that these were all physical attacks, without any magic attacks. Although these methods may not look clever, they are useful. If someone succeeds, it will be a permanent solution, Li Fu said. The means of assassination have always been clumsy in every dynasty, but they are effective. So they have always existed. When a person dies, everything is gone. Prince Gong has a legitimate reason to fear death. The two chatted for a while, and Li Fu got up to pack up, rest early. "Zhuzu, you've worked hard." Zhang Zhuzu sighed. "You have to endure this. No one can replace the hardship of traveling." Li Fu reached out and touched her head. Zhang Zhuzu rested her head on Li Fu's chest for a long time until they heard the movement from the stairs. Then they separated. The next day was another hard day. After a quick breakfast, the group prepared to set off. But before they set off, the escort of the palace came over with a serious expression and said, "The horse is wrong." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't hear it clearly. And Li Fu also said seriously, "Check it. This is not a trivial matter." Zhang Zhuzhu asked about the cause and effect, and became alert. If there is a problem with the horse, the carriage may have an accident, and the people sitting in the carriage will definitely be implicated. Captain Gui checked for half a morning. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu saw him coming over with a sullen face at noon, and they thought he had found out something serious, and they were all solemn. Captain Gui sat down and said, "Someone in this post house embezzled the money for livestock feed, fed the livestock bad food, and dragged people to stay in the post house for a few more days and spend more money." Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu's expressions were so indescribable. Guardian Guo was also a little embarrassed, and touched his nose and said, "I made too much noise." After all, when he came out, the prince had ordered that those people in the capital would definitely find ways to kill him. So he must be careful and cautious, and not be vague. Zhang Zhuzhu, being cautious is also good. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. Li Fu, it is also a credit to find out that these people are not clean. Captain Gui has worked hard. After changing horses and dealing with the people at the post station, the group was on the road again. Before leaving, Zhang Zhuzhu heard the manager of the post station cursing, saying that it was common for people to be tired and horses to be in poor spirits when traveling, and ordinary people would not care at all. Why did this group of people have so many problems and even investigate? The guard quickly covered the manager's mouth. Zhang Zhuzhu listened and thought that you were blessed by His Royal Highness Prince Gong. This is just the first thing. A few days later, several guards vomited and had diarrhea, and Captain Gui hurriedly investigated again. After a long investigation, the guards finally admitted that they got up in the middle of the night to drink secretly, and the wine might be unclean. Captain Gui was busy again in vain, and only punished the guards. After several times, Captain Gui was like a frightened bird. Li Fu said, "If this continues, I am afraid I will lose my vigilance." Not only Li Fu, but also the other guards were exhausted by Captain Gui, and Li Fu had to deal with him. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's almost here. You go and comfort Captain Gui. I think he is not in a good mood." Li Fu, I tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Captain Gui is loyal. Just let His Royal Highness Prince Gong know when the time comes. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "This man is really too dedicated." Li Fu had a headache. Only His Royal Highness Prince Gong can bear such loyalty. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. There was no problem along the way, which was not surprising. It was said that Prince Gong sent out more than 10 teams of such people. If you are lucky, it is not surprising that you don't encounter anything. Near the capital, Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu. "Can I ask how you feel? It has been a long time since he left the capital for 4 years. I believe Li Fu will miss the place where he grew up." Li Fu looked calm. He looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "There are several elders who need to be greeted and relatives and friends who need to be met. But I am more concerned about an important matter." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What is it? Do you want me to help you?" Li Fu said seriously, "Yes." Zhang Zhuzhu pretended to listen to him seriously, and Li Fu smiled and said, "Of course. Zhuzhu is needed to get married." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. "Then you just wait. Getting married now is troublesome. 3 matchmakers, 6 engagements, 3 letters and 6 ceremonies. This process takes at least 3 or 4 months to complete. If you get married in a hurry, you will be laughed at." Zhang Zhuzhu is not afraid. But how can Li Fu bear to let his sweetheart down? He must do it meticulously. Li Fu said, "As soon as possible." As soon as possible. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and patted Li Fu on the back of his hand. "Just don't forget me when you see all the beautiful women in the capital." Li Fu pondered for a moment. "I am the one who should be afraid." How could Li Fu not be anxious? He was so anxious. The kite was temporarily entangled by the branches of his house. He wanted to stop and naturally had to hold it tightly. A kite cannot be entangled forever. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Don't be afraid. I don't have anyone else in my eyes." Li Fu took her hand, and Zhang Zhuzhu thought that she was not the kind of person who would change her mind every day. In the eyes of many people, she was not a wife worth marrying. It was only Li Fu who regarded her so important. Li Fu shook his head. I know there is no one else. He knew that he was worried that Zhang Zhuzhu had no one in her eyes, including him. When it comes to competition, Li Fu is not afraid. But Zhang Zhuzhu is not an object that can be fought for. She is a living person with a lot of ideas. When they reached the outskirts of Beijing, the guards dispersed. Zhang Zhuzhu no longer rode in a carriage, and she rode into the city with Li Fu. Li Fu was very worried when she saw her riding a horse. And Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Don't worry. Sister Yusen taught me. I already knew it." Li Fu thought that it was because Yao Yusen taught him that he was worried. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't care at all. She stopped in front of the city gate, full of curiosity about this huge Beijing city. Chapter 120 Moral Kidnapping. Although he didn't miss this place, Li Fu still had many feelings at the city gate. Seeing Li Fu like this, Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him. Li Fu didn't express any feelings. Just said, "Let's go." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, and the two prepared to enter the city. Li Fu turned his head and heard someone calling him. Zhang Zhuzhu also looked back and saw two young men hurriedly getting off a carriage and walking towards this side. Li Fu also saw them and whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, "From another branch of the Li family. He is my nephew in terms of seniority." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. It was a coincidence that she could meet them at the city gate. She already knew about the Li family. The man who left Zhongjia village was Li Fu's great-grandfather, and also the great-great-grandfather of the two young people. This lordly had a prosperous career, and was buried in the imperial mausoleum with the merit of following the emperor. He was very glorious. He had two sons. One was the eldest son born to his first wife, and the other was the youngest son born to his second wife. The two brothers were nearly 20 years apart, which also led to Li Fu's current high generation. Later, after Lord Li passed away, the two brothers separated. The eldest son took the majority of the family business, and the youngest son did not fight for it. But the two brothers did not interact. The youngest son was Li Fu's grandfather. He was also very capable as an official, but his fate was not very good. He died suddenly while drinking with his colleagues, leaving only Li Fu's biological father Li Qi as his son. Li Qi was also quite capable. He passed the imperial examination at a young age. His mother asked for a daughter of the Lin family to marry him. After that, he rose rapidly and had 3 sons. It was because he offended the late emperor a few years ago that his family was sent back to their hometown. The branch born by the first wife inherited most of the family business and connections left by Lord Li. Over the years, it has gradually grown. Some people in the family have successively entered the officialdom. It is considered a famous family in the capital. The brothers of the same generation in these two families have their own opinions, but the two families are both surnamed Li. By the time of Li Qi's generation, the relationship has eased, and Li Qi has also done some things for the Li family. However, when Li Qi left, the Li family was afraid of getting into trouble, so they didn't say a word. It was better than the Lin family and Zhou Rui's family, who contributed more. You know, Li Qi did a lot of work for the Li family over the years, but when something went wrong, they just treated him as if he didn't have any relatives. It was really ruthless. So now when Li Fu saw the two nephews, there was nothing on his face. "Uncle San." The two young men of the Li family came over and greeted Li Fu. "Uncle San, why did you return to Beijing today without sending a letter in advance so that we could welcome you?" Li Fu smiled. "I don't deserve it. I heard that when we left Beijing that day, the elders of the Li family had already crossed out our branch from the family tree." Li Fu was in no mood to be polite with them. The two people's faces turned green and white. But the news of Li Fu's following had been reported back to Beijing. He was favored by Prince Gong, and Li Qi also turned over. If they were dissatisfied, they could only bear it themselves. "That's just a lie," the young man said. "We are a family. What we did that day was to protect the whole Li family. Uncle San is a man of great righteousness. I think he understands the painstaking efforts of the elders in the family." Li Fu didn't say anything. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed first. Before they said a few words, they started to blackmail people. Great righteousness. What great righteousness? It's really ridiculous. You have to give some benefits to win people over. Just send 2 young people over at the city gate and open your mouth and want to get something for nothing. It's just a dream. The 2 young men looked at Zhang Zhuzhu at the same time. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Sorry. I heard a joke." You two continue talking. The two knew that she was blatantly mocking them, and they felt ashamed and annoyed. They knew that their words were unreasonable, but they were told by their elders. So what could they do? Li Fu blocked Zhang Juju behind him, letting her avoid the two rude eyes, and said, I have something else to do, so I'm sorry I can't see you off. Several carriages of the Li family were parked over there, and Li Fu saw them. There must be elders of the Li family in the carriages, but they refused to show up. Li Fu was too lazy to say anything to them, so he turned around and went with Zhang Juju. The two young men of the Li family looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, the older one said, he got married outside, and I haven't seen that woman. The younger one said, why do you care about this? Think about how to explain to Dad. He is too much. If we didn't say that, they would definitely hold our Li family accountable. Why doesn't he think about how much trouble they have brought to our family? The other one didn't say anything, and went back listening to his brother's nagging. Zhang Zuzu said, you are too embarrassed to send the two nephews here. Li Fu smiled and said, yes, I am afraid that I will be bullied everywhere when I come back this time, and I will have to trouble Juju to protect me. He didn't take the two nephews seriously, and had no intention of getting entangled with the Li family. In the past, they could still get some real benefits from the Li family, but now there is nothing at all. There is no benefit and no kinship. So what is there to do with each other? Li Fu is not heartless, but the Li family is not worth it. If the Li family can still be useful, then Li Fu will look at them more. I don't have this ability. Zhang Juju knew he was joking and replied, I am unfamiliar with this place. If I am wronged and you can't help me, then I will go back to Songyang County. No one will bully me there. Li Fu hurriedly said, no. No one can bully you. Li Fu knew what she meant. The capital is not Zhang Juju's home. She has no roots here. Although she didn't say it, Li Fu also knew what it would feel like to come to a strange place. No matter how brave she is, she will still be anxious and uneasy. Li Fu knew what to do. I will protect you, Li Fu said. Zhang Juju was satisfied after hearing this. She must face some problems, and Li Fu must stand firmly by her side. This is the attitude that Li Fu should have. Thank you. Then I will also stand by you, Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu was very happy to hear this. He needed a real family to accompany him, and now he has one by his side. After a long journey, Li Fu had someone clean up a house. The two did not go anywhere else and went to rest first. Zhang Juju slept all day and finally recovered. Li Fu said, I see you've lost some weight. Zhang Zuzu touched her face and said, it's okay. Maybe I've grown taller. Li Fu nodded. Eat more. I've sent a letter to my teacher and will go to see him later. After the death of the previous emperor, Mr. Song returned to the capital. He would occasionally go to the palace to give lectures to the young emperor. Zhang Juju felt bitter when she thought of this old man inside. Alas, my hands tremble when I see him. She was really scared when she was practicing calligraphy. Li Fu didn't say anything, thinking that his hands also trembled when he saw Zhang Juju for a while. When he saw her, he had to chop wood. How could his hands not tremble? It's no use to be afraid. You still have to go. Li Fu laughed. You're still laughing at me. Li Fu shook his head. He just remembered the time when they first met. They still had a long time to spend together. Chapter 121. That person looks familiar. In order to see Li Fu and Zhang Juju, Mr. Song declined all the guests today. Song Lingyan was waiting outside. Seeing them coming, he was very happy. The news of your return has spread all over the capital. Li Fu said, what does it have to do with them? Song Lingyan smiled and looked at Zhang Juju. Miss San, I haven't seen you for a long time. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, yes. Do you miss my geese? Song Lingyan suddenly recalled the embarrassment of the past. But he had also been training in the Northwest for more than a year, and said, it doesn't matter. Things are different now. Li Fu said, our geese are also different now. Song Lingyan said, okay. Stop bullying me here. Poor him. He is alone, without even a helper. Mr. Song was standing in the corridor, and he was obviously much older than 3 years ago. The two hurried forward to pay their respects, and Li Fu worriedly said, teacher, are you sick? Mr. Song shook his head, I am not sick. Zhang Juju was also worried. Song Lingyan said, don't mention it. Grandfather went to the palace to give lectures to your majesty yesterday, and he should have talked about the way of being a monarch. But the Empress Dowager said that your majesty is young and should talk more about filial piety. This intention is too obvious. Mr. Song said, "It's better not to talk. You can't sit still anyway." The Empress Dowager seemed to have the upper hand over the little emperor, and with the support of the Prime Minister Fan Xiu. But the emperor's grown-up sons, whether in the capital or not, were all eyeing him covetously. Now the biggest tiger, Prince Gong, is coming back to the capital soon. To be honest, if Prince Gong wants to fight, no one can fight him. He has real swords and guns in his hands, unless someone really uses some tricks behind the scenes to succeed. Although Mr. Song studies and studies, he is not a pedantic person. Status is important. But what is more important now is to quickly end the chaos in the capital and let capable people take the position. Otherwise the Zhou family will be ruined, and the people of the world will have to go through many years of chaos. Peace is always the most important. As long as the person sitting on the throne can maintain peace in the world for decades, it is enough. Mr. Song looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. "I see you have grown taller." "You have grown a lot," said Zhang Zhuzhu. "I see you have lost a lot of weight. Worrying hurts your body. You should take care of yourself." Mr. Song smiled and said, "You are right. I miss your craftsmanship very much." Zhang Zhuzhu was about to say something when a woman came in to serve tea. Her hair was a little gray. She was wearing light-colored clothes and looked dignified and gentle. She smiled and said, "In that case, let the third girl live at home. It's just right for me to keep her company." Li Fu said, "Aunt, you are back." Mr. Song had a son and a daughter. This was his daughter. Li Fu always called her aunt. Zhang Zhuzhu also stood up to salute, but the woman held her hand and said, "Don't mention it. Your uncle finally passed away last year, so I came back to the Song family." Zhang Zhuzhu smelled alcohol on her. A widow could still drink, and this aunt looked quite old. Li Fu wanted to comfort her, but thinking that this aunt was open-minded and not someone who indulged in sad things, he said, "Aunt, you must be more comfortable in the Zhang family." Song Zhang smiled and said, "That's right. If you can have a girl like the third lady as a companion, it would be even better." Li Fu thought for a moment and said, "If Zhuzhu is willing, please take care of her." "Aunt." Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Li Fu. She didn't expect Li Fu to agree. Mr. Song said at this time, "You came to the capital alone. You are afraid that someone will gossip about you. It's better to stay in the Song family." Zhang Zhuzhu understood the truth after hearing this. The capital is not Zhangjia village. It is not good for her to be with Li Fu as she is unmarried, especially since there are so many eyes watching her here. Zhang Zhuzhu will inevitably be gossiped about. Song Zhang said, "I am afraid that if you are with someone who is not disciplined like me, there will be more gossip. She is nearly 50 years old and should be a grandmother, but she lives in her mother's house. She is a widow and smells of alcohol, which shows that she is not disciplined." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Aunt, you can't say that. The rules set by men are not rules. They are ropes, which are used to tie people up. Not tying ropes is not disciplined." Song Zhang smiled brightly when he heard her say that. "That's right. I like what you said." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled sweetly. She also liked free and easy women. Song Zhang held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand and said, "I'll take the child away." Zhang Zhuzhu waved to Li Fu and followed her out. Li Fu looked helpless. "Sign her to go." Mr. Song said, "I knew that your aunt and this child would get along well." As a woman, Song Zhang was undoubtedly a heretic, and so was Zhang Ouzu. Li Fu said, "You are right. They get along well." But Zhang Zhuzhu's words were not wrong either. The so-called classics in Tao, that is, rules, are just ropes to bind women. Abiding by these things must be equal to enduring pain. Li Fu didn't want Zhang Zhuzhu to suffer. He wanted her to be happy forever. Song Zhang led Zhang Zhuzhu through the Song family's yard. Several female members of the Song family also looked over at them. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old wanted to run over, but was quickly taken away. Song Zhang said, "I am old, a widow living in my mother's house, drinking and having fun all day long. They are worried that I will corrupt the girls in the family, so they don't allow them to associate with me." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's okay. People with different ideals cannot work together." Song Zhang nodded, "Yes. I was also very depressed before, but now I have figured it out." Her own daughter couldn't understand her depression, let alone her family. The two of them went to the study room. Zhang Zhuzhu had rice paper scattered on the floor. She could barely recognize that it was written in running script. Song Zhang casually stepped over it and asked Zhang Zhuzhu to sit down opposite her, Write a few words for me. I heard from my father that he got angry a lot when he taught you to write. Zhang Juju said, I'm not good at this. Song Zhang said, just write casually. Zhang Juju picked up the paper and pen and wrote down what she had seen and heard in the past few days. When Song Zhang saw it, he felt blood rushing to his head. She said, it seems that what you said is not modesty. Zhang Juju, yes. Song Zhang picked up the paper and pen and taught her seriously. Zhang Juju also studied seriously. The two were supposed to stay for lunch, but Mr. Song was summoned to the palace before noon, so they were ready to go back. Song Zhang said, I have a separate courtyard outside. You can live there with me. Zhang Juju, sorry to bother you. Song Zhang smiled and sent them out. Li Fu asked what they were doing, and Zhang Juju told them the truth. Li Fu heard, then you made a profit. Aunt Song's calligraphy can be sold for hundreds of gold. You should be able to improve by learning her calligraphy. Song Zhang is a famous female calligrapher in the capital. Although she is unorthodox, her calligraphy is very popular. Zhang Juzu was shocked. I saw that the study was full of them, and I stepped on them a few times. Li Fu saw her like this. It doesn't matter. It was written after being drunk, and the footprints are more authentic. Zhang Juju was speechless for a long time. The next day, Li Fu sent her out. Zhang Juju saw a young man at the door and said to Li Fu, that man looks familiar. Chapter 122. I don't know if I haven't tried it. Li Fu glanced at Zhang Juju and laughed. Just familiar? Zhang Juju nodded. And Li Fu blocked her behind him. It should be someone I don't know. Let's go. Zhang Juju wanted to look from behind him, but Li Fu raised his arm to block her, not wanting her to see. The two of them played back and forth, ignoring the others. The familiar young man couldn't stand it anymore and strode over. Li Fu smiled and didn't stop Zhang Juju anymore. He deliberately raised his voice and said, stop it. Juzu, that's Zhou Xiyun. And he's also your old friend. Zhang Wuju was stunned, and held Li Fu's arm to look at the young man. Tall, strong, and darker. After looking at him for a long time, I recognized that this was Zhou Kunlai. Li Fu said in a gentle tone, I think he came to talk to you. He is very lucky and has military merits. He is one of the first batch of the Northwest Army to return to Beijing. I wonder if he has been promoted recently. He is considered capable. Zhang Zuju smiled. After all, he was someone she had known since childhood. The previous grudges were over, and Li Fu praised him. Zhou Xiyun. Zhang Wuzu called out. It's not impossible to invite him for a cup of tea. The two people were polite, but Zhou Xiyun's face was very ugly. His voice was already thick and strong like an adult. He said, why did you come to Beijing? Did you come alone? Seeing him like this, Zhang Juju's face turned cold. Li Fu said, the third lady came with me. You tricked her to come here. Zhou Xiyun snorted. Is the capital a place where a weak woman like her can come? What did you trick her to come here for? Zhang Juzu thought. Let's forget about the tea. Li Fu also thought that he shouldn't list Zhou Xiyun as an opponent. This young man always rushes around in places that Zhang Juju doesn't like, and he hasn't made any progress in the past 3 years. Li Fu remained calm. I didn't lie. And the third lady is not weak. Anyone can come to the capital. Li Fu said this, but Zhou Xiyun was dissatisfied. Isn't Zhang Juju weak? Aren't all women weak? Besides, Zhang Juju grew up in a small place like Zhangjia village. The farthest place she has been to is Sanan County. She came to the capital and followed a man like Li Fu. It's too rude. Zhou Xiyun looked at Zhang Juju and said in a slightly softer tone, there have been rumors in the capital these days that Li Sanlang has returned to the capital with a woman. I think it's you. Zhang Juju said, yes. It's me. Do you have anything to say? Zhang Juju knew Zhou Xiyun well enough and knew that he was a straight man, so she was not angry. Zhou Xiyun said, why did you come to the capital? He knew that when they were still in Zhangjia village, Li Fu and Zhang Juju had a good relationship. But after Li Fu left Zhangjia village, the relationship should have ended. So how could they still be involved? Li Fu said, I have informed my parents that after they and the elders of the third lady return to Beijing, they will ask my teacher Mr. Song to be a matchmaker. Zhou Xiyun was shocked and his eyes widened. What did you say? He couldn't believe what Li Fu said. Li Fu said, you heard it right. Zhou Xiyun, impossible. How is this possible? Li Fu wants to marry Zhang Juju. And marry her in a formal way? How is this possible? He has been in Beijing for a while, and has inquired about Li Fu. This person is very famous in Beijing. And there are women who are obsessed with him. Li Fu was considering his own future. Shouldn't he marry a noble lady? Zhou Xiyuan always thought so. He also planned to find a good marriage for himself. As for what he said to Zhang Luozhu when he was young, he had long forgotten those words. Not only him. Men, whether they are scholars or have military merits like him, the first thing they do is to consider their own advancement. No one will look back. As long as they take a step forward, no one will want to look back. Men, aren't they all like this? Zhou Xiyuan said, you lied to Zhang Juju. You are taking a concubine. Right? Zhang Juju could no longer keep smiling. She said, you come to drink my tea. Then I welcome you. You come to squeeze me. I haven't offended you. Zhou Xiyuan. Why did he suddenly come over and say these things to her? If it was just out of concern, Zhang Juju would thank him. Why did he treat her with such contempt? Are you here for revenge? Li Fu said. No. I only marry a wife. Not a concubine. Li Fu would never cross Zhang Juju's bottom line. Zhou Xiyuan looked at Li Fu. His eyes seemed to ask if he was crazy. Zhang Juju didn't want to say anything anymore, and said to Li Fu, let's go. Aunt Song is still waiting for me to come over. Li Fu nodded. Zhou Xiyuan. I'll invite you to our wedding wine tomorrow. Zhou Xiyuan didn't know what to say, and stared at the two men riding away. Li Fu saw Zhang Juju was silent. Are you unhappy? Zhang Juju, no. Zhou Xiyuan and I are not related. I won't get angry for someone who is unnecessary. She has never placed any emotions on Zhou Xiyuan, so naturally she won't get angry. Li Fu said, I thought you knew each other since childhood, and I should be anxious when you met today. Zhang Juju, then you have nothing to worry about. Zhou Xiyuan never really takes me or any woman seriously. He just doesn't believe that you will come back to marry me when you have such a bright future. It is estimated that many men can't understand this, because the first thing they do after getting promoted and getting rich is probably to find a beautiful woman to sleep with. This is a very simple and common way of thinking. Li Fu is a weirdo. Li Fu, that's because they don't understand you. Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, no man wants to understand a woman. They only care whether a woman can serve them well, serve his family well, and give birth to a son. If this woman can be prettier, can bring more dowry, and cannot be jealous when he takes a concubine, and continue to be gentle and considerate, that would be even better. As for the woman's heart, they disdain to understand. And they don't need to know. They don't care. They don't care. Li Fu looked at Zhang Juju gently. What about me? Zhang Zuju smiled and said, you are a gift from God to me. Li Fu, you don't know how good you are. I don't think I will meet anyone better than you. Li Fu's heart was soaked in honey again. He said, I am ashamed to receive such praise. There are still many things he has not done. Zhang Zuzu said, oh, I don't have high requirements. If the full score I measure for a person is 10, then you have already scored 8 or 9 points, surpassing a large number of people in the world. My eyes are on you. Li Fu. Li Fu was moved by her words every time. Then should I try my best to achieve 10 points? I don't know how to do it. Can you tell me? Li Fu asked sincerely. Zhang Zuzu, not yet. That's after marriage. Li Fu was puzzled. After marriage? Zhang Zuzu pulled the reins and looked at Li Fu with a smile, her eyes moving down to his waist. I haven't tried it, so I don't know. What a frivolous statement. Li Fu suddenly reacted and looked at her in shock. Zhang Juju clamped her legs lightly around the horse's belly and ran away. Li Fu chanted Amitabha 1,000 times in his heart. He was really going crazy. When will they get married? The days of waiting are really too tormenting. Chapter 123 San Lang. I'm scared. Zhang Ouzhu stayed in Song Zhang's villa. The two of them were very different in age, but they got along very well. The bad thing was that it was not convenient for Li Fu to get along with her, and she met Zhang Juju less often. And he was not idle either. He had a lot of things to deal with every day, met many people, and studied with his teacher. In short, he was very busy. He finally had a day off that day, so he came early to pick up Zhang Juju to go out and play. Zhang Juju said, where are we going today? Li Fu, Daxiangguo Temple. To burn incense. Zhang Juzu, Is there a nunnery nearby? I want to go there too. Li Fu refused. It's enough to go to Daxiangwo Temple. Why go to a nunnery? That's a place for women. As a man, it's not good for me to go there. Zhang Juju smiled and said, don't worry. I won't ask how to become a monk. Li Fu didn't dare to believe this. Although no one could compete with him. But he was competing with the Bodhisattva. Wouldn't that be more terrifying? Li Fu, I won't go there either. I have to go somewhere else to play. The weather is getting hotter. Go buy some cloth and ask someone to make some clothes for you. You also need to buy new jewelry. Li Fu didn't think of this before. He just wanted to ask someone to send food and drinks to Zhang Luozhu. Li Fu remembered this after meeting some female elders these days, and watching them dress up. Song Zhang was still drunk, and the two could not wake her up to say goodbye. So they went out directly. Li Fu also squeezed into the carriage they were riding today. The two sat in the carriage and laughed. Li Fu asked, what have you done these days? Zhang Juju, reading, practicing calligraphy, sleeping, eating, nothing else. Very free. She was not in a hurry. She was very busy every day in Song'an County before. And these few months were just like a vacation. Li Fu sighed, I want to. Too. He also wanted to be with Juju every day. But unfortunately, he was too busy. Zhang Juju, then think about it carefully. It was impossible to have free time to accomplish something. Li Fu's suffering had just begun. Why don't you comfort me? Li Fu said. Zhang Juju was very generous, and nodded and said yes. Li Fu happily waited for her sweet words. Zhang Juju tilted her head, and kissed Li Fu on the cheek. This move was better than 1,000 words. Li Fu held her hand, and said nothing. When they arrived at Daxiangwo Temple, the two of them lined up to burn incense first. And then Li Fu specially donated more incense money to ask the monks in the temple to read their horoscopes. Zhang Juju was speechless. Isn't this the process after the marriage? Why did you do it in advance? And this is too superstitious. Li Fu said, I want to confirm it in advance. In case the person who reads the horoscope can't speak at that time. I have to go and arrange it in advance. Zhang Juju thought that the child was a little crazy. Maybe what he said that day was a little too much and stimulated the child. Li Fu did not listen to the advice, and insisted to find the monk to look at the horoscope. Zhang Juju was speechless beside him. The monk was also very experienced. He first looked at the young couple, and then looked at the horoscope. But he suddenly frowned. And Li Fu was startled. Master. What's wrong? The monk said, It's okay. It's okay. It's just that the fate of these two people is a little strange. And it shouldn't exist. Li Fu didn't care about this and said, Just tell me whether there is fate or not. The monk, Yes. It is very fate. Let's go to the Mandarin Duck Bridge in our temple later, and let the Bodhisattva see it. Your fate will be more stable. Zhang Juju didn't believe it at all, thinking that she would have to pay to go up the bridge. Li Fu put away the two people's horoscopes, and happily took Zhang Juju to line up to go up the bridge. Zhang Juju looked, and saw that they really had to line up to pay. Zhang Juju whispered, Mandarin ducks are not monogamous. After they give birth to children, they separate and change the next year. Li Fu, is there such a thing? Yes, Zhang Juju said. But wild geese and swans cannot live alone. Li Fu thought for a moment. So he saved the money to go up the bridge today. Li Fu took Zhang Juju around the Daxiangwo Temple, and told her about his childhood. Zhang Juju listened to him, and occasionally agreed with him. They were both very happy. Zhang Juju was still very interested in the place where Li Fu grew up. After we left Beijing, the former mansion of our family was messed up by the imperial concubine's family. I heard that there was a murder case, so it was not suitable to live there. I have chosen another house, and will move there when His Royal Highness Prince Gong returns to Beijing. Li Fu went back to take a look. The house was destroyed beyond recognition. Zhang Juju, that's a pity. I want to go and take a look. Li Fu, let's go after it's cleaned up. The two walked around the temple, and it was almost noon. They were ready to go out to eat something. Before leaving the door, Li Fu was stopped again. This time, it was a few middle-aged women, and behind them were the young women of their family. It would have been fine if they hadn't called her. But now that they had called her, Li Fu couldn't refuse. So she went to greet them, and called her aunt. You come back first to make arrangements. Are your parents coming back soon? This woman was the wife of the prince of the Duke of Weiguo's mansion. Her surname was Zhou. She was Zhou Rui's cousin from the next room. and she was also related to the Li family in a roundabout way. Lin Weining was very popular. Li Fu said. Yes. He is on the way, and will be back in a few days. Your mother is finally back, said Mrs. Zhou. She has been gone for several years. I don't know how much I miss her, Li Fu said politely. Thank you for your concern. Zhang Juju stood behind Li Fu, but was also stared at by everyone. Zhang Juju also looked back at the women who were looking at her. They looked younger than her, and were all little girls. Alas, it's a pity that your family has suffered a disaster for no reason. Your mother and I had talked about your marriage. But it's a pity that you have been away for 4 years. It's really delayed. Another woman suddenly pulled her daughter in front of her and talked about this. Zhang Juju looked at the girl and estimated that she was 12 or 13 years old. Li Fu didn't respond. The scene was really awkward. Mrs. Zhou thought that talking about this now would be a slap in their own face. When the Li family got into trouble, everyone was in a hurry to arrange their daughter's marriage. What's the point of talking about this now? Li Fu didn't respond to that and said, My marriage is already decided. After my parents come to Beijing, they will discuss the wedding date. When the time comes, please invite all the aunts to have a drink of wedding wine. Mrs. Zhou looked at Zhang Zuzhu a few more times. Zhang Zuzhu smiled shyly and lowered her head. Li Fu was really not used to seeing Zhang Zuzhu like this. She always smiled brightly and flamboyantly, and spoke a lot of fierce words. How could she be shy? Mrs. Zhou could only say, Then congratulations to San Lang. This is a good thing. Li Fu, thank you for your good words. At this time, a young girl became anxious and pointed at Zhang Zuzhu, shouting, Who are you? Why do you marry Li Sanlang? Zhang Luzhu was shy. When she heard the words, she raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked pitiful. She gently pulled Li Fu's sleeve and said weakly, Sanlang, did I do something wrong? I'm so scared. Chapter 120 for the character of a delicate wife and a truly spoiled wife. The scene was very exciting for a time. Li Fu's expression was also very exciting. He turned around and looked at Zhang Juju's eyes full of tears. Her pitiful appearance, and remembered her appearance when she killed chickens, slaughtered geese and beat people. For a moment, he felt very torn. But as Zhang Juju's confidant and fiancé, how could he not cooperate with her? Li Fu said softly, It's okay. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. No one will say anything to you. The expressions of the women and girls next to them were even more exciting. They didn't do anything. But this girl actually cried. Zhang Juju's tears fell one by one. And she cried very beautifully. I know that I have a bad background, and I am not worthy of you. I said I would not come to the capital. And you just forgot me in that small place. You insisted on asking me to come to the capital and marry me. You forced me. She cried as she spoke. And it was very miserable for a while. Li Fu looked at her tears. And no one would think that these tears were fake. I'd better go back, she concluded. Li Fu's emotions were not very rich. And he said dryly, How can I forget you? I can forget anyone. But I can't forget you. Zhang Zuzhu ran forward a few steps. And Li Fu chased her and whispered, Don't run yet. You haven't told me what you were acting. Zhang Zuzhu complained in a low voice. Why don't you have any tacit understanding with me? Didn't I just tell you? It was Li Fu who insisted on marrying her and forced her to come. Li Fu understood the spirit and said, Yes. It's all my fault. I insisted on marrying you and forced you to come to the capital. I don't care about your background. Li Fu's face turned red as she spoke. Zhang Zuzhu thought that he had no acting skills at all. She said, Really? You don't care about my background. You will only marry me in your life? Li Fu acted stiffly. Yes. There are 3,000 rivers. But I only take one. Zhang Zuzhu seemed to be comforted. She winked at him, signaling him to send those people away. A group of women watched the play nearby, and they all had complicated feelings. Li Fu bowed and said, Please forgive me for being a little timid. I should go back. Mrs. Zhou forced a smile. Okay. Go back quickly. So Zhang Zuzhu, with a weak face, followed Li Fu out of the temple. Zhang Zhuzhu's face immediately changed back, wiped her tears, and said, Why don't you have any acting skills at all? Don't you know how to cooperate with me? Li Fu was speechless. You suddenly changed your face and scared me. I don't know where to cooperate. Zhang Zuzhu glared at him. Li Fu begged for mercy. Please tell me in detail. I will learn. Although he didn't understand, it didn't delay his learning. He was always very humble. Zhang Zhuju liked Li Fu's attitude. I want to establish a personal character for myself, Zhang Zhuju said. Just like what happened just now. Weak and frail. Someone spoke loudly to me. I was scared and cried. And then I was forced by you to come to Beijing to marry you. Li Fu didn't quite understand the meaning of this character. Why? Aren't we in love with each other? Li Fu couldn't agree with the latter statement. We are a match made in heaven. It made him sound like a bully. But he was not like that at all. Zhang Zhuju patiently explained. Look at those people just now. Although they didn't say it, I know they all look down on me. They must think I'm some kind of goblin who seduced you. I don't want to be like this. Li Fu knew this and didn't want to tell them too much. Zhang Zhuju said, on the contrary. My character is weak, pitiful and innocent. And your character is someone who forces me and loves me to death. Anyway, you can't let them not focus on me. Li Fu listened and remained silent for a long time. Zhang Zhuju looked at him in confusion. What was wrong? Did he disagree? Did he want her to endure those gossips? She couldn't endure them for long. When those people discussed Li Fu, they had to consider Li Fu's identity. At most, they were just teasing and wouldn't go too far. Li Fu smiled. Then this is not a character setting. This is a fact. Li Fu said proudly. I just love you to death. Zhang Zhuju was about to say that it was not necessary. But Li Fu immediately imagined, don't worry. This matter will spread all over the capital soon. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Before, he wanted to tell people. But he didn't have a name. So he couldn't say it. Now that he has a name and has been approved, it will spread all over the capital immediately. So that everyone in the capital will know about his love. Isn't this a simple matter? Seeing him getting excited, Zhang Zhuju quickly persuaded him. Sanlang. Sanlang? Calm down. Li Fu, I am very calm. Zhang Zhuju wanted to persuade him again, saying that this was just a character setting. But Li Fu was completely unwilling to listen. He was already thinking about how to promote it. Zhang Zhuju saw him like this, and knew that she couldn't persuade him anymore. She thought that she should make a plan in advance. Sudden ideas are indeed prone to problems. When the carriage arrived at the restaurant, Li Fu finally calmed down. No matter what plan you have to eat first. After a short rest at noon, the two went to buy fabrics and jewelry again. As a woman, Zhang Zhuju was very interested in these things. And she was doing business in Songyang County and had cooperation with these industries. So she was responsible for choosing when buying. And Li Fu just paid. Zhang Zhuju said. You have money now? Li Fu took out a stack of banknotes. Don't worry. There are a lot. Those 3 years were not wasted. He is now rich. When Zhang Zhuju heard this, she bought it with confidence and inspected it by the way. If she wants to do business again, it will be more convenient at that time. The maid accompanied Zhang Zhuju to choose, and Li Fu talked to the shopkeeper beside her. This was a big customer, and the shopkeeper was very polite. Li Fu saw that Zhang Zhuju was dazzled by the selection and said, You can keep all the ones that look good. Zhang Zhuju, why do you need so many? I will not buy them in the future. Li Fu, you can keep them. If you have a daughter in the future, you can give them as a dowry. Zhang Zhuju rolled her eyes at him. She was dreaming now. Daughter? Where did the daughter come from? The shopkeeper smiled and said, You two are really loving. Li Fu smiled very gently. Yes, I finally got her. Naturally, I will give her whatever she wants. Even my life. Zhang Zhuju's hands trembled, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. Li Fu was still nagging. You should also know me. Our Li family suffered a disaster and had to leave the capital. I was disheartened at that time and felt that the future was bleak. I almost collapsed. Zhang Zhuju thought to herself. Do you have it? You don't have it at all. The shopkeeper knew the elegant meaning of the music and the music. I know how you feel. When I was down and out, it was thanks to my wife's consolation and comfort. And she helped me solve my problems. I am here today. I will never let down this friendship in my life. Yes. Li Fu nodded. She didn't expect me to repay her kindness. She just wanted to live a quiet life in her hometown. But I forced her to come to the capital. I would do whatever she asked for. And even if she didn't ask, I would give it to her. The shopkeeper next to him responded enthusiastically, saying that Li Fu was affectionate. The maid watched Zhang Juju choosing at will from a pile of jewelry. And she was very envious for a moment, thinking, why didn't I meet a poor prince? Zhang Juju thought, what a lousy story. It was not good at all. Although this story was not good, it was quickly spread out with exaggeration. Chapter 125. San Lang. Calm down. Song Zhang soon heard the rumor. She and Zhang Zuju had known each other for a few days. Forgive her old eyesight. She really couldn't see how Zhang Zuju and the word weak could be connected. However, the rumors about Li Fu were very interesting. First, it was said that their family was wrong 4 years ago, and it was the fault of the imperial concubine, and everyone sympathized with the Li family. The most sympathetic person was Li Fu, saying that he could have had a matching marriage and married a noble lady. But he was a modest gentleman. After receiving the kindness of this weak woman Zhang, he wanted to repay the kindness and marry her. He was really a noble character with good morals. Of course, Li Fu and others were behind this, which was to build momentum for the Li family's reputation. After all, the late emperor had allowed the Li family to leave the capital. If the Li family wanted to come back and return to the officialdom, they would naturally have to convince people. The impression Zhang Juju left on everyone was the word weak. No one else could think of it. Zhang Juju was very satisfied with the result. Song Zhang said, I really don't know what you young people are thinking. Zhang Zuju smiled and said, in the future, when they talk about me, they will only say that I am weak, and they won't mention anything else. Over time, they will forget about me. Weakness is not a good character. With this label, she will be ignored. When she was in Zhangjia village, everyone said she was fierce. Whenever someone mentioned a powerful woman, Zhang Juju would be dragged out for comparison. This time, she must disappear in front of people. Let Li Fu shoulder the wind and rain outside. Li Fu really went through the wind and rain. Her grandmother, Mrs. Lin, called her grandson over that day and frowned and said, what kind of gossip is going on outside? What's the matter with the girl you are going to marry? The two aunts next to her also looked worried, thinking that this woman really wronged Li Fu. Li Fu didn't think it was a big deal when she talked nonsense outside, but she felt a little embarrassed in front of her relatives. But he couldn't destroy the character Zhang Zuju wanted to establish. So he said, I asked to marry her. When you, grandmother, meet her, you will know her character and temperament. The eldest aunt said, did your parents agree? Li Fu nodded, they have agreed. Since her parents agreed, the eldest aunt had nothing to say. The second aunt was unhappy and joked, before, your family had something to do, and your second uncle ran around for you. Your cousin didn't know how many times she went to Daxianglo Temple to burn incense for you. Now you are finally back. Don't forget our hard work. The second aunt has 2 daughters, and the elders of the 2 families have always wanted to promote good things. Now that Li Fu has finally returned, he has a woman to marry, so the second aunt is naturally unhappy. I don't know what that girl is capable of to coax your whole family over. She smiled at Li Fu, but her words were not very polite. Li Fu also smiled and said, you have heard that I was the one who insisted on bringing her to the capital and marrying her. She has nothing to coax me about. It was me who tried my best to keep her. If you have anything to ask, just ask me. Why mention a weak woman like her? The second aunt was rebuked for a few words, and became even more unhappy. She was about to mention the previous favor. Li Fu continued, my eldest uncle and third cousin were also innocently implicated because of our family's affairs. His Royal Highness Prince Gong will return to Beijing soon. It is the time to hire people. I think my eldest uncle will have a good future. My third cousin has also been training outside for a few years, and should come back to reunite. When the aunt heard this, she was immediately happy. Her husband did not get promoted, but at least he was still in the capital. However, after her son passed the imperial examination, he did not stay in the capital. He was away for 3 years. The aunt missed her son so much that her eyes were red. Don't say such things, said the aunt. We are a family. We are of the same blood. It doesn't matter if we are implicated or not. This is what outsiders say. If your uncle hears it, he will be angry. Li Fu said, you are right. We are a family. Mrs. Lin saw that Li Fu was defending Miss Zhang San, so she did not ask any more questions. The love between men and women is the most difficult thing to explain in this world. Outsiders do not understand it, and criticizing it will only backfire. Besides, she believed in her daughter Lin Weiying. Since her daughter had given in, she, as a grandmother, didn't have to worry. Your aunt is right, Mrs. Lin said with a smile. We are a family, and we don't say anything out of politeness. I am just curious about what kind of girl can catch your eye. I am an old man, and I hope you will have a close friend who can give birth to children for you and live a good life as soon as possible. Li Fu said. Your grandson understands your painstaking efforts. The second aunt was unhappy, but she didn't dare to say anything in front of her mother-in-law. She just didn't understand. Li Fu had a bright future now. If the Lin family married a daughter to the family and had Li Fu as a son-in-law, it would be a great help in the future. She was not only thinking about her daughter, but also about the Lin family. The mother-in-law and the eldest sister-in-law were still talking about being a family. If they were really a family, shouldn't Li Fu marry the daughter of the Lin family? What's the use of empty words? The real benefits are the most important. No matter how much she thought in her heart, she couldn't say it. She could only endure it and think of another way. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu went around the capital twice again. Zhang Zhuzhu bought a house and bought her own dowry. These things were almost done. The Li family and Zhang Zhuzhu's parents and brother also arrived in the capital. As for Prince Gong, he was still on the way. No one knew where he was now. The two got up early in the morning to pick them up. Li Fu looked very happy and said, Finally, we are here. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Yes. I have never been separated from my parents for such a long time. She was also very happy. Li Fu said, I have asked someone to calculate the date. There are several suitable dates in August. After they have rested, I will discuss with the elders. Zhang Zhuzhu said, August. It's already the middle of June. Not even 2 months. Is it in time? These messy things must be done in 3 months. And she even asked someone to inquire. Li Fu answered seriously, saying, It's in time. In fact, I think July is also a good date. But I'm afraid the elders will not agree. Zhang Ruzu, San Lang. Calm down. I can't run away. We can take it slowly. Uncle and aunt have just returned to Beijing. And His Royal Highness Prince Gong will also return to Beijing. By then, there will be a lot of family and national affairs waiting for you to do. Don't be so anxious. Zhang Zhuzhu is not afraid of a hasty marriage. But Li Fu has to worry about so many things. He will definitely be too busy. And it is not worth it to make him tired. I am not uncalm. Li Fu looked at her calmly. I just want you to try it earlier, so that you can give me a 10 in time. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless and rolled her eyes at Li Fu. Damn. He's exhausted to death. Chapter 126. Face is not as important as a wife. The group rested temporarily in the pavilion outside the city. The weather was too hot, and the horses had to stop to drink water. Li Qi wiped the sweat from his head and said to Zhang Dachuan, You have worked so hard on this journey. Zhang Dachuan was in good health. He had been traveling for more than a month without any problems. He smiled and said, The last time I went away was when I was doing corvée labor. This time I came back to the capital. I don't know what the capital is like. Li Qi smiled and said, I'm afraid the marriage of the 2 children will have to be arranged in winter. You don't have to worry about anything. Just go and have fun everywhere. Zhang Dachuan smiled. Zhang Dachuan is also a lucky man. He saved people in the past and got a sum of money. He has no worries about food and drink these years and has lived a smooth life. He has raised 3 daughters and has been laughed at by many people. But his 3rd daughter is not only good at making money, but also found a good son-in-law. The Zhang family jumped from a small place like Songyang County to the capital. He was reluctant to worship the Buddha. How could he have such a good life? Wu Guiyang was also talking to Lin Weining. Wu Guiyang was not in the same good mood as Zhang Dachuan. She was happy to say that she was happy. But she was not used to leaving her hometown, and was also worried about her daughter. Seeing her like this, Lin Weining was about to comfort her patiently. There was a sound of horse hooves behind them. And Li Yuan shouted, 3rd uncle. Everyone turned around, and saw Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu riding horses. The 2 couldn't wait, so they came to the outside of the city to pick up their families in time. But they didn't expect to meet here. Zhang Baobao ran over and called her 3rd sister. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly got off the horse, rubbed his head, and hugged him. Li Fu saw Zhou Yi and asked in surprise, Why is the prince here? Zhou Yi said helplessly, My father said that all is fair in war. Zhou Yi was originally going to return to Beijing with another team. But his father suddenly had an idea and asked him to pretend to be a servant of the Li family along the way, saying that this way he would not be discovered. Li Fu thought, If it was Prince Gong who wanted to do this, it wouldn't be strange. Zhou Yi was finally freed. He said hello to everyone, then rode Li Fu's horse and ran away with a few guards. Wu Guiyang pulled Zhang Zhuzhu to her side. My son. You. She wanted to say that Zhang Luzhu had lost weight, but after a closer look, Zhang Zhuzhu's face was a little rounder. There was no way. Li Fu asked people to send her food all day long. Not to mention Zhang Zhuzhu was fat. Even Song Zhang, who was not easy to gain weight at an older age, was fat. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. Mom, am I fat? Wu Guiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You should eat less. Girls, being too fat is not good looking. You should be thinner. Zhang Dachuan said, that's right. Your mother and I are worried that you will not adapt to the climate, and that you will get sick in the capital. We worry about you all day. But you are doing well. I am in good health. Zhang Zhuzhu said. The family hasn't seen each other for a long time, and I really don't know how much to say. Li Qi and Lin Weiying, the couple next to them, also pulled Li Fu to ask questions, and the children in the family took turns to let Li Fu hold them. Li Fu suddenly sighed and said to Zhao Ping, what should I do in the future? Li Fu was used to being a carpenter in Zhongjia village. Now that he is back in the capital, he doesn't know what to do. Zhao Ping said, if it doesn't work, just open a shop. We can't be the same as before. Zhao Ping was a little nervous, but no matter where she was, she had to live on. She didn't want to be as weak as before and let her children down. Li Fu heard this and said, well, we can't be the same as before. The couple encouraged each other. This time they returned to the capital. They would start over. Zhang Zulu looked at her two geese in the cage. They were both drooping, probably because of the heat. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at them with heartache. Poor thing. I guess no goose has ever been driven so far. Li Fu said, yes. You are probably the first one to raise a big goose to guard the house. Zhang Zhuzhu, aren't they good looking? Li Fu, good. Very good. It is because they are so good that they are brought to the capital. Otherwise, once the Zhang family leaves, people who have been bitten by them may stew and eat them. After talking, the group went into the city. The courtyard bought by Zhang Zhuzhu is in the same alley as the Li family's courtyard, separated by the Ji family. The two families did not have to separate, and after saying goodbye, they went home separately. After resting for 3 or 5 days, everyone finally recovered. Lin Weiying and Li Qi were going to visit relatives and friends, and they started to get busy again. That night, Li Fu came to them and said straight to the point, Father, Mother, my marriage should be settled in time. Lin Weiying said, if you don't come to me, I will also come to you. I have been out these few days and have heard a lot of nonsense. Tell me first, what is going on? Zhang Zhuzhu became the weak Zhang, and Li Fu was also said to be deeply in love. What kind of bizarre rhetoric is this? Where is Zhang Zhuzhu weak? Lin Weiying has known this girl for several years. Zhang Zhuzhu is very individual, smart, strong, and capable. She is completely unrelated to the word weak. Why is there such an outrageous rumor? It is true that Li Fu is affectionate, but Zhang Zhuzhu must also have feelings for Li Fu. The two children just fell in love with each other. How could Li Fu force them? They are not bandits. Li Fu would not betray Zhang Zhuzhu. He said, we went to Daxiangguo Temple to burn incense and met the wife of the Prince of Weigua and several other female relatives. I talked to them, but Zhuzhu was a stranger to them, so it was difficult to talk to her. So I didn't say anything. At that time, a little girl pointed at her and said a few bad words. We didn't argue with the little girl. I think that's why people misunderstood us. As for Zhang Zhuzhu crying and acting that day, Li Fu never mentioned it. He also misled Lin Weiying. Zhuzhu's background is like this. There will always be people gossiping about her. I'm sure they won't say anything good about you. Just don't mind it. Lin Weiying looked at her son. Compared with 4 years ago, he was more eye-catching. When she went out these days, many people talked about Li Fu's marriage openly or secretly. Those people really didn't take Zhang Zhuzhu seriously. Li Qi said, we are all idle and have nothing to do all day. We should not gossip about others. I think it is better to settle the two children's affairs as soon as possible, so that no one will say anything. Lin Weiying also agreed. Li Fu said, then the wedding date should be set in early August. Lin Weiying heard this and disagreed at all, saying, what do you mean by early August? It may not be ready by October. She had been preparing for the weddings of her first two sons for half a year. Li Fu sat down on the chair next to her mother and said, "Let's set it in August." "Mother, the sons are so big now. When my eldest brother was my age, Yuana was running around. I don't want to wait any longer." Lin Weining really didn't want to admit that this was her son. She was too impatient. Li Fu felt embarrassed by his mother's look. But he had already made up his mind. His face was not as important as his wife. Li Qi laughed at the side, but was glared at by Lin Weining. He held back and said, "It's okay to agree. Look, Sanlang is acting like a spoiled child with you." His mother, Li Fu, had never begged his parents like this before. As parents, they naturally couldn't bear to disappoint their sons. Chapter 127. I am so willful. Li Fu said August. Zhang Wuzu just thought it was a joke. This is not something he can decide alone. There are still a group of elders in the family. Zhang Zhuyu doesn't believe that Li Fu can convince his elders. So she feels that she still has a long time to prepare before marriage. So she is still very leisurely. She plans to take her parents and brother to play for a few days. Zhang Zhuzu thinks that she still has a good time to play. So there is no need to rush. That day, Li Fu brought an elderly nanny and 4 maids to Zhang's house, saying that they were here to serve Zhang Zhuzu. Li Fu said, "They are all old people of the Li family. After our family left the capital, they all worked in the farms outside the capital, or returned to my grandparents' home to work. Now they are all back." Zhang Zhuzu nodded. "Yes. I understand. Just send them. Those girls are only about 14 or 15 years old. It's okay for them to play with her." After Li Fu said that, the nanny came forward with a few maids and saluted. "Miss, my surname is Sun. These girls will stay with you to serve you in the future. Do you have anything to say?" Zhang Zhuzu nodded. "Nani Sun. Hello." She looked at the 4 girls again and smiled at them. Nani Sun said, "Hello, girls." Li Fu said, "Give them names." "Name?" Zhang Zhuzu said. "Didn't they have names before? Just use the previous names. No need to change new ones." Zhang Zhuzu didn't quite understand the meaning of this behavior. Nani Sun wanted to explain it, but Li Fu said, "Then do it as before." Nani Sun didn't dare to refute Li Fu's words, and went down with the maid. Li Fu continued, "They are the best embroiderers. I sent them here to embroider your wedding clothes. It will be too late if I don't embroider them now." Zhang Zhuzu, "What? How come it's too late?" Li Fu said solemnly, "I have informed my parents, and they will set the wedding date in early August." Zhang Zhuzu was shocked when she heard this, and can agree to you. This is a bit hasty. Li Fu, "I have already agreed." Zhang Zhuzu couldn't believe it. Li Fu said, "I said I am not young anymore and can't wait." When my mother heard it, she naturally agreed. Zhang Zhuzu got nervous as soon as she calculated the date. She thought, "Am I going to become a married woman?" Li Fu saw her serious expression and said, "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhuzu said, I just didn't expect that I would get married. The days passed too fast." Li Fu said, "Are you unhappy? It stands to reason that the two of them have been dragging it on for so long. Now that things are finally settled, shouldn't she be as happy as herself? Why is she still so serious?" Li Fu came to inform the good news, not to tell any bad news. No, Zhang Zhuzu said. "I'm not used to it. The identity change is too fast. I need to adapt." Li Fu was unhappy. "You act like I really want to force you to marry me." He hoped Zhuzu would be as happy as he was. Zhang Zhuzu looked at him, stood up and said, "Come with me to the study." Li Fu said, "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhuzu, "I have a meeting and I want to make a request to you." She had originally planned to discuss the post-marriage affairs with Li Fu. So today is worse than tomorrow. Li Fu said, "I will agree to whatever you ask for." Zhang Zhuzu glanced at him and said, "Don't talk big. Let's talk it over first. Getting married is not a trivial matter." The two sat down on both sides of the table as they did before, each holding a pen and paper. Zhang Zhuzu said, "Do you remember? I told you before. The reason why I am afraid of getting married. Do you remember?" Li Fu naturally remembered. He nodded. Zhang Zhuzu said, "Given your performance and your support for me, I have the confidence and courage to overcome these difficulties. So we will not talk about this today. You just need to keep doing what you are doing now. It is enough for me." Zhang Zhuzu is not cowardly. Li Fu is also good enough. Li Fu, well, I will continue to work hard. If you have any instructions, just tell me. He will try his best to do everything he can. Li Fu has always been like this when it comes to Zhang Juju's affairs. He will always try his best to understand her ideas. Zhang Juju drank a sip of tea and said seriously, have you ever thought that after we get married, we will soon become parents? They are both in their prime, healthy, and loving each other. After getting married, Zhang Juju will definitely get pregnant soon. Mainly because there is no effective contraceptive method now. Before Zhang Juju agreed to Li Fu, she had considered becoming a mother. Although she was a little scared, she was also looking forward to it. This was her choice. After hearing this, Li Fu's expression became serious. He wrote a few words on the paper, and then remembered that when Zhang Jinjin was pregnant, she was so scared that she hid from him for 2 days. At that time, they avoided this issue peacefully. But now, the problem is still coming. Li Fu said, well, this is indeed a solution. If you don't want to, it's not that I don't want to. I am willing. You are worth it. I mean, are you ready to be a father? Zhang Juju said. I am pregnant. I can accept this hardship. But you can't sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. I have requirements for you. Li Fu felt relieved when he heard him say worth it. He looked at Zhang Juju and said seriously, thank you. You're welcome. Zhang Juju said. You can learn about pregnancy and childbirth knowledge and write a booklet for me. Most men don't know these things. Especially those who come from a family like Li Fu, who don't even need to hold the baby. Okay. I will. Li Fu agreed. He couldn't replace Zhang Juju, but he would try his best to find a way to reduce her pain. This was a responsibility he couldn't shirk. Zhang Juju continued, if I and the child need someone to take care of us, you can't push the responsibility of taking care of the child to the nanny and the maid. I want you to take care of us, including at night. This request is very excessive nowadays. Generally, when a man's wife is pregnant, he still wants his wife to take a concubine to serve him. But Zhang Juju felt that Li Fu must also bear part of her hard work. Otherwise she would feel uncomfortable and unhappy. She was so willful. She just wanted to torment him. She worked so hard to get pregnant and give birth to a child. But Li Fu was just a hands-off boss. That was absolutely not acceptable. She wanted Li Fu to do that. Otherwise, he would think it was a simple matter. Li Fu wrote it down again. Okay. I agree. Zhang Juju said. Stood up, and walked behind Li Fu. Li Fu was still sitting on the chair. Zhang Juju put her hands around his neck and said softly, am I too willful? You will be very tired. Li Fu held her hands hanging in front of him. It's okay. You can. When he chose her, he already knew what kind of temperament she had. People have to take responsibility for their own choices. And Li Fu had already accepted it completely. You are more tired, Li Fu said. Zhang Juju turned her head and kissed him on the cheek. Li Fu was about to say stop making trouble. But Zhang Juju pushed him away and said, the meeting can continue. And we still need to sort out our property issues. Li Fu had to take out a piece of paper and continue to record. Chapter 128 I'll give you one tale every month. Li Fu didn't quite agree with this statement. He said directly, there's nothing to sort out. You can manage all my things. He admitted that he used to rely on his family and nothing belonged to him. But now he has all his own property, which is undoubtedly for Zhang Juju. Do they have to separate their property? Zhang Juju was not polite, of course. But now we have to talk about how to manage it. They can't just sit back and eat. If a family wants to have long-term development, in addition to feelings, it must have stable economic support. Zhang Juju said, although the Li family is not short of money. We can't do without food, clothing and daily necessities. But we still have to have our own income. In case we have conflicts and contradictions with the elders at home, we can argue with reason at that time. Right? Li Fu agreed. It is a principle that one should be grateful to the people who have helped him, and be soft-hearted when he has received his help. However, Li Fu did not have any very good ideas about making money. His main income came from a large amount of rewards from Prince Gong's mansion when he was in the northwest. Yes, there will be our personal connections at that time. We will have to reward servants and maids during festivals. When we have children, it will also be an expense. We will prepare betrothal gifts for sons and large dowries for daughters. Li Fu counted carefully. The mansion will donate money to temples, Taoist temples, and Co village every year. There are also some other things that I can't think of at the moment. Anyway, there are really many places to spend money. Li Fu has already broken away from the joy of marriage. The economic pressure is overwhelming. According to this calculation, he has to risk his life once a year to ensure that the two of them live well. This is not possible. He doesn't have that kind of life. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "My business in Songyang County has income every year. But it may not be easy to do this business in the capital." She calculated the accounts on the paper. And Li Fu said, "What are you writing?" Zhang Zhuzhu, Indian numbers. The writing method is relatively simple. She used Arabic numerals that she learned when she could call her parents. This was invented by ancient Indians. Zhang Zhuzhu called it Indian numerals. She got used to it and changed it to capital letters. Li Fu saw her calculating quickly and said, "This is very good." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, "Yes. It's easy to calculate. I'll teach you later." Zhang Zhuzhu carefully calculated the account. Her annual income was enough to support their expenses. But no one would complain about the lack of money. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "The two of us have about this much money. I think we should first buy some farms, hills, and shops, and then find some people who can do the work. Do you have any connections?" Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Li Fu nodded, "I don't know. When Prince Gong returns to Beijing, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War and other places will definitely lose a group of people. These people will have to sell their property and buy them at a low price at that time." Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at him. "Is this okay? Are you sure? Is it really okay to say it so blatantly? Wouldn't this be bad?" "Sure," Li Fu said. "These people have lost so much food and wages since the war began. Prince Gong has been cursing every day. This time he comes back. He will definitely take action against these people." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Well, you should keep an eye on them and buy them back when the price is right." Li Fu put his hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry. I know." He thought Zhang Zhuzhu was worried about the lives of those people, and said, "Except for those who are extremely evil, we will not kill people easily." Zhang Zhuzhu, I'm not talking about this. The grain tax paid by our family, and the commercial tax I paid have been very high in recent years. How can I worry about those people who are well-dressed and well-fed? I'm just worried that you will face such dangers in the future. We must prepare in advance. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints his own ministers. Now Prince Gong is going to be in power. But nothing lasts forever. We must not relax our vigilance and be prepared for danger." Li Fu said, "You are right. My father's incident has taught me a lesson. I promise that if there is such a danger in the future, I will first find a way to protect my family." Li Fu has the heart to clear up the world. But he also has his own selfish desires. He wants to protect his family. "Well, I believe you," Zhang Zhuzhu said. The two discussed for a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu lay on the table and sighed. Life is so tiring. When can she be a salted fish? Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Without worrying about anything. Li Fu touched her hair. He used to think that if Zhuzhu married him, she wouldn't have to work hard. But in fact, it wasn't like that at all. She had more things to worry about. Li Fu didn't dare to say "I'll support you." It was a lie. There was no need to say it. Men's hard work can be seen. But women's hard work is mostly invisible. It is easy to be ignored and taken for granted. Li Fu didn't see these things before. But now it's different. He will see all of Zhang Zhuzhu's hard work. "Let's do it together," Li Fu said. "Yes." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. "To accomplish something, it's hard work. All these efforts can make life better. So it is worth it. When the time comes, those things will be written in your name, and they will be your property. You will have to work hard to support me," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "I will give you 1 or 2 silver coins every month." "Li Fu, isn't it a little too little?" Zhang Zhuzhu stopped laughing. "What do you need so much money for? You eat and drink at home. And your clothes are also prepared by your family. If you want to treat people to a meal, you can send someone home to get the money. Anyway, you will be under my care in the future." Li Fu wisely ended the topic. "Okay. I listen to you." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed again. This was just a joke. It was impossible for Li Fu to spend less in the future. After solving 2 important matters, the two chatted for a while. And Li Fu went back. Nanny-san and a few maids have started working. Zhang Zhuzhu doesn't do needlework. She doesn't like these things. Nanny-san said, 3rd Mississippi. Wu Guiyang was also in the room, with a happy look on her face, and said, "Come here quickly. Take a look at the craftsmanship of these girls. Learn some quickly, and then make a few clothes for Sanling by yourself. When you have a child, you have to make it for the child. This is what you should do as a mother." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What do you mean by what a mother should do? I will do it if I like it, and I won't do it if I don't like it." Wu Guiyang couldn't help but sigh when she heard her say this, and said, "How can everything in the world be what you like? You are not a child, and you are still so willful. Now Sanling likes you, but it may not be the case in the future." Wu Guiyang's worry was genuine. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to argue with her, so the tallest maid stood up and said to Wu Guiyang with a smile, "Madam, don't worry. We are supported by the family to do these little things. The third lady will marry the son-in-law and will have to manage the family property in the future, which is a big deal." Wu Guiyang smiled and said, "How can I be a lady?" The maid said, "You are the mother of the third lady and the husband, so you are the lady who is in charge of the family here." Wu Guiyang was so happy that she didn't know what to do, and she didn't even think about teaching Zhang Zhuzhu a lesson. As soon as Wu Guiyang left, Zhang Zhuzhu asked, "What's your name?" Chapter 129 Dragon's Reverse Scale. The maid knelt and saluted, "My lady. My last name is Gao. Gao Wan. If you don't want to give me a name, just call me Xiao Wan." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Okay. You are good. If my mother wants to say something in the future, you should stop her. I don't like to hear those words." Xiao Wan smiled at her, "Yes. Don't worry, young lady." Zhang Zhuzhu thought that it was also good to reduce family conflicts in this way. Madame Sun continued, "Xiao Wan's parents also worked at home in the past. Young lady, just rest assured to use them." Then she introduced the other three maids. Zhang Zhuzhu recognized their faces, asked a few questions, and sent them out. Nanny Sun walked at the end and whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Don't worry. Among these girls, only Gao Wan is smart. She grew up in the mansion and knows the rules. The others are not pretty, and do things quietly. They will never cause trouble for you." Zhang Zhuzhu understood what she meant. What she meant was that they would not seduce Li Fu. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, and Nanny Sun smiled and said, "This is all Sanling's special instructions," saying that he wants to find an obedient one. Li Fu really cares about Zhang Zhuzhu. Everyone in the Li family thinks so. Nanny Sun has only been here for a few days, and she is really curious in her heart whether Sanling has taken a fancy to Zhang Zhuzhu. "That's good of him," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Madame Sun thought, "It's done with just one sentence. Shouldn't we say more? Do something to show our appreciation?" Zhang Zhuzhu was not in that mood. Some things a man does for a woman, and many people think that the woman should be grateful. Zhang Zhuzhu was not like that. She felt that many things were originally what Li Fu should do, and Zhang Zhuzhu had no control over other people. But Li Fu had to listen to her. Otherwise, why would she marry Li Fu? Did she think her life was too good? The Zhang and Li families soon started the process, and it was very fast. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't have to worry about anything. She just had to wait to get married. That day, Lin Weining sent someone to ask Zhang Zhuzhu if she was going to worship the Buddha. Nanny Sun said, "We are going to the Xinghua Temple in the east of the city. This is where the old lady of the Lin family often goes. I think the old lady loves the younger generation and wants to see you." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Of course I will go, but I am afraid that someone doesn't want me to go." Her voice became smaller and smaller, and Nanny Sun didn't hear what she said. "You don't want to go? You dare not listen to your elders before you get married?" "Zhang Zhuzhu, I will go." Li Fu was reluctant. But how could he not listen to his elders? That morning, Li Fu came to pick up Zhang Zhuzhu in person, looking unhappy. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "What's the point of you being so upset with me? It's not like I want to go to the Xinghua Temple." Li Fu tried to persuade the old lady, but the old lady didn't want to go to Daxiangguo Temple, and wanted to go to a place she was familiar with. Li Fu said, "When you get there, you can't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Understand? For example, questions like how to become a monk. You must not ask. This is Sanling's reverse scale. The reverse scale of a dragon cannot be touched. Zhang Zhuzhu, I just want to ask. What can you do to me?" Li Fu looked back at her for a long time, and couldn't think of what to do to her. "If you dare to ask, I will be angry. And kissing me won't work." Li Fu said this. Zhang Zuzhu held on to the door frame and laughed. Laughing. Li Fu also felt that his words seemed a little weak and stupid. And he was embarrassed for a moment. But he could only do so. Zhang Zuzhu wiped away the tears from her eyes and said, Okay. I won't ask. But I dare not get angry. This is not about getting angry. Isn't this just acting like a spoiled child? Zhang Zuzhu looked at Li Fu and thought he was really cute. You promised not to ask, Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu nodded. Li Fu's mouth corners rose, thinking, I have figured out a way to deal with Zuzhu. Although it cost a little face. It worked. Useful means it is a good way. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang looked at them from behind. And Wu Guinyang said, What are you talking about? Laughing like this. Zhang Dachuan, how can I know? They can't eavesdrop on young people talking. Zhang Baobao sighed deeply, feeling very sad. Wu Guinyang immediately worried, Son, what's wrong with you? Zhang Baobao said, My third sister is married. And I will be the only one left at home in the future. How boring. Zhang Dachuan said, Don't worry about it. I will send you to school when the time comes. And you can continue to study. Zhang Baobao immediately became depressed and stopped talking. Liking the hustle and bustle does not mean liking the school. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu went out and walked for about half an hour before finally arriving. Li Fu was still dissatisfied and said, Daxiangguo Temple is in the most lively place. And it only takes 3/4 of an hour to get there. Why do you have to come to this nunnery? The place is remote, and the journey is long. My grandmother is not young anymore. How can she bear it? Zhang Zuzhu said, I don't know if the old lady can bear it. But it's true that you can't bear it. Li Fu, I just can't bear it. Li Fu couldn't bear anything related to the word becoming a monk. Zhang Zuzhu was worried about her own Sanlang. So she comforted him kindly. What are you afraid of? You behave so well. And I'm not a heartless person. Can I abandon you casually? That's impossible. You just need to keep doing it. Don't be so anxious. That's the truth. But anxiety is still inevitable. Lin Weining and the old lady came first. And the eldest aunt of the Lin family was also there. The second aunt didn't come. And she didn't bring any girls or wives with her. Although Lin Weining said that Zhang was not weak. Mrs. Lin felt that a girl from a small place would inevitably be timid. If the second daughter-in-law said something unpleasant and scared the girl, Li Fu would probably be unhappy. There was no need to cause trouble for the two families. So she said she had a headache yesterday and asked the second daughter-in-law to copy scriptures for her and pray for blessings. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu walked in, talking and laughing all the way. It was Zhang Zuzhu who comforted Li Fu, saying a lot of nice things. And Li Fu was happy to hear them. When they saw the elders, they stopped. Zhang Zuzhu was a little nervous, but not afraid. She just showed a shy expression and saluted to Mrs. Lin and her aunt. Mrs. Lin had a kind face. And the eldest aunt was also gentle and amiable. Li Fu also said that the old lady was an amiable elder. If so, she would naturally not act, which was too disrespectful to the elders. Zhang Zuzhu said immediately, No wonder Sanlang has such a good appearance. It turned out that it was passed down by the elders. Now it is my good fortune. I should give you a big gift and thank you very much. Don't hit a smiling person. And the old lady just wants to see what kind of wife her beloved grandson is going to marry. She was amused by this. I heard that you are sweet and good at talking. It's true. Zhang Zuzhu also laughed. I don't have any other skills. I can only say a few truths to make you laugh. The old lady thought that she had surpassed many people with this ability to talk. I don't know who spread the rumors outside. She thought Sanlang really found a weak and crying useless woman. Chapter 130 The Bodhisattva would faint from laughter. The meeting went very smoothly. Mrs. Lin was very satisfied. The eldest aunt was devoted to her children, and did not care much about Li Fu and the wife that Li Fu was going to marry. Some relatives were very close, while others were polite, but not close enough. But this did not prevent everyone from being a family. They would help each other when encountering problems. Mrs. Lin took Zhang Zuzhu and asked some questions. And she felt that this girl was a good one. If you want to say what was wrong, you could only talk about this issue from the perspective of origin. But at that time, no one knew when her grandson would be able to turn things around. It was unnecessary to bring this up. What mattered was what happened in the future. I was really scared when something happened, said Mrs. Lin with emotion. The whole family left in a hurry. They only had time to pack some silver and money, and dared not take anything else. The Li family left in a hurry. At that time, several families discussed it, and were afraid that the imperial concubine would not be satisfied and would whisper in the emperor's ear. Losing an official position is a small matter, but losing one's life is a big matter. So the whole family left overnight, which was very embarrassing. The old lady was old and worried about her daughter and the younger generation. In addition to walking around, she burned incense and worshipped Buddha. Lin Weining said, "It's all over. It was just a little hard on the road. I didn't suffer much." But Sanlang did the most work at that time. In addition to reading every day, he had to fetch water and chop firewood. Old Madam Lin looked at her grandson with heartache, but also felt proud, and said, "People often have ups and downs. No matter where you are, you must have the ability to survive, and can't let things go." She looked at Zhang Luzhu again. Sanlang didn't lose heart. "I think it's your credit." No, Zhang Luzhu said quickly. "It's Sanlang's own ability. I didn't do anything." Li Fu was depressed for a few days at most. He never gave up. Li Fu wanted to say that it was Zhang Luzhu's credit, but old Madam Lin said first, "Well, that's not the way to say it. When people feel hard, they don't necessarily have to do anything. As long as you can accompany them, even if you don't talk, it's a comfort." Zhang Luzhu was smart and interesting. At that time, she was by Li Fu's side, and Li Fu must have gained something. Feelings don't fall from the sky. It's something that can be more profound when you accompany each other. Old Madam Lin was sure that her grandson must have gained enough from this girl to fill his heart. So he must marry her. "You are right." Li Fu did not hesitate to expose his shortcomings. "I am no longer afraid of ghosts." What he got from Zhang Luzhu was not external things such as money and material things, but something that could calm his heart, which was not comparable to external things. Although he often couldn't maintain his dignity in front of Zhu, he got happiness. Old Lady Lin naturally knew about Li Fu's experience. Zhang Luzhu turned around and said, "It's okay to be afraid. You can stand behind me." The two looked at each other and laughed. Old Lady Lin also remembered Li Fu's childhood experience, and scolded the woman in her heart. She smiled and said, "You go to burn incense. The Bodhisattva will bless you." The two got up and left. Lin Weining said, "You believe it now? It's all nonsense outside." Old Lady Lin nodded. "Well, she is a smart girl. Listen to what she said, asking Sanlang to stand behind her. Let alone Sanlang, a young man. I am old, and I will be soft-hearted when I hear it." The eldest aunt also said, "That's right." She smiled before she spoke, and praised our family with one sentence. To be honest, the people around the second son's wife are not as likable as her. Girls from the second sister-in-law's family are inevitably spoiled. When they grow up, they will be sensible. Lin Weining said. Yunjie from the eldest sister-in-law's family gave birth to a little boy. I didn't have time to see him. I watched such a little girl grow up. And now she is the mother of 2 children. The eldest aunt also has a daughter who has been married for several years. Lin Weining brought the topic to his niece, and the eldest aunt was really happy. The two of them were very harmonious. Mrs. Lin thought that it was a very correct choice not to bring the second son's wife here today. As she got older, she liked the family to be harmonious. When the two went to burn incense, Li Fu said, "Your ability to speak has really improved a lot." Zhang Luzhu said, "The old lady is kind-hearted and loves you. She loves me and loves my family. Otherwise, what's the use of my saying it to the sky?" Li Fu values and respects her. The old lady must have seen it. So as long as Zhang Luzhu's performance is up to standard, she will be satisfied. Many times, the attitude of the man's elders towards the woman reflects the man's value of the woman. Li Fu smiled and said, "No one will dislike you. Zhang Luzhu, the Buddha will die of laughter here. Li Fu, those who don't like you, I think they should go back and reflect on themselves." Zhang Luzhu hurriedly said, "Shut up. Please." Luckily no one heard it now. Li Fu is really... She was not like this before. But now she speaks more and more exaggeratedly. And even said it openly. I don't know where she learned it from. The two burned incense, and Zhang Luzhu wanted to walk around inside. Li Fu stared at her and didn't leave her side, for fear that she would run over and stop a nun to ask how she became a nun. Zhang Luzhu, you are making a fuss. Li Fu, it's just to prevent trouble. The two walked for a while, then went back to accompany the elders, and didn't do anything else. This day went very smoothly. Zhang Juju successfully handed in the paper, and she was a little relaxed when she went back. Li Fu said, I haven't heard you talk about your maternal grandparents. Zhang Juju said, you said the Wu family. But there's nothing much to say. We are not very close. Wu Guiyang is the only daughter of the Wu family. She has 2 brothers. She grew up working hard. In the countryside, men are often valued over women. Wu Guiyang grew up in such a hard way. She married Zhang Dachuan and worked hard in her husband's family. Fortunately, Zhang Dachuan was lucky and a good person. Her life was better. But she gave birth to 3 daughters in succession. She spent several years in gossip, and finally gave birth to Zhang Baobao. When my grandmother saw the 3 of us sisters, she was reluctant to let us drink even a bowl of water. She was a little better to Xiaobao. She could see him once during the New Year and festivals, but nothing more. Zhang Zuzu said, my second uncle brought my cousin who is 3 years younger than me to my house to propose marriage to me. Oh my God! I was scared to death. After saying this, Li Fu looked back at her. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Good guy. It turns out that there is more than one person who poached my boyfriend. Forget about the surname Bai. Why is there a cousin who is 3 years younger? Zhang Juju quickly explained. Our family doesn't take this seriously. If you didn't mention the Wu family, I wouldn't have remembered it. Li Fu said, you should have told me earlier. It's too late to go to the capital now. Zhang Juzu, what do you mean too late? Li Fu, of course, I went to see our cousin. Let the cousin open his eyes, and see what kind of good husband his cousin has found. Zhang Juzu, that's enough. The 2 of them went back with laughter. After the hottest time, His Royal Highness Prince Gong and his entourage finally returned to Beijing. I don't know how many people have washed their necks. I don't know how many people are ready to fight him to the death. Chapter 131 No Martial Ethics. The Prince Gong returned to Beijing with great fanfare. He had a lot on his mind, and hardly concealed it. Zhang Zuju had nothing to do at home, so she went out of the city to watch the excitement. Prince Gong rode on a horse, and Prince Gong followed beside him. Both father and son were equally handsome and heroic. The war that ended in spring could bring peace to the world for 10 years. Many people gathered at the city gate, and most of the court officials also went out, including the Prime Minister Fan Xiu. There were so many people at the city gate that Zhang Juju felt it was too lively. Zhang Baobao was also worried. The brother and sister took a look and then went to sit in the restaurant. Prince Gong looked over the court officials and said with a smile, "It's so hot. Thank you for all your hard work." Fan Xiu said, "Please come to the court to see His Majesty. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have been waiting for a long time." Fan Xiu came today not to give face to Prince Gong. On the contrary, he wanted to suppress Prince Gong in front of others, and he wanted to maintain the status of the little emperor. Many people present had this idea, but they were different from Fan Xiu. They didn't need a too strong person in power. "I have been assassinated several times, and I am injured now," Prince Gong said slowly without getting off the horse. "And I have been on a long journey, so I have to go back to the palace to wash up before I can see the emperor's aunt and nephew." This was simply a blatant disrespect. Fan Xiu said, "You are going to disobey the order." Prince Gong was not polite, and Fan Xiu was not polite at all. This prime minister, who had fought out of a group of highborn court officials, cleaned up the mess left by the previous emperor, and assisted the young emperor. He was not a soft persimmon to be able to hold on in this situation. Prince Gong did not speak. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Fan Xiu took advantage of the victory and pursued. Although His Royal Highness Prince Gong was born in the royal family, he was also a court official. You have a strong army in your hands, but you should also remember that these soldiers should be soldiers of the court, fighting for the country and dying for a good cause. Although you win, you should not be arrogant and betray your master. The courtiers behind Fan Xiu heard this, and immediately raised their spirits. How true this is. Prince Gong and his soldiers should have been used by the court. They raised soldiers for 1,000 days, and used them for a moment. How could they become Prince Gong's private soldiers? There is no such reason. They are all courtiers. So what if they are from the royal family? Are they noble? In the end, the world still depends on scholars to support it. Relying on these military generals, they will only be aggressive. Prince Gong was speechless, and Prince Gong sneered. Zhou Yi turned over and dismounted. Although he was a teenager, he was already very tall. He walked straight forward, walked past Fan Xiu, and pulled out a civil servant with a goatee. in the shocked eyes of the civil officials. He drew the sword at his waist, and cut the neck of the civil official directly. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing on his face and body. He remained calm, and 2 civil officials fell to the ground around him in an instant. Fan Xiao was also shocked and pale. He had never expected to see such a scene. Who could have thought of it? The guards hurried forward and blocked the civil officials behind them. Zhou Yi calmly shook the blood off the blade. On the 30th of the 12th lunar month last year, 5,000 soldiers of the Northwest Army defended Chengyang Pass to the death. No one survived. The young and strong men, and even women in the city died in battle. This Lord Guan, the nephew-in-law of the Empress Dowager, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, wrote a letter saying that the end of the year is approaching and there is no military rations. The soldiers of Chengyang Pass were asked to wait. The weapons sent were rusty. After they died in battle, the pensions were not available. It was a crime that could not be punished. I have a bad temper. Please forgive me. Zhou Yi's face was still covered with blood. He looked at the ground and saw that the man was dead. Then he grinned at Fan Xiao. Last year's battle was a matter of life and death. There were people in the court who did their best. Fan Xiao had done his best to support this battle. This cannot be denied. But there were even more people who enriched themselves, pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed, and dragged down the Northwest Army, causing many soldiers and civilians to die innocently. Fan Xiao wanted to scold him and call him bold, but he couldn't say anything. The ground was covered with blood, bright red blood. Fan Xiao tried his best to stay calm. He was a scholar. Although there were many open and secret attacks in the court, it was the first time he faced such blood. Can so much blood really flow from one person? Many people trembled when Zhou Yi looked at them. Zhou Yi put away his sword and retreated calmly. Prince Gong scolded, disrespectful. How can you arbitrarily decide the life and death of officials of the current dynasty because of your status? This is the business of the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the Supervisory Office. Zhou Yi said, I just want to see if Lord Guan's blood is red. It was the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, and it was only 1 day away from the first day of the new year. The people and soldiers of Chengyang Pass would never see the sunrise of the new year again. But Lord Guan was drunk and dreaming in the arms of some beautiful concubine. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't do this next time. Prince Gong glanced at his son and said to the court officials, You are frightened. I will go back and teach my son well, and come to the palace another day. After he finished speaking, he left with his men. The counselors beside him were a little worried. They felt that the prince's behavior was a bit presumptuous, and they might have to think of a way to deal with it. Prince Gong said, Did I come back to Beijing to have a verbal fight with them? This is exactly what he wanted. A warrior should have a warrior's way. He cannot follow the rules of a civil official. Otherwise, he will never get out of their trap in his life. What's the point? This matter spread throughout the capital like a gust of wind. The court officials and the aristocratic families were all shocked. They thought of 1,000 ways to suppress Prince Gong, because the capital has its own rules, and everyone defaults to abide by these rules. Even Fan Xiao, who was born in a poor family, was well behaved. But Prince Gong and his men actually no martial ethics. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, directly killing people. This method is really powerful. Indeed powerful. Li Fu said. Just now said someone to tell me to think of a way to deal with the following matters. Although the people around Prince Gong are powerful, they are unfamiliar with the place. Li Fu was born in the capital, so it is naturally more convenient for him to do things. I am just trying to solve this matter. He is very good at writing. Li Fu said. This Lord Guan is also the nephew-in-law of the Empress Dowager. I am afraid this matter will not end well. The father and son brought the fight directly to the surface, and their methods were indeed very different. Zhang Zhuzhu said, This is not difficult. Bring out those things that Lord Guan did not see the light of day. Portray the prince as an impulsive young man, and then spread his military exploits. The people love to hear these things. When it comes to public relations, Zhang Zhuzhu is very good at it. Most of her money in Songyang County was earned this way. Find a few storytellers, train them overnight, and tell these stories tomorrow morning. Zhang Zhuzhu suggested. Li Fu nodded, yes. The Prince Gong's mansion has military power, and the people's support is more important. When the wind direction changes, the court officials and aristocratic families, who are good at changing their course, will have to make a choice. Chapter 132 The past cannot be retrieved. The next day, The news that the young general captured the general of the Hu tribe spread throughout the capital. The protagonist is naturally Zhou Yi. The story is fabricated. But Zhou Yi's own achievements cannot be erased. The Pan family can be said to be full of loyal and brave people. Among the generation of the same generation as Prince Gong, only one male was left, and his arm was broken. Later, Prince Gong married a Pan woman who was several years older than him as his principal wife. This princess was once engaged, and her fiancé also died in the war. The two did not have a son, and later Xiao Pan came into the family and gave birth to Zhou Yi. The only bloodline of Prince Gong and the Pan family is not useless. The elders love him and criticize him, and have high hopes for him. In addition to this eldest son, Prince Gong also had 2 sons aged 4 or 5 and 2 daughters. But he only brought Zhou Yi with him. Zhou Yi did not disappoint them. In the war last year, Zhou Yi also survived several times. So it is not difficult to tell the story. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu sat in the restaurant, listening to the storyteller below. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "This man's psychological quality is not very good. You can see that he has been wiping sweat." Li Fu said, "They are also talking with their heads on the line even if they have promised a lot of money." Some people below began to reward. And the person who took the lead in making trouble was also someone Li Fu found. Fortunately, this story is very touching. At this time, it has been said that the young general was shot by an arrow and was unconscious, and his life and death are uncertain. The story stopped at this time, and the storyteller bowed and said that today's time was up, and he would come back tomorrow to listen to the sequel. This caused a sigh from the people below. But the storyteller still walked away firmly. Li Fu felt that the effect was good, and was about to thank Zhang Zhuzhu. When she was making up the story, Zhang Zhuzhu was also helping by her side, discussing with the storytellers how to make the story more widely spread. Zhou Yi walked over and sat down in front of the 2 people, saying, "This story is well made, and it can highlight the style of this prince. Li Fu, your highness is not under house arrest. Prince Gong told the eunuch sent by the Empress Dowager yesterday that he would put his son under house arrest. Of course this is false," Zhou Yi said. "It's so lively outside. Of course I have to come and see. It's okay to kill Guan, but he should be confined to his house. Is Guan worthy of it?" Zhou Yi felt that he was very merciful for not killing his whole family. Li Fu said, "My teacher, Mr. Song often comes to the palace to give lectures. I will report to His Royal Highness Prince Gong and the 2 princesses and invite the prince to the palace to study. Killing can be used to deter people, but it must not be allowed to continue after he has tasted the sweetness. This is not a method that a monarch can use frequently." Zhou Yi also didn't like it when he heard that he had to study. Few young people can be patient enough to study. "You are too unreasonable," Zhou Yi said. "Zhang Zhuzhu, your highness, we will get married in August. I will invite you to the wedding." Zhou Yi was a little surprised. "You are getting married too soon. Is it in time?" Li Fu said leisurely, "As long as your highness does not kill people in the street, it will definitely be in time." Zhou Yi choked. "I really don't know why you are in a hurry to get married." Zhou Yi, a young man, really couldn't understand Li Fu. After all, the 2 princesses thought he was young and kept a close eye on him. He didn't even have a maid around him. All of them were men. Zhang Zhuzhu yawned, and Li Fu asked hurriedly, "Are you sleepy? Go back and rest first. There is no rush to make up this story." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. She was indeed sleepy. Zhou Yi heard this and said, "You made up the story?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Yes. I made it up. What do you think?" "Your highness?" Zhou Yi glanced at Li Fu, and then said, "Then I will tell you about our infiltration." Li Fu knocked the teacup on the table. "Your highness." Li Fu interrupted him. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu. Li Fu said, "It's too bloody. It's hard to tell you." Zhang Zhuzhu knew before that Li Fu must have made an indelible contribution, but she didn't ask in detail. She knew that Li Fu must have survived that time. So if Li Fu didn't say it, she wouldn't ask. "I'll go back first." Zhang Zhuzhu stood up, patted Li Fu on the shoulder, and smiled at him. Li Fu was a little stiff, as if he wanted to explain something. But Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head and said no. What's the point of asking again? That may not be a good memory for Li Fu. And Zhang Zhuzhu would cry after hearing it. After the people left, Zhou Yi said, "Why don't you tell her? She is not an outsider and will not spread it." Li Fu said, "I told her that she would cry. Li Fu had not seen Zhang Juju's tears many times before, and he didn't want to see them in the future. The tears of a loved one are a blade that can pierce the chest. The scene of the two of them hugging each other and crying was not very decent. Zhou Yi didn't understand. Li Fu was too lazy to explain. In Zhang Juju's words, how could single people understand their happiness with lovers? Zhou Yi sighed. We killed the most capable heir of the next generation of the Hu tribe, and let the remaining princes fight among themselves. It's a pity that such a great achievement can't be spread. Li Fu, if it is spread, the Hu tribe will do their best to seek revenge on us. It's better to cover it up. Zhang Juju's guess was indeed correct. Li Fu's achievement was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Yi was young and impulsive. Once after a battle, he led people to chase the enemy. There were about 100 people in the group, and they ran away on the grassland. Li Fu was among them. Then, they were chased and killed, and fled everywhere. Soldiers around them kept dying. At that time, they both thought they would leave their lives on the grassland. Later, they changed into the clothes and horses of the Hu people, and were mistaken for soldiers of the Hu tribe while fleeing, and arrived at the camp of the eldest prince. It was also their fate that they contacted the many captives and slaves in the camp, and made a big fuss at night, preparing to escape. Unfortunately, the escape was not smooth. The eldest prince was also a fierce general. He personally led people to chase him. Zhou Yi shot him in the eye with an arrow. Later, his wound could not heal, and he died. Then, there was another round of pursuit. The two of them escaped with serious injuries, and were already in the palace when they woke up. It's easy to say now, but the situation was so dangerous at that time. Li Fu didn't want to recall that scene. Zhou Yi said, "You are right. I can't be impulsive in the future." Hundreds of people went out, and only a dozen survived in the end. Those were all human lives. Although the dead are considered merits, this merit is not as important as life. Afterwards, the two of them recuperated for nearly 2 months. After the injury healed, Zhou Yi was whipped by Prince Gong, and Li Fu was fined. Li Fu thought to himself that it was good that you knew, and killing people in the street should not happen again. Otherwise this reputation would really be irreparable. Zhou Yi wanted to go to the palace to study, and the first person who disagreed was the Empress Dowager. It was true that she was behind the scenes, but she did not have the style of the two previous Empresses Dowagers in this dynasty. Instead, she was a little timid and too cautious. Her nephew-in-law dared to do that, and she also supported him. Fan Xiao worked with her, which was really hard. He went to the palace to persuade her for a long time before she agreed. Chapter 133. It is said that she used to. Prince Gong asked his son to study in the palace, and everyone thought that he would definitely make a big move next. But he went to discuss with the court officials, and said that he wanted to change his title. He had outstanding military achievements, and this title did not fit his status. The court officials all thought it was ridiculous. He could do something else. But why did he have to change his title first? What's the point of changing it or not? The staff also advised Prince Gong, but it was useless. Li Qi went to see Prince Gong, and Prince Gong said, "You don't understand. This is the knot in my heart. My father gave me this title, and I didn't accept it at the time. He didn't treat me as a son at all. He was training a dog and wanted me to be obedient. I endured it for many years. Now I finally returned to Beijing, and I still have to endure it. I can't stand it." With great power in hand, he just wanted to be willful and rebel against his father, who had died decades ago. He couldn't stand it for a day with such a title. Li Qi said, "Your Highness can wait until later to rewrite all the history books. But there is no need for that now. Everyone has the same goal, so there is no need to hide it. History books are written by the winners." Prince Gong heard, "You are right." Li Qi thought he listened to him, and Prince Gong said again, "It still needs to be changed." Li Qi saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he stopped persuading him. The staff were so worried that they lost their hair, and complained to Li Qi. They all agreed that Prince Gong should be cautious and take it step by step. But when Prince Gong entered the city, his son cut the neck of the nephew-in-law of the Empress Dowager with a knife. And he wanted to change his title right after that, which was simply, "I want to seize the throne." These 4 words were written on his face. Li Qi thought more openly than them and said, "Even if we don't make trouble, everyone knows what we are thinking. I think we can use this matter to test how deep the water in the capital is. The throne is now occupied by an 8-year-old child, who is controlled by the Empress Dowager. But the prince appointed by the previous emperor is not dead yet. He is just considered a fool, and is locked up in the mansion. His biological mother, Empress Dowager Lu, is still in the palace. The chaos in the capital is huge, and there are many people who want to perform on stage. Because of this matter, the court was lively for several days. In the end, Prince Gong wanted to change his title to Wu. This ambition was obvious. Fan Shou strongly opposed it. But a group of fence-sitters had already turned to Prince Gong and chose to support him at this time. So Prince Gong became Prince Wu. Zhang Zhuzhu had no interest in these things, because Li Fu was taking her with him, and the two were busy setting up their family business outside. The nephew-in-law of the Empress Dowager had his neck cut with a knife. People who fear death have no luck at all. They quickly resigned and returned home, and sold their land and property in order to take money back to live in their old age. Li Fu liked a garden. The location was not very good, but peach and plum blossoms were planted in it, and the scenery was very good. But if you buy it, you can only enjoy the scenery, not for other things. Zhang Zhuzhu is a practical person, so Li Fu needs to ask Zhang Zhuzhu's opinion. Zhang Zhuzhu took 2 geese out and planned to raise them on the farm that had been bought. They had to be kept in cages at home, and they were a bit noisy when they cried. The house was small, and neither people nor geese were very happy. The 2 geese were flapping their wings in the cage. Li Fu let them out, and they immediately flew several meters away and ran around happily. Li Fu sighed. Look, the geese like it so much. Just buy it. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him and remembered the videos she had watched before, where parents bought a bunch of toys and snacks, saying that their children liked them. What's the difference between Li Fu now and that? He just used the geese as an excuse. Zhang Zhuzhu, do you really like it? Very much? Li Fu, yeah. He took Zhang Zhuzhu's hand and shook it gently to express his feelings. Zhang Zhuzhu was not the kind of person who would act arbitrarily. So she said, okay, buy it. So Li Fu went to sign the contract happily, and Zhang Zhuzhu watched the 2 geese outside to prevent them from running away. At this time, a group of people came in, led by a beautiful girl of 16 or 17 years old, surrounded by a dozen maids and servants, dressed very flamboyantly. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that the gold hairpins on her head must weigh a pound, which might not be good for her cervical spine. Isn't this farm going to be sold? Where are the people? The maid beside her asked loudly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you are late. We just bought it. The girl behind her looked unhappy, and the maid hurriedly said, have you signed the contract? Zhang Zhuzhu, I have already signed it. Zhang Zhuzhu's name was written in several places. This farm belongs to Li Fu. Otherwise Zhang Zhuzhu would like to transform this place and make money. The girl was even more unhappy and said, I will give you more money, and you tear up the deed. Zhang Zhuzhu refused. I'm afraid that won't work. My family likes it. She didn't need money to sell the place that Li Fu liked. The maid was anxious first and said, don't you know who our girl is? Zhang Zhuzhu heard this and said, then do you know who I am? The maid was shocked when she heard her say this, thinking that this was a noble lady from a certain family. But she knew all the noble ladies in the capital, and she really had never seen this one. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that no matter what identity, she couldn't force the sale. Everyone looked at each other. No one could be sure of Zhang Zhuzhu's identity. The 2 geese ran away and came back to Zhang Zhuzhu to ask for food. When they saw a group of people in front of Zhang Zhuzhu, their fighting spirit was immediately aroused, and they rushed over. Zhang Zhuzhu shouted, quick! Get out of the way! My geese bite people, and it hurts? She thought no one would come here and forgot about these 2 guys. The maids reacted and protected the girl in the middle in time. But the 2 little maids next to them were scared and ran away. The more you run, the more it chases you. Zhang Zhuzhu saw Li Fu coming back after signing the contract and hurriedly said, Li Fu, hurry up. Chase the geese back. Li Fu only glanced at the girl and then looked away. The girl was stunned on the spot, and the maidservant, who had been taking care of her for a long time, was also stunned. Li Fu had already rushed over, quickly grasped the 2 geese, lifted them up, and walked back to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu helped the distraught little maid up and prepared to apologize to people. The little girl was only 12 or 13 years old, and she was scared. Li Fu, on the other side, held the geese and didn't say anything. The Haiyang princess on the opposite side was also confused. She never thought that when she saw Li Sanlang again, he was running and chasing 2 big geese. After all, the last time they met, Li Sanlang was playing the piano and writing poems at the winter banquet, and he won the first prize. At that time, Li Fu was still an elegant gentleman. Zhang Zuzhu coaxed the maid a few words, stuffed silver and money into her, and then stood up. She said, "I'm sorry. I scared you all. This farm was bought by my husband, and he won't give it up." Princess Heong shook her hands and pointed at Li Fu. "Your husband?" Zhang Zuzhu looked at her in confusion. And Li Fu whispered, "Princess Heong, the youngest daughter of King Jing, is said to have been." Chapter 134 About the correct way to be jealous. Li Fu's words stopped abruptly. But Zhang Zuzhu already understood the meaning. This girl must have liked Li Fu before, which is not surprising. Li Fu's eyes were always on Zhang Zuzhu's face. He also knew that Zuzhu had thought of it, and Li Fu wanted to know what she thought. Or rather, he hoped that Zhang Zuzhu could have some different ideas. Zhang Zuzhu immediately showed worry, frowned, and whispered, "Hey, so this is her identity. She is a member of the royal family. I'm afraid it's not easy to offend her. Sanlang, why don't you give this yard to her?" Her voice was not too small, but it showed some timidity. The character setting cannot collapse. And how could she not know what Li Fu was thinking? She would not let Li Fu get what he wanted, since he was someone he knew before. He could think of a way himself. Humph. He wanted to see how she would act. She was a very patient person. Hearing this, Li Fu thought that she was acting again. So he said in cooperation, "Don't be afraid. The princess is a noble lady of the royal family. It's just a small farm. The royal family has bigger and better gardens." Zhang Zuzhu pulled his sleeve. "Really? Sanlang? But if you ask yourself?" Her thoughts and words have revealed some of her inner thoughts. People are not saints. And their 7 emotions and 6 desires will always affect their words and deeds. If Li Fu had been through a lot, he would have understood this truth. But Li Fu was not, and he could not really understand such feelings. He bowed to Princess Heong. Not to mention that Princess Heong would not snatch. Even if she really wanted to snatch, it was still uncertain who would win. Princess Heong gradually came back to her senses from the beautiful memories of the past, and she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Her eyes gradually turned red, but she raised her chin, not wanting to show her vulnerable side in front of others. Although she had known that Li Fu was going to get married before, it was still different from seeing it with her own eyes. Before the Li family got into trouble, they had already arranged a marriage for Li Fu. At that time, Princess Heong knew that her hope was not great, because she was from the royal family. Generally speaking, if you marry a royal family girl, you will be half a son-in-law of the royal family, which will delay your future. She was unwilling to give up and kept asking secretly. When she learned that the Li family was in trouble, she also went to ask her father and mother to help the Li family. But her mother told her to give up. Although Princess Heon didn't mention it, she kept thinking about it in her heart. But she was definitely not the kind of woman who would make trouble. She was a princess, and she had her own dignity and heart. Princess Heon returned the greeting and said, "A gentleman does not take away someone's love. Although I am a woman, I also understand this truth. Don't worry." Zhang Zuzhu heard this and praised in her heart. What a powerful girl. A double entendre. Zhang Zuzhu also saluted, and her tone was completely different from before, saying, "Thank you, princess. A woman like you will definitely be blessed in the future." This was very sincere. If Princess Heong had such a background and her life was not stable, then there would be no hope for women in the world. Princess Heong smiled bitterly, but respectably when she heard this. She nodded slightly to the two of them, and then hurried away with the maids. Times have changed. Princess Heong knew that everything had changed, and she was powerless to save it. Now that Li Fu married the woman he liked, Princess Heong had to swallow all her resentment. She thought, if her father and mother had helped the Li family, what would have happened? Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Zuzhu looked at Li Fu calmly and asked, "You haven't told me what happened to her before?" Li Fu replied, "She used to have a good reputation." Zhang Zuzhu looked very calm. "It seems that you know a lot of things." Poor Li Fu. He originally wanted to dig a hole for Zuzhu to see her jump into it, but he ended up shooting himself in the foot. "I heard it. Just heard it." Li Fu hurried to make amends, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Zuzhu smiled at him. "I heard it. Then what else have you heard? Tell me." Li Fu thought. He picked up a stone and not only hit his left foot, but also his right foot. How miserable. But Zhang Zuzhu was so considerate. She didn't make things difficult for Li Fu. And smiled. I know what you want to see. Li Fu, then tell me. You want to see me jealous, right? Zhang Zuzhu looked as if she had seen through him. Li Fu thought that he would be in Zhang Zuzhu's hands for the rest of his life. He admitted that he would never be Zhang Zuzhu's opponent. Zhang Zuzhu said, have you ever had a question? That is, why do people get jealous? Li Fu said frankly, I like you and love you. I get jealous when I think you might get close to other people. He was not so frank in his words before. But this skill came out after practice. And Zhang Zuzhu really liked to hear these words. Zhang Zuzhu really laughed. And she took Li Fu's hand. Well, I like you and love you too. Li Fu's heart fell back to where it was. Zhang Zuzhu said, I am very confident in you. I know you only like me. I am not jealous easily because you have done well. You always make me feel at ease. I feel safe. Li Fu did a good job. And he thought so too. Zhang Zuzhu's voice was soft and her expression was gentle. It is me who often makes you jealous of others. I should reflect carefully on whether I have not done well enough to make you feel uneasy. Her voice lowered, as if she was really worried and reflecting. If there is really anything, then we will go back to the meeting. You can raise doubts and questions to me. I can answer your questions. And if it is my problem, I will correct it. Zhang Zuzhu spoke sincerely. One word at a time. Li Fu immediately felt regretful, and thought that he should not have done that. What did Zuzhu do wrong? Of course she did not do anything wrong. She followed him far away from home and wandered in the capital. And she trusted him so unreservedly. Which was already her all. Li Fu said, no. I am not worried. I just want to tease you. I know I was wrong. He admitted his mistakes very neatly. And would never be stubborn or hypocritical. Zhang Zuzhu smiled again. Really? That's good. Li Fu said it was true. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at the 2 geese on the ground and suddenly said, you bought such a big farm for 2 geese. Do you like geese more? Li Fu realized that she was acting again. Pretending to be jealous. Li Fu laughed. You are reluctant to buy me a farm. So do you prefer to buy property? This is also acting. Zhang Zuzhu looked at Li Fu. And then they both laughed. Very happy. That's right. Zhang Zuzhu said. Jealousy is an act between the 2 of us. And it cannot be extended to a third person. It's too stupid. We should just keep it to ourselves. Li Fu pinched her face. Okay. I will correct my mistakes when I know them. There is no greater kindness than this. Chapter 135. Well done. However, not everything goes smoothly. Li Fu was busy. And Zhang Zuzhu took 2 maids out to see the shop they bought. But she was stopped by someone. Gao Wan was busy protecting her, looking at the woman opposite with vigilance. Zhang Zuzhu was calmer and looked at the other party quietly. The visitor was not kind. If it was a coincidence to meet the princess of Heian that day. But meeting this girl today was premeditated. Your surname is Zhang. And your name is Zhang Zuzhu. You have 2 sisters and a brother. The young girl looked at Zhang Zuzhu calmly, as if looking at a price. With your background, you can take the opportunity to get close to Li Sanlang who went to the capital. I'm afraid it's the most capable thing you have done in your life. Zhang Zuzhu still smiled. Are you praising me for my ability? Lu Yingying heard this and showed a contemptuous smile without disguising. Yes. I am praising you. Saying that you are capable and good at climbing up. Gao Wan was so angry that her face turned red. What's wrong with the Xiao family? Can the people of the Xiao family insult others like this? Zhang Zuzhu seemed to really not understand. She saw that the other party's maid was also smiling and said, yes. I have never had any ability. But I am lucky. Li Fu insisted on marrying me and bought this shop for me to rely on. After saying this, she showed a shy expression. Lu Yingying felt that she had punched cotton and her strength was wasted. She came to humiliate Zhang Zuzhu, not to cheer her up. This woman is so stupid that she can't even understand her ridicule, and is still complacent here. Is Li Sanlang crazy to marry such a woman? What good can such a woman do for his future? Does Zhang have a huge family that can help Li Sanlang? She doesn't. Does Zhang have the ability to be a good wife and a good talker? She doesn't. If Li Fu marries her, she will only become a laughing stock. She, Lu Yingying, is here to save Li Fu's future. Her sister is the former crown princess, and her aunt is Empress Dowager Lu. Although their Lu family has been defeated for a while, they are still a giant in the capital. They have power and connections. The most important thing is that they are legitimate. Sooner or later, they will regain their former glory, and the prince will ascend the throne again. Li Fu also lost power before. Lu Yingying experienced this gap. She believed that she and Li Sanlang would have a common language. She looked at the foolish woman in front of her and said generously, "Zhang, if I marry Li Fu, I can allow you to be his concubine and serve him." Zhang Juju thought to herself, "This is as if I have to thank you for your grace." But the character of the weak little Baiwa cannot be shaken. Zhang Juju showed an unbelievable look and said, "No. No. Sanlang said he would marry me. And our wedding date has been set. He will not marry you, and will not let me be a concubine." The maid of the Lu family sneered, "Do you know our girl's surname and name? How many people want to marry her, but can't?" Zhang Juzu. What a coincidence. I just heard this a few days ago. And it's not new to say it again. Our girl's surname is Lu. Zhang Zuzu rushed over. Her eyes were already red. She grabbed Lu Yingying's arm and pulled it hard. Lu Yingying's face turned pale with pain. But Zhang Zuzu didn't let go. Lu Yingying felt that her arm was about to be broken. But before she shouted, Zhang Zuzu weakly fell to the ground and closed her eyes. Xiaowan screamed and shouted for help, attracting people outside. Lu Yingying was also shocked. Xiaowan shouted again, "You dare to do this to our girl. My son-in-law will not forgive you." Lu Yingying said, "I didn't touch her. She rushed over and fell down by herself. What does it have to do with me?" Her arm was injured. She was not afraid at all. She looked at the weak and useless woman on the ground, scolded her lightly, turned around and left. After the people left, Zhang Juju stood up as if nothing had happened. Xiaowan said, "Miss, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhang Juju patted the dirt on her body and said coldly, "The Lu girl is in trouble. Is she a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone? Whoever dares to bully her." Zhang Juzu doesn't even look in the mirror. She will be in trouble. Zhang Juju went back and sent someone to tell Li Fu about this. Li Fu was also very angry and immediately sent a few guards, who knew martial arts, from his side to her. Zhang Juju accepted it happily and prepared to give the girl a taste of bitterness. But Li Fu was faster. He immediately went to find the counselors of Prince Gong's mansion and said that although the Empress Dowager had suppressed the Empress Dowager Lu in the palace, and the Lu family behind her were not honest, and went to him to sow discord. When the counselors heard about this, they couldn't stand it. The Li family was an important person who understood the affairs of the capital. How could they be easily won over? So everyone immediately began to suppress the Lu family. The Lu family has been trying to keep a low profile, but they didn't expect that the former Prince Gong, now Prince Wu, would suddenly reach out to them. The Lu family was confused and didn't know where this matter started. Li Fu asked someone to point it out. And then the Lu family knew that Lu Yingying actually went directly to Zhang Juju. Yes, they were dishonest and wanted to win over the Li family. But was Lu Yingying trying to win over the Li family? This was to make enemies. This was something that needed to be carefully planned. And it couldn't be done so recklessly. The loss of the Lu family was too great. Empress Dowager Lu also heard about what her niece did. Thinking of the consequences she caused, Empress Dowager Lu was furious. The maid suggested to punish Lu Yingying, and Empress Dowager Lu agreed. Lu Yingying was slapped dozens of times. Her face was rotten. A young girl. I'm afraid she won't be able to see people anymore. A few days later, Lu Yingying spoke rudely, and the news of offending the Empress Dowager spread. But everyone heard privately that she suddenly ran to find Li Sanlang's frail fiancé, frightened her and fainted. And now she is still sick and can't get up. Li Fu did not hide his actions. He wanted to protect Zhang Luju. And it was not an empty talk. Zhang Juju's frail image has been further improved. And Li Fu is no longer the handsome young man he used to be. They have seen his methods. He didn't even let a woman go, which is a bit of revenge, which is not a good thing. Li Fu was not worried about this. He said, "I am not a saint. I studied in the past to enter the officialdom. I am a selfish person. If Zhang Juju's current personality is weak and helpless, then Li Fu's personality at that time was a modest gentleman." Li Fu had already torn off his appearance. But some people's vision was still in the past. They should open their eyes and look at today. Zhang Zuju was quite satisfied with the result and said, "Well done. I want to see if she can still say such nonsense." Li Fu was very self-conscious to be able to do this. Li Fu comforted Zhang Juju in a good tone, The wedding date is just around the corner. No one will dare to do this again. Zhang Zhuzhu calculated the date and found that the wedding date was indeed just around the corner. Chapter 136, How Can I Bear to Disappoint Zhuzhu? Both of them thought that there was no problem. But the Lu family came to Lin Weining. Lin Weining was not in a good mood when he saw this family. His son used to be affectionate, but now he loves his wife as his life. This reputation is really thanks to the Lu family. What can Lin Weining do? She can only smooth things over in front of others, saying how Zhang Zhuzhu comforted her son's heart and how considerate she is. In short, it is to say that Zhang Zhuzhu's good points show that her son's brain is still good and there is no problem. Lin Weining didn't have a good face, but the eldest lady of the Lu family smiled gently. You know, she was once the aunt of the prince. Even if she was polite, people still respected her. It was not like today. My girl was also confused for a moment, said the eldest lady. Alas, your Sanlang is so good-looking that I don't know how many girls have fallen in love with him. My girl also has your Sanlang in her heart. Lin Weining heard this and said, I dare not. I dare not. Our Sanlang is not worthy of it. Please show mercy and let him go. I really don't know how she said this. Lin Weining admired her, seeing that she was not buying it. Mrs. Lu smiled a few times and said straight to the point. I will tell you the truth. This girl did something wrong, and her fault was a bit serious. But she is still smart after all. She is also the daughter of our Lu family. Let her be your Sanlang's concubine, which is her atonement. Lin Weining thought, this is completely treating the girl as an abandoned child. She sneered in her heart. Do you think she, Lin Weining, is a fool? The Li family returned to Beijing because of King Wu. Their family is working for King Wu. Any contact with other forces is a huge hidden danger. The Lu family wants to send their daughter as a concubine. Humph. Lu family. Don't even think about getting involved with the Li family. The two families must not have any relationship. Otherwise you will die in the future without knowing how. Lin Weining, I dare not. The Li family is small. She refused directly, and did not give Mrs. Lu a chance, and left immediately. The wedding date is approaching, and the two people who are getting married should not meet. But Zhang Zhuzhu was a bit rebellious, and Li Fu couldn't stay still, so he ran out to see Zhang Zhuzhu. The two sat on the steps at the door of Zhang Zhuzhu's house. Zhang Zhuzhu wanted Li Fu to go in and do it, but Li Fu refused. It's not good to enter your boudoir. Zhang Zhuzhu. Okay. Anyway, it can be said that he has no rules. But there are really not many. Li Fu said, Zhuzhu, you didn't sleep well? Zhang Zhuzhu, did you steal the cow last night? Why do I ask this? Because the two of them look bad, and it seems that they didn't sleep well. Zhang Zhuzhu said first, yes. I've been a little anxious these 2 days. I haven't adapted yet, and I can't sleep well. What's wrong with Li Fu? Is he anxious? According to Li Fu's temper, he shouldn't be. He is very happy. Hearing this, Li Fu didn't care about anything else and said worriedly, why are you anxious? If she said that the last incident with the Lu family scared her, it doesn't seem like it. Zhang Zhuzhu is not that timid. Repent? Will she not break off the engagement? Li Fu immediately became alert. Breaking off the engagement is absolutely not allowed. Zhang Zhuzhu saw him like this and explained, I am a woman. I want to marry into your family and get along with your family. I will see you every day. It is easy to have conflicts. I am worried that I can't solve it well. Every married woman has such troubles, and Zhang Zhuzhu is no exception. Li Fu held her hand. I'll take care of you. Yes. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, then leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. What's wrong with you? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Can't sleep because you're happy? This is a bit too uncalm. Can't sleep now. How can you sleep when you lie together in the future? She has to persuade Sanlang. Staying up late is harmful to the body, and it will also cause hair loss, and make you ugly and fat. People can't stay up late often. Li Fu didn't understand her deep eyes, and said, I'm very happy. But the matter of not being able to sleep, it's really hard to say. Li Fu has recently reviewed some new knowledge, and this knowledge needs to be put into practice, which is not something that one person can accomplish. He urgently needs Zhang Zhuzhu to learn with him. Therefore, Li Fu couldn't sleep alone, and even when he fell asleep, he still had random dreams, which was really not decent. But Li Fu couldn't say this. After all, it was not good to be unable to sleep because of such a thing. I couldn't sleep because I missed you too much, Li Fu said. Well, you see me now. Zhang Juju took back the mirror. Okay. You can go back. Li Fu naturally didn't want to go back. It was not easy for him to go out. His family was watching him. This time he went out quietly. There was no one around. Li Fu said, I worked hard to come here. And you let me go back now? Zhang Zuju looked at him. Otherwise, should he stay here for lunch? Li Fu's hand gently rested on her shoulder. We will be married in 2 days. And we will be legitimate from now on. Right? Zhang Juju, yes. The hand on her shoulder was not honest. And slowly fell down, holding Zhang Juju's waist. Zhang Juju let him go. And said, Why are you looking at me like that? Li Fu was always gentle with her. But it was different now. He looked at her with eyes that seemed to want to eat her. Yes. Li Fu put a little force and hugged her into his arms. Zhang Zuju understood instantly, thinking that men, there is really no honest one. And Li Fu is no exception. She leaned in Li Fu's arms and lowered her voice. Sam Lang, your heartbeat is so fast. Li Fu didn't say anything. She grabbed Li Fu's free hand and put it on her chest. My heart is beating so fast too. Brother. Look. My heart is beating so fast. Am I sick? Li Fu was dumbfounded. He knew Zhang Juju was out of line. But today's situation was still unbearable for him. He only felt that Zhang Juju's heart was beating fast. Zhang Juju also blushed a little. And Li Fu's voice trembled. Brother. Look. He only hated that it was not the wedding night now. He had to wait for 2 more days. What was it like to spend a year? Li Fu deeply felt it at this moment. Zhang Juju didn't give up. Did you see it? Li Fu looked at the person in his arms, lifted her chin, and then leaned over. The two kissed each other. Their breaths entangled. This kiss was different from the past. The kiss before was the end. And the kiss now is the beginning. But they had to choose to stop abruptly and look at each other. Zhang Juju's eyes were hazy. Li Fu's mind was shaken. And he whispered, You are not obedient. Zhang Zuju smiled. Yes. Do you like it? I like it. In front of Zhang Juju. Li Fu had already abandoned what he had insisted on before. At this moment, he just wanted to do all the intimate things with her. But no. We have to wait. Zhang Zuzu pushed Li Fu. Go back. I don't want to see a haggard groom. Li Fu's panting was in Zhang Juju's ears. And he said, How can I bear to disappoint Juju? Chapter 137 Who is Zhang Juju? On the wedding day, Zhang Zuju lay in bed and didn't want to get up. And no one dared to wake her up. Wu Guiyang directly lifted her quilt and got her up. On the contrary, Li Fu woke up early. Not only did he get up himself, he also woke up all the family members and asked the maids to check for omissions and make sure that there would be no problems today. Li Ju saw him and said, The sun hasn't even risen yet. What's the point of waking us all up? We're going to grab your bride. Because Li Fu was going to get married. Li Ju and his wife had already returned to the capital. Li Fu glanced at him and said confidently, On the day of my second brother's wedding. We also got up at this time. Li Ju choked and couldn't speak. Yes. Is that so? Li Ju seemed a little unconvinced. The cousins of the Lin family next to him said, That's right. You didn't let us dress up. And said we were not allowed to go over you. The groom. That's right. You are brothers. Getting married is like trying to rob the bride. Li Fu smiled and said, Brother. You taught me well. Li Ju hurriedly said, Don't blame me. You went to find the third lady the day before yesterday. I'm not as unruly as you. Li Fu was not stopped when he went out that day. But when he came back, his family naturally saw him and gave him a good lesson if they caught him. Lin Weiying was really thinking hard about her son's reputation. But Li Fu didn't care at all and kept asking people to run around. It was outrageous. The eldest cousin of the Lin family was surprised and said, How could this happen? Our Sanlang was a calm and honest child before. Why is he so impatient now? Li Fu used to have no eyes for women. But after being away for a few years, he was like a different person. The sister-in-law must be a fairy-like figure, which made Sanlang lose his sense of propriety. Then I have to take a good look at her later. Several people talked about it, and they were very curious about the new sister-in-law. Li Ju thought that I'm afraid you will be scared. Li Fu interrupted them. Don't talk about it. Several people also felt that it was impolite. So they quickly shut up and stopped talking, just thinking about it in their hearts. Li Fu got up himself. walked around the courtyard of the new house a few times, and picked out a few inappropriate places before he stopped. The maids gathered together and laughed nonstop, saying that their Sandlang had never been so picky, and now that he was getting married, it was really different. Lin Winging went to see the relatives and female guests, and heard the nanny beside him talk about this, and sighed, "My 3 sons are no longer mine." The nanny advised, "That's what you said. The master called us here yesterday, and told us to do things well, so that you don't worry." Lin Winging felt relieved when she heard this. Her son was unreliable, but at least she could count on her husband. They had always had a good relationship, and now they have been sharing joys and sorrows for the past few years, so they care about each other even more. Send someone to tell the master to drink less. Seeing her happy, the nanny hurriedly sent a maid to the front. Zhang Zhuju's family didn't have many people. Most of them were sent by the Li family, who would escort her to the bride and carry her dowry. Her dowry boxes filled 2 courtyards, and it took many people to carry them all. Nanny's son was pinching Zhang Zhuju's face, using 2 ropes to pull out the fluff on her face. All brides had to go through this. Zhang Zuzu frowned in pain and said, "Mammy, we just need to do it symbolically a few times. It hurts a little." Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Nanny's son was about to put away her tools. Wu Guinyang said, "No, Nanny, don't listen to her. Her 2 sisters went through this, and I've been through it too. How painful it can be. Just bear with it." Wu Guinyang was very strict about the procedure for Zhang Zhuju's marriage, and absolutely did not allow any mistakes. Zhang Zhuju saw her eyes were red, so she could only bear with it. The lucky person who came to comb Zhang Zhuju's hair was Li Fu's eldest cousin. She already had a son and a daughter, and had a good relationship with Li Fu. When Li Fu was looking for someone, she volunteered to come. The main purpose was to see who Zhang Zhuju was, and how she could control her cousin so well. Zhang Zhuzu greeted her, and Lin Huaiming walked in with a smile. "Sister-in-law, please don't be polite to me." She first called Wu Guinyang in, and Wu Guinyang saw how dignified she was, and thought it would be great if Zhuju was like her. Lin Huaiming said again, "I am the first person in my family who has seen you except my mother and grandmother." Zhang Zhuju smiled and said, "What do you think of me? Cousin? Am I worthy of your Sandlang?" Lin Huaiming thought that the gossip outside was indeed false. And what about being frightened by Lu's daughter was definitely nonsense. She walked to Zhang Zhuju, picked up the comb and combed her hair. "Take this hot potato away quickly. He will be under your care from now on. And if someone comes to me to ask about it in the future, I don't have to work hard to think of excuses to refuse. Since my cousin said so, I won't be polite," Zhang Zuzu said. The 2 of them talked back and forth, and they were very harmonious. Zhang Zuzu saw that the time to go out was approaching, and if Li Fu hadn't been held back by a group of people, he would have wanted to go out before the time. Zhang Baobao ran in from outside and said to Zhang Zhuzu, I'm coming soon." Zhang Zhuzu, "Then why don't you go and block the door?" Zhang Baobao said proudly, "You don't need me to block it. I have already given you the questions." Zhang Zhuzu listened to the questions he said, and smiled. "Your brother-in-law loves you in vain." Those were some difficult math problems. Li Fu was supposed to be a liberal arts student. If he wanted to come in today, he might have to climb over the wall. Zhang Baobao looked at her in her wedding dress, feeling happy but reluctant. He said, "You love me the most. I can't bear to leave you." The eldest sister treated them all equally. The second sister always disliked him, and the third sister was the best. Zhang Baobao always felt that the day of her marriage was still far away, but he didn't expect that it would be right in front of him today. He really couldn't bear to leave. Zhang Guju watched him grow up, and she felt complicated for a while. She touched his head and said, "Sister can't bear to leave you either. We can still meet often." Zhang Baobao nodded. He was considered to be a relatively well-behaved boy. The main reason was that the sisters were more powerful, and they couldn't be fierce even if they wanted to. "Then I'll stop him. I can stop so many people by myself," Zhang Baobao said. "Go ahead," Zhang Zuzu said. Several people at the door had just finished calculating addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and were calculating chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Some people were already confused. How can anyone block the door like this? Aren't they all reciting poems? Everyone was speechless when they saw this math problem. Fortunately, There was a young man who had been trained in the Ministry of Revenue among the people welcoming the bride. He was good at calculations and successfully solved the problem. Who came up with this question? This question is interesting. Chickens and rabbits in the same cage is a traditional question. There were a few simpler ones later. And they were all barely calculated. Those who couldn't calculate it had ideas. So Zhang Baobao also counted them as past. The next part was a geometry problem, which stumped the group of people. They couldn't understand it, let alone forget it. Zhang Baobao was 12 years old and small. He stood on the steps, looking at them seriously and proudly. The Lin brothers came forward to stuff red envelopes into his pockets. But he didn't move. At this time, the Prince of Wuwang, that is, Zhou Yi, stepped forward and carried the defenseless Zhang Baobao. Zhang Baobao watched a group of people rush in and shouted, You don't have martial ethics. Chapter 138, Beauty Under the Lamp. Zhang Zhuzhu came out to bid farewell to her parents. Wu Guinyan was better. She was looking forward to Zhang Zhuzhu getting married. In addition, her son-in-law was her favorite, so she smiled happily after crying. Zhang Dachuan was sullen. To be fair, Zhang Zhuzhu was worth several sons in other families. This was his biological daughter. Zhang Dachuan was not very happy these 2 days. At this moment, Zhang Zhuzhu said goodbye to him. And he couldn't say anything polite. He just waved his hand. Live a good life. If you are wronged, come back to find your father. Let's go back to Song'an County. Zhang Zhuzhu felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. Although she had suffered a lot in the Zhang family over the years, Zhang Dachuan also made sure she had enough to eat and drink, and fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Now that she was going to get married, she was reluctant. Zhang Baobao ran over with her hair loose, and also said loudly, Third sister, wait for me. I will grow up soon, and I will protect you. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded with relief. Li Fu came in, bowed to his father-in-law and mother-in-law in a proper manner, and said, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you two elders can rest assured. Xiaobao can also rest assured. Zhuzhu will not be wronged. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Li Fu, and Li Fu looked back at him firmly, and the two smiled at each other. There was no need to say anything between the two of them. The two said goodbye to Zhang's parents and went out. Zhang Zhuzhu was wearing a complicated dress and was not very agile. She was helped into the sedan chair by 2 maids and a nanny. She heard someone say, Sam Lang, slow down. We are not here to rob the bride. Zhang Zhuzhu wondered what Li Fu had done. She was about to lift the curtain to see, but Xiaowan laughed outside and said, Miss, San's horse is faster than others. He is in a hurry to marry you. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. He must be in a hurry to eat people. Alas, it was her fault. She took advantage of Li Fu's inability to do anything before, and flirted with him from time to time, and even took advantage of him. Today was the time to pay back the debt, and she had to be mentally prepared in advance. She got up early and felt sleepy after sitting in the sedan for a while. However, her clothes and jewelry were very grand today, so she had to hold on. Weddings are really the most tiring thing in the world. I hope God will have mercy on her and let her suffer only once in her life. Li Fu was stopped by his brothers several times and asked to slow down. He was a little impatient and said, Everyone must be tired after getting up early in the morning. Isn't it just right to go back and have a drink early? However, anyone who has been married will know that most brothers come to make trouble and watch the show. The more anxious Li Fu was, the less anxious everyone was. They walked slowly all the way to Li's house. It was useless for Li Fu to be anxious. Zhang Zhuzhu was also exhausted, and was carried out of the sedan by several people. She and Li Fu were surrounded by relatives, and entered the main hall. Lin Weining and Li Qi looked at them, then at each other, thinking that Li Fu's marriage was finally done. The two of them paid respects to their parents, and were sent to the bridal chamber. Zhang Zhuzhu was holding a fan to cover her face, and she hadn't put it down yet. A group of women came in from outside. All of them were here to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Li Fu blocked Zhang Zhuzhu behind him and smiled. Aunts and sisters-in-law, please be merciful. My new wife is timid. Don't scare her. I know. The women thought. Who hasn't heard about Zhang fainting outside because of Lu's daughter? Zhang Zhuzhu also smiled shyly, freed one hand, and pinched Li Fu's back under the cover of her wide sleeves. Really? She set up a persona to reduce trouble. But Li Fu dared to use her as an excuse. Li Fu felt the pain. But he did not change his expression. Amid the laughter of a group of women, Zhao Ping and Zhou Rui, the sisters-in-law, rarely stood on the same front. Zhou Rui said, "How did the reputation of the third brother's wife spread? Zhang Juzu is weak. And the word weak has nothing to do with her." Zhao Ping, "It was like this when we returned to Beijing. I heard that it was your cousin who spread it first." Zhao Ping was also puzzled. Zhang Juzu was a famous shrew in the Zhangjia village area. When people talked about whose daughters and wives were powerful, Zhang Zuzu was ranked first. When someone in the village gossiped about her family, she dared to go up and hit them in the mouth. How could she be so weak? Zhou Rui thought that after not seeing her for a few years, her cousin's brain, which was not smart to begin with, was getting worse and worse. Zhao Ping said, "I guess they misunderstood." Zhang Juju said nothing. Shyly went through the process with Li Fu and put down the fan. Someone outside urged Li Fu to go out for a drink, so Li Fu had to stand up. And Zhang Zuzu also stood up. Li Fu glanced at her, then bowed to the women and said, "You all should go out for a drink. It's getting late." A woman smiled and said, "Sanlang is really caring. There are few people like you in our Li family." The woman who was speaking was the sister-in-law of the direct branch of the Li family. She was not young anymore. Today, she came as a relative. Zhou Rui said immediately after hearing this, "Yes. Although they are both surnamed Li, they are different after all." The expression on the woman's face changed several times. But it was not easy to compete with Zhou Rui. This was not an easy person to deal with. She smiled awkwardly and went out. Zhao Ping also stood up for a rare time and said to everyone, "Let's go outside to talk." The two sisters-in-law helped Li Fu to get everyone out. Zhang Juju breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fu said, "Eat something to fill your stomach and wait for me to go back." Zhang Juju had already fallen on the bed and waved at him. "Wait for you. Wait for you." Li Fu was amused and quickly kissed her. Zhang Zuzu didn't dodge, and Li Fu kissed her with a mouthful of powder, and her hands were all white. Zhang Zuzu laughed. "I told you not to kiss." Someone outside shouted, "Li San. Li San. Are you scared?" Zhang Zuzu pushed him, and Li Fu stood up and said to the maid, "Take your third grandmother's hair off first, change her clothes, and bring in the food prepared outside." After giving the order, Li Fu left. Xiaowan came in and helped Zhang Zuzu wash and comb her hair. Zhang Zuzu sighed. "It's really too much trouble." Xiaowan said, "It only happens once in a lifetime. Isn't it a lot of trouble?" After washing up and eating something, she was ready to lie down on the bed for a while. As a result, she was bumped and opened the quilt. Inside were peanuts, dates, longans, and some walnuts. Anyway, they were all for a baby soon. Zhang Juju pushed these things outside the bed, asked the maid to clean them up, then lay down inside, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Li Fu was forced to drink by a group of people. Someone stopped him from drinking, and he drank a lot. In the end, seeing that he really couldn't drink anymore, Li Fu was sent back. But as soon as he entered the room, the drunkenness on his face disappeared. Zhang Zuzu was sleeping soundly, and suddenly felt someone pressing on her, and was awakened. She looked at Li Fu in a daze. "What are you doing? You are so heavy." "Get off," Li Fu asked. "Did you sleep well?" Zhang Juju opened her eyes, and saw his face clearly by candlelight. And then she woke up. She remembered a sentence. "Look at the beauty under the lamp." Zhang Juju was immediately attracted by such beauty, and put her arms around Li Fu's neck. "Sanlang." Li Fu stood up. "You smell of alcohol. I'm going to wash up. Wait for me here." Chapter 139. Practice diligently with me in the future. Li Fu washed very quickly, and when he came back, he was wearing a middle-length dress and holding 2 booklets in his hands. Zhang Zuzu was puzzled. On the wedding night, he did not do important things, but read books. Our Sanlang is really patient. Li Fu sat on the bed, hugged Zhang Zuzu from behind, and then took out one of the booklets and said, "Juju and I are newlyweds, so let's learn it first." Then Zhang Juju watched him open the beautiful booklet. How to describe it? Illegal, unsightly, cannot be seen in the light, spread bad ideas. If Zhang Juju was really a girl, she would definitely find a crack in the ground to hide in now. But she is not. To be honest, as a modern woman who has lived in an era of advanced internet, she has seen more exciting things than this. What? I have already seen it at home. Zhang Zuzhu said calmly. Actually, it can't be said to be calm. It is different to watch it secretly by yourself and watch it with others. But she can't let Li Fu see it. She has to stay calm. Shy is also Li Fu's shyness. This is true. Zhang Zuzhu's dowry also has a book. She has read it last night. But it is not as exquisite as this one. Li Fu thought. Can't he see her shyness? He really has never seen Zhang Zuzhu shy. Li Fu felt sorry, and could only throw the book away. In this case, we can only use a living person. Thinking of this, Li Fu's face was burning first. Zhang Zuzhu was still saying, Do you want me to teach you? Don't be shy. We are already husband and wife. She would not miss any opportunity to tease Li Fu. When Li Fu heard this, he immediately abandoned his shyness. He pushed Zhang Zuzhu down, pulled the quilt, rolled the two of them in at the same time, and then forgot about the two of us. After a lot of hard work, the quilt was turned upside down and back and forth. The two of them rested and snuggled together. Li Fu whispered in her ear, Call quickly. Zhang Zuzhu was sweating from the heat. What to call? Li Fu, what did you call me that day? Have you forgotten? Zhang Zuzhu said, Brother? When Li Fu heard these two words, he was like a fire. And Zhang Zuzhu was good at lighting a fire. Sanlang. Sange. Husband. She shouted randomly. And then the quilt was straightened again. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Zhang Zuzhu resisted. But Li Fu couldn't give up, saying, That won't work. In the past, Zhang Zuzhu had always tormented him. And today was a great opportunity. How could she let her escape easily? Zhang Zuzhu hugged him, tears in her eyes, and said coquettishly, Good brother. I'm really tired. Please forgive me this time. Li Fu stopped talking until she begged for mercy. Zhang Zuzhu fell asleep not long after she finished speaking. The candle was still burning. Li Fu looked down at the person sleeping beside him, and felt unprecedented peace and joy in his heart. He kissed Zhang Zuzhu's sweaty forehead. Finally, he married the person he liked. From now on, the two of them must be harmonious. And the husband will sing, and the wife will follow the husband. And they will grow old together. Li Fu got up, put on his clothes, asked someone to bring in water, and cleaned up. Zhang Zuzhu was held tightly in his arms, and the two were intimate. When he woke up the next day, Li Fu lay on the bed and looked at her. What time is it? Zhang Zuzhu asked. Li Fu, it's still early. I went to bed early last night, so I got up early today. Zhang Zuzhu, then I'll sleep a little longer. Li Fu, don't sleep yet. I have something to ask you. Zhang Zuzhu said, I'll talk to you after I wake up. Li Fu refused to give up, and pulled her to his side. Do you remember the score you gave me last time? Zhang Zuzhu thought about it, and Li Fu reminded her, You said I only had 8 or 9 points, and the rest will be discussed after marriage. He bumped into Zhang Zuzhu. Now we are married, and we have tried it. Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself that you have a good memory, and she also became serious and said, Well, you have enough feelings and strength, but not enough skills. I'll give you 7 points. Li Fu was a little unconvinced. Only 7 points? He felt that he didn't get 10 points, but 9 points. How could it be only 7 points? He looked at the sky and wanted to fight again and let her rescore. Zhang Zuzhu saw his intention and quickly said, No. No. You heard me. Wait until I get better. Li Fu leaned on Zhang Zuzhu and said, Forget it. I have to trouble you to practice with me in the future. Practice? Zhang Zuzhu, shut up. Don't disturb my sleep. Li Fu laughed. When he got up again, it was already bright. Fortunately, Lin Weining, Li Qi and his wife, as well as the Li family, were very familiar with Zhang Zuzhu, so there was no need to be polite. The two came late to greet their parents. Lin Weining and Li Qi were talking to their grandchildren, and the couples of Li Pu and Li Zhu were also sitting in the house chatting. Seeing them coming, the maid came forward with tea, and Zhang Zuzhu wanted to serve tea to her parents. She served tea according to the rules and called her parents. Li Qi smiled and said, Good child. You have really grown up. Zhang Zuzhu said, Yes. Lin Weining brought a pair of bracelets over, and Zhang Zuzhu put them on her wrists. Thank you, Mother. Lin Weining nodded. Okay. We have known each other for many years, and the Li family is not the same as before. You and Sanlang live a good life, and I won't say anything else. We have known each other for so long. and we know who we are. So there is no need to set any rules. Zhang Zhuzhu said yes. And Li Fu said, "Don't worry, Mother." Several children happily gathered around Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu prepared a red envelope for each child and said, "Thank you, third aunt, Yuan, Zhao." And the younger year also gathered around and called Zhang Zhuzhu aunt. Li Fu was in a good mood and gave each child an extra red envelope. The family finished the meal happily, and Zhang Zhuzhu stayed to talk to her two sisters-in-law and mother-in-law. Zhao Ping had 3 children to educate, and she was not a picky person. So when Lin Weining mentioned letting Zhou Ri manage the household affairs, Zhao Ping had no objection. But Daoang is not young anymore. He used to have work to do in Zhongjia village. Now he is back. But he is not used to it. He needs help from his parents. Zhao Ping said this now, no longer timidly. Lin Weining said, "Don't worry. I have discussed it with your father. Daoang is good at painting. Find him a job in the painting academy." Zhao Ping quickly stood up to thank him. Lin Weining waved his hand. "I used to think that he was the eldest in the family. If he went there, he would be laughed at. Now your father and I have understood that it is the right thing to live a good life. There is no need to care about other things." The 3 daughters-in-law all agreed. Zhou Ri looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. "Do you want to help me manage the household?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "No. I'm newly married. I still want to have fun." She didn't want to get involved in the family affairs. Zhou Ri sighed helplessly. "Alas. It seems that I am the only one in the family who is destined to work hard." Lin Weining glanced at her, and her temper really didn't change at all. At about noon, someone suddenly came outside to pass on the message that people were coming to deliver gifts. The whole family was very surprised, and the maid trembled and said, Send a dozen women. Say it's Mr. He's newly married. This is really lively." Chapter 140. No one can eat her food for free. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhuzhu in unison. The Li family members, who knew her, were afraid that she would get angry. When a daughter-in-law gets angry, she will hit people. She really hits people. The maids who didn't know her felt a little sympathetic and thought she was miserable. On the first day of her wedding, before noon, a group of girls came to her door. "Isn't this miserable?" Zhang Zhuzhu had already stood up, looking like she was going to watch the fun. Lin Weining asked the maid, "Who sent them?" Before the maid could reply, Li Fu had already hurried over and said before entering the door, "It was sent by the Prince of Jing. You don't have to worry. I'll send them away." Prince Jing, the eldest brother of Heian County Lord. Li Fu's face was so ugly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I'll go too. Wait for me." Li Fu paused. "Come on." Zhang Zhuzhu said goodbye to Lin Weining and the 2 sisters-in-law, and went out with Li Fu. Li Fu said, "Prince Jing has always acted without restraint. I think he came to trouble me because of the last incident." Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's okay. I know." She was not angry. She just wanted to watch the fun. Li Fu took her hand and asked her to walk next to him. "Are you tired? Why don't you go to sleep for a while?" Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. "How can I sleep? The more I sleep, the more tired I will be. In this day and age, waking up is rest. I'm afraid that the word sleep is not a noun, but a verb." Li Fu pinched her face. "No way. I didn't listen last night. You said I wouldn't." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I didn't say you didn't listen." "Okay. Let's talk about it when we get back." In broad daylight. How come Li Fu's face has become thicker? This is not okay. One thick-skinned person in a family is enough. One more is not good. Li Fu pulled her tightly, and the couple went outside, only to see a dozen young girls sent by Prince Jing, standing in a group at the door. Of course, the door of the Li family was closed, and it would be inappropriate for outsiders to see. The one who came to send them off was a servant of the Prince of Jing. He looked like he might as well hang himself. He bowed to Li Fu and said, "My prince asked me to send them off. He said that you have robbed a lot of land and shops this time, but forgot the most important beauty. He is worried that you have no money, so he said he will give it to you. Please don't be polite." After the servant finished speaking, his head almost buried under his feet, Zhang Zhuzhu understood what was going on. Because King Wu returned to the capital, many people in the capital suffered. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu took advantage of the opportunity and bought properties for their own families. If they bought them, naturally there would be people who didn't buy them. Isn't that offending people? These female relatives were kept by those who left the capital. I'm afraid that the Prince of Jing didn't send them alone. He sent them on the first day of their wedding. Probably to annoy them. Li Fu sneered. It depends on their ability. Who made them inferior to others? These people. Of course. Can't stay. Last time I saw Princess Haiyang. She was dignified and generous. The princess has such a brother. So they are obviously siblings. Zhang Zuzu said. Sam Lang. Keep these girls. I think they are all beautiful and decent. I really like them. Li Fu was thinking about how to deal with these people. But he didn't expect Zhang Zuzu to ask them to stay. Keep them? Li Fu looked at her. Zhang Zuzu nodded. Well, I have a use for them. Send them to the farm. Li Fu knew that she was calculating. So he agreed. Tell your prince that I accept this generous gift and will reward you handsomely in the future. Li Fu said. The servant listened to it with a stiff face and ran away quickly. The girls also looked afraid to breathe. Looking at Zhang Juju and Li Fu. Zhang Juju was in no mood to care about them now. She said that she needed to rest after getting married. And she really needed to rest. She called Nani-san to settle them. And Li Fu and Zhang Juju went back. Li Qi was so angry that he said, This Prince of Jing is really rude. Even if he is a member of the royal family. He can't bully people like this. Lin Weining beside him persuaded him a few words and said, You keep the people here. Zhang Juju, I asked you to keep them here. I will check their background first, and see if they can be used later. Zhao Ping and Zhou Rui looked at each other, and thought that their brother and sister-in-law were very skilled and bold. They dared to keep more than a dozen beautiful girls. Lin Weining, since you decided to keep her, I won't say anything. If it was Li Fu who asked her to stay, then that would be wrong. It would be a rumor. If Zhang Juju wanted to keep her, then it would be useful. No one could eat her food for free. At noon, Zhang Zuzu took a nap. Li Fu laid down next to her, and soon became restless. Zhang Zuzu closed her eyes and said, Aren't you sleepy? I went to bed early last night. So I'm not sleepy now. Li Fu put her in his arms, and kissed her soon after. Zhang Zuzu wanted to push him away. But Li Fu leaned close to her ear and promised, I'll be gentle. Although she knew that this was just to coax her. Zhang Zuzu was reluctant to refuse. So the newlyweds didn't leave the room until dark. Tao Tao leaned on his grandmother's arms and said, Aunt San said she would teach us how to make snacks. Why hasn't she come yet? The maids and servants beside him kept silent. If the newlyweds didn't leave the room, it must be a good thing. Lin Weining. Let her teach you another day. Tao Tao sighed slightly and ran to find Xiao to play. Lin Weining said to Madame Yang, San Lang is really getting more and more unruly. He is so unreasonable in broad daylight. Madame Yang said, Young man, everyone is like this. Maybe you will have another little grandson soon. Lin Weining held his forehead and said nothing. The next day, the couple was called up early. Someone from the direct branch of the Li family came to the door. As a new bride, Zhang Juju inevitably became the center of discussion. After a few words, someone asked about the dozen girls. The news had spread throughout the capital. The woman who asked this question was about the same age as Zhang Juju. But in terms of seniority, she was Zhang Juju's niece-in-law. Her husband was the third child. Her surname was Song. And she had just married into the Li family not long ago. I heard that you decided to keep those girls. You are really generous. We have never seen you like this in the capital. Song said this. But there was a sense of gloating here. And she didn't even call her aunt. Zhang Juju looked innocent. Then you saw it today. Song looked at the sisters-in-law next to her, and thought that people from small places are really not very smart. If a man wants to change his mind, it's just a matter of a word. Keeping so many people around is a way to kill yourself. We can't compare to you. They said. What's there to compare? Zhang Zuzu said with a smile. Since you think I'm generous, you should learn from me. I'll go back and pick a few good ones, and send them to your home. Song's face changed immediately, and she was about to refuse. Zhang Juju refused to let her go, although I'm newly married. I'm still an aunt. I can't refuse the gift from the elders. I'll give you two later. Aunt is generous. Don't be polite to aunt. Song's face changed immediately. And the other nieces and nieces quickly refused. Such a good person. Aunt can keep it for herself. Zhang Juju, how can this be? You should also be more generous. Why are you stingy? You should learn from aunt. She still had that innocent face. A sincere look on her face. The niece-in-law couldn't tell whether she was real or acting. and she didn't dare to speak, fearing that she would really use her aunt's identity to give them 2 girls each, which would be a big deal. Zhang Zuzu drank a sip of tea, and she dared to say something with this little ability. Chapter 141. Shameless people are invincible. Zhang Zuzu's side is just a few ignorant and stingy nieces and daughters-in-law. They are young and have no experience in fighting, so they were quickly defeated. Li Fu's side is more troublesome. Many people from the Li family came to teach the 4 fathers and sons. You can't write 2 Li characters with 1 stroke. The eldest of the Li family said to Li Qi, Li Qi, we are a family. We are connected even if we break our bones. The current situation is unclear. It is time for our 2 Li families to work together. Don't be confused. Yes, the capital is different from 4 or 5 years ago. You don't have a foundation and can't make a name for yourself. They kept nagging like chanting scriptures. And the central topic was only one: asking Li Qi and others to support the people of the direct branch of the Li family. The most important thing is that you 4 fathers and sons are still carrying the will of the previous emperor and cannot serve as officials in the court. King Wu is busy with his own affairs, and I don't know when he will think of you. Now you should quickly send our people to the cabinet and the 6 ministries, so that we can overturn the case for you. King Wu frightened a group of people and arrested some of them recently. Now many official positions are vacant. People in the capital are moving around and waiting to get a share of it. The direct branch of the Li family has no one to speak for. So now they can only hold on to Li Qi and his sons as a life-saving straw. However, no matter how earnestly they tried to persuade him, Li Qi remained unmoved. And the 3 brothers Li Fu did not say a word. The eldest master of the Li family saw that they were like a gourd with a sawed mouth, and was very angry for a while, and stood up and paced back and forth. Li Fu said, Uncle is not young anymore. Don't be so angry. Anger is harmful to your health. The eldest master was about to speak, but Li Fu continued, You are here to ask for help. And my father and I are not angry. But you are angry when you ask for help. I have never seen you ask for help like this. Li Fu's words instantly hit their sore spot. Hey, San Lang. You are too ignorant of the rules when you talk like this. What is asking for help? I said this is a family matter, and we should consider the overall situation. How can you be so ignorant? As soon as Li Fu spoke, he became the target of public criticism, and was criticized by a group of older brothers. Li Fu was convinced by these people. Li Zhu was also very unhappy and said, What do you mean by family? Our family's names are not on the family tree. How can we be a family? When the Li family got into trouble, the Lin family, the Zhou family, and even their father and sons' relatives and friends were trying to save the Zhou family as much as possible. How do the direct branches do things? As soon as they opened their mouths, they said that Li Qi's branch was not on the same family tree as their Li family, and they were not born of the same mother, so Li Qi's affairs could not implicate them. They were not asked to help in times of trouble, but it was unnecessary to add insult to injury. The eldest master opened his mouth several times, and finally said, Well, it's just a temporary measure. Can't we just add them? Li Qi said, We don't know when the 4 of us can return to the officialdom. If the Li family takes office, how do you plan to clear our grievances? They didn't even dare to fart at that time. Although the late emperor was dead, it was not easy to change the will of the late emperor. The eldest master Li was stunned, and several brothers and nephews beside him were also stunned. You haven't thought about it yet? Li Qi said. The eldest master Li responded vaguely, saying, It's not that I haven't thought about it. To overturn the will of the late emperor, it is not a trivial matter, and we need to think about it carefully. That's right. This is not a matter of a few words. We have to secure our official positions and have achievements before we can speak up. Don't you think so? Master Li San reacted quickly and took over the conversation. Li Qi thought to himself that you didn't think about it at all. At this time, the highest-ranking official in the Li family stood up. This person was about the same age as Li Qi, but he was Li Qi's nephew in terms of seniority, and was currently a doctor in the Ministry of Rights. He said, Overturning the will of the previous emperor is an unprecedented precedent. Even if Uncle and Sanlang have made extraordinary contributions, it is not possible. King Wu's change of title has already caused dissatisfaction in the court and the public. For the affairs of the Li family, it has caused a heated discussion in the court. I don't think King Wu will do this for you. I advise you to give up the idea of returning to the court as soon as possible, and think about how to support the capable young people in the Li family, so that you can also maintain your wealth and glory at that time. You will never return to the court again. Li Wei's words were very firm. Here. He really couldn't say any more. They came to ask for help. But now, they have turned themselves into the party that is being given alms. Li Qi and his 4 sons became the objects of alms. Li Qi drank a sip of tea, then stood up and said, if that's the case, then I will help the Lin family, Zhou family and Song family. Not you. Li Qi thought of Master Li Er. In the past, the two of them could talk to each other. After Master Li Er died, the Li family had no one to show off. Or, the direct branch of the Li family always felt that they were more noble than Li Qi's branch, because their ancestors were born by the first wife, while Li Qi's family was born by the second wife. Li Zhu glanced at Li Fu. To be honest, whether he could overturn the previous emperor's order and return to the court was still uncertain. Li Fu was calm and didn't want to argue with these people. He wanted to go out for lunch with Zhu at noon, and then play for an afternoon. He had to go back to his parents' home tomorrow, and he had to pack the gifts to bring back. He had a lot of things to do. You are confused. Master Li pointed at Li Qi's nose. Those are outsiders, and those people are not surnamedly. Li Wei also frowned. Those who are not surnamedly are much more reliable than those who are surnamedly. The scene fell into a stalemate. Li Qi couldn't help but ask, no matter what we do, you came here today to ask us to do something, and you just came empty-handed. This is too arrogant. Not to mention that the two families had a grudge before. Even if there was no grudge, they couldn't come empty-handed. Even if the father and son agreed to help the Li family, they had to make arrangements and spend some money. Li Fu came to his senses at this time and said, I think the family property is almost gone. The eldest Master Li's face turned red and white. Stop talking nonsense. Li Fu said calmly, I bought the hilltop outside the west city of the Li family. Li Qi was speechless for a long time. What did you do? You want to sell the family property? You are crazy. The room was quiet. The third Master Li spoke, and said in a yin and yang tone, that was sold for the eldest brother's birthday 2 years ago. Master Li, you didn't sell it. The two brothers started arguing. Li Qi couldn't stand it anymore and said, that's enough. That's enough. You guys go back to your own house and argue. Send the guests away. I have a headache, so I won't entertain you. Li Pu said quickly, Dad, I will help you to rest. Second brother. Third brother. You send the guests away. Master Li said angrily, we are guests? You don't even have a meal. Li Qi, no. Thinking about what he had done for them in the past for the sake of face. Li Qi got angry. They still want to eat. Eat shit. This family will go back the same way they came. Chapter 142 Ant. I am so generous. Zhang Zhuzhu also went to see off the women. When she reached the door, she looked over the nephews. Someone sent some gifts to our family yesterday. Sanlang and I are uncle and aunt. It is not good to enjoy them alone. Why don't you each get 2 and share my worries? Zhang Zhuzhu said generously. The nephews were stunned. And then, they remembered what Zhang Zhuzhu said. The brothers looked at each other. The nieces and nieces next to them changed color. How could a man have any good things? There are already many beautiful women at home. And she still wants to send more. It was the old lady who reacted first. No need. They are young people who are studying. It is not good to change their temperament. Zhang Zhuzhu said innocently, that's it. My nieces and nephews said I was generous. So I was happy for a while, and wanted to give them some good things. I gave them to my nieces and nephews. But they didn't want them. I thought they were stingy. It turns out that they were afraid of delaying their studies. If you had said it earlier, your aunt wouldn't have forced them. Song was so regretful when she heard this. She hated herself for provoking Zhang Zhuzhu. A woman who could marry Li Fu couldn't be a good person. They said that to mock Zhang Zhuzhu. And they wanted to wait and see Li Fu have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But now they are the ones who suffer. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said to her nephews, then you go back and study hard. Your third uncle said that you should listen to your wives more. I will keep the people for myself and won't give them to you. It's a pity. I see they are all young and beautiful. The nephews felt upset when they heard this. They had all heard that those girls were chosen by the Prince of Jing. And they were all pretty. But they missed them. The old lady couldn't stand it anymore. So she quickly dealt with them and left with her people. Li Fu said, did someone bully you? Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu. They laughed at me. Sanlang, you have to stand up for me. Li Fu looked distressed. It's hard for you. Zhou Rui next to him couldn't help but say. You're done. These people. What can they do to you? They will really suffer in the future. They were the ones who provoked me first. Zhang Juju said. I am your aunt after all. So you can't call me that. I won't say anything. But you dare to come to me and talk about me. Where are such relatives? Li Fu said. That's right. Don't let them come to our house in the future. The upper beam is not straight. And the lower beam is crooked. The ancestral property has been sold. I think they are hopeless. Zhou Rui listened to the couple singing the same tune and thought that this was retribution. When they were in Zhongjia village, she and Li Zhu were like this. Now the situation has changed. Alas, people should not be too ostentatious when they are proud. The next day, when they returned to the parents' home, the Li family packed a lot of things in large and small bags. Zhang Juju got up this morning after all. Lin Weining instructed, your parents and Xiaobao are new here, so they must not be used to it. Today, you and Sanlang will take them out for a walk in 2 days. If there is anything missing at home, just come back and tell me. Understand? Zhang Zuju nodded, yes. Okay. Li Qi said, in a few days. On the 15th. Take them over to stay for a few days. This new house is very big. The couple gave some instructions, and then let Li Fu and Zhang Juju go out. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guangyang were really not used to it. Why were they not used to it? They were idle. There was nothing they could do at home. There was a cook who cooked and bought food. And there were 2 maids who washed clothes and cleaned. When they got up at night to drink water, there was a maid waiting outside. Anyway, they didn't have to do anything. Just lie down. They felt they were enjoying themselves for a day or 2. But after a long time, they really couldn't stand it. Just as Zhang Luzu was at the door, the woman who was sweeping the house said, Miss, please persuade the master. He got up before dawn and swept the yard clean. Is he going to get rid of me? The cook also came to complain, saying that the master and his wife asked them to use less oil when cooking, and to buy less chicken, duck, fish and meat, and asked her to save money. Li Fu said, Father-in-law and mother-in-law are not used to this place. I'm afraid there is no one to talk to. Zhang Zuju said, Well, discuss it with them. It's not good to go on like this. I hope they are happy. Not to torment them. Xiaobao ran over and happily called sister and brother-in-law, and then said, Brother-in-law, you are unreasonable. You don't even know the question. But you carried me away. I think you are here to rob the bride. Li Fu put his arm around his shoulders and walked forward. Yes. Xiaobao is smart. Brother-in-law knows he is wrong. Xiaobao was embarrassed now. That was also taught to me by my sister. I know you don't know how to do it. He did it on purpose. Li Fu patted his head. I brought you something to play with. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang were also standing outside, and they smiled when they saw them coming. Wu Guinyang pulled Zhang Zhuzu over. You guys talk. Saner and I will go to the kitchen to take a look. Li Fu was about to say no, but Zhang Zhuzu winked at him, and Li Fu stopped talking. When they walked a little further, Wu Guinyang hurriedly asked, When can you get pregnant? Zhang Zhuzu, I don't know. Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yinin have been asked before. And now it's Zhang Zhuzu's turn. And it's also the last time Wu Guinyang asked. Then you have to hurry up. Wu Guinyang said. After the baby is born, you can stay at home and take care of the baby. And don't have to worry about anything else. Then I can rest assured. Zhang Zhuzu thought that was not necessarily the case. Wu Guinyang, hear what I said. You used to do business in Songyang County, so it was fine. But now you are married. You can't show up in public. Last time I talked to your cousin, she gave birth to a son and a daughter. And now she stays at home and does housework. You should learn from her. Zhang Zhuzu, good guy. Even the role model has been found for her. Other women will not show up to do business. They all find someone to arrange it for them. Wu Guinyang emphasized. Zhang Zhuzu didn't want to quarrel with her, and there was no sister to persuade her at this time. So she said, Don't worry. I know what to do. Zhang Zhuzu changed the subject. Are you bored at home? I'll take you out to play. Wu Guinyang refused. We have been to several places. Right? I won't go. You stay at home and give Sanlang children. That's the most important thing. Zhang Zhuzu's mouth twitched, thinking that Li Fu would laugh to death when she heard this. You really love him. Who is the biological child after all? The mother and daughter talked for a while. The key point was to serve Li Fu, respect her parents-in-law. And the most important thing was to have a child. A son. The two returned to the house. And Zhang Dachuan said, I just discussed with San Lang that your mother and I are going to move out of the city to farm. Li Fu, we also planted peaches, pears, apricots, and have a fish pond for fishing. Zhang Dachuan couldn't stand being at home, and said, I will raise some chickens and ducks, and a pig, and give them to you when the time comes. It will definitely be better than buying outside. Before Zhang Zhuzhu spoke, Wu Guinyang said, Okay. Okay. This is good. The two gathered together to discuss. Li Fu whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, What did your mother-in-law tell you? Zhang Zhuzhu, Are you happy that she asked me to give you a son? Li Fu smiled. We have to listen to our mother-in-law on this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him, her mind full of colored waste. There was no hope. My young man, as white as moonlight, suddenly changed color. Chapter 143, Not a Human Being. At noon, a table of dishes was set up. And Zhang Dachuan suddenly said, It's a pity that your two sisters and brother-in-law are not here. I miss Ningguer, his eldest grandson. Wu Guinyang said, Yes. The second child's belly must be big. And I don't know whether it is a boy or a girl. Zhang Dachuan, It doesn't matter whether it is a boy or a girl. Just give birth to it well. Alas, her husband's family is not a good one. Wu Guinyang felt distressed when she thought about it. Who will take care of her when she gives birth? Zhang Dachuan snorted. Didn't they tell her that she is from a good family? She insisted on marrying there. And she deserves to suffer. No matter how many words were said to persuade her. She just wouldn't listen and turned a deaf ear to her parents' words. Wu Guinyang didn't say anything. She knew that Zhang Dachuan still loved his daughter. When they left, they asked the village head's wife and other familiar women to help. They also went to the fourth master's place and took care of everything. Li Fu said, When the children are older, let the second sister and the second brother-in-law come to Beijing to accompany you too. Yes, Zhang Zhuzhu also said. Then you will have a few grandchildren to accompany you for free. Wu Guinyang, This makes the second child like a live-in son-in-law. Zhang Dachuan, The second child's muddle-headed head should be given a live-in son-in-law. The two of them were not worried about Zhang Jinjin, because Zhang Jinjin could stand firm in the Lu family. But Zhang Yining was a wooden head. She looked powerful, but she would suffer the most if she interacted with others. The couple was really worried about her. After dinner, Zhang Zhuzhu went back to take a nap, and Li Fu stepped into Zhang Zhuzhu's boudoir for the first time. Whether it was Zhangjia village or here, he had never been in once. Although Li Fu was always curious, Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on the bed and yawned. I'm going to the Song family tomorrow, so I think there will be nothing to do. Right? Li Fu was looking at the furnishings in her room and said, No. Where do you want to go to play later? Zhang Zhuzhu had already fallen on the bed and yawned. I want to go out. But I'm afraid I can't go out. Li Fu walked over to her and sat down, saying, You're so naughty. Zhang Zhuzhu, Isn't what I said the truth? Let alone going out. She was afraid that she couldn't even get out of bed, let alone go out. Li Fu lay down next to her, and Zhang Zhuzhu quickly hid in the bed. Be honest. This is my house. In the past 2 days at Li's house. Although the maids and servants didn't dare to gossip, they smiled when they saw her and Li Fu, which was really embarrassing. Zhang Zhuzhu was thick-skinned, but she wasn't used to being wasted like this. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Look at you. Am I such an unruly person? After all, he was in his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house, so he wouldn't do anything wrong. Zhang Zhuzhu turned to look at him. Why do I feel like you've become a different person after getting married? Li Fu, how could that be? I'm the same as before. It's just that in the past, I had to be patient and abide by the rules. It was always Zhang Zhuzhu who took the initiative. She had the upper hand in words and actions. Now that they are married, the rules to be followed are different. So naturally it's reversed. Zhang Zhuzhu yawned and didn't want to go into it. I'll sleep for a while, and you can wake me up in half an hour. Li Fu agreed verbally. When Zhang Zhuzhu woke up, it was already afternoon. She was about to accuse Li Fu, but Li Fu said, I called you, but you didn't get up. I have witnesses. After Zhang Zhuzhu packed up, Li Fu pulled Xiaobao over. Xiaobao said, I testify that my brother-in-law called you to get up, but you refused to get up. He called you twice. Zhang Zhuzhu, is it true? Xiaobao shouted, "It's true. Zhang Zhu, if it's true, why are you shouting so loudly?" Xiaobao scratched his head. "I'm afraid you won't believe it. Since there is a witness, Zhang Zhu will not pursue it. After all, it is very common for a nap to turn into a full afternoon." Xiaobao ran away with 2 silver ingots in his arms. Zhang Zhu woke up and was deceived by him because she was not confidential. Zhang Zhu said, "It's over. I can't sleep at night again." If she can't sleep, she has to get up in the middle of the night to eat. Eating will make her fat. But if she doesn't eat, she will be hungry and can't sleep. Zhang Zhu leaned on Li Fu. Li Fu hugged her and comforted her. Before leaving, Wu Guiyan looked worried and said, "Is it because the Li family didn't let you sleep? I heard that their wealthy families have many rules. Before dawn, the daughter-in-law has to get up to help the mother-in-law wash her face and comb her hair, and also serve meals." Wu Guiyan held her daughter's hand and thought of the methods that mothers-in-law use to discipline their daughters-in-law. Zhang Zhu shook her head. "That's really not the case. You and my mother-in-law have known each other for several years, so it's not the case." Wu Guiyan heard this and felt that she was making a fuss. "What about your 2 sisters-in-law? Your eldest sister-in-law is soft-tempered, but your second sister-in-law is a powerful one," Wu Guiyan said. Zhang Zhu held her hand and said seriously, "The second sister-in-law is busy managing the household. She manages the food, clothing, housing and transportation of dozens of people in the family. She has no time to argue with me." Wu Guiyan finally felt relieved. She patted her daughter's shoulder and mentioned the birth of the child in the morning again before letting her go. As expected, Zhang Zhu couldn't sleep at night, and Li Fu pulled her and refused to give up. Zhang Zhu said, "I think you are deliberately not calling me up." She even dragged Xiaobao to make up a lie. She is really capable. Scheming. Too scheming. She doesn't want to be a good person, but she has to be a scheming dog. Li Fu took clothes and put them on her. "I asked someone to send food over. Eat some, and then go to sleep." Zhang Zhu's stomach was churning, so she had to get up in the middle of the night to eat. The next day, she went to Song's house a little late. Fortunately, Mr. Song thought about their newlyweds and didn't care about it. Song Jiang also came from the other courtyard today. It was rare that she didn't have a hangover. "I just don't like excitement," Song Jiang said. "Getting married is a good thing in the eyes of others, but whether it is good or not depends on the 2 people who are getting married. What's the point of making so much noise?" Zhang Zhu, "You are right. We are the couple who live together, and the others are the ones who watch the excitement." Song Jiang said, "Then how are your 2 lives?" Zhang Zhu, "Not bad. Don't you 2 quarrel?" Song Jiang has never seen a couple who don't quarrel. Zhang Zhu thought. Li Fu's mind is full of color things. How can he think of quarreling with her? No quarrel. We have known each other for a long time, and we know each other better. Generally, we talk about things and try not to quarrel, Zhang Zhu said. Song Jiang was quite surprised. "Your uncle is the old man who died. He was as famous as San Lang when he was young. Unfortunately, I married him. We never had a day of peace. We quarreled every day and every month. It gave me a headache. And there is no one to quarrel with now." Right. She wanted to ask if she missed her uncle. After all, they were a couple who had lived together for decades. Unexpectedly, Song Jiang said loudly, "He died earlier than me. I am finally free now. I will burn some paper for him and thank him for dying early." Zhang Zhu swallowed her words silently. She was indeed overthinking. "Song Jiang, I will write a poem when I go back and show it to you another day." Zhang Zhu, "Oh, okay." Chapter 144. It's really hard for me to make the decision. Li Fu was also asked about her marriage life by Mr. Song. Hearing that they were in harmony, the old man was also very happy. Song Lingyan was very envious and said, "I am 2 years older than you. It will take me 2 years to get married." Li Fu said, "I wanted to ask before. Don't you have a girl who is betrothed to you?" Song Lingyan said faintly. "You finally remembered to ask. It has been several years, and I haven't seen him ask. This time he got married. He finally remembered to ask," Mr. Song said. "It's a pity for that girl. Her grandmother passed away first, and her biological mother passed away within a year. Now she is in mourning in her hometown. It will take 2 years before she can go to Beijing." Li Fu, "Some families will cancel the engagement because of this." Song Lingyan, The Song family can't do that. And I can't do that either. I also went to see my deceased mother-in-law. How can I break my promise? Li Fu smiled and bowed to him. Benevolence and righteousness. Song Lingyan, alas. It's just that you got married too late. You got married earlier than me. And your children will be older than mine, he said, and became happier, but it doesn't matter. It won't hinder us from being in-laws. Li Fu hurriedly declined. This is the children's business. What we said doesn't count. Zhang Zuzu doesn't like some rules, such as blind marriage and dumb marriage. Song Lingyan seemed to have seen something new. I think you can't make the decision. Zhang Zuzu is so powerful that Li Fu must be the one being bullied at home. Song Lingyan looked at Li Fu with sympathy. Your future sister-in-law is well-read and gentle. It seems that although I got married late, I am more blessed. Li Fu said nothing. He thought that any woman who is well-educated and sensible would be easy to bully. How dare he speak so arrogantly here? Wait. He will see what happens. Li Fu smiled. It's really not easy for me to make the decision. Song Lingyan patted his shoulder. My sister-in-law is a bit powerful, but she has a good heart. You are a man. You should be more tolerant. Don't fight for the moment. And be more generous. Li Fu, okay. I have to write this down and return it to her intact. Mr. Song listened to them talking beside him, smiling but not saying anything. Song Zhang was in a good mood and went to write a poem for her late husband. Zhang Juju was a little bored and walked around in the yard. A little boy ran over from nowhere and bumped into Zhang Juju's legs, calling her mother. Zhang Juju picked him up and said with a smile, Baby, look carefully at who I am. The little boy was sleepy. It's my mother. I want to sleep. Please coax me. Zhang Juju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The boy kept burrowing into her elbow. Zhang Juju had no choice but to coax him a few times, and he fell asleep. After a while, a young woman wearing the same color clothes as Zhang Juju ran over. Seeing his son in Zhang Juju's arms, he hurriedly bowed and said, I didn't take care of him for a while. Sorry for the trouble, Zhang Juju said. It's okay. He returned the child to the mother. The young woman was probably curious about Zhang Juju, but she didn't say much. She just looked at him a few times and left. Zhang Juju told Li Fu about this. Li Fu said, The teacher's eldest son is my aunt's brother. He is well-read and a great scholar. He wrote a book before, which wanted to restore ancient rituals and promote his own doctrines. He had many restrictions on people, especially women. He wanted to make a name for himself. But after my aunt's husband died, she immediately returned to her parents' home. His book was ridiculed by Fan Xiao and others and became a joke. The brother and sister turned against each other because of this. But the teacher protected my aunt. Zhang Juju couldn't help complaining. I think he is idle. Living is hard enough. Why write rules? Oh my God. I hope my aunt lives a long life. Don't let this rule spread. Zhang Juju felt a headache when she heard these things. Li Fu said, Don't worry. Fan is in power now, so it won't be publicized. There are many literati who form cliques and factions, and he can't stand out now. The two stayed in the Song family for half a day. When they left, they didn't see Song Zhang again. They said that he was still writing poems for her late husband. Zhang Juju thought that she didn't know how long the coffin of this late husband could be pressed. People from the direct branch of the Li family came several times. They threatened and lured, and refused to give up. Li Qi refused to give in anyway, but the other party kept coming, which was really annoying. And they learned their lesson and didn't come empty-handed anymore. Li Qi was very annoyed and couldn't help talking about it at the dinner table that day. The whole family was giving advice, and even thought it would be best to break off the relationship openly. Otherwise it would be too much of a hindrance. Zhang Juju said, in the final analysis, they want to rely on us to get close to King Wu, so they have to give King Wu a letter of surrender. Li Fu coughed a few times and quickly said, It's not like we're going up the mountain to be bandits. How can you say that? Li Qi also laughed non-stop. And Zhang Juju hurriedly said, The reason is the same. King Wu is now a big mountain. The words are rough, but the truth is true. Li Qi agreed. Besides, there are so many people in the Li family. Not all of them can make a name for themselves. At most two. Zhang Juju continued. I heard that Dad had a good relationship with the second uncle in the past. So let's pick a good one from the second uncle's lineage, and let them fight for the remaining one, and see who can submit a better letter of surrender. Li Fu continued, Yes. When it comes to it, We will put aside the past grudges and cherish the old friendship. And no one can find fault with it. If they continue to make trouble like this, it will not be very good for their family's reputation. So it is better to let them fight for it themselves. Reputation is something that everyone knows is fake. But it is something that cannot be faked. If you don't have it, people will laugh at you. It's very troublesome. A few days later, Li Qi arranged a job for his nephew. This nephew was from the second master's family. He had been unknown since his father died. He was so happy that he suddenly got this good thing. The Li family hurriedly came again. Li Qi complained first and said, "You also know that His Royal Highness King Wu has returned to the capital now. He is not familiar with the capital, and there are enemies everywhere. If you want to do something, you must let people know your ability." Li Wei, the doctor of the Ministry of Rites, the eldest master's biological son, was very dissatisfied at this time and said, "Why didn't your uncle say this when he arranged things for my fifth brother? He should be the next generation of the Li family in power." Li Qi slammed the table and said, "Since you have the ability, why do you still come to me? Just find a way yourself. If you don't fight, there are still people who want it." Li Wei could only shut up. So the Li family started fighting among themselves. And Li Qi's place was finally quiet. When Lin Winging went out, he had to tell others how his family put aside past grudges and considered the future of the legitimate branch. Looking at the young people in the family fighting for an opportunity, he felt that the family was going to fall apart. And Li Qi was very immoral. That day, Zhang Zuzhu was resting at home, and Li Fu went out for something. A maidservant of the Zhang family came and said to Zhang Zuzhu, "Auntie, go and see. The master is going to take a concubine." Zhang Zuzhu felt that there was something wrong with her ears. Chapter 145 Zhang Dachuan's Peach Blossom. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang moved to the farm, and their lives were almost the same as before. They also met many people, and the couple were very happy. But in recent days, Wu Guinyang found that something was wrong. The couple met a widow with a child, who was in her 30s and surnamed Mo. She said it was not easy for one person to raise a child. So the couple softened their hearts and kept her at home to work. Widow Mo was also diligent and quick, and Wu Guinyang liked her very much. As a result, she found that Zhang Dachuan was always with Widow Mo. She could meet him when she went out fishing, and she could also meet him when she was feeding chickens and ducks in the yard. Yesterday, Wu Guinyang saw Widow Mo fall on Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan even helped her, since the two of them were always together. Wu Guinyang was just upset, but the women who served her were cautious, telling her to be careful and wanted to send the people away. As a result, the maids went to send away Widow Mo, who cried and screamed at home, ran to Wu Guinyang, counted, and cried, but refused to leave. Zhang Dachuan saw this scene and saw the two fierce women, and he softened his heart for a moment, saying that he could keep the people, and the family would not lack food. Wu Guinyang was even more unhappy, but she never quarreled with Zhang Dachuan, so she agreed silently. Widow Mo became more attentive and brought her son to Zhang Dachuan. Wu Guinyang was angry, but she didn't say it. She cried secretly. Zhang Dachuan went fishing with others, leaving early and returning late. He also listened to Widow Mo's suggestion and moved out alone, saying that this way he would not disturb Wu Guinyang's sleep. The woman couldn't stand it anymore, so she sent her daughter, the maid, to tell Zhang Zuzhu that they couldn't beat Widow Mo, the witch, and let Zhang Zuzhu make the decision. The little maid was 12 or 13 years old and couldn't explain it clearly. Zhang Zuzhu didn't care about anything else and hurried over. When Wu Guinyang saw her daughter, tears came out before she spoke. Zhang Zuzhu hurried over to support her and wipe her tears. "Where's my dad?" Zhang Zuzhu hugged her mother and asked. The woman said, "The master went fishing." Zhang Zuzhu, "Where is that person? Call her over, and I will send her away." The woman was immediately happy. "Auntie, wait. I will go and call that little bitch." "Humph. The wife is soft-tempered and can't deal with people, so I still have to call Auntie over." Wu Guinyang cried and said, "Don't go. Don't go." The woman stopped and Wu Guinyang leaned on her daughter's arms. "I am incompetent, and it is my fault. I gave birth to a little treasure for your father, and cannot give him more children. In the past, someone advised him to marry a child, but he was good to me and said no. Now I am old, and he wants to marry one. I am not unwilling." "Zhang Zuzhu, then why are you crying?" When Wu Guiyang heard this, she shuddered and cried even harder. Isn't this just reluctance? Why does he say one thing and do another in front of her daughter? This is too awkward. Crying sadly, but keeping the person. Why bother? Zhang Juju had no choice but to help her sit down and said, forget it. You go find my father first. If there is anything, it is better to talk it out in person. I don't know what her father thinks. Wu Guiyang cried and said, if your father really wants to take a concubine, then you, Zhang Juju, then I will get rid of the person. Don't worry. He won't take a concubine. Besides, she is not young anymore, and it is still uncertain whether she can have children. Wu Guiyang did not speak this time, and it seems that she does not want a half-sister. If your father is angry, Wu Guiyang said embarrassedly. Zhang Juju, if my father is angry, then I will say that it is me who does not allow him to marry. Not you. Okay. Wu Guiyang was completely silent this time, wiping her tears and drinking a sip of water. Zhang Dachuan was fishing outside. When he heard that Zhang Juju was coming, he thought that his daughter and son-in-law came together. He happily came back with a few big fish and said that he would stew them for the young couple. In the end, only Zhang Juju came. Zhang Dachuan saw that Wu Guiyang had cried, and said when he entered the door, you two quarreled again. And what did you do again? Third brother? Look how angry your mother is. You are the most troublesome person in this family. Just now, she heard the servant woman tell the whole story. And now she heard her father say this. And then she thought about her father's actual situation over the years. And she felt that these people were probably making a fuss and lying about military intelligence. But she still had to remind her father. I came to congratulate you, Dad, Zhang Juju said seriously. Zhang Dachuan looked confused. You are pregnant? For Zhang Dachuan, this is the only happy event now. But he immediately said, hey, it's only been a short time. Zhang Juju, it's not me. It's you. I heard that you want to take a concubine. So you came here quickly. Zhang Dachuan was stunned when he heard this. I take a concubine? Zhang Dachuan said. Zhang Juju nodded. Zhang Dachuan said, how old am I? I am old enough to be a grandfather. Who should I take? Why are you talking nonsense and accusing your father? Zhang Juju thought to herself. As expected, she said. Aren't you close to that widow surnamed Mo? Isn't it the same when a man and a woman are close? Zhang Dachuan's eyebrows were twisted together, and he said loudly, don't talk nonsense here. When did I get close to anyone? You are at the Li family. How do you know about me? Zhang Dachuan looked at Wu Guiyang. You are crying for this? And you even called the third son over. Zhang Dachuan was in a state of panic, and felt that he had been wronged. Zhang Luzu said, it doesn't matter. Let's call the other party over and confront them. She had some guesses in her mind. Zhang Dachuan didn't think about it. But some people might not. Zhang Dachuan disagreed. How can this be done? The person is innocent. If this gets out, even if the person has a mouth all over his body, he can't explain it clearly. There are always many gossips around widows. He was a little speechless. I am an old man. Over 30 years old. What do you like about me? Zhang Dachuan felt that these women were just making trouble out of nothing. The woman next to Wu Guiyang said, Master may not have such intention. But the Mo may not. Usually, all of us who work hide when we see the master. You may not recognize our appearance now. Only the widow Mo always sticks to you. Master, don't you think so? Zhang Dachuan was stunned. It's all coincidence. Wu Guiyang didn't say anything. The woman said anxiously, Master, there are not so many coincidences in the world. They are all calculated. Zhang Dachuan, calculate. Calculate me? What is there to calculate? The woman saw that Zhang Dachuan really didn't have that intention. So she explained, Master, your status is different. Especially in this farm. Everyone knows that you are the one who makes the decision. Zhang Dachuan looked incredulous. And Wu Guiyang cried beside him. Zhang Juju held her forehead. What kind of thing is this? Chapter 146 Is raising a child a good thing? Zhang Dachuan stood up and paced around the room with his hands behind his back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Despite the explanation, Zhang Dachuan still felt that it was outrageous. He was a good person and not blind. Why would she fall in love with him? Zhang Dachuan was not to blame. Although he made a fortune when he was young, he was honest since he was a child. He did encounter various troubles after making a fortune, but the overall atmosphere of Zhongjia village was still good, so he didn't think about it at all. At most, he looked at the orphans and widows, and he would help them if he could. Everyone has suffered. He said to Wu Guiyang, "Don't cry first." "I don't think so." "Why are you crying?" Wu Guiyang heard this, and wiped her tears. "It's not that we are afraid of thieves stealing, but that we are afraid of thieves thinking about it. She is young and beautiful, and can give you a son. You don't want her now, but you will definitely want her when you think it through." This is what Wu Guiyang thought in her heart. She couldn't beat the vixen anyway. After hearing this, Zhang Dachuan felt that he was going to die of injustice. He shouted, "What are you talking about? We have lived under the same roof for so many years. When have I ever treated you badly? You don't believe me, and you say this?" Wu Guiyang also retorted loudly, "When that person fell on you, why didn't you dodge? You hugged her. You saw her every day, and you smiled with wrinkles all over your face. Zhang Dachuan, I am like that no matter who I meet. I also smile when I meet the old man next door. And the person fell that day. I was not prepared. I will let her lie on the ground next time. Okay?" Wu Guiyang couldn't argue with her husband and started crying again. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he jumped up and down and asked Zhang Luzhu to judge. "Your father is innocent. We can't let your mother talk nonsense here." Zhang Luzhu stood up and poured a cup of tea for Zhang Dachuan. "Don't be angry." She cleared her throat. "Ms. Wu, don't cry either. I will ask you a few questions." "Okay." Zhang Dachuan, "Ask." "I am innocent." Wu Guiyang wiped her tears and nodded. She asked someone to bring paper and pen, and then took notes while asking questions. "Master Zhang." Zhang Zhuzhu called him father. "Let's make one thing clear first. That is, you don't plan to take a concubine, nor do you want to have another child. Right?" Zhang Dachuan was uncomfortable with her calling him that, but he still answered, "No. I have you guys. It's enough for me. Is it easy to raise a child? If I raise you four, I will have to sacrifice most of my life. And I don't know how much money and grain I have to pay. I can't afford it anymore. I followed you to the capital to enjoy retirement. Is raising children a good thing?" Zhang Dachuan didn't think so. When Zhang Jingjing got married, she quarreled with him and took away a piece of land from his family. When Zhang Yining was at home, she fought with Xiaobao every day, and she was still disobedient when she got married. Zhang Zhuzhu won't say anything. This kid is capable, and he is very good at it. Xiaobao is still studying now. He doesn't have to work for the family. He only spends money, and doesn't earn money. They are all here to collect debts from him. Zhang Dachuan has raised these kids with great difficulty. Why does he want children? Does he think his life is too long? He might as well find a rope and hang himself. Why suffer this? It's a waste of money and life. Okay. I know. Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Ms. Wu, do you have anything to say?" Wu Guiyang heard someone call her like this for the first time. Usually people called her Zhang Dachuan's family, or Wu. "I just told you. I think your father will be seduced away sooner or later." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Okay. Let's do this. I'll send the widow surnamed Imo and her son away. What do you think?" Zhang Dachuan really didn't mean that. As a woman, Wu Guiyang's concerns were reasonable. Although Zhang Zhuzhu had never seen the widow Imo, she could guess that she was a bad person. It would definitely not be okay to beat her to death, but it would be okay to give her a warning and send her away. This is where their conflict lies. Zhang Dachuan said, "Old third. Do you also think that Mo's intentions are not good?" Seeing that Wu Guiyang was about to change her face, Zhang Dachuan said, "I'm not going to do anything. I really don't see it. Dad, you have to trust us women in this kind of thing." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Let's do this. We need evidence for everything. Dad, you guys step aside and watch me." Zhang Zhuzhu kept everyone in the room and closed the door, then called all the maids working in the yard over. Widow Imo was among them. She was in her early 30s, not too old, but she had experienced hardships and had the charm of a middle-aged woman. Zhang Zhuzhu pointed to the maid beside her and said, "From today on, there will be one more master on this farm." As if no one understood, the maid stood up and said with a smile, "My aunt saw that there were not enough people serving the master, so she wanted to send me over." This meant that she wanted to take a concubine for Zhang Dachuan. The maids thought it was inappropriate for the daughter to take care of her father's affairs. But when Widow Mo heard about it, her eyes lit up. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, I know you. Your last name is Mo. My father praised you to me, saying that you are hardworking and a good person. Widow Mo was even happier when she heard this. She suddenly stepped forward, knelt down with a plop, and said, Aunt, you are generous and feel sorry for the master who has no one around. Look at me. Although I am a little older, I have given birth and know how to serve people. Moreover, the master thinks I am good and has hugged me. Please keep me too. Zhang Zhuzu's fishing enforcement is really accurate. She looked at the maids next to her and said, Really? Have you seen it too? The women all bowed their heads and said nothing. Zhang Zhuzu said, If you have anything to say, just say it. The master is talking to her in the capital. And he is smiling. That's right. Last time, the master couldn't finish the fish he caught, so he brought it back to her. And fruits. The master is very generous to her. Widow Mo knelt shyly. The master was really good to her. The door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and Zhang Dachuan ran out. What are you talking about? I feel sorry for the orphan and the widow. When have I ever hugged anyone? Didn't I send fish because her child was sick? I couldn't bear it. Zhang Dachuan felt that he couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Wu Guanyang put her hands on her waist and thought, Look, it's not her who is suspicious. It's Zhang Dachuan who did it. Widow Mo wanted to go to Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan quickly hit back and said, Big sister, you really misunderstood. I don't like you. Widow Mo started to cry, saying that she was not innocent. Zhang Dachuan was overwhelmed and helpless. Zhang Zhuzu thought that her father had learned a lesson this time. It's not that Zhang Dachuan is not good at helping people, but there must be a limit to everything. Widow Mo's mind is not right. But Zhang Dachuan is also unreliable. He didn't refuse Widow Mo's approach, which was considered by many people as tacitly accepting her as a concubine, thanks to the maid for being cautious and informing Zhang Zhuzu. Otherwise, if it was delayed for 2 more days, the whole area nearby would know about it, and you would not know whether to accept her or not. How ugly. Zhang Dachuan hurriedly said, Old third. Hurry up. Send that person away for me. Really. He will avoid women when he sees them from now on. Chapter 147 Husband and Wife Quarrel. Widow Mo looked incredulous, and finally cursed, saying, Then why are you nice to me? Bah! You bastard! A widow mother raising her son. How can she not be fierce? Widow Mo is good looking, and has been taken advantage of by many people over the years. She believes that Zhang Dachuan is no different from those men, and helping her is also to take advantage. Widow Mo saw her son grow up, and felt that she couldn't live in confusion. When Zhang Dachuan helped her, she had the idea of becoming his concubine. It turned out that Zhang Dachuan didn't mean that at all, and she misunderstood. Zhang Dachuan was scolded in the face, and he was dumbfounded. Wu Guanyang stepped forward and said, Shut up. It was you who seduced my man, and he helped you because he felt sorry for you. It's you who has bad intentions. Widow Mo's face was burning, and she really didn't know what to say. She had dealt with those who wanted to take advantage of her, and now this couple really helped her. But she almost caused their parents to turn against each other. Although she had no conscience, she was also embarrassed. Wu Guanyang's heart was relieved. Zhang Zhuzu thought to herself, My God, this is too bloody. What kind of thing is this? Okay, stop arguing. Zhang Zhuzu said, Xiao Wan, send them away. Xiao Wan said yes, and Zhang Zhuzu called her parents back to the house. Zhang Dachuan was like an eggplant hit by frost, muttering, You don't know. These people in this yard are not hardworking at all. Only Mrs. Mo is the most hardworking. I mentioned it to make them work harder. I really don't mean anything else. He wanted to encourage the people in the village to work more and talk less. Zhang Zhuzu, then you send fish to people? Her son is 5 or 6 years old. Zhang Dachuan said. He was sick in those days. Isn't it the same in our village? If a child is sick, everyone will send some good ones to him. Zhang Dachuan sighed. He was really doing a good thing. Wu Guanyang snorted. Zhang Dachuan didn't say anything this time. After all, although he didn't do it, he did cause misunderstandings. And he was wrong. Zhang Zhuzu said, Okay. Now that the matter is clear, let's not quarrel. Okay. Wu Guanyang, how dare I quarrel with your father? Zhang Dachuan thought that you didn't dare to quarrel before, but now you dare. The couple was not very happy. Zhang Zhuzhu went to cook for them to reconcile. Xiaowan came to the kitchen to help and said, "The widow surnamed Mo has bad intentions. I sent her to work somewhere else. The rest of the people, I also told them not to talk nonsense. No one will mention this matter again in the future." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. "Okay. I didn't expect that my parents were fine before. But now they have such troubles." Xiaowan said, "It's all the fault of Mrs. Mo. The master saw that she was diligent. And the wife also felt that it was not easy for her to be an orphan and a widow. She deserved to die for having such thoughts. If you work honestly, nothing will happen. Zhang Zhuzhu, tell them to be more careful in the future and don't make such a thing happen again." Sitting at the table to eat at noon, Wu Guiyang was the winner after all. And she was more proud. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her and laughed. And picked up some dishes for her. "Eat more. I'm so precious now. I don't know how many months it takes to cook." Zhang Dachuan buried his head in eating. Who made him feel guilty. He didn't dare to say anything. After eating for a while, Wu Guiyang couldn't help but said, "Although this widow Mo has bad intentions, flies don't bite." Zhang Zhuzhu interrupted her and said, "Mom, you can't say that. There is some truth in the saying that flies don't bite seamless eggs. But it is not suitable for all places." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Do you still remember that Zhou Xiyuan went to beat Li Fu and used me as an excuse? I did nothing wrong at that time. And I was wronged. My father was wrong in this matter. He was not cautious and too careless. He didn't think about the disadvantages. But his intention to help the poor was not wrong. We can't say that about him. Right?" Zhang Dachuan nodded quickly. "Yes. I was wrong. I admit it. But I never had any other thoughts. If you say I have that thought, I will be struck by lightning." Wu Guiyang just wanted to talk. And when she heard this, she quickly said, "What nonsense. How can you be struck by lightning? How can you curse yourself like this? That's not what I mean." Wu Guiyang wiped her tears again. And Zhang Dachuan also wanted to cry. Zhang Zhuzhu could only mediate. "Okay. Couples always quarrel. Make up after the quarrel. Don't say hurtful words. We have been a good couple for decades. If there is any fault, it is my fault." They looked at her together. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You left your hometown for me and came to this unfamiliar place. This trouble is my fault." Zhang Dachuan quickly said, "This has nothing to do with you." Zhang Dachuan is a reasonable person. And Wu Guiyang also said, "Yes. Look at me and your father. There are so many people serving us. And we do nothing every day. Your brother can study. All thanks to you." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Then stop arguing." Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang, "No more arguing. No more arguing." The family of three then ate lunch quietly. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzhu was about to go back. But Zhang Dachuan stopped her and said, "I will be careful in the future. And this will never happen again." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And Zhang Dachuan said, "Don't think that your mother and I have left our hometown. This is the capital. And people want to move up. Your father is not a fool. And I am not the kind of person who only cares about the little piece of land at home. Although sometimes they miss home. This is the capital. And they can go around and have fun. And they don't have to worry about food and drink. With such a good life, what else can they be dissatisfied with?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and nodded. "Then I'm relieved." Zhang Dachuan, "But you? Don't be wronged." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I won't. I'm not that kind of person. You go back. I'm fine. A family. You worry about me. I worry about you. This is a family." In the evening, Zhang Zhuzhu talked about this with Li Fu. And Li Fu said, "The father-in-law was wrong this time. Zhang Zhuzhu, I hope he learns from his mistakes." She couldn't help laughing again. "I was there to mediate the fight for a long time. And I worked hard to cook a meal. And you see my hand is burned." She held out her hand to show Li Fu. But in fact, she couldn't see anything. Li Fu held her hand and blew gently. "Does it still hurt?" Zhang Zhuzhu leaned against his arms. "It won't hurt unless my husband kisses me." Li Fu kissed her and held her in his arms. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing. "What should I do? I feel I've fallen too much lately. I do nothing all day and always act like a spoiled child with you." Li Fu smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? I'm your husband. I can act like a spoiled child. I like it." The couple leaned against each other again, loving each other. In 2 days, it was the 15th day of the 8th month. The Li family was going to take Zhang Dachuan and his wife home. And everyone would have a barbecue in the yard. Li Qi sighed. It's a pity that there is no homemade wine. We will brew some more later. Lin Weiying also recalled the 15th day of the 8th month, when he got drunk. Time passed really fast. But they still had to go to the Prince Wu's mansion during the day. Chapter 148 Regent. Dethronement and Enthronement. Zhang Zhuzhu went out for the first time as Li Fu's wife and Li's daughter-in-law. Lin Weiying was telling her, when you go out, you must control your temper. If you are wronged, come to me and your sister-in-law. Don't fight with others. Zhang Zhuzhu. Look at what you said. Everyone in the capital doesn't know that I am weak and fragile. I will faint when I speak loudly. How can I fight with others? Lin Weiying was speechless for a long time, thinking that she was worrying too much. Is Zhang Zhuzhu someone who can suffer a loss? Zhou Rui smiled and said beside her, when the time comes, my sister-in-law will stand by my side. And there is no need to say anything. If anyone is rude, just pour it on me. Zhang Zhuzhu, I'll remember this. Sister-in-law, don't let me lie on the ground. Zhao Ping, it's okay. I'm still here. Lin Weiying was very happy to see the three of them getting along. After all, it's very common for sisters-in-law to have conflicts. If there are three of them in their family, I'm afraid it will be a big mess. Fortunately, as a mother-in-law, she treats her three daughters-in-law equally. And each of them has their own ideas and will not fight with each other. When King Wu returned to Beijing, it was the first time he encountered a festival. The palace was very grand, and naturally there were many guests. Zhang Zhuzhu asked Li Fu, what does the palace want to do by holding such a grand ceremony? Li Fu, King Wu is going to court. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's going to happen sooner or later. No matter what your identity is. Such a big move must be something serious. You remember that I took the late emperor's will to the northwest. Li Fu said. Remember? You left so fast that you didn't even care about my birthday the next day. And you asked me to say goodbye to you in the middle of the night in the snow. Zhang Zhuzhu has a good memory. Li Fu apologized quickly. It's my fault. I apologize to you. Zhang Zhuzhu, just talking won't work. I want something else. Li Fu pinched her face, of course. I never let our Zhuzhu suffer any grievances. Let's talk about business. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly brought the topic back. The two of them have been too close recently. No matter what they talk about, they always end up talking about the two of them. This is really not good. King wants to be regent. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu was shocked. This is too direct. Didn't he negotiate with the Grand Empress Dowager? What is the next step of regent? It is to depose and enthrone. Depose the little emperor and enthrone himself. This is really direct. Then what is written in the will? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. I don't know how it is written, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the late emperor died a long time ago. It doesn't matter if King Wu wants to write that the late emperor passed the throne to him. Li Fu said. To be honest, Li Fu felt that King Wu must have thought so. It was probably because his advisors tried their best to persuade him that he restrained himself a little and started as the regent. Zhang Zhuzhu, forget it. We are already on this boat and can't get off. Try harder. Li Fu smiled and nodded. The palace was indeed quite grand. Zhang Zhuzhu followed Lin Weiying to the backyard where the women gathered. Zhou Rui led her to meet the elders of the Zhou family. We are very harmonious in the Zhou family. My mother has wanted to see you for a long time, since you have taken care of us in Zhangjia village for so long. In this case, Zhang Zhuzhu naturally couldn't refuse and followed. As a result, after walking a few steps, the maid next to the concubine Pan came to find Zhang Zhuzhu, and Zhou Rui had to let her go. There were two young girls beside Xiao Pan. She called Zhang Zhuzhu over with a smile and said, You just came to the capital, and my two nieces have also just arrived in the capital. It's just right for you to be friends. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. What's the good thing? The girls of the Pan family. Didn't some of them have a crush on Li Fu? How can they be friends? This is stealing the man's revenge. Xiao Pan saw her like this and said, Look at you. I don't want to hurt you. The girls of our Pan family are not so stingy. It's just a man. Zhang Zhuzhu, thank you so much. The two Pan girls were also very embarrassed and greeted Zhang Zhuzhu. Xiao Pan had seen enough of the excitement, so she sent her two nieces out and left Zhang Zhuzhu alone. Your Highness, do you have anything to tell me? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Xiao Pan nodded. Well, what have you been busy with recently? Zhang Zhuzhu, I'm newly married, and I'm resting at home. When she said rest, She really meant it. She hadn't even taken care of the woman said by Prince Jing. With your great abilities, how can you always rest at home? You should rest well too, Xiao Pan said, holding her hand. She valued Zhang Juju's abilities very much. Your Highness, just tell me if you have anything to tell me, Zhang Zuzu said. Xiao Pan, it's not a big deal. You see, my sister and I just returned to Beijing. People are giving us sister some face for the sake of the prince. It's not easy for us to gain a foothold. Zhang Juju, you think too highly of me. I can make money. But I don't quite understand what you mean by wanting to gain a foothold. Reputation? Said Little Pan. I've heard that you helped my eldest son redeem his reputation for murder last time. I'm sure you have a way to give us two sisters a good reputation. The Pan family is not strong in the capital, and has gradually lost its military power in the northwest. Although the Pan sisters are princesses, they don't have enough to rely on. Now, I don't know how many people are thinking about stuffing women into the Wuwang mansion. If they want to ensure that they are invincible, they naturally have to find a way. Otherwise, one day, none of the positions of the main concubine or concubine will be able to be kept. Zhang Zuzu said, you worry too much. I don't think His Highness Wu Wang is that kind of person. Xiao Pan smiled. Who doesn't like capable people? You're Sanlang and my Daoang. They won His Highness's heart by risking their lives. The two sisters are Wu Wang's bedmates, so they naturally understand him. Zhang Juju said, then I will go back and think about it. When the time comes, I will write you a project book. What do you think? Project book? Xiao Pan was puzzled. Zhang Juju, about how to make you and the princess win a good reputation and become the wise wife of His Highness Wu Wang. Xiao Pan was very satisfied after hearing this. Okay. You go back and make arrangements. The future of our sisters depends on you. Zhang Juju thought to herself. You really scared me to death. She just wanted to hear this. She wouldn't take it seriously. Xiao Pan had no other choice. The two of them were completely in the dark in the capital, and there were few people they could use. They had seen Zhang Juju's methods in Songnong County, and hoped that she could be creative and come up with a good idea. The two talked for a long time before they went out. The maid of the palace saluted Xiao Pan and said to Zhang Zuzu, congratulations. Your husband won the first place in the poetry contest earlier. Now everyone says that not letting your husband enter the court is a loss for the court. Zhang Juju understood when she heard this. It seems that the Li family will also have good news today. Zhang Zuzu said, our Sanlang is devoted to serving the court. If this day really comes, it will be all due to the love of the prince and the princess. We are grateful. The maid smiled. And Xiao Pan also nodded and said, we are family. The prince remembers your affairs in his heart. Zhang Zuzu smiled. Chapter 149. You are so pitiful, Li Sanlang. It's such a pity. The women read his poems and started to talk about it. Yes, but I don't know what he was thinking. It's a great honor to make a woman of such a humble origin a concubine. The women in our capital are all dignified and generous. How can they not accommodate such a woman? Such a good son-in-law was missed by everyone and was picked up by Zhang Juju. I don't know how many people feel unhappy. If he is willing to marry a woman from my family, my father and uncles will naturally speak for him. And he should have returned to the court long ago. Not to mention anything else. The young woman smiled and looked at Princess Haeon. I heard that the prince felt sorry for the princess and sent many people over. Princess Haeon's face turned red and blue when she heard this. It was not because she was embarrassed, but because she was angry. Li Fu got married, and the past things were over. Princess Haeon was unhappy. So what would she do? But her unreliable brother, in the name of helping her vent her anger, sent people to the Li family to humiliate her. And Princess Haeon also got a bad name. She was really embarrassed. And now she was mentioned in front of her. Princess Haeon just wanted to go back and beat her brother to death. Who wants this brother? He's giving it to her. The wife of the son of the Marquis of Rongyang doesn't have to envy the Li family. Princess Haeon replied, I heard that your son has picked 5 or 6 of the singing girls and dancing girls raised by the Huang family. Mrs. Du was speechless when she heard this. I am just upset for the princess. How can the princess talk to me like this? Then the princess would like to thank you here. Princess Haeon glanced at her. Who is worthy of being upset for her? She doesn't need it. For a while, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. But Princess Haeon was a member of the royal family after all. So the wife of the son of the Marquis of Rongyang could only take a step back. Zhang Juju passed by and looked at the excitement, and turned her head to take a look. The next moment, someone called her. Zhang Juju only knew one Princess Haiyang, and had never seen the others. Mrs. Du knew Zhang Juju, and to change the subject, she quickly said, Li Sanlang is in the limelight. I wonder if you know what the poem means. Zhang Juju certainly knew. Poetry. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Naturally, to express their feelings and ambitions. She said, I don't know. Just go back and ask him. I think so. Sister, you haven't read many books. You must not know. This is too impolite. Zhang Juju smiled. Yes. Sanlang taught me to read and write. And I was delayed these days. They just want to be jealous of her. How interesting. How can Zhang Juju be afraid of them? She emphasized the word personally, and pulled Li Fu out as a shield. When Mrs. Du heard her say this, she thought that Zhang's ancestors were so lucky that Li Fu actually taught her to read and write. That's Li Sanlang. There are few people in the capital who are better looking than him. Personally teach such a village girl. Why? And this is not a serious study at all. Between husband and wife, a man and a woman, what good things can they learn together? Between men and women, this is the fun. They also want to do this. But when they think about their husband's appearance and knowledge, they lose all interest. You two have been through hardships together, and have a deep love for each other. Now that the Li family is in trouble, I'm sure you are also worried. Another woman said. Zhang Juju looked at her in confusion, as if she didn't understand what she said. The woman apologized and quickly explained. Now the Li family wants to return to the court. But unfortunately, times have changed, and there is no place for the Li family in the court. If Li Sanlang had a good marriage, and the Li family had a good in-law, the situation would be better. This is Yu Taifu's family. Her family also considered Li Fu. But the Li family suddenly suffered a disaster. So the matter was left unresolved. And she got married soon after. I'm afraid she is upset now. You are speaking in a flowery way. I'm afraid that the third grandmother of the Li family won't understand. So it's better to speak directly. The woman turned her head and looked at Zhang Juju. The third grandmother of the Li family. Your family has no help. And you can't tie it to the Li family. This is delaying the future of the Li family. I'm telling the truth. Don't be sad about it. This is the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family, the general of the auxiliary country. She is also a military general, and she speaks without beating around the bush. The Haiyang princess's family is also a family of wives and concubines fighting and sisters tossing around. When she saw it, she frowned and wanted to say something. These gossipers. What's the point of embarrassing Zhang Juju? A woman. But Zhang Juju was faster than her. She frowned and said softly, You still want to help your husband's family? They are the ones who don't understand this. Marriage is a good relationship between two families, and the two families should help each other. For many women nowadays, this is one of the important meanings of their marriage. This raises the marriage between men and women to the meaning of clan. They are right to use this as an excuse. And Zhang Juju is indeed wrong. But is this the only meaning of marriage? Will Zhang Juju be ashamed of this? Of course not. Men have their own way to fight for their future. Zhang Juju was like a little white flower swaying in the wind. I am a weak woman, and I married Li Fu to have clothes and food, and to live a good life. Why should I worry about his future? She showed an expression that said you are too pitiful and continued. I heard that when women in your capital get married, their families have to prepare a lot of dowry. When you marry into your husband's family, you have to do housework, serve your parents-in-law, and have children. You still spend your own money. You also have to worry about your husband's future. Are you and your husbands all gigolos? One of the principles of arguing is that you cannot continue to talk about the other party's topic. Zhang Juju's words won back the initiative. The pitiful people changed from Zhang Juju to Du and other women. In this way, it seems that they are indeed quite pitiful. Zhang Juju added at the right time, by the way, do you also have to take many concubines for your husband and take care of their food and drink? Zhang Juju couldn't help showing sympathy, as if asking, what's the point of the men you married? There's a term called eating soft rice and hard work. I wonder if you've heard of it. Zhang Juju asked them. Several young women were also confused. They compared their status, family background, and talent, and Zhang Juju couldn't compare with them. But why do they feel that they have lost? Especially after hearing the rhetoric of eating soft rice and hard work. Some women inevitably remembered how they used their dowries to make up for the deficit in the mansion. For a moment, their expressions were unpredictable, and they couldn't say anything to refute. Is their marriage really so bad? What did they get from it? You? Why don't you talk? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Zhuzhu asked again. Princess Haiyang said at this time, you are right. The men they married are indeed useless. Zhang Zhuzhu, then let them work harder. If a man can't support his family, what's the point of having him? He is no better than a club. Princess Haiyang thought that Zhang was a wonderful person. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't expect Princess Haiyang to talk to her, so she smiled at her. Chapter 150. Zhang Zhuzhu, who doesn't know her husband is handsome. The weak Zhang Zhuzhu won a great victory, and was ready to leave. The maid held a box and walked through the crowd to Zhang Zhuzhu. Li Sanlang won the first prize, and I exchanged a phoenix hairpin for you. Zhang Zhuzhu took the box with both hands, thinking that Li Fu was really a good assist for her, and she would praise him when she returned. She glanced at them, and several people's eyes were red. It's really a blessing. None of us can compare to Grandma Li San. This time, Mrs. Du didn't call her sister anymore, and said sarcastically, you got such a good man. He looks good, and he always thinks about you. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. I have never cared about Sanlang's appearance. For men, appearance is not important. If he is capable and still cares about me, I will not be greedy for anything else. This remark attracted everyone's attention again. Mrs. Du really wanted to spit at her. You said you don't care about Li Fu's appearance. Are you blind? How did she say this? It's too shameless and too bullying. Others say grapes are sour because they can't eat them. But she said to others while eating grapes, oh, these grapes are not as sweet as you say. The women around her were so angry that they left one after another. Zhang Zhuzhu still looked innocent, as if she had done nothing. She greeted Princess Haiyang and said, thank you for coming today. Princess Haiyang smiled and returned the greeting. It seems that the rumors are wrong. You are not as weak as I heard. Zhang Zhuzhu blinked. You are still a little weak. Princess Haiyang was amused by this and said, my name is Zhou Lanshu. Your name is nice. Much better than mine. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I will go find my mother-in-law. Princess Haiyang nodded, and Zhang Zhuzhu left. She thought she could rest for a while, but when she got to Lin Weining, someone was trying to sow discord between them. Wen Yang, you have worked hard to teach your son, but now that your son has won the first place, the first person you think of is your daughter-in-law. I'm afraid you are not feeling well. Coincidentally, the one who said this was the wife of Rongyang Marquis, the one who went crazy and locked up Li Fu after her son died. Lin Weining would squeeze her every time she saw her in recent years, without mercy. Mrs. Rongyang Marquis would squeeze back when she got the chance. And Zhang Zhuzhu, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, became the object of her criticism. In fact, Lin Weining would not care about these things at all. She just hoped that the Li family could have a good future. As for sending gifts, oh, is it Lin Weining's first day as a mother-in-law? Doesn't she know what a man is like? Forgetting the mother after having a daughter-in-law is a conclusion drawn by the predecessors. If she cares about these things and is jealous of her daughter-in-law, then this life will be over, and everyone will hang together. Lin Weining was about to mock back when she heard Zhang Zhuzhu say, Madam, your daughter-in-law just told me that your son is useless and a gigolo. Is that true? Madame Rongyang gave birth to this boy 2 years after her eldest son died. She was staring at him with her eyes. When she heard this, she was like a pufferfish and exploded. What did you say? Zhang Zhuzhu said. I said, your son is a gigolo. Your daughter-in-law told me that. Madame Rongyang always loved to be jealous of her daughter-in-law. When she heard that Du dared to say this about her son, she stopped arguing with Lin Weining and turned to Du to settle the score. Lin Weining glanced at Zhang Zhuzhu and whispered, is it true? Zhang Zhuzhu, don't worry. Mother. Lin Weining immediately said to the ladies around him, my daughter-in-law has no other advantages, but she is honest and speaks directly. Please forgive me. She was also trained to say this without blushing. Mrs. Zhou, the mother of Zhou Ri, said immediately, children, don't they know how to cover up? Just say whatever you want. Isn't it? It's just childish talk. And tell me, which decent mother-in-law is jealous of her daughter-in-law and puts concubines in her son's room one after another? Don't you worry about hurting your body? Everyone covered their mouths and laughed. When Zhang Zhuzhu heard this, she thought that it was no wonder that Mrs. Du wanted to bully her. It turned out that she was wronged at home every day, and had no place to vent. So she came out to see her fun. Let's see who will have more fun this time. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled shyly, and called everyone aunt, according to Lin Weining's instructions. Mrs. Zhou was very satisfied with Zhang Zhuzhu. Because of this, her daughter was the most outstanding among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Li family. Before Lin Weining was looking for a daughter-in-law for Li Fu, Mrs. Zhou was so worried, fearing that she would find someone with a good family background, but a bad temper, or who was capable, and bullied her daughter. With Zhang Zhuzhu's background, she would never be better than her precious daughter. After a while, Zhang Zhuzhu heard that Rongyang Marquis' wife slapped Du Shi. Du Shi's mother saw her daughter being wronged in public, so she pushed Rongyang Marquis' wife. The 2 families quarreled, and now they left for fear of losing face. Now everyone was talking about the excitement of Rongyang Marquis' mansion, and no one was worried about the Li family's affairs. Zhang Zhuzhu also took the opportunity to meet many people. The Mid-Autumn Festival banquet at Wu Wang's mansion was lively until the afternoon. Zhang Zhuzhu yawned in the carriage, and Li Fu also drank wine, and the 2 leaned against each other. Li Fu said, "Do you like that hairpin?" Zhang Zhuzhu praised, "I will put it up when I go back." "Thank you, Sam Lang. I have face today. No one can compare to me." The phoenix hairpin had a greater symbolic meaning than its actual meaning. Li Fu received it in public and gave it to Zhang Zhuzhu on the spot, also because he was worried that she would suffer a loss today. Li Fu held her in his arms. "I'm afraid someone will bully you." He always thought about her, and was afraid that she would suffer a loss or be wronged. Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's okay. You can watch the fun tomorrow." Li Fu was puzzled, and Zhang Zhuzhu did not explain. After returning to the Li family, the 2 families gathered together in the evening, and had a lively dinner and drinks again, and successfully spent the Mid-Autumn Festival. The next day, the 2 words eating soft rice and eating soft rice hard were spread, because if you count carefully, there are indeed many people who rely on the wife's family, although they have given benefits back to the Yu family. Once this hat is put on, it cannot be taken off. Some women gathered together and couldn't help but shed a few bitter tears, talking about the dowry they paid for, the concubines, illegitimate sons and daughters at home, etc. Anyway, this can be classified as eating soft rice and hard food. Li Fu naturally heard these words. As a man who did not rely on his wife's family, went to the northwest to struggle for more than 3 years, and won the favor of King Wu, Li Fu successfully escaped this hat. How did you come up with this statement? Li Fu really admired her cleverness. Most people don't react so quickly when they quarrel, and her statement is actually inaccurate and problematic, and can be refuted. Zhang Zhuzhu said confidently, "Who asked them to provoke me? If they dare to gossip about me, I will make their homes restless. When it comes to quarreling, who can quarrel better than me? I will poke them in the most painful place. We have no grudges against each other. If we don't like each other, we just don't associate with each other. They just want to watch the fun. I told them to have fun." Zhang Zhuzhu snorted. "I am such a vindictive person." Li Fu hugged her and laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "They still say that there is no place for the Li family in the officialdom. Then they can make room for our family." Chapter 151, A Helpless Choice. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, King Wu entered the court as regent. He told the court officials without any reservation that he wanted to be regent. This move naturally caused dissatisfaction among all parties in the court, but none of them could stop this from happening. Even Fan Shou had to choose to give in. What else could he do? Stab King Wu to death? If King Wu died now, the Northwest Army would have no one to lead it, and the Hu people would march south again. By then, the Zhou dynasty would probably really end in this generation. Fan Shou could only hope that the little emperor he favored could grow up safely and smoothly, and quickly reach the age of ruling the country. By then, King Wu would be old, and the Empress Dowager would probably have died long ago. The first thing King Wu did as regent was to bring up the issue of taxes. He wanted to reduce taxes, which coincided with Fan Shou's move. The 2 sides put aside their disputes and cooperated. They wanted to do this, and naturally some people who had benefited in the past few years were unwilling to do so, and they quarreled fiercely in the court. King Wu had a legitimate reason, saying that there would be no wars, and he would not build palaces every now and then like the previous emperor, and there would not be so many places to spend money. But opponents gave examples, saying that there were bridges to be built here and dams to be built there. Anyway, there were many places to spend money, And there was no money in the treasury anyway. They waited for King Wu to refute. King Wu waved his hand and said, "You useless people. I will recall those who were wronged by the previous emperor and lost their official positions to replace you. So the Li family can return to the court. And they can have a position in the court. Facts have proved that even without a good father-in-law, one can still make a name for oneself. In the words of Zhang Luozhu, a man who doesn't want to work hard is not a good man." When the direct branch of the Li family came again, everyone's face was very interesting. What they thought was a big deal was nothing to King Wu. They said that King Wu was disobeying the late emperor. And some said that King Wu was correcting the chaos. They said that the late emperor's will cannot be changed. And some said that it was not the late emperor's intention. And that the late emperor was deceived by the treacherous concubine. Do you want to say that the late emperor's unwise act of driving court officials out of the court was done by the late emperor? Anyway, the Li family is the beneficiary of this wave of struggle. Li Qi didn't say that he had been an official in this censorate before. This time when he returned to the court, he didn't go to the censorate again, but went directly to the more important Ministry of Personnel. Li Pu didn't need to say that his family had made arrangements for him. Li Zhu and Li Fu, they didn't have time to finish the imperial examinations, so it's not appropriate to grant them official positions. King Wu plans to hold an imperial examination in the future, not for the Li family, but for his own reputation, to win over scholars. He naturally has to give them the opportunity to become officials. This morning, King Jing and the Queen brought their son to the Li family to apologize. The palace had handed over a letter before, so the whole Li family was here today. As soon as King Jing entered the house, he sighed and said to Li Qi, "Brother, I am old and I don't know how to teach my son. I let this kid do such a shameful thing. I have already beaten him at home. Please forgive me." Li Qi hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are embarrassing me. Is it appropriate to call the royal family brothers?" King Jing pulled his son over. "Quick, apologize to your uncle and San Lang. Look at the good things you have done. The prince of King Jing is 24 or 25 this year. He has a good appearance, but he doesn't look very energetic. I don't know which concubine his father took him out of." He stood up, saluted Li Qi, and laughed to Li Fu, "My dear brother, don't mind it. I just want to give you everything I think is good. I heard that my sister-in-law took the initiative to accept it. You are blessed. Unlike me, the tigress in my family." King Jing scolded, "What are you talking about?" Li Qi and Li Fu, father and son, were also very speechless. Li Fu suggested, "The prince was in poor health when he was young. Now that he is older, he always stays at home, which is not good. I think it is better to let the prince go to the Wuwang mansion to keep Wuwang and the prince and exercise. I think his health will be better." When the Prince of Jing heard this, his eyes almost popped out. "There is no need for that. My health." After hearing this, King Jing was very satisfied. His rebellious son was difficult to discipline, and King Jing was also very troubled. If he could send him to the Wuwang mansion to exercise, he could also bring him closer to the king. This is good? That's good. I'll go to the palace and tell my brother about it," King Jing said. "Good boy. You're thoughtful." Li Fu smiled. He would definitely trouble Zhou Yi to train the prince of King Jing. "You're welcome. My family members are very satisfied with the gift you gave me last time. This is my return gift," Li Fu said. The prince of King Jing got goosebumps all over his body because of his smile. He thought he was really confused. He didn't lack those land and houses. He just stood up for his friends. But now he is the one who suffers. Let's not talk about the fact that the prince of King Jing was trained with injuries and even bruises. The wife of King Jing didn't go out often. But after King Wu returned to Beijing, she, as the hostess of King Jing's palace and the sister-in-law of King Wu and his wife, naturally had to go out and socialize. Princess Jing exchanged pleasantries with Lin Weiying, and then said, "Lauder, you are a little kid. It's not good to stay in the house all the time. Go out with your sisters-in-law." She obviously had something to say to Lin Weiying alone. And Princess Haiyang did not refuse, and went out with Zhang Luozhu and Zhou Ri. Yu was sick, and Zhao Ping was taking care of the child. After the younger generation left, Princess Jing said, "It's a pity that our two families are not destined to be together." Lin Weiying said, "The younger generation's affairs are up to them, and we are still fine." Princess Jing nodded, then took Lin Weiying's hand and said, "This girl of mine has been delayed for several years. The Empress Dowager and the Queen Mother always stared at her like this. So there was no marriage. The other day at the Wuwang mansion, I met the young man from the Pan family. I wanted to talk her over there. And you can help me mediate. This means that Lin Weining is to be the matchmaker. And the Jingwang mansion wants to marry the Princess Heong to the Pan family. Lin Weining pondered for a moment. This is also a way out. Yes, Princess Jing said. They are living in the cracks of the Jingwang mansion. And now it is time to breathe. Fortunately, the young man of the Pan family is also good looking. But it's a pity that he is a warrior. I'm afraid Lanner doesn't like him. But she can't help it. Princess Jing sighed. Lin Weining hurriedly took a handkerchief to wipe her tears. There is no mother who doesn't love her child. It's not easy for them not to succumb to the two sides over the years. Outside, Princess Heong said, "Do you know what my mother said in there?" Zhou Rui and Zhang Zhuzhu naturally couldn't think of it. Princess Heong said, "I'm going to marry into the Pan family." Zhou Rui and Princess Heong are not of the same generation. But she also knows that she likes scholars. At this moment, she really doesn't know what to say. Zhang Zhuzhu was even more speechless. Whatever she said was useless. Princess Heong was calm and said, "Glorious wealth doesn't come for nothing. I'm thankful that I wasn't forced by the Empress Dowager to marry into her family. Many times, as a woman, there is no choice. If possible, Princess Heong wants to be a man, like Li Fu, who can turn things around with his ability and life even if his family is helpless and down and out. Unfortunately, she can't." Chapter 152 Filial Son. The Jingwang family stayed at Zhang's house for more than an hour, and then went back. The Jingwang son looked at Li Fu as if he was looking at an enemy. "My dear brother, you are not kind," he said, a beauty. But this man actually wanted him to go to Wu Wang's mansion for training. Is this reasonable? Li Fu quickly dodged his outstretched hand. He really didn't want to be close to this man and call him brother. The prince is weak and frail. If he goes to Wu Wang's mansion for training, he will definitely be strong and live 100 years. Li Fu said. The Jingwang son looked at Li Fu and felt that he did not seem to have the body of a scholar. "Dad, did you hear that? You can live 100 years. Come with me to train," Prince Jing said loudly to his father. To be honest, he is quite filial. King Jing was so filial that he almost vomited blood on the spot and scolded, "You bastard. Shut up." The faces of the princess and Princess Heong. One said that this son is not my son. And the other said that I don't want such a brother. Anyway, the mother and daughter quickened their pace and walked out. King Jing hit his son on the back twice and pulled him away quickly, so that people would not know that he had a filial son. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed when she heard Li Fu say this. She said, "I think King Jing and Princess are good people. How could they have such an unreliable son?" Li Fu said, "The royal family can have a stable foothold in the capital. So naturally the people above can rest assured." Zhang Zhuzhu understood it as soon as she heard this. King Jing and the princess probably deliberately raised their son to be like this. Otherwise, they would have been involved in the previous struggle for the throne. Everyone knows that King Jing's only legitimate son is a playboy. And there is no successor to King Jing's mansion. So their family is safe. Zhang Zhuzhu, this is really painstaking. Li Fu, who says it's not? The legitimate son was sacrificed. Then why don't their family go to the fiefdom? When they go to the fiefdom, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. And they don't have to worry about anything. Zhang Zhuzhu asked again. Li Fu explained, King Jing is a person entrusted by the late emperor. He is very good at making money, and has made a lot for the late emperor. After getting his hands on these things, how can he leave whenever he wants? I understand. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly realized. I just heard Princess Heong say that she is going to marry into the Pan family. I think the two girls in the Pan family are pretty. How about her son? Li Fu was not surprised to hear this and said, Not as pretty as me. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. Li Fu smiled and said, She is pretty and has good character. The main reason is that the Pan family only had one male left in the previous generation. So they took in several concubines. There are many illegitimate sons in the family. And the Pan family likes daughters-in-law who can give birth to sons. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Then Princess Heong will probably have a hard time marrying there. Li Fu, you don't have to worry about her. Princess Jing only gave birth to a son and a daughter. She resisted marriage several times for her. How could such a mother let her daughter suffer? Zhang Zhuzhu thought about it, and it was true. Princess Heong was dignified and generous. And with such a background, the Pan family would not do anything to her. In the next 2 days, Lin Weiying went to the Pan family twice, and the marriage between Princess Haiyang and the fourth son of the Pan family was settled. The two families have begun to exchange horoscopes, and it is estimated that they will get married by the end of the year. Li Fu became busy, and Zhang Juju also began to move around the capital. She also promised a big thing to Xiao Pan, so she had to observe the situation first. The couple were very busy. When they came back in the evening, they were sorting things in the study. Li Fu was naturally distressed when he saw it, and said, "I haven't finished yet." Zhang Juzu, "No. Li Fu, I married you home to let you enjoy happiness. But I didn't expect you to suffer." In fact, he had some expectations in his heart, hoping that Juju would wait for him at home, and she would come to greet him personally every day when he came in, instead of the two of them being outside and the house being empty. Of course, this was just Li Fu's idea, and he would not force Zhang Juju. Even if he was her husband, he would not do it. Zhang Juju shook her head. "This has nothing to do with you. I have been resting for a long time, and I can't wait for you to come back at home all day. I will just live with you alone." Although Li Fu occupied a very important position in her life could not only be Li Fu. "I don't want to work anymore. I want to stay with you," Li Fu said. Zhang Juju turned her head and kissed him. "Good boy. Don't talk nonsense." "How can this be nonsense? This is my true words," Li Fu said. Zhang Juju, "Then let's wait for the day when you have a break. You stay at home and don't go anywhere. I'll be outside. You wait for me to come back. I don't think I'll exhaust you." Li Fu didn't believe it. "How is it possible? I must be waiting for you to come back happily." He loved Juju so much, and he must be sweet when waiting for her. Zhang Luju stretched out her little finger. "Let's make a promise. When you have a break for 3 or 5 days, let's try it. There will definitely be problems." Seeing Zhang Juju's promise, Li Fu made a promise with her. The two wrote down the matter and agreed to give it a try. "Zhang Juju, I will definitely win. No matter how heavy the love is, it will be worn away in the hopeless waiting. Li Fu, I will win, and I will be willing to wait for you." Zhang Juju thought to herself, "Just wait. You will suffer when the time comes." Although the couple made an agreement, they didn't have time at the moment, so this matter was temporarily postponed. Li Fu looked down at what she wrote and said, "What are your plans?" Zhang Juju said, "Reputation is something that is easy to gain, but things that are cheated are just castles in the air. If I want to do it, I have to do something real." Li Fu, "Charity?" "That's right. Zhang Juju wants them to do charity. No matter how much water magazines are mixed into this cause, this thing will definitely tie up many people. This is what she wants to do." Li Fu looked at what she wrote and said, "Your idea is interesting." Zhang Juju said, "Interesting is useless. It has to be useful. If it can really help people, it will be my merit." Li Fu nodded and helped her add some things. "I'm afraid this will delay your plan to make money," Li Fu said. Zhang Juju smiled and said, "I'm going to hold the thighs of the future queen and imperial concubine. Why should I worry about not having money? In this day and age, following the right people is the first priority to make money. Otherwise you don't know how you died." Li Fu touched her hair. "Zuzu, you have worked hard." Zhang Zuzu, "It's okay. I am willing to do it. And I don't think it is too hard." 2 days later, Zhang Zuzu took the project book she wrote to persuade her current boss. The feeling of going to work is back, Zhang Zuzu thought. The princess and Xiao Pan were both here today, and Zhang Zuzu showed them the things first. She wrote very straightforwardly, and the two sisters were both educated, so they naturally understood it very well. Zhang Zuzu made additional explanations on the side. "I hope the two bosses will recognize heroes and pass her plan." Chapter 153. The couple came to work together. Xiao Pan finished reading it first. She thought it was good. If it could be done, it would definitely be good for the Pan family. The princess put down the things in her hands and said, "I'm afraid this matter is not something we two can decide." Zhang Zuzu said, "Yes, but His Royal Highness Wu Wang is wise and brave, and he cares about the people. Before in Zhangjia village, he promised the villagers that he would reduce taxes. Now His Royal Highness has fulfilled his promise. In recent years, the capital has been turbulent, and the Beijing Charity Bureau, official schools, and other places have all been delayed. If this is the case in the capital, It can be seen what the situation is like in the world. I think His Royal Highness and the two ladies will definitely not bear to see the children left unattended and have no place to study when they grow up. Actually, this is the court's business. But the court is now divided, and everyone is busy protecting the power in their hands, fearing that the power will be taken away. No one will spend energy on these insignificant things. But in Zhang Juju's eyes, human life is important, and education is also important. The princess said, "You are very thoughtful." She dared to take things from the court and bring them to the two women. She is really brave. To put it bluntly, she is interfering in politics under the guise of charity. Zhang Juju smiled, "My queen. To be honest, this world will belong to His Royal Highness Wu Wang in the future." And then to the prince. Who doesn't want this world to be better? Xiao Pan thought so in her heart. But it was the first time that someone said it directly in front of her. Where did Zhang Luju get such courage? Xiao Pan really couldn't figure it out. The princess said, "You go back first. I will discuss it with His Highness." Zhang Zuju stood up and bowed, then went back. When she left, King Wu just came back from the court, and a group of people followed him, including Li Fu. He saw Zhang Zuzu and smiled and said to Li Fu, "San Lang, your wife." Others also looked over, and Zhang Zuzu bowed to King Wu generously. "I dare not delay His Highness's important affairs. I will go back by myself." Li Fu stopped walking forward, thinking that she didn't know where she was going yet. And she was definitely not going home. Everyone laughed, and Li Fu sent Zhang Juju to the door, saying, "I'm afraid your matter will be difficult to handle." Zhang Juju, "That depends on the courage of the two ladies. If they don't dare, then I can't do anything." The two said a few words and then separated. When Li Fu returned, he saw something familiar in the hands of King Wu, which was what Zhang Luju had worked hard to write for 10 days. There were only 2 servants left in the study. No one else. King Wu frowned. "This is written. San Lang, come over and read it to me." Li Fu, "I'm sorry to make you laugh." King Wu, "No. It's well organized. Much better than those long-winded hundreds of words that don't get to the point. The court officials are all talented writers. When they write memorials, they naturally write long and detailed ones. And they also want to show their own personality. There may be thousands of words in the memorial, but only a few dozen words are actually useful, which seems to be a waste of time." King Wu couldn't stand it anymore. King Wu listened for a while and asked, "Do you think this is feasible? If this thing really needs to be done, it can actually be done by letting the court officials come forward. And it doesn't have to be the Pan sisters. Nor does it have to involve all the women in the capital. This behavior actually gains some power for these female relatives." Li Fu was also very straightforward. "Your Highness asked me, but you asked the wrong person. I was selfish and naturally thought this was feasible." King Wu laughed. "What if I asked you to act out of public interest? The year I first arrived in Zhangjiao village, my husband and I picked up an abandoned baby girl." Li Fu told the story from beginning to end. The abandonment of children is mostly due to poverty or helplessness. Li Fu said, "This matter has been unable to be handled by the Charity Bureau in recent years. So the situation in Beijing has become like this." Zhang Juju described the situation of the abandoned children in the capital. A large part of them died, and the survivors were in Buddhist temples, Taoist temples, or charity farms opened by wealthy families in Beijing. Anyway, the court did not do a good job in this matter. Without money, nothing can be done. The harm is also mentioned later. If things go on like this, not only will there be more people abandoning their children, but there will also be more people selling their children. Then the population of the court will decrease, and the people in the court will become private people, who will pay taxes to the court. This situation really needs to be improved. I don't think it's a big deal to leave this matter to the women." Li Fu turned to the back. "What's more important is the official school, and education is the top priority." Li Fu shifted the topic to this matter. In the past, the official school in the capital only required a little money to go to. Now the court is poor, and the official school is declining. Even if there are talents, they have been delayed since childhood, and can no longer achieve great things. The 2 princesses are willing to help you solve your problems. Your Highness should focus on the big, and let go of the small. Of the 2 things, raising children and educating them, the latter is naturally more important. King Wu naturally thought so. Not only the 2 princesses were worried about their reputation, but King Wu was also concerned. He had indulged twice before, and now it was time to save it. Can your wife do this? King Wu asked Li Fu. Li Fu, it should depend on the two princesses and you. For these things, it is not enough to have plans and abilities, but also to have power. And the palace has this power. King Wu, then let them do it. It is also a good thing to say. Li Fu was relieved. He knew that Zhang Juju's goal had been achieved. Although the official school was written up, Li Fu knew that Zhang Juju definitely did not intend to get involved in this matter. Her only goal was the charity bureau. Thank you, and the two princesses for your love. Li Fu bowed and said. King Wu smiled and said, I like people with ability. King Wu hates people who are incompetent and talk a lot. He flipped through the project book again. You are also a top scholar. Go back and teach her. The handwriting is, Li Fu said. Mr. Song has taught her. She has bad habits and can't change it. King Wu, then it's probably hopeless. If Mr. Song can't change it, then it's useless for anyone to teach. Ask her to make a sample, and tell her in detail how she wrote this project book. I will ask the court officials to revise it. The memorials are written one by one. I finally know how the previous emperors died. King Wu said. That's all because they were tired to death from reading those useless things. Li Fu agreed, thinking that the couple could only stay up late in the study tonight. Alas, I really don't know what to say. Who has a couple working hard for their superiors together? Zhang Zuzu heard the news and said, Really? What's the point of summarizing this? There are so many people in the court. They can understand it at a glance. And they still complain that my handwriting is not good. Zhang Juju leaned on Li Fu, and was very dissatisfied with the increased workload. No. I will ask the palace for a big benefit at that time. If it's too small, they will feel sorry for me. Li Fu patted her. You say it. I'll write it. Zhang Zuzu. Thank you, San Lang. San Lang is really my good husband. Come up tonight, and be my good wife. Li Fu laughed and said, Look at you. Talking nonsense. Zhang Zuzu, isn't it? Chapter 154. No one can escape from sweet talk. This job was done in one night. The couple went back and fell asleep, and went to the palace the next day. One to see the princess, and the other to see King Wu. The princess saw Zhang Juju with a happy face, and Xiao Pan pulled her to sit next to her. What a pity. If you were my daughter, it would be so great. Smart and capable. Whoever has such a child is blessed. Zhang Juju hurriedly said, she didn't dare. This matter will be hard for the two princesses. I am just talking about it on paper. And there will definitely be problems in reality. At that time, we will have to rely on King Wu's palace to suppress it. The princess said, it doesn't matter if there are problems. If we can change the living environment of these children, and reduce the number of people abandoning or killing their children, it will be a great merit. The fact that King Wu agreed to this matter is enough to show Zhang Juju's ability. She and her sister started from the perspective of themselves and the Pan family, and wanted to consider themselves. But Zhang Luju considered it from the perspective of King Wu's mansion, which was the decisive factor, and a reminder to the two sisters. They should always consider that they are wives of the Zhou family. Zhang Juju said, if it can be done, the two ladies will have great merits. And it will also let the people in the capital take a good look. Although we came back from the northwest, we are thinking about the world, not some small tricks of intrigue. With one sentence, she also included herself in the list of those who came back from the northwest. Only by choosing a good partner can you live a worry-free life. With permission, Zhang Zuzu officially started to work. The next day, Princess Wu and Xiao Pan took some things and went to a charity bureau in the West City in person, inviting Princess Jing and Princess Hale, as well as several concubines from the Duke's mansion and Marquis mansion. Lin Winging also came, and she was considered to have gone through the back door of Zhang Juju's side. Lin Winging really didn't expect that she would have to go through the back door of her daughter-in-law one day, and she was a little embarrassed. Zhang Juju said, "What's wrong with this? Dad and the second brother, San Lang, will come out sooner or later, and by then, you will also be a woman of the outside." Lin Winging thought that it was still unknown when it would happen. The environment of the charity bureau was not very good. Princess Wu summoned an official. This official had been trained in advance. His surname was Dai. He was not young anymore. He was considered capable and cared about the children. He sighed in front of everyone and knelt down crying, "Princess, ladies, on behalf of the children and nurses here, I thank you all for your kindness." Princess Wu said, "Master Dai, please get up. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Old Man Dai sat down, but only sat on the edge of the chair. But this did not hinder his performance. He cried very emotionally, with snot and tears, and said, in recent years, the years have been bad, and more families have lost their children. Although we are supported by the court is also short of money. The children have not had a full meal for a long time. Even if I die today, I can be a full ghost. He cried so hard and talked about his difficulties. The women present wiped their tears after hearing this, whether they were really soft-hearted or not. At this time, a boy of 2 or 3 years old suddenly ran out and called the kneeling official grandpa. The nurse hurriedly chased after him, but couldn't catch up. Zhang Juju hurried forward and picked up the dirty little boy. Old Man Dai hurriedly scolded, "Get down." Zhang Juju smiled and said, "It's okay. The child is lively. You talk about the matter." The little boy was held in Zhang Juju's arms, and he stopped making noises. He even leaned forward and put his 2 little hands around Zhang Juju's neck. Zhang Juju was not afraid of his dirtiness. She held him steadily with both hands, which attracted a group of people to look at her several times. Old Man Dai was relieved to see that she was still smiling, and continued to talk. After that, another capable woman came out and took a group of female relatives around the house. The female relatives were very sad. Princess Heong couldn't help but say, "These children are all good. How can their parents be willing to abandon them?" Zhang Juju had already returned the little boy to the wet nurse, with some black marks on his body. She said, of course, they gave birth to too many children and abandoned them because of poverty. Especially in recent years, the grain tax has been heavy. The price of grain has risen, and some places with poor harvests have been living in poverty. There was a war last year, and the capital was not stable, so there were more abandoned children. Princess Heong had never paid attention to these things. She looked at Zhang Zuju and thought that although she was born in a poor family, she was better than her. She said, "I have a lot of dowry. I will donate money to them. The Jingwang mansion is very rich." And Princess Heong grew up in luxury. Zhang Juju naturally would not let this wealthy family go, and said, "Thank you, Princess." She changed the subject. "It's just that you are alone. I'm afraid it's beyond your ability. Princess, do you have any good sisters? I believe they are as kind and benevolent as you." Princess Heong: "Yes. I will tell them when I go back." Zhang Juju praised again. "Princess is really beautiful and kind. Your sisters must be too. These things will definitely spread, and let the whole city know." Princess Heong was so flattered that she felt embarrassed. Oh, no. She was not as good as others said. She was only concerned about her own love and hate. After leaving money and things here, Princess Wu and her group left. Old Man Dai bowed to Zhang Juju. No matter what her purpose was, the dozens or hundreds of children here could spend this winter safely. Zhang Juju said, "Thank you for your hard work today, Mr. Dai." Old Man Dai said, "It's not hard. It's not hard. For such good things, just come to me. I have many tears." As the two talked, the little boy ran over again and looked at Zhang Juju. Zhang Juju squatted down. "What's his name?" "Babao." As the little boy said this, many other children came running over from behind. The older ones were more cautious and refused to come over. Zhang Juju touched their heads one by one and had an idea in her mind. "Master Dai, I have something to entrust to these children. Do you think it's okay?" Master Dai frowned. "The children are still young. If you have anything, tell me." Zhang Juju knew that he was protecting the children, so she mentioned her idea. She planned to ask these children to rehearse a play, which would not be very long, just like the kind performed by kindergarten children. It was a gimmick, but it worked. Old Man Dai listened and said, "This can work, but I'm afraid the children can't remember the words and mess it up." Zhang Wuzu: "No. No one will blame the children. Yes, they are all good people." When Old Man Dai said this, there was some sarcasm in his words. Zhang Zuzu didn't take it to heart. Sarcasm is fine, as long as it doesn't delay the work. It is said that King Wu went back to listen to the princesses crying and felt sorry for the suffering children. He waved his hand and confiscated the property of the officials who managed the affairs of the Charity Bureau. A lot of silver was seized. The affairs of the Charity Bureau were now under the management of King Wu's mansion. The Princess Wu then announced that she planned to hold a banquet and invite more female relatives to come and let everyone see the current situation of the Charity Bureau. Those who have money can contribute money, and those who have strength can contribute strength. Zhang Zhuzhu wrote a script for the children, and found 20 or 30 children of all ages to perform. Li Fu was so busy that she couldn't stand it. Chapter 155 I Give Up. The autumn wind is bleak. Li Fu stood at the door, with a lantern in his hand. 2 servants behind him wanted to take the lantern from him. But Li Fu said no and insisted on holding it himself. Some time ago, I told Zhang Zhuzhu that I wanted to make a bet. I thought waiting at home was also a happy thing. Now Li Fu knows that he is wrong. Only the person being waited for is happy. The person waiting will only be anxious and uneasy. Finally, a carriage slowly came from the alley. Zhang Zhuzhu helped the maid get off the carriage. Xiaoan said in surprise, "Look, who is there?" Zhang Zhuzhu looked tired. When she looked at the door, she immediately smiled and ran towards the door. Li Fu's anxiety and uneasiness also disappeared. "Sam Lang, I'm back." Zhang Zhuzhu ran over and hugged Li Fu. Li Fu took a half step back and threw the lantern aside, then picked her up with both hands. Zhang Zhuzhu lifted her feet off the ground and said, "You should hold me and spin around." Li Fu laughed and really held her and spun around. "I missed you so much." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed even more happily. "I brought some food back and wanted to eat with you. Are you hungry?" This time, not being hungry became being hungry. Li Fu said, "I'll eat a little." Zhang Zhuzhu took his hand and walked back. "Well, then eat a little." Li Fu also held her hand tightly. If one of them needed to wait, Li Fu would rather wait for him. The two walked back together, and the maids and servants behind them looked at each other. Xingzhou, the servant beside Li Fu, said, "I was worried that the third master would quarrel with the third madam." Li Fu's face was not very good just now. Wanshan also agreed, "Yes. Sister Xiaoan, you came back later today." Xiaoan said, "We have something important to do, so we came back late. You can persuade the third master to wait in the house next time. The weather has been cold recently." The 2 servants shook their heads quickly. "We dare not persuade him. Besides, the things in this family are outrageous. The women are busier than the men. This is the first time in the world." Zhang Zhuzhu went in and changed her clothes, then went to Li Fu's arms. She had really neglected him recently. Poor him. He had to wait for her at the door late at night. Li Fu hugged her. "What are you doing?" "Huh?" Zhang Zhuzhu said frankly, "To comfort you. You don't look very happy." Li Fu admitted, "Well, I am a little unhappy. I have been waiting for too long and I am a little tired." Zhang Zhuzhu kissed him. "I'm sorry. I'm too busy. I should be better in 2 days." Li Fu said, "No need to apologize. I want to admit defeat to you." Zhang Zhuzhu, admit defeat? She didn't think about the bet for a moment. Li Fu said, "Yes. Admit defeat. Do you remember what I said last time? That I wanted you to wait for me to come home? I already know I was wrong." Zhang Zhuzhu then remembered. "It's okay. I won't compete with you for victory or defeat. I hope you can be happy when I'm not at home." Li Fu said, "Just think about me for a while. Don't think about me all the time." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Okay. You too." Zhang Zhuzhu hugged him tightly and kissed his lips again. Li Fu immediately picked him up, and the two fell on the bed soon. "Li Fu, I didn't eat." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Eat me first, and then talk about other things." After a busy day, it was late. The couple got up, had a meal, washed up, and went to bed. It was late the next day. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Are you not leaving yet?" Li Fu thought for a while before saying, "I forgot to tell you. I'm taking a break today." Zhang Zhuzhu looked envious. "You're so nice. I'm still busy." She didn't even have a reliable assistant. Yao Yusen and her brother would come to Beijing at the end of the year. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that she was really miserable. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'll go with you." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Then you should be prepared. I've been watching the children rehearsing these days. It's very noisy. It's earth-shattering." Li Fu couldn't imagine this scene, and thought her description was a bit exaggerated. Then he realized his shallowness. The children were washed clean and changed into new clothes of the same style. Some of them had lice on their hair and had their heads shaved bald, regardless of gender. Of course, the new clothes were made for free by the shop in the dowry of Princess Haiyang. She was really generous. Her kind sisters also donated money and materials to the CO village in other parts of the capital. No wonder they were all friends and all wealthy families. The children were very energetic, jumping up and down in the yard, and one of them climbed up along the pillars under the porch in a few steps, like a little monkey. As soon as Zhang Wuzu entered, several children ran over and surrounded her, calling her aunt. After they finished calling, some children saw Li Fu and were a little scared of her. Babao pulled Zhang Zuzu, "Aunt, who is this?" "Zhang Zuzu, this is my husband." Babao has known what husband means these days. He played the husband of a little girl in the play. Zhang Zuzu was about to ask them to call her uncle, but a bigger boy next to Babao, named Babao, burst into tears. "Aunt, you want to be your husband? How come you already have one?" Li Fu's face darkened. "Look at this boy. My goodness. There are people trying to steal his girl. How old is he?" "Very courageous." Zhang Wuzu, "Oh, I'm getting married in August. Look, I've combed my hair up." "Right. Hurry up and wipe your tears. I want to see if you can act well." Babao cried even harder when Li Fu looked at him. Zhang Zuzu pushed Li Fu, called the nanny over, and took the child to coax him. "Don't scare me," Zhang Zuzu said. "Children love to cry." Li Fu was dissatisfied. "I didn't scare him. I just looked at him, and I was the one who was scared." "Right? He was trying to steal my girl. When you were playing house as a child, you never said you wanted to marry anyone. It's just a child's talk. Don't take it seriously," Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu snorted and looked down as a little girl staggered over. Li Fu was also a person who had held a little niece, so he reached out and picked up the little girl. Girls are good, boys are naughty. He hoped to have a lovely daughter. "Zhang Zuzu, you were once a boy." Li Fu pretended not to hear, and patted the heads of the little girls, who ran over one by one, coaxing them to play. Zhang Zuzu watched for a while, and then went to watch the children perform. To be honest, it was really horrible, but there were a lot of jokes. Zhang Zuzu didn't expect them to perform well, but Old Man Dai was more dedicated, and he was very anxious. After Li Fu finished playing with the child, he also came in to watch and said, "I have never seen such acting. The lyrics nowadays are not divided into roles. One person sings the whole thing, and it is not popular." Zhang Zuzu nodded. She had thought about writing a script and letting adults perform it, but the cost of trial and error is relatively high, and she can't do it for the time being. Li Fu looked at the child on the stage, who forgot the lyrics and had to pee. "What is the name of the performance?" "Taoyuan Township," Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu, "Taoyuan?" Chapter 156 Save money for the palace. Just like Zhang Zuzu doesn't know the history of this world, Li Fu doesn't know Peach Blossom Spring. The script was adapted by Zhang Luju from Peach Blossom Spring. The old man Dai next to him explained to Li Fu, "It is said that a man got lost in the mountains and ended up in the mountains by mistake, but found a good place isolated from the world. There are no natural disasters or man-made disasters in this place. If you get sick or injured, you will have the best doctors in medicine. No one picks up things on the road, and the doors are not locked at night. The young are raised, the old are relied on, and there is no war. This is a beautiful world that only exists in fantasy." Old Man Dai lost his wife and son in middle age. After he was devastated, he was transferred to the charity bureau, and was buried in the darkness of officialdom, unable to turn over. He liked this story very much. If his wife and children could live in such a world, they would not have died so early. Li Fu listened. "It is really beautiful." Zhang Zuzu, "It is also false." Li Fu said, "Falsehood is in line with people's imagination." Zhang Zuzu put her hands together and made a wish. "I hope that His Royal Highness King Wu will watch this play and work hard day and night to be an excellent, diligent, and wise leader so that everyone can live a good life." Li Fu laughed when he heard it. "You can't say work hard now," Li Fu said. "This word is specially prepared for the emperor." Zhang Zuzu, "It's a matter of time. Why take it so seriously?" The couple stayed here for most of the day, had a meal outside, and then went back. A few days later, the day of the banquet hosted by Princess Wu arrived. Zhang Zuzu had been preparing in the palace the day before. She requisitioned the training ground of the palace to set up a stage here. Zhou did not enter the palace today, and said to Li Fu, "Your wife is busier than you." Li Fu, "Who is this for?" Zhou immediately stopped talking, called his guards, and ordered, "Go and ask the kitchen to prepare some snacks, and send them to the third sister-in-law later." The guards went quickly. Zhou Yi put his arm around Li Fu's shoulders. They are brothers who fight tigers together. But you have not only brothers, fathers and sons, but also husbands and wives. You are really different. Li Fu, the prince envies me. But I'm afraid you don't have this blessing. Zhou Yi was speechless when he heard this. There are many capable girls in the world, and I will meet one sooner or later. Li Fu thought to himself. That's not as good as his Zhu. Fortunately, he is smart. Otherwise it would be too late. Zhang Zhu was exhausted. The kitchen sent snacks over. Zhang Zuzu looked at the person who sent them. Huh? Zhou Siyuan? Zhang Zuzu said. Zhou Siyuan worked in the palace, so he naturally knew the inside story that others didn't know. When he saw the kitchen sending something, he sent it over. Zhou Siyuan looked at her worriedly. Really worried. Have you been wronged in the Li family? Zhou Siyuan asked. Zhang Guju looked at her in confusion. In the autumn weather, she was sweating from exhaustion. Before Zhang Guju could answer, Zhou Siyuan said, I heard that you were doing business in Songnan County. How come you came to the capital, married Li Fu, and still showed up in public? You must have been wronged in the Li family. Zhang Guju didn't expect him to ask this, and said, I came out because there are some things that only I can do. Not because I was wronged. I was not wronged. As for the matter of setting up the stage, Zhang Guju had explained a lot to the people who were doing it. But there was a gap between them, and it was difficult to communicate. She was so tired. But Zhou Siyuan refused to believe it. In the deeply rooted concept of almost everyone, after a woman gets married, the only thing left is to take care of the housework, and take care of the husband and children. If the husband makes her worry about things outside, it means that the husband is incompetent. Zhou Siyuan naturally has this concept, and he wants to ask Zhang Juju. If Zhang Juju is wronged, he is willing to help her, because they have known each other for many years. Zhou Siyuan couldn't believe it, and said, Is there such a thing in the world? Zhang Juju knew his temperament well and said, Yes, there is. Zhou Siyuan, but you are a woman. You should. Zhang Juju interrupted him quickly. Enough. There is no relationship between us. You can't teach me. I am a woman. So what? I can also start a business. If you look down on me every time you see me, then we have nothing to say. The straight male cancer these days is really incurable. Zhou Siyuan, I didn't teach you a lesson. I just asked you because we have known each other for many years. Zhang Juzu, don't worry. I am living a good life, and my career is also very good. I am willing to work. I remember you said before that you want to marry a rich man and enjoy life? Zhou Siyuan still hasn't forgotten this. Zhang Zuzu, people will change. She used to just want to lie down and have no motivation or goals. But now her thoughts have gradually changed. Zhang Juju wants to make money. She is no longer the same as before. Zhang Juju, you also have to work hard and make achievements. You know, everyone has a bright future. Zhou Siyuan was speechless for a long time, and still felt that Li Fu treated her badly. After all, which woman would like to show up in public? Zhou Siyuan, I will. Zhang Juju said politely, Okay. Thank you. The conversation between the two did not last long. Zhang Zuju had some snacks, and was busy for most of the day. After having dinner in the palace, she went home with Li Fu. The next day, the Wu Palace was very lively. Although only female relatives were invited, the Wu Wang wanted to join in the fun and invited all the men. By the way, he could take a vacation with a clear reason. The latter words were said by Li Fu. Zhang Juju said, The Empress Dowager is old and gets up early every day to govern the country. Your Highness still wants to rest. How can we rest in such a precarious situation? Li Fu, no way. He won't listen to advice. Zhang Juju, you should encourage him. Li Fu thought who could encourage King Wu. He has many excuses. And recently he is asking the court officials to write memorials according to the outline written by Zhang Juju, saying that this can improve efficiency. Then Xiao and others naturally disagreed, and the two sides quarreled fiercely. One said it violated the ancestral system, and the other said it was inefficient. Anyway, it was not peaceful. Li Fu was glad that he had not entered the court yet. Zhang Juju said, Today's banquet is not for drinking and having fun. I will go and tell people in a while. No one is allowed to drink today. No big fish or meat. Only rice mixed with grains and vegetables without oil and water can be eaten. Li Fu, Is it really necessary? Zhang Zhuzhu, the princess said that I have the final say today. And I am also saving money for the Wuwang mansion. Right? Li Fu hesitated for a moment and said, okay. Let's say that the Wuwang mansion has no money to fill the vacancy left by the previous emperor. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. Yes. That's right. Every penny saved is a penny earned. And the people who come today don't lack food. It is also done in the name of the Wuwang mansion. And there is no fear of offending people. Li Fu, Zhuzhu is indeed smarter than me. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately bowed to Li Fu. Thank you. Thank you. But it's not as good as Sanlang's poems that move the capital. The couple praised each other, got off the carriage hand in hand, entered the palace, and made their own arrangements. Chapter 157. Let's get wet in the rain together. Zhang Zhuzhu went to the Princess Wu to tell her about this. The Princess Wu said, what do you plan to do with the preparations you made earlier? Because it was a sudden idea. There were loopholes. Zhang Zhuzhu said, wine and other things that can be stored will be kept for next time. As for fruits and cakes, send them to several Xiao villages to show the intention of the Prince Wu's mansion. Xiao Pan thought it was not bad and said, how did you suddenly think of it? Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't tell the truth. So she said, I was too busy and confused. I should have thought of these things earlier. I just looked at the food in the kitchen and thought of the children. So I had this idea. I hope the two ladies don't think I'm offending you. The princess nodded and said nothing more. Little Pan said, it's not your fault. You're busy all by yourself. I don't have anyone here to help you. Thank you for your hard work. This is true. There are not many people available around the Pan sisters. And their confidants are good at domestic affairs, such as the fights among concubines, the betrayal of maids and servants, etc. After all, everyone has their own expertise. Zhang Zhuzhu also said directly, today's hard work will bring rewards tomorrow. Isn't that the truth? Your Majesty? This is implying that I have done so many things. If I can accomplish them, I should be rewarded. The princess promised, of course. Zhang Zhuzhu heard this and went out happily. King Wu soon learned about this matter. When he heard that he could not drink, King Wu felt quite regretful. Zhou Yi turned his head and looked at Li Fu, knowing that this was probably his sister-in-law's idea. Li Fu said, we naturally know that the world is difficult, but the people who came today may not know. King Wu heard this and immediately stopped feeling regretful. He said, when I was in the army, I did not eat a grain of rice for 2 or 3 days. Now these people in the capital are too pampered. They also need rice for coarse grains. Go and tell the kitchen to change all to coarse grains. King Wu chose to add insult to injury without hesitation. And Li Fu and Zhou Yi were not surprised at all. His Highness Prince Wu had been caught in the rain. It was not that he did not have an umbrella. He just covered the heads of the people with it. Now he also took away their umbrellas and covered the heads of those who needed it. The attendant passed the message, and Zhang Zhuzhu heard it and thought that today was really lively. Many people came to the Prince Wu's mansion soon. Even the political enemy of the Prince Wu, Fan Xiu, came. There was no way. The Prince Wu's mansion stood on the moral high ground. And if he did not come today, he would be ridiculed if it was spread out. So Fan Xiu had to come. He looked very tired today. Zhang Zhuzhu had always been curious about this prime minister. Today, she took a look from a distance and asked Li Fu in a low voice, isn't it said that he is only in his early 40s? How come he looks like he is in his 50s or 60s? With white hair. 40 is barely considered a prime age. Li Fu said, tired. When a person reaches a high position, he will be burdened and suffer from power. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her own Sanlang with concern. You, Sanlang, we should take it easy. Li Fu heard the meaning of this. Is he worried that he will be so old by then? Li Fu deliberately said, if I am like this by then. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. It shouldn't be. Prime Minister Fan is using his own strength to save the building from collapse. And he is also a powerful person. I think this building will not fall a second time. It shouldn't be. Li Fu pinched her face. Alas. You really wasted my hard work. Zhang Zhuzhu was puzzled. What? Li Fu said, I taught you not to judge people by appearance and to practice calligraphy. But you didn't listen to anything. If the child looks like her, Li Fu will definitely teach her a lesson. But as for Zhang Zhuzhu, he had no choice but to endure it. The couple talked for a while in their busy schedule, and the Wuwang mansion was full of people. The Princess of Heian looked for Zhang Zhuzhu for a long time before she saw her, and said, "Where have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time." After a while, the two of them became familiar with each other, and the Princess of Haeong talked to her more casually. Jong Juju said, "I'm busy. What do you want to talk to me for?" "Princess?" Princess Haeong snorted. "Last time, I contributed money and effort. You held my hand and said that you would be good friends with me in the future. Now that you have met me today, I am the princess." Jong Juju hurriedly said, "No. I am still waiting for you. Launch you to contribute money and things today. As good friends, we must do it until the last minute today." Princess Haeong rolled her eyes at her, and Jong Juju held her hand and went to meet the children who came today. Princess Haeong felt better when she saw that they were clean and neat. "If you have such a thing in the future, just come to me," she said. "You don't know that the dowry my parents gave me is enough for me to eat for 3 lifetimes." When Jong Juju heard this, her heart immediately sank into a jar of vinegar. Some people are born with a lot of money. Alas, people are so annoying when they compare themselves to others. "Jong Juju, don't worry. I have seen your purse. How can I bear to let it go? In fact, it's not that Princess Haeong is so generous. Her father, King Jing, used to manage the purse of the previous emperor, so the palace is naturally not short of money. Now her dowry is so much, not because her father is so generous. This money was sent to the Pan family under the pretext of her dowry, and used by the Wuwang Palace. So it's not excessive for her to donate money and materials. Look at me. Do I look like I'm trying to gain fame?" Princess Haeong said. Jong Juju said, "Whether it is to seek fame or to deceive the world, as long as part of the money is used where it should be used, it is enough. There is no innocent person or thing in the world. We must learn to deal with these things. Keep what is worth it. Keep what you want. And let go of what you should not take in time. This is a messy account, which cannot be calculated or explained." The Princess of Haeong turned her head and looked at her. "Juju, it is not too late for me to know you now." "Jong Juju, thank you for your kindness." The two smiled at each other, and they both knew that they would be real friends in the future. The Princess of Wu was talking about the Beijing Charity Bureau with the ladies present, and Xiao Pan was also in tears. "We all grew up as children. I feel bad when I see them. You all pray to the gods and Buddhas, so you must be even more soft-hearted." The ladies present that day also echoed, "If it weren't for the wisdom of His Royal Highness Wu Wang and the kindness of the princesses, who would have thought that such a thing would be hidden under the bright sun and moon?" The wife of the Duke of Weigua was really good at flattering people. In one sentence, she praised the 3 masters of the family. Madame Fan. Lord Fan is the chief minister, in charge of the affairs of the capital. "I wonder if you know about this?" someone asked Fan Shio's wife. Madame Fan was married to Fan Shio when he was poor, but this lady was obviously not brave enough. Seeing so many people, she looked a little timid. "Fan Lang asked me to tell everyone that this matter was the fault of the court, and we should thank the Wuwang mansion for reminding us in time." Mrs. Fan tried hard to recall her husband's words. "The Fan family is a poor family, and we are willing to take out the 216 taels of silver we have saved over the years to do our best. The Fan family is really poor, whether you believe it or not." Princess Wu personally stood up, bowed to Mrs. Fan, and asked someone to record it carefully. "Fortunately, there are more people who are not short of money. My old lady is a vegetarian and a Buddhist. She is kind-hearted." When she heard about this, she took out the 1,500 taels she had saved. Little Pan looked at this scene and knew that she had won today. It was for the 2 sisters, and even more for the Wuwang mansion. Chapter 158, Putting Things Right. Zhang Uju stood in the crowd and heard the whispers of the crowd. Haeong County Lord also asked Zhang Juju, "Did you hear it?" Zhang Juju said, "I heard it." The crowd was discussing quietly, saying that so much money would be used by the Wuwang mansion. To put it bluntly, some people think that the poor guy who came back from the northwest of the Wuwang mansion is actually doing money-making in the name of doing charity. And those who paid the money either feared the power of the Wuwang mansion and dared not resist, or they took the opportunity to curry favor with the Wuwang mansion. It is still uncertain where the money will be used. At this time, the Wuwang princess said to the crowd, "I have just arrived in the capital and don't know much about the capital. How to spend such a large sum of money also needs to be discussed. I plan to ask a few people who have lived in the capital for a long time to participate in the management of this money. Do you have any volunteers?" Her question immediately calmed the women's discussions. Seeing that no one was talking, Princess Wu asked again, Madame Fan, what do you think? The first person she invited was Fan Xiu's wife. And Fan Xiu was one of the most important opponents of King Wu. Everyone was very surprised. But smart people also quickly realized that this was a good opportunity. The women in the capital had their own social circles, relatives and friends, and branches. It is difficult for Princess Wu and Xiao Pan to fit in, even though they are of noble status and seem to be recognized by these women. But now it is different. The Wu Palace has become a circle of its own. Mrs. Fan was very surprised. Me? Although she was the wife of the Prime Minister, she had always been an invisible person among the ladies in the capital. Princess Wu smiled and said, Prime Minister Fan was able to pass the imperial examination because of your support and companionship. Now such an important matter naturally requires your participation. Mrs. Fan became anxious. She had to go back and ask Fan Xiu if she could agree. How could she make the decision herself? At this time, the wife of the Duke of Wei tried her best to wink at her daughter-in-law Zhou. She was old and it was not good for her to get involved in these things. But her daughter-in-law could do it. At this time, Zhou smiled and said, My queen, Mrs. Fan is cautious. What do you think of me? The wife of Duke Wei also smiled and said, My queen, I am not bragging. My wife is a good hand at managing household affairs. Mrs. Fan breathed a sigh of relief. And others also recommended themselves or their family members. And it was very lively for a while. No one would let go of anything that was related to money and power. Little Pan smiled and covered her mouth. Okay. I know you all have the ability. But this matter does not require so many people. I think you all go back and write your own plans. Just talk about how to use this money to try to place more children. This was discussed before. The women looked at each other. And Princess Wu said, The court has the imperial examination to select talents. Women like us don't have great talents. But we can learn from them. Thank you for your hard work. Mrs. Fan took the opportunity to reply, This is a good move. It's just right to go back and discuss it with Fan Xiu. She really can't make a decision. Both sides have spoken. And the women have nothing to disagree with. And they start to discuss it. Princess Haiyang asked Zhang Zhuzhu, What's your idea? Yes, Zhang Zhuzhu said. I also hope that this money can be used in a decent place. Princess Haiyang sighed. It's a pity that I can't write. She went back to prepare to get married. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. You don't have to write. Princess Haiyang was puzzled. Zhang Zhuzhu, with money. What door can't be opened? Princess Haiyang was glad that she was born in Prince Jing's mansion. Then I have a lot of it. After a while, everyone went to the training ground at the back. And men and women sat on both sides. Old man Dai was more nervous than the children. And he said to Zhang Zhuzhu, What if the performance fails? Zhang Zhuzhu had heard him ask this question since yesterday. And he had asked it 800 times. But she ignored him at all. Old man Dai pulled his beard anxiously. And when the children came to him, he had to pretend to be calm and coax the children to say that they just came to play. When the maid sent a message saying that everyone was seated outside, the children jumped on the stage. The children who were selected were those with better psychological quality. When they saw so many people, they were stunned for a while. And then, they started to perform after being reminded by the adults. The little boy walked on the platform with a hoe in his hand. And then shouted, I'm lost. The people below had no idea what this was. And thought it was a group of children playing monkeys. So they didn't pay much attention. Then they mistakenly entered Taoyuan Township. In this isolated place, the villagers saw many scenes different from the outside world. No one else said anything. But King Wu's expression became serious, and he stared at the children. Fan Xiu was the same. Because the Taoyuan Township in this story is no different from the fairyland. There is no famine or war. There is rice to fill the stomach, clothes to cover the body, houses to live in, illnesses to be treated. Children can all go to school. And the elderly are supported by someone. Such peace and happiness can only be found in dreams. A child forgot his words in the middle of the performance and stood there with his face flushed. The older children next to him reminded him in time. And the play continued with a stumbling performance. At the end, the child from another place fell beside his hoe again, suggesting that this was a dream. Fan Xiu asked, Who wrote this story? King Wu guessed who it was, and said, As long as Prime Minister Fan is happy to read it. Why bother about who wrote it? I think this story is very good. What do you think? Fan Xiu said, It's just a big dream. There is no paradise in the world. But there are many hells on earth. Fan Xiao knows this deeply. King Wu's heart was full of ambitions. He was different from Fan Xiao. His purpose was always clear. King Wu wanted to show off his power. But he also did not forget his responsibilities. It's a good dream. I like it very much, King Wu said. Li Fu was behind King Wu. And he said, Your Highness, it's a dream for us. But it can come true for these children. These children should have lived such a carefree life under the protection of adults. Even if they have no parents. The court should take on this responsibility. King Wu said, You are right. The mistakes of the previous emperor were too great. And the emperor was too young and did not understand the government. This king is the regent to set things right. Fan Xiao's face turned pale when he heard this. In front of him, the prime minister, the king of Wu, dared to say this. What a wolfish ambition. Also to restore order. Who is the rebel, and who is the righteous? Today he is the regent. Tomorrow he will ascend the throne. Oh! Yes. That's what the king of Wu thought. He said, Is Prime Minister Fan not feeling well? Fan Xiao didn't say anything. The king of Wu said, I have said that those memorials are long and complicated. But they don't talk about the real business. It seems to be really exhausting. You see that Prime Minister Fan is weak. And the king is really worried. Fan Xiao, don't worry. Your Majesty, Fan is still in good health. Of course he can't fall down. Especially not now. The king of Wu, that's good. I will share your worries in the future. And you can rest. Fan Xiao was speechless. The enemy general must have been angry to death by the king of Wu. Afterwards, Zhou Yi and Li Fu looked at each other at the same time. Both worried that Prime Minister Fan would come in vertically and leave horizontally today. Chapter 159 Big Rat Big Rat. Zhang Zhuzhu sent the children out of the palace. Old Man Dai said, Wu Wangfu is reluctant to give up this meal. Zhang Zhuzhu, at noon. We eat mixed grain rice. How can the children swallow it? Old Man Dai was a little unconvinced. Zhang Zhuzhu said, This is the order of His Majesty Wu Wang. Old Man Dai thought that Wu Wang had also fought in wars. And it was probably a new show of power. Just like the killing at the city gate last time. So he took the children away. When she went back, Princess Haong had an argument with a woman. You went to Daxiangwo Temple to donate money and materials. Why didn't you let the Bodhisattva come down from the lotus seat and personally cheer you up? Princess Haong rebuked the other party mercilessly. The woman was also dissatisfied when she heard it. Princess, be careful with your words. How noble is the Bodhisattva? How can mortals discuss it? The Bodhisattva is noble. You worship the Bodhisattva. But why don't you see any improvement? Princess Haong turned to her maid and said, Go and get 500 taels and return it to Madame Ming. It is a good deed. But Madame Ming treats the children of the Charity Bureau as toys to be bought and sold for money. I am afraid that these children cannot bear your kindness. Madame Ming took back the 500 taels. And there is no need to worry about it. After the performance, the children did not kneel or say words of gratitude as some people thought, and left directly. Madame Ming was unhappy, thinking that she had taken the money, and those children should be grateful to her. She was the niece of the Empress Dowager, and the Ming family had given the Wuwang mansion enough respect by coming here today. She was unhappy. So she said how many children her money could buy, and that the Charity Bureau was not doing its job well, and those children should kneel before leaving. When Princess Haong heard this, she went up to quarrel with Madame Ming. Madame Ming saw that she was at a disadvantage, and said, A woman like you, our Ming family really can't tolerate. Princess Jing hurriedly stepped forward to block her daughter behind her, saying, Madame Ming, my daughter doesn't need your Ming family to tolerate her. Before, the Empress Dowager pressed hard, and Princess Jing also considered the Ming family. But the Ming family was too much of a bully, and they were very picky about Princess Haong, and they were reluctant to choose a capable man to marry Princess Haong. The Jing Wang couple couldn't stand it, so they found excuses to shirk the marriage. And they also completely offended the Empress Dowager, resulting in Princess Haong being delayed for several years without anyone daring to marry her. Madame Ming sneered, Yes. Now you think you have climbed up the high branch. You must be very proud. Princess Haong is nothing. Their Ming family is the mother family of the Empress Dowager, and the young Emperor's queen will be selected from the Ming family. As for King Wu, he is just a traitor who made trouble, and he will be executed sooner or later. Madame Ming sneered, Princess, you still need to learn the way of hospitality in the capital. I won't stay for long today. After that, she left directly. Little Pan rolled her eyes at her back. But Princess Wu remained calm and said, Madam Ming, please stay. Madam Ming was proud of what she said. Princess Wu continued, the lunch in the palace is worth a try. Madam Ming, please take a portion back. Madam Ming thought that Princess Wu wanted to keep her. But she only heard this. But she still thought that Princess Wu was admitting defeat. So she stopped. If the princess's meal does not conform to the regulations of the capital, then I can give you some advice, Madam Ming said. Princess Wu said nothing. And soon someone came with a white porcelain bowl. It contained a bowl of rice made entirely of grains. People who were used to eating fine grains would find it difficult to swallow, and even feel uncomfortable in the throat. There was a silence. And everyone thought that Princess Wu wanted to humiliate Madam Ming. Madam Ming thought so too. And her face was very ugly. You, if the Empress Dowager knew that you humiliated the Ming family like this. Princess Wu asked the maid to bring the bowl to her, picked up the chopsticks, and took a bite of the grain rice that looked very unpalatable. This is the banquet at the Wu Palace at noon today, Princess Wu said. Madam Ming wanted delicacies, but the Wu Palace didn't have them. This bowl of rice that Madam Ming regarded as a humiliation is the life-saving food for the Northwest Army and those children. There are so many poor people in the world, and such a meal is enough to fill the stomachs of many people. Mrs. Ming was not stupid. She immediately realized her mistake and knew the consequences of spreading this matter. That is, the Ming family is arrogant and extravagant, and the Wuwang mansion cares about the world. But Mrs. Ming couldn't think of a way to save it for a while. She needed to go back immediately and discuss with her family that the Wuwang mansion could not use the Ming family as a stepping stone. Mrs. Ming's tone softened and said, I don't mean that, Princess. Don't misunderstand. After that, she didn't stay for long. Originally, she wanted to use today's incident to prove that the Wuwang mansion was vulgar and not as good as the Empress Dowager and the young emperor. As a result, her Ming family might get a bad reputation. Princess Wu watched her leave and said to everyone, today's meal is simple. Please forgive me. It's not just simple. They wouldn't feed their dogs like this. The vegetarian food they eat is even better. The vegetarian food at Daxiangbo Temple is better than meat. But this can't be said. Someone agreed. We will save money together with the princess. And I think we can also fulfill the children's dream of paradise. Why not? Princess Wu immediately said, Madam is kind. After watching this scene, Zhang Juju thought that everyone's acting skills were very good. On the side of King Wu, everyone felt sore in the throat after watching lunch. Fan Xiao was calm. He had eaten rice mixed with sand before, so this was nothing. King Wu said, I am fighting in the northwest. It is common for me to go without food for 3 or 5 days. But I still have to tighten my belt and continue fighting. Fan Xiao said, it is not easy for the court to collect grain. King Wu, do you know which rat the grain fell into? Prime Minister Fan? Hearing this, Fan Xiao felt sad. Yes, with such heavy taxes, the Northwest soldiers were starving. And the people were also starving. Where did the grain go? Fan Xiao knew it. But he had no choice. For a moment, Fan Xiao thought, it would be better to throw away the burden on his shoulders and leave this mess to King Wu. This is the world of the Zhou family. What does it have to do with him? But he couldn't. He also had ambitions. And he was carrying the expectations of many people. More importantly, no one would be willing to let power slip away from their hands. He lowered his head and calmly ate the rice in the bowl. And King Wu also finished his meal. The people below saw that they could only bite the bullet and finish the meal, and then cursed King Wu for being stingy in their hearts, and thought that this was a means for him to threaten people. But some people were different. They were moved to tears while eating, saying that seeing the prince eat so neatly, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot. In short, this meal was lively enough. One of the culprits, Li Fu, looked at the people from all sides with interest, and saw all kinds of people at once. After the afternoon, Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu stayed in the palace. Chapter 160. This king is not an ordinary person. Princess Wu was in a very good mood, and Xiao Pan was even happier. Sister, Shang's idea is indeed good. Sister did not make a mistake, Xiao Pan said. Princess Wu said, it's just a last-ditch effort. The two sisters needed to enter the circle of noble ladies in the capital in a reasonable way. But too obvious solicitation and show of goodwill would lower their status and make people look down on them, and they were afraid that they would displease the king of Wu. Who would think that they were scheming and implicated Zhou Yi? So they needed a reasonable method. But the two of them were weak and had no one to use. After thinking about it, they thought of Zhang Zhuzhu. I didn't expect it to go this smoothly. In this battle today, they can build their own personal connections. With some time and effort, they will be able to gain a foothold sooner or later. They have to plan for the Wuwang mansion. And even more for themselves and Zhou Yi's future. This is not the Northwest. And it is not a place where you can get ahead by fighting. Wuwang's wife. I don't know what Zhang wants. Xiao Pan said. She is smart and won't speak rashly. Just agree to her. Xiao Pan felt sorry for her two nieces before. But now she doesn't think about that. The young couple is a good match. Li Fu is teaching Zhang Zhuzhu archery. Zhang Zhuzhu had some strength. But this thing was a weapon after all. And it was not easy to learn. Li Fu held her in his arms and took advantage of her. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't learn anything. Zhou Yi was anxious and shouted beside him, "Third brother. Archery is not like this. It's only been a short time. And you can't do it. How about I teach you?" Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu went to see him at the same time. Li Fu thought that maybe the feeling of the second brother looking at him in the past was the same as the feeling of himself looking at Zhou Yi. He was just an unmarried fool. The married couples next to him were very happy, and pulled Zhou Yi to the side. "My lord, they are a loving couple. Why are you making trouble? Let's go to the side." "Zhou Yi, how did I cause trouble? Look at what he taught. If Master Wu saw it, he would whip him." Everyone laughed. Zhang Zhuzhu also came out of Li Fu's arms. "Okay. You should be more restrained in front of others." Zhang Zhuzhu knew what Li Fu meant. This man just wanted to show off his affection. He just wanted people to know. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that maybe the underground love affair in the past left him with a shadow. So Li Fu likes to show off in the sun now. Li Fu pulled him back seriously. "Where are you going? I taught you for a long time, but you still dare to run around." Zhang Zhuzhu thought. "Forget it. I forgive you." After a while, it suddenly became quiet behind him. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu also noticed it. And both turned around to see King Wu and the two princesses coming over. Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly separated from Li Fu. Li Fu still held her hand. And Xiao Pan smiled and said, "Young people can't be separated." King Wu also smiled and nodded. Zhou Yi ran over. "Dad. Auntie. Mother. When can I get married?" King Wu said, "Why should I be in a hurry? You are still young. And it is the time for you to gain experience. Your father married your mother when he was 20. And you were born when he was 25 or 26. Zhou Yi just asked casually, "Then I will talk about it when I am 20. Auntie. Mother. Remember to find a good wife for me." Princess Wu and Xiao Pan nodded together. The selection of a daughter-in-law is naturally very important and cannot be sloppy. In a few years, they will be able to understand the situation in the capital. And by then, there will definitely be better girls growing up. King Wu patted his son's shoulder and waved to call Li Fu and his wife over. He got straight to the point. "You did a good job today. What do you two want?" Li Fu looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and motioned her to speak. Zhang Zhuzhu hesitated. "Well, there is something I want." King Wu, "Why are you hesitating? Speak." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Can I sell wine? It has been said before that privately brewing and selling wine is illegal." Li Fu did not expect Zhang Zhuzhu to say this. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, "I cooperate with the palace to brew wine. For the wine sold by the Hu people, I take 30%. The palace takes 60%. And the remaining 10% is given to the charity bureau. The imperial court monopolizes liquor. And the department in charge of this matter is not in the hands of King Wu. But if he wants to make wine, there will be no problem." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Selling liquor is very profitable. This is really profitable. This is an exclusive franchise, which makes much more money than her gimmicks and stories. She is good at doing things. So she must seize the opportunity and get a good job." Princess Wu and Xiao Pan didn't know what to say. She really didn't want much. Just money. King Wu said, "At such a young age, you are obsessed with money. He dares to make money. He is really brave." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled shyly. "Alas. This must be a long-term business. Otherwise I can take 20%. And the palace will take 70%. She was not greedy. King Wu said generously, "I'll give you 30%. King Wu was not a person who cared about that little thing. He was satisfied that the child did a good job. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately saluted King Wu. "Thank you. Your Highness. Your Highness is really generous. God gave you this opportunity to make you achieve great things. You will definitely save the people from the water and fire. 20 years later, the sea will be peaceful, and the river will be clear. Your wisdom and achievements will be engraved in the history books. King Wu was in a good mood after hearing this. Well said. I was born in this world. How can I be an ordinary person? King Wu was full of confidence. If God hadn't given you, Your Highness, I'm afraid this capital would have fallen into a long night and slept forever. Zhang Zhuzhu praised him without changing her expression. The King of Wu seemed to be listening to the music of heaven, and his expression was intoxicated. The two princesses beside him, Zhou Yi and Li Fu, as well as the servants and maids serving around, all listened with mixed feelings. They knew that the King of Wu was confident, but usually there was no one who could praise him so much, and everyone advised the King of Wu, hoping that he would not be too complacent. Now the praise touched the King of Wu's heart, or the princess couldn't stand it first, and winked at Zhang Zhuzhu, saying that the words were really exaggerated. Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and blinked at Li Fu. Li Fu wanted to applaud her, even if she had no other skills, only the ability to praise people. She could stand firmly in the King of Wu's mansion. The princess stepped forward and said, Your Highness, come back to your senses. King Wu coughed and said, I am here. The sale of wine is settled. I will go to the wine and vinegar bureau later to tell them. Anyway, it is a good thing to make money for the palace. And he has a big family to support. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Well, I will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Zhou Yi remembered the business, sister-in-law. Can you make wine? King Wu and the two princesses also just remembered that they were just thinking about her and got bolder. Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. I brewed it at home and sent it to the palace in a few days. Li Fu didn't know about this. When? Zhang Zhuzhu, when I was with my parents. You were not at home. Li Fu felt regretful, thinking that the couple had been apart for a long time. The next day, the family who donated money received the return gift from the Wuwang mansion. The child wrote a thank you letter, which was quite routine. There were no valuable things such as gold and silver objects left. The Wuwang mansion donated weapons, and the children of these families could come to the palace to play. This is more useful than gold and silver.